Hello, hello. Lots of stuff to go over today. It was one of those days where it was like, I feel like nothing happened today, and then I opened up Twitter and I'm like, oh wait, the stuff happened. I take a day off and my voice still sounds like shit. But what are we starting with? The manhunt for what's his name is over. I've been calling him Boatler since the story broke, and I'm just realizing now that it's like... Wait, maybe it is Boatler. Boatler? I don't know. Hold on. Boatler? I don't know. But I guess we're gonna find out how the fuck they found him. This was... updated today. So, how the Minnesota shooting suspect was caught. A 2-day manhunt ended Sunday night as police captured the suspect, Vance Bolter. See, I thought it was Bolter this whole time. It's Bolter. In a field. No force was used. More than 100 police officers searched for 2 days for the suspect in the shootings of 2 Minnesota state lawmakers and their spouses. They finally captured him late Sunday, the hunt ending when he crawled to officers who had tracked him to a field outside Minneapolis. Like, why didn't he flee? This is so bizarre. In the earlier articles that I read the other day, they were suspecting he was already, like, long gone. The suspect, Vance Bolter, 57, had been on the run for a day and a half when investigators found his car and hat Sunday afternoon on a remote stretch of road in Sibley County, a largely rural area southwest of Minneapolis, about an hour's drive from the sites of the attacks early Saturday. The other thing is he also sent his friend a tweet. Conservatives are dumb. It's been known. I think this guy might have been, like, somewhat suicidal because, like, a friend of his that was like, yeah, he's a Trump supporter, that he, like, lived with was apparently saying that he got a message from him saying, like, oh, I'm probably going to die soon, bro. And then that's what prompted him to, like, call the police. Dozens of police officers and about 20 SWAT teams had fanned out across the county over the weekend in what officials called the largest manhunt in state history. I mean, I like to think that the New York Times wouldn't print that without verifying it, but it's kind of surprising to me. Has there really, like, never been, like, a serial killer on the loose in Minnesota? Does not live up to his namesake, no bolting. The search area narrowed when an officer reported seeing a person he thought was the suspect darting into woods nearby. Elliot Faust, a deputy police chief in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, told reporters at a news conference Sunday night. A resident also reported seeing Mr. Bolter on a trail camera, Chief Faust said. SWAT team officers confirmed that an image on the trail camera showed the suspect. They set up a 1 square mile perimeter in the area, deploying drones and police dogs, Chief Faust said. Officers spotted Mr. Bolter and used a drone to track him from overhead as he crawled through thick shrubs. This is bizarre that he did this. They converged on him, and although he was harmed, no force was used while arresting him. I mean, an arrest almost by definition is force, but I know what they mean. The Heisenberg mask makes me think he expected to get away with it. Was that what it was? I saw, like, every article talking about the fact that he had a mask was not talking about the fact that it was supposed to be that. I saw somebody say it looked like a Fetterman mask, and I thought that was funny, but I was like, I just thought it was like a general, like, rubber mask that he put on. He was captured not far from the home outside Green Isle, Minnesota, where he lived with his wife and children. Although sometimes he lived with a friend, and they didn't mention that. That's what the friend said, and it made no sense to me that he was also looking for work. I got the impression that he was, like, unemployed because why else would you be living with a friend? At a makeshift command center at a parking lot nearby, officers congratulated one another after the manhunt ended. Congrats on doing their jobs. The sheriff of Ramsey County, Minnesota, Bob Fletcher, posted a photo on Facebook showing Mr. Bolter standing in a field as he was taken into custody. The photo appeared to be altered with officers' faces obscured. Of course they were. Though the manhunt went on for nearly 2 days and had the state on edge, Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, said that it could have taken even longer had it not been for the swift action of Brooklyn Park police officers who responded early Saturday to a report of a shooting at the residence of State Senator John A. Hoffman. It's a polite way to lick the boot, right? He was unemployed or close to it. All court, he said he had 20 to 30K in savings and was making $540 a month. That's what I saw. Like, the friend had reported that he had been looking for a job on LinkedIn. Officers proactively went to Representative Melissa Hortman's house to check on her and found Mr. Bolter there. If that had not happened, Superintendent Evans said on Sunday, I have every confidence that this would have continued throughout the day. When the police arrived at Ms. Hortman's house, the suspect immediately opened fire on the responding officers, he said. The officers returned fire, and the man escaped out the back door of the house on foot onto a golf course, setting off the manhunt. Where's that photo of him? Bolter. So this was a mask. And this is the such bad quality. Hold on. I want the photo of him like handcuffed there. Maybe it's just a bad quality photo in general. According to Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, he is in custody. And this guy. Such a weird picture of him. Weird. Surprised it took this long to find him. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't understand how he got away. And then changed into like a cowboy hat and like a bright blue shirt. That was another photo that I saw of him. Oh, what else? Then I wanted to see this. Trump vetoed Israeli plot to kill Iranian Supreme Leader. This is Reuters reporting this. Oh, wait, I probably need to do the... Oh, for once it's not... I don't have to use the remove paywall, I don't think. Yay. Hold on. So this was yesterday afternoon that this was reported by U.S. officials. Trump vetoed Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader. If he'd done this in Texas, the cops would have never got him. Probably not, no, because they'd be a little too scared. What if they get hurt? I mean, that's a line that we were fed when they didn't want to go into that elementary school and stop the school shooting, right? That it was scary. President Donald Trump vetoed an Israeli plan in recent days to kill Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, two U.S. officials told Reuters on Sunday. Have the Iranians killed an American yet? No. Until they do, we're not even talking about going after the political leadership, said one of the sources, a senior U.S. administration official. Okay, but this administration official knows that there was an assassination attempt on, or like there was a plot in 2024, just last year, like around the election, to kill Trump. So I guess until it happens, they were also like targeting they were like boobs and they were like little morons, but they were trying to target a U.S. Iranian activist. Israel bombed Iran because they're apparently trying to build a nuclear bomb and want to attack Israel. The U.S. has a nuclear bomb and wants to attack Iran, so Iran should not do that, because I would never say that on my stream, obviously. Nor would anyone in chat. We're against political violence here. The officials, speaking on condition of anonymity, said top U.S. officials have been in constant communications with Israeli officials in the days since Israel launched a massive attack on Iran in a bid to halt its nuclear program. They said Israelis reported that they had an opportunity to kill the top Iranian leader, but Trump waved them off the plan. Iran invasion soon? I don't think so. The officials would not say whether Trump himself delivered the message, but Trump has been in frequent communications with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. When asked about the Reuters report, Netanyahu, in an interview on Sunday with Fox News Channel's Special Report with Brett Baer, said, "There's so many false reports of conversations that never happened, and I'm not going to get into that." Thank you, BB. Very cool. But I can tell you, I think that we do what we need to do. We'll do what we need to do. And I think the United States knows what is good for the United States. So a nothing statement from BB. The existence of the USA is political violence. The existence of any state is political violence. There's no other way to maintain a state and borders without using an immense amount of force. Your ability to exist as a state, entirely depends on that. Trump has been holding out hope for a resumption of U.S.-Iranian negotiations after Tehran's nuclear programs. Talks that had been scheduled for Sunday in Oman were canceled as a result of the strikes. Trump told Reuters on Friday, "We knew everything about the Israeli strikes." This is just more hope to me. So this article doesn't even actually have U.S. intelligence. It's just sources that, on the condition of anonymity, are telling this. And I feel like it's just this massive post hoc rationalization to make it seem like we're not getting completely cucked by a rogue client state that is doing whatever the fuck they want. You've not seen Trump's latest tweet. He told everyone in Tehran to leave. Oh, I saw that, yeah. They keep saying the Iranian people are on the verge of revolution. They veto Israel killing the Ayatollah. They should create a state that isn't violent. I've been saying this. I'm like, have people looked into this? Have you guys ever heard of a non-violent state? You're over here whining about, oh, we need to do non-violent protests. It's like, yeah, well, make your state non-violent first, you know? Did I watch that? The Brett Baer one? Should I pull up the Brett Baer one? Let's see. BB. Brett. He was evasive in this. Let's see. Is it this one? Yeah, discusses why Israel carried out those strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Intel shared with the United States and more on Special Report. This is called Netanyahu makes shocking claim about Trump assassination attempts, his own.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Washington for a special
I've always thought this guy looks like a first grader at all times. Does anyone know what I mean? Do I have to elaborate? He just looks very, very boyish, like a boy at like a private school, but an adult. It's weird.
Of Special Report, I'm Brett Baer. Coming up in a few minutes, my world exclusive live interview with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the first since the Israeli strikes on Iran began. But first, this afternoon, a Fox News alert, the growing conflict in the Middle East, Israel launching a third day of airstrikes across Iran, Israeli officials advising Iranians to evacuate arms factories and threatening to use even greater force. Iran said,
just because Iranians don't like the Ayatollah doesn't mean they like being bombed, and certainly not by Israel. I mean, Trump has low favorability in this country. Would it ever be justification, or would any American ever accept that the thing that must necessarily follow from that information is that another country should bomb us? No, it's only something that's pulled out and explains away in this context or in the Middle East.
Saying 128 people have been killed, 900 wounded so far. The Islamic Republic responding with missile attacks of its
Private
own,
school
which have
second
killed
grader.
13 people, wounded
Dressed
more
up
than
for picture day.
360. Iran's foreign minister saying today his country will stop its attacks if Israel stops theirs.
I'm old. I'm getting Iraq war vibes from this interview. Yeah, it's going to be why there's WMDs, but in Israel or in Iraq, and not in Iraq, not in Israel, in Iran. There we go.
Let's get the latest now from Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst, live in Tel Aviv. Good afternoon, Trey.
Hey, Trey.
Brett, good afternoon. Since the conflict began, Iran has launched more than 250 ballistic missiles into Israel. Overnight, 11 people were killed when some of those missiles slipped past air defense systems.
This passive framing of it. Since this conflict began, Iran has begun launching a bunch of missiles, you guys. It's like, well, why are they launching missiles? What happened before they launched the missiles? Who started this in this conflict with them?
Slamming into residential areas. Hundreds more have been wounded. When we arrived at
this
one
immediate
site this morning,
conflict,
rescue crews were combing through the rubble of an apartment building in central Israel looking for survivors. One man in his 50s named Meir was still trapped as his son, who had been wounded in the attack, waited to learn the fate of his father. Right now, rescue workers are digging through the debris following that Iranian ballistic missile attack that targeted central Israel. They are looking for survivors who are trapped under the rubble, including Meir, that father. His son Ofek is off in the distance, still wearing his hospital gown after he was pulled from the blast site. He is hoping for a miracle today. following this Iranian attack. Israel is responding to these recent attacks with more airstrikes targeting both military and energy positions inside Iran. Iranian media.
Israel's responding to these recent attacks that they brought on by preemptively striking Iran with more strikes of their own.
Reports 128 people have been killed and 900 injured. We know among that list are Iranian nuclear scientists and top IRGC commanders targeted by Israel. Iran's foreign minister spoke today about the American support for Israel during the conflict. Now, in conversations with Israeli sources, they are drawing a stark contrast in what is happening here. The Israelis are going after military and nuclear sites. The Iranians are firing ballistic missiles toward Israeli civilians.
The Israelis say they're going after that. They always say that they're going after that, right?
Civilians. Brett.
Trey Yanks in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you. Joining us now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome back to Special Report.
Thank you. Good to be with you, Brett.
First of all, let me start at the beginning. Why did you launch this operation now?
Because we were facing an imminent threat, a dual existential threat. One, the threat of Iran rushing to weaponize their enriched uranium to make atomic bombs with a specific and declared intent to destroy.
Words cannot actually accurately state how much I hate this man, but the thing that triggers me the most is the constant existential threat. There is always some existential threat. It's Hamas rockets, and then it's Iran nuclear facilities, and then it's UN reports. It's the fucking gold. It's been the Goldstone report in the past. Now, there's always something that's existentially threatening this country.
Destroy us. Second, a rush to increase their ballistic missile arsenal into the capacity that they would have 3,600 weapons a year, new weapons within 3 years, 10,000 ballistic missiles, each one weighing a ton, coming in at Mach 6, right into our cities, as you saw today. And then in 6 years, 20,000. That's no country can sustain that, and certainly not a country the size of Israel. So we had to.
What the fuck is the Iron Dome for? What the fuck is the Iron Dome for if that's the case?
Act. It was the 12th hour. We did act to save ourselves, but also, I think, to not only protect ourselves, but protect the world from this incendiary regime. We can't have the world's most dangerous regime have the world's most dangerous weapons. We're protecting ourselves, but by doing so, we're
a stunning lack of self-awareness for them to say that. The country that's currently preemptively striking what they believe to be a nuclear power is saying we have to be careful about who gets a hold of nukes.
Protecting many others.
You know, I just want to press you on the intel on the nuclear part. Less than 2 months ago, the new director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified on Capitol Hill.
There's a timeline out there somewhere with every imminent threat statement in chronological order. I swear I saw this as well. This came across my timeline. Yeah, it dates back to literally the 90s.
Hill saying that everything had been suspended since 2003 and had not restarted, that the nuclear program had not been restarted by the Iranians. So did something change from end of March until this week? Was the U.S. intel wrong?
Yeah, the thing that changed is that the diplomatic talks between Trump and Iran were actually getting somewhere, and they had to derail that.
The intel we got and we shared with the United States was absolutely clear. It was absolutely clear that they were working in a secret plan to weaponize the uranium. They were marching very quickly. They would achieve a test device and possibly an initial device within months, and certainly less than a year. That was the intel we shared with the United States. I think we have excellent intel in Iran. I think we proved
the excellent intel, the best intel.
We couldn't possibly accept. Whether it would be 6 months or 12 months or 13 months is immaterial. Once they go that route, it's too late. Mm-hmm. And we will not have a second Holocaust, a nuclear Holocaust. We already had one in the previous century. The Jewish state is not going to have the Holocaust meted on the Jewish people. It's not going to happen. It's never again is now, and we have to act now.
What is the goal?
Okay. If this is really going to have been preventing a second Holocaust, why did you just do it now? Because someone said in my chat, you've been saying this shit has been around for 20 years, 30 years. What is it? What's the reason for it needing to happen now? Or the fact that there was intelligence leaked in May about we need to do this sooner rather than later. If you really thought we need to prevent the next Holocaust, why did you wait until now? Until it got closer and closer and closer to the day that Trump's envoy was scheduled to sit down with Iran to further negotiate the deal. The other thing is that they always misrepresent how quickly you could actually build a nuclear device. You would need more, at least here he's saying, oh, it would be months. It would be months. But we read this, this was October 2nd, 2024. To build a nuclear bomb, Iran would need much more than weeks. Nuclear experts say Tehran is facing up to a year of hard work to master the naughty basics of building a deliverable atom bomb. So this was in the context of the first question being asked at the American vice presidential debate being like, would you consider whether the candidates would support or oppose a preemptive strike on Iran by Israel. And it framed the issue for Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance as urgent to consider because Tehran has, quote, drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon, cutting its acquisition time to 1 or 2 weeks. Again, this is October 2024. We are like approaching close to like a year on this statement, you know? I should not say a year, probably like, 6, 8 months. What is this? But the premise behind it highlights a popular confusion over what it takes to build a usable nuclear bomb. But they added that it began the debate on a false note because nuclear experts said on Wednesday that it would take Iran not weeks to make a nuclear weapon, but months, possibly as long as a year. I don't think there's a danger that Iran this year is going to start exploding nuclear weapons, said Houston G. Wood, an emeritus professor of mechanical and aerospace engineering at the University of Virginia. A specialist in atomic centrifuges and other nuclear matters, Dr. Wood estimated that it would take Iran up to a year to devise a weapon once it had enough nuclear fuel. It would likely take many months, said a former director of the Los Alamos Weapons Laboratory in New Mexico, not weeks. The expert said that the CBS question conflated the time it would most likely take Iran to manufacture a bomb's worth of highly enriched uranium with the overall process of turning it into a weapon. Once enough uranium metal is produced, it must be carefully machined into the core of an atom bomb. When it is then set amid the other parts of a nuclear warhead that it would set atop a missile. It takes advanced metallurgy and engineering. Dr. Hecker, who served as the Los Alamos director from 86 to 97, who said this in an interview. The process is harder than might be expected. The atomic workers, for instance, face health risks because the tiny radioactive particles created during the shaping of nuclear parts could, unless they're careful, settle in their lungs and spur cancerous growths. The CBS question, though, based on a false premise, seemed appropriate for the moment because Iran fired 180 missiles at Israel on Tuesday night in a dramatic escalation of the conflict between the two countries. This framing, Israel has vowed to retaliate, and President Biden said on Wednesday that he would not favor an attack on Iran's nuclear infrastructure. But the widespread misunderstanding of the state of Iran's nuclear capability stems from the many recent public reports that gave detailed timelines for Iran's production of fuel for a nuclear bomb. But those reports offer few details on the other steps Iran must complete to build a nuclear weapon, including feats of atomic purification, engineering, manufacture, and testing. The public reports focus on what weapons experts call nuclear breakout, the time it would take for a would-be atomic power to acquire a bomb's worth of atomic fuel. An August report by the Institute for Science and International Security, private group in Washington that tracks nuclear proliferation, for instance, declared that Iran had developed its fuel-making expertise to the point where it could now break out quickly, in days. The Institute's president, David Albright, did not respond to questions about the group's Iran timeline. Curious. If Iran did achieve breakout, it would then face a series of other crucial steps before producing a deliverable nuclear warhead. One would be developing an economic or electronic firing system to set off a group of conventional explosives that compress the nuclear core, starting the chain reaction that emits bursts of atomic energy. In addition, the complete warhead must be tested rigorously to ensure that it can withstand the extraordinary heat and shaking of atmospheric reentry. The lengthy process also culminates with the bomb's explosive testing underground to make sure the warhead would detonate. So basically, it's just like, it's far more complicated than what they're saying. It would basically be the start of nuclearization, but not yet like a viable nuclear weapon design or something that they could actually detonate. And like transforming it into an actual atom bomb is more complicated than what you get like if you just listen to these news reports.
Of these strikes. You talked early in one of your speeches after the attacks began with a message directly to the Iranian people. Clearly, some of these strikes have targeted Iranian leadership, military, nuclear scientists, and other leaders. So is regime change part of the effort here?
Could certainly be the result because the Iran regime is very weak. I think it's basically left with two things. It's plans to have atomic bombs and ballistic missiles. That's basically what Iran has. They certainly don't have the people. 80% of the people would throw these theological thugs out. I mean, they murder them. They oppress them for 46 years. They've yearned for freedom. I mean,
yeah, what about you, dude?
They shoot women because their hair is uncovered.
Says the guy who's currently prolonging this and like further entrenching this conflict so he doesn't get sent to fucking jail.
They shoot students. They just suck the oxygen from this brave and gifted people, the Iranian people. And you know, the Persian people and the Jewish people have had an ancient friendship. It goes back to the times of Cyrus the Great. That could happen again. But again, the decision to act, to rise up at this time is the decision of the Iranian people. We decided to act because we saw enough uranium,
We had to liberate the Iranian people, you guys.
enriched uranium for 9 bombs. And all they had to do was weaponize them. We stopped that by we're attacking their nuclear sites. We attacked their chief nuclear scientist working. It's like Hitler's nuclear scientists. Would you leave them? Of course not. We attacked their top command. I can inform you, Brett, that moments ago, we've
already talked about the second Holocaust. Now we've got the Hitler name drop.
got the chief intelligence officer and his deputy in Tehran, because we're now over the skies of Tehran. Our pilots, our brave pilots, are over the skies of Tehran, and we're targeting military sites, nuclear sites. That's what we're doing to take out those 2 threats. Unlike the Iranians, who your reporter said correctly, they're targeting our civilians.
Yeah.
They're bombing our civilians. So that's a difference.
They bombed residential areas when they did these preemptive strikes. Hold on. They had also been within Iran building like a secret base and they didn't even realize it, or like Iran didn't even know.
They're a terrorist regime. We can't have Iran have nuclear weapons. And by the way, our intel shows that they intend to give these nuclear weapons to their Houthi proxies and others. And that's nuclear terrorism on a global scale. It threatens everyone. And the last thing is they have plans to develop intercontinental ballistic missiles. Right now, 8,000 kilometers, very soon, just out a little distance, and they can reach the eastern seaboard of the United
They can't even defeat the Houthis, but we're talking about regime change in Iran and strikes on Iran to, again, regime change a state, not just a non-state actor, an actual state that they say has a nuclear arsenal or is like close to having a nuclear arsenal. How are you going to defeat them? This makes no sense.
United States. These people who chant death to America, tried to assassinate President Trump twice, killed 241 of your Marines in Beirut, killed and injured thousands of American soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq, tried to bomb a restaurant in Washington, D.C.
Also, what he'll leave out is that the motivation for those Iranians in the United States who are like in cahoots with Iranian government officials to carry out that assassination plot, you know why they said they were? Because of the Soleimani assassination from the first term.
D.C. Chant death to America, burn the American flag. Do you want these people to have nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to your city?
I don't even want you to have nuclear weapons. It seems like maybe they should have nuclear weapons. It seems to be the only thing that might actually stave off aggression from you or the United States.
Of course not.
Yeah.
So we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending the world.
I want to talk about the nuclear
Wow. Okay. So they're not this is so selfless of him, you guys. It's not just defense of Israel. He's thinking of everyone. Obviously, primarily the Persians and Iranians who want to be liberated by Israel, no less, who they love. Iranians famously love Israel. They love Bibi specifically. But this is also for your benefit. See, this makes you safer because even though, again, they can't defeat Hezbollah, they can't defeat Hamas, they can't defeat the Houthis, we've moved on to escalating a regional conflict with Iran, who they say is really, really close to getting a nuclear arsenal. Okay. How we can do this, don't know. They're just that great. And the other thing that's amazing to just consider in the context of all of this is, like it was like a surprise to the United States. Really, we should be thanking them for derailing the Iran nuclear deal talks. That's awesome. For preventing like a second Holocaust. So I like words can't express the gratitude I have for this man right now. This is really, really great. The thing that's definitely going to decrease the instance of Iranian terror cells being activated in the United States is definitely antagonizing their country and launching military attacks and strikes on them.
I want to talk about President Trump. You just said,
I feel safer already.
Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with him in a way that is weak, giving them.
Are they talking about, if they're talking about that plot that we looked into the other night, we're literally talking about people that should be side characters in an episode of Breaking Bad. It was that level of incompetence. They could not even gather intelligence on a random U.S. Iranian activist that they were being paid literally nothing, $1,000 to fucking track down. And then there was talks about getting $100,000 to escalate it to a fucking assassination plot. Hey, I just wanted to say I really enjoy yours and Pisco's show. Great chemistry. Thank you. We're going to be reacting to that later tonight.
Giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb.
I thought America wasn't world's policeman. Apparently we're not anymore. It's Israel. Haven't you heard?
It with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up He killed Qasem Soleimani. He said, made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's
If you don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, why did you tear up the deal that helps make sure that they don't get one? It was renewed every 90 days. It sent in inspectors to see and to make sure that they were not enriching uranium past the levels that they had agreed to, which would only be for domestic purposes. You eliminated the thing that helps provide the oversight to regulate that.
He's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also try to kill me, but I'm his junior partner.
When did
they
you
understand that President Trump is a great threat to
If I speak, I'm just gonna not touch that one.
Iran's plans to weaponize nuclear weapons and use them.
When did you tell President Trump you were going to launch these strikes?
Look, I've been in constant contact with President Trump. We've known each other for many years.
Yeah, of all the things we're doing is putting a target on our backs, our citizens' backs, even though a lot of us don't approve of this. IDK, if that makes sense. I mean, if you're in America, I actually agree with you, because they're talking about, we need to do this so we don't act, so we can prevent 9/11 too. It's like, this is inflaming shit. This is escalating. This is not decreasing tensions. Something that would actually lead to to de-escalating tensions would be to make a deal with them. It would not be to start striking them and then follow Israel into it.
And obviously, we informed our American friends and President Trump, our great friend, ahead of time. We did. He knew about it, of course.
I mean, there were reports that...
I wish October 7th never happened. Yeah, well, I wish October 7th never happened. I wish 60 years of apartheid and a never-ending occupation hadn't happened. You can keep going back and back and back.
President Trump kind of helped you achieve your strategic surprise by publicly urging you not to attack when he already knew you had decided to do it. So you were closely coordinating with the U.S. throughout this process.
Look, we're fully coordinated, but understand
look,
that America,
it's not a yes.
President Trump will make the decisions that are best for America. And that's the way it is. He understands that I, as the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, must make the decisions that are important for the survival of my country, and he will do what is best for America. That is a relationship of mutual respect and mutual confidence.
Does Israel have the capacity?
But he won't, though, because if he actually did, he would sit you down in the fucking Oval Office and yell at you and embarrass you the way that he did to fucking Zelensky and be like, you don't have the cards, you're playing with World War III. He would have done that, but to you, if he actually knew what was good for this fucking country.
To strike Iran's nuclear sites deep underground?
Well, we've certainly done quite a bit. We've destroyed the main facility in Natanz. That's the main enrichment facility. And if we need to, we'll add whatever is needed. But yes, we're committed to achieving both goals. And I'm not going to get into all of our objectives. I don't want to get into specific operational plans. But it's our existence. But not only ours. I think it's a wider battle here of civilization against barbarism, of good.
The nuclear state feels that they have an existential threat. The existential threat, you ask? A country that does not have a secret nuclear arsenal.
Against bad. I mean, this regime, look at what it's done without nuclear weapons. It just fomented evil everywhere. I mean, they've pushed international terrorism to the hilt into every part of the Middle East, in Syria, in Iraq, Lebanon, where they had Hezbollah, Hamas, where they encouraged the Houthis, the great massacre of October 7th, the Houthis. That's what they're doing when they don't have nuclear weapons, including attacking American targets. Now imagine what they'll do if they had nuclear weapons. And I'm always amazed at people who say they care about America and they don't want a war. They're right. This is a forever war that Iran is doing without nuclear weapons. And imagine what they will do if they have them. I think for the security of Israel, America, the world, we must make sure that they don't have these weapons and the means to deliver them. And they're working on both.
I just want to ask you about the nuclear sites. Fordo nuclear enrichment facility located deep inside a mountain. These are from Iranian nuclear experts. Inside this mountain near Qom. Esfahan, deeply buried facility where Iran stores its highly enriched uranium. In some ways, experts say it might even be more important than Fordo. The IAEA says it's a half-mile deep. So I guess the question is, if the goal is destroying Iran's nuclear program, how do you do so without the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs that really only the U.S. has? Have you asked President Trump to use that 30,000-pound penetrator bomb to get to those facilities?
I'm not going to get into my discussions with the president, but understand that his decisions are his decisions.
And I'm not here to answer questions. This is a dog and pony show to get your Rube audience on board, obviously.
As for these targets we've destroyed in Isfahan,
Can't get into the specifics, but trust me, existential threat to Israel. I'm preventing the next Holocaust. You don't want Iran to have a nuke. Don't consider diplomatic options. Don't think about the fact that I derailed them with these strikes. But just trust me, bro.
Conversion facility they had. That's a very important facility that without which you can't really build a weapon. That's gone. There are other plans that we have. I won't get into it. I think Israel has shown that it has, well, how shall I say, we're the innovation nation that we're called that, startup nation. So we have quite a few startups and quite a few rabbits up our sleeve. And I don't think that I should get into that.
Okay. Well, I mean, are you getting everything from the U.S. that you've asked for? Is there something that you've asked for that you're not getting?
What I'll say that
Let's hear what's on BB's Christmas list.
this is that I deeply appreciate.
Oh, wait, I guess they don't celebrate Christmas, right? Hanukkah list.
President Trump's decision to help in the defense of Israel. American pilots are shooting down drones that are headed towards Israel, as do our pilots. American THAAD missile batteries are helping defend Tel Aviv and greater Tel Aviv area. American Aegis ships are in the Mediterranean. That's all a decision by President Trump, which I deeply appreciate. Again, his decisions on what to do at any given time is the president's decision. I trust his judgment completely.
Do you have any estimate on how much you have set back Iran's nuclear program?
Sane people always trust Trump's judgment completely.
I think we've set them back quite a bit. I think they were completely surprised. And, you know, surprise is a great element of success. Remember the pagers? Remember Nasrallah? That's part of breaking up the Iranian axis. And we achieved that with surprise. And I think we achieved a great surprise the other day when we started. You know, we could wait and wait and wait. They'd string along the negotiations. We gave them a chance. I gave them a chance. But it was clear they were not serious about it. It became clear, I think, to the United States as well, because the president was very clear. He said, you can't have nuclear weapons. And in order not to have nuclear weapons...
He was very clear after the fact, where he said, oh, yeah, you guys didn't do it within 60 days, so I'm going to let Israel strike you guys. He was super clear after I derailed the talks. You know, also super clear, Marco Rubio, who was like, we had nothing to do with this. And then Trump undermines that completely within 24 hours.
You can't enrich uranium. And they basically strung everybody along, and it was clear to us it was going nowhere. I could wait and wait and wait until they officially declared that the talks were off, or they, you know, and we'd officially declare that we're going to attack them. That's not how I conduct wars, and it's not how Israel conducts wars. So we're, you know, we're geared to do whatever is necessary to achieve our dual aim, to remove two existential threats, the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. And we're doing that as we speak now in Tehran, but we're not.
And we're doing that as we're carrying out this genocide in Gaza. Really impressive stuff here.
I mean, the population. We're telling the population, leave. So when we hit the targets embedded in civilian areas, you won't be hurt. And there's now mass migration from Tehran right now. That's what's happening. So, because we're giving them forewarning.
Mr. Prime Minister, what proportion of Iranian air defenses do you think you've taken out? Back in October, their air defenses were really decimated. Now you say you have kind of control of the skies as you're picking these targets, yet these missiles and drones are still coming your way as they attack, as you point out, civilian areas inside Israel.
Well, you're right. First of all, we're doing a lot to prevent a lot of them from coming in, but it's not hermetic. You're quite right. But when I say we have control of the skies, you correctly said that they had a very dense anti-aircraft batteries between the western border of Iran and Tehran, and basically our incredible, there's no other word to describe it, our incredible intel guys and the Mossad, they did wonderful work to peel off the layers of protection that they had, and our pilots took them out. And so we have a free highway to Tehran, and we can now pick off the targets that we need in Tehran and other places without having our planes shot down. And so far, none of them have been shot down. And I hope that continues. But we are absolutely resolute to remove this threat. This is what you have to do when you stand at the brink of catastrophe. And I think it's not just our test. You know, Churchill talked about the slumber of democracies. He said that democracies tend to sleep until the jarring gong of danger wakes them up. Well, sometimes it might not wake them up. Certainly, we didn't need a wake-up gong. I've been talking about the Iranian threat for 40 years. 3 years, I think.
For a second, I thought we were going to be quoting Churchill to suggest that he would definitely endorse this, which maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But no, it was to actually say that Churchill didn't know what he was talking about, but Bibi Netanyahu does. 4
years after the Iranian regime, the Ayatollah regime.
This is how we activate democracy in Iran, you guys.
Hijacked Iran and the people of Iran. I said the greatest threat facing Israel and potentially the world is this regime that will try to arm itself with nuclear weapons. And I've devoted a considerable part of my life, in fact, most of my life, to preventing that. And when the gong of danger sounds, and you know it's the last moment, it's the 12th hour, you've got to act. That's what responsible leaders do. And what I seek is that the entire world will do what President Trump is doing. He's standing up for good against evil. He's standing up for the right.
He's funding my genocide. He is cutting me blank checks left and right.
against the wrong. He's standing up
Sharing intel that seems to only go one way.
for good against bad. And I think that's very admirable. I salute you for it, President Trump.
The president's also, however, Mr. Prime Minister, calling for Iran to get back to the table, to the negotiating table. You don't seem to be saying that that's worth it. How does this end?
Well, in fact, I said it is worth it if they'll do what the president wants, and that is eliminate their enrichment capacity. You know, that's a lot better than my country, my forces, my brave pilots having to do it. It's much better than our Mossad operatives on the ground having to do it. But if they don't do it, and they certainly didn't want to do it, it became very clear, we had to act. We don't wait until we have a nuclear holocaust. That's not going to happen again.
So how does it end?
Well, it'll end when we remove those capacities, and we will.
Well, I haven't really thought about that part.
You stopped.
There's not even like a day after plan for the end of the Gaza genocide. There's not. He is not even advanced who the alternative governing force is going to be in Gaza. He doesn't want the PA. He obviously doesn't want Hamas, but he's not said who else it's going to be. So maybe we don't even get to the details about what comes next after you topple Iran's regime, which you're going to be able to do definitely. And even if they do, you're definitely not going to create a power vacuum. Maybe you should do focus on the first problems that you started.
Of killing Iran's civilian leaders, just military commanders, I mentioned nuclear scientists, but not the supreme leader, Khamenei. There is a Reuters report just moving saying that President Trump in the last couple of days vetoed an Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader, according to 2 U.S. officials. Is that true?
Actually, there's so many false reports of conversations that never happened, and I'm not going to get into that, but I can tell you.
I mean, this conversation probably didn't happen. It seems like a planted story to me. There's a reason why Reuters is saying the U.S. officials on the condition of anonymity are telling us this. It wasn't something that, like a leak of intelligence or documents or something suggested. It's U.S. sources telling Reuters anonymously, this plan was brought to us or whatever.
I think that
because it almost suggests we said no to that, but we were totally cool with the strikes.
We do what we need to do. We'll do what we need to do. Which
obviously is contradicted by Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State's first statements after they happened, which is basically that was a unilateral decision we had nothing to do with. And I do not think it was the I'm not under the impression, given the Iran talks were scheduled for that Saturday, that is actually untrue. Even though I usually don't believe anything that comes out of Trump's administration.
The United States knows what is good for the United States, and I'm just not going to get it.
Okay. The Iran foreign minister today told reporters this: if Israel stops attacks on Iran, quote, our responses will stop. The attack on Iran in the midst of nuclear talks clearly demonstrates the Israeli regime's opposition to any form of negotiation. Of the canceled talks that were intended to take place today, he said Iran would have presented a counterproposal that, quote, could have opened doors for an all-out agreement with the Americans. So, again, the foreign minister saying, if you stop, they will stop. What's your response to that?
Well, first of all, it's hogwash. While they were negotiating, the Ayatollah himself, Khamenei, tweeted again and again, death to Israel. Israel must be destroyed. So some good faith there, right? Aside from that.
Wait, what?
While they were negotiating, the Ayatollah himself, Khamenei, tweeted again and again, death to Israel. Israel must be destroyed. So some good faith there.
I have no idea if this is true, but even if it is, apparently now the normal and rational response as a head of state when another leader, an adversary of yours, criticizes you is to preemptively strike their country.
Yeah, right. Aside from that, they had bad faith because they were cheating, and we saw it in our intel. It was very clear. And the U.S. had the same intel. Believe me, we shared it. We shared that intelligence. One of the great things of our unprecedented cooperation that has happened under President Trump is that we share every bit of information. So number one, he's lying. That's not new. Iran lies all the time. They cheat. But the second point is that they are. They say, okay, we'll stop if you stop. Stop what? You'll continue to develop your engines of death, mass death, continue to develop your nuclear bombs, continue to develop the ballistic missiles like the one that fell in Tel Aviv, near Tel Aviv today. I was there, the whole building just slammed through. Children sleeping in their beds, killed. Women sleeping in their beds, killed. Horrible stuff. Yeah, they'll stop and continue to develop the means for our extermination. That's not going to happen. So obviously, that's not said in good faith. The issue here is not de-escalation. The issue here is not ceasefire. The issue here is stopping those things that will threaten our survival, and we're committed to stopping them, and I think we can achieve them. Now, if they are willing to accept President Trump's terms,
you can definitely do this.
That's a different matter. I said that months ago, and I said, and in my meeting with the president in Washington,
overnight,
if you can get a deal that does it, fine. But he didn't, not because the president didn't want it. It's because Iran didn't want it, and they cheated.
Overnight, you expanded your airstrikes to include oil.
Do I even need to say that this is not true?
And energy infrastructure in Iran. Is that a different phase? What's the point?
I mean, like, after the strikes occurred, the U.S. said we'd still be in attendance for that conference, but then Iran pulled out. But they were going to be there.
Well, this was an oil
Infrastructure in Iran. Is that a different phase? What's the point?
Well, this was an oil container. It wasn't a production site, but it merely means that we're ready to take whatever action is needed. And of course, we'll take some of those actions in response to what Iran does to us. But as I said, our main targets are the military and nuclear targets, and we're taking them out with the precision and with purpose.
You know, we're not hearing much harsh criticism from from the Gulf Arab countries. There have been some statements. Saudi Arabia putting out, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its condemnation, strong denunciation of the Israeli attacks that targeted the Islamic Republic of Iran, which violated sovereignty. These attacks represent a blatant violation of international laws and norms. That was early on, but not much since then. How do you judge the Gulf states' response to what's happening now?
Well, I'll leave that to them. They can speak for themselves. But I truly believe, that we have a great future if we take out Iran. Iran has been the systematic fomenter of wars, sabotage, terrorism. They attacked Aramco, the Saudi oil facilities. They send terrorists everywhere throughout the Middle East. So I think that I have a different conception, a different
Non-state actors that they still can't defeat.
future. And it was
But you're going to be able to take on the state of Iran
embarked on
and
with
topple their regime. Okay. Even though the president that is in office now is the more moderate president.
President Trump. And his
There's a
leadership.
supreme leader, but there's also a president within Iran.
And the Abraham Accords, where we signed peace treaties with 4 Arab states, expanding the peace, something that wasn't done for a quarter of a century. And I believe that we'll have opportunities to expand the peace as well with other of the Arab states next to us. I think they understand that Iran is a mortal threat to them as well. They have their eyes on their oil facilities. They want the water.
I don't want to speak for Arab nations, but I'll just speak for Arab nations. I'm sure they're definitely on board with what we're up to.
Ways with the Houthis. They want to come.
Like, he can't comment on what the Saudi leadership said, but he can comment on what every other Arab nation is thinking, feeling at this moment.
For the Middle East. And the one obstacle they've had so far is the state of Israel, because we're the ones fighting Iranians. And the other obstacle they have is President Trump. And I think, I'll tell you, they think that President Trump is an enormous obstacle. They think that Israel is a very big obstacle, and they're out to get us both. In fact, they tried to kill me too. They fired a missile into my bedroom windows. They missed.
Wow. The Saudi Crown.
Again, if I speak, big trouble. I'll just repeat. They fired it into his bedroom window, but they missed. If I speak.
Prince, as you remember, in September of 23, told me he was getting closer every day to recognizing Israel and normalization. The very next day, you repeated that to me. Take a listen. Reports that you had suspended talks.
No, that's not true.
Not true. So you think, if you were to characterize it, are you close?
Every day we get closer.
I know you heard those words from the Saudi Crown Prince. What was your response?
Well, I was delighted to hear what he had to say, and to borrow a phrase, I think we're getting closer to peace every day that passes.
Obviously, October 7th was just a few days later. Can you get back to that moment, pre-October 7th?
I think what you heard was correct. One of the possible reasons for the timing of Hamas's attack, and remember, Hamas is one of Iran's terror proxies. One of the reasons that they may have brought up the attack and not even coordinated with others as they were supposed to do is perhaps that they were afraid that the words of the Saudi Crown Prince and my own words were about to materialize. But they will materialize one day, I'm sure of it. And that day will be a lot sooner once we get rid of this mortal threat that Iran poses not only to Israel, but to our Arab neighbors,
but to the world,
Europe, to the United States, to many others.
Last thing, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about the situation in Gaza. One of the reasons it's not moving forward, the normalization, is because of how that's happening.
The situation in Gaza.
Understand that you put the onus on Hamas for everything that's happening there. But
so I understand, Mr. Netanyahu, that you morally discharge all of your actions to Hamas, which is a non-state actor, far less powerful than you, and you don't take any responsibility and act with impunity. But that aside,
as of now, we take the Gaza Health Ministry for what it is.
We must establish that fact, though.
As they say, the death is 55,000. The United Nations puts it at that number as well, but they're citing the Gaza Health Ministry and women and children making up half.
The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, even though the health ministry is completely transparent and, like, in the sense that the the formula, the way that they calculate the deaths, is fairly conservative. I think that it's a civilian-run org. They put the names, the age, birthdays of people, when they died, and then it also has to be verified that somebody who works within the Gaza Health Ministry, like either a doctor or some sort of civil servant, has to actually identify or see the person that goes on to the death registry. As opposed to Israel, that doesn't release any of that information. They just provide these numbers, and there's no transparency as to how they arrived at the number, how they determined if that person was a terrorist or engaged in hostilities or collateral damage. There's no names. There's nothing like that.
For the dead.
But you can't trust the Gaza Health Ministry, apparently.
Is there an Israeli estimate as far as the death in Gaza since the start of that operation?
Well, the ratio of civilian combatants to non-combatants is about 1-to-1, which is unheard of in such a dense urban environment.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
That's happening because we're telling the population leave, and Hamas at gunpoint, sometimes shooting them, saying stay in the war zone. That's why you have had a lot of civilian casualties. That is decreased, and happily, because we're doing everything in our power to separate combatants from non-combatants. The reason this war has been going on for so long is, one primary reason is
they're doing everything that they can. That's why they use AI to target entire residential buildings. So you can kill up to 50 civilians per one Hamas operative that's like asleep.
Hostages. They've taken
But they're doing everything that they can to separate them, you guys.
hostages. Remember, this is the regime that took Americans hostage.
There's
That's how they began.
53 captives, less than half of them believed to be alive. Is that fair?
Oh, they took hostages? Dang. Guess you have no choice but to bomb them.
20 are alive. The rest, unfortunately, are not alive. But, we started out with, we've already brought back 202 hostages, most of them alive. Some people believed in the beginning of the war. In fact, the most senior military people, they said, we'll be lucky if we got one. And I said, no, I don't think so. I think that a combination of military and diplomatic pressure will get us, we can get them out. And I'm committed to getting all of them out. I've said 2 days ago,
he's so committed to it that he keeps rejecting any proposal that includes the release of the hostages over a planned period of time. That's how committed he is to getting them out. He's so committed that he ignores hundreds of thousands of Israelis that have been going out into the streets and protesting for their return over the last year. That's how committed he is.
Instructed our people to try to resume the negotiations for a ceasefire that would enable us to take Steve Witkoff, the American envoy, has made an offer to begin a 60-day ceasefire in which half of those hostages would be released right away. And I said, yes, we're ready to go. There's been some development there. I hope we are able to do that because I'm committed to getting them out. And I'm committed to getting them out and also to separate the Hamas from controlling the humanitarian aid that we're trying to give the people of Gaza, because they rob it, they steal it, and then they take a good chunk for themselves, and then they hike up the prices and give a pittance to the civilian population.
He says this with a completely straight face, as it was revealed that Netanyahu is actually funding and arming ISIS-affiliated criminal gangs within the Gaza Strip to cause tension within the Strip between Hamas and ISIS that are obviously have beefed before.
Population. So we have a plan that we devised with the help.
But apparently, arming ISIS-affiliated gangs is supposed to help get food to civilians somehow. Supposed to help take Hamas out. Hamas, who is ISIS. I guess you're supposed to think that they're like equally bad, but I guess ISIS is slightly less bad now than Hamas because he's willing to arm them.
American firms to separate the giving of the humanitarian aid to the population from Hamas control. And we're accused of starvation policies and all these other demonizations and vilifications against Israel. Look, we're a democracy fighting an island.
I don't even need to announce like the most recent thing, but they literally said no food, no fuel, no water. You guys are human animals back in October 2023, like within days after October 7th. But these are just accusations, anti-Semitic accusations to bring these things up.
In the sea of evil, and we're doing what we can to remove this proxy, this Iran terror proxy as well. But the big question for Israel, for humanity, for the world, for Israel and the United States is whether we can take away the weapons of mass death from this cult of death that is in Tehran. The tyrants of Tehran will not
weapons
win.
of mass death.
With God's help, we will win.
So just address the critics who say about Gaza that you're trying to make Gaza unlivable in order to push Palestinians out of the territory permanently.
When he says those critics, like it's just like some random voices that have somehow made it into the mainstream. It's not like it's former Israeli prime ministers like Ehud Olmert. It's not like it's Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, independent journalists, genocide scholars. No. Just like these random critics.
When they say that, what's the response?
Yeah. Well, because it's another lie. These are incredible lies. I think, first of all, no army in the history of the world has gone through the lengths that Israel has gone to separate combatants from non-combatants using millions of text messages, phone calls, you name it.
Moral army.
Leaflets even. Getting the population out. Otherwise, we'd have an enormous number of civilian deaths. And of course, Israel has that firepower, but we don't use it because that's our moral base. But the other thing is equally that we're not trying to destroy Gaza. We're trying to remove the threat from Gaza. And as far as the choice of people, if they want.
We say this now is like 90% of the buildings and infrastructure in Gaza have been leveled. Like, dude, who are you fooling? I have to remember that the average age, or like the median age of a Fox News viewer is like 88. So I guess you are fooling an 88-year-old that's never picked up a paper. Or only picks up a paper that obscures that reality.
Want to leave or not? President Trump has given a brilliant idea. He said, look, Gaza has to be rebuilt. It's been destroyed because every place is booby-trapped. So, the population finally leaves. They overcome the threats by Hamas to shoot them, and they just leave. They tell Hamas, leave our buildings, and they almost get shot by Hamas. But when they leave, they booby-trap everything. So when we come to fight the terrorists, they set off these charges and they kill our soldiers. What we do is we bring a supercharge. It detonates all the booby traps, and that's how you have buildings destroyed. We also go into tunnels, sometimes at great sacrifice. Our UN ambassador, Leiter, had his son, 39-year-old father of 7, killed because he went as a reserve soldier to defuse these tunnels. But we put charges there. They blow up the tunnels. The tunnels are below buildings. The buildings collapse. So there's a lot of demolition in Gaza. It has to be rebuilt. President Trump said, okay, let the people have a choice. Why are they locked in? They're not locked in other battle scenes, and the people leave by the millions in Ukraine and Iraq and Syria. They're left by the millions. In Gaza, they're locked in. He said, why? Give them a choice. If they want to leave to other locations, help them with a voluntary relocation. If they want to come back, they'll come back after the work of restructuring Gaza is complete.
There's a UN estimate that says if the blockade remains in place and they try to rebuild with that blockade in place, it would take 350 years to be able to do that.
And I think that's a brilliant plan. I think it's all for the good. It's good for peace. It's good for Israel and the United States. I think it's good for Palestinians. They should be given a choice.
Mr. Prime Minister, very last thing. I asked you how long this may last. You said it's up to the Iranians. If you had the opportunity, and you do.
The choices here are leave or we kill you. Leave or we assume you're a terrorist. Leave or we are going to say that you were a Hamas sympathizer, militant, helper, whatever the fuck. And we'll drop a bomb on you.
Now, to speak directly to the Supreme Leader and to speak directly to the Iranian people, what are those two messages you'll say?
Well, the Iranian dictator, really, he's a dictator. He's a tyrant. He has sent us a message calling just about every day for the death of Israel, the destruction of Israel and America, but the death of Israel. So my answer to him is with action, not with words. But to the people of Iran, I say you're a great people. You're a people of great talent and genius. You have been usurped by this tyranny that has robbed you of hope, has robbed you of a good life. I speak to the Iranian people directly. I don't know if you know this, Brett. I do these videos. I get millions and millions of responses. And they say, Viva Israel, bravo Israel, free us from this tyranny. And I say to them, you're our freedom.
Could you imagine Putin saying this? I get all these videos from these Ukrainians that are like, yay, Viva Russia, you're liberating us. Please annex the territory, continue bombing and killing civilian centers.
Is near. Rise up, be free.
Mr. Prime Minister, we appreciate your time in the middle of a very dangerous time inside Israel. We should point out you are inside Israel. We've kept your location.
He just makes up random things because he knows people will believe it. People will believe it, and he's enabled by disgusting journalists like Brett Baer, who are function as propagandists, not actually journalists. If you're already willing to work on the Fox network, that already gives you insight into what journalistic standards and practices you hold yourself to, which is to say none. But then these types of disgraceful interviews that you basically just exist as a mouthpiece for Israeli propaganda and Bibi Netanyahu for 32 minutes with no pushback. Any pushback that he had in this was not actually clarification. It was or an original criticism that he came up with. It was bringing up things that other people have said and being incredibly vague.
private since it's a security situation, but we appreciate all the time you've given us. You're welcome back on Special Report anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett.
Anytime, BB. Welcome back.
Hey, it's Will Kane.
Okay. And do this. Okay, we're like an hour and a half in. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and subscribe to me. That way you can get access to emotes and an ad-free experience, or follow so you can know when I go live, which is basically every day for several hours at a time. And I cover bullshit like this sometimes, but other politics as well in general. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream or subscribe to me. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box, where I also have my Ko-fi link included. Let's see. Should we look at this, like, before we get to Piers Morgan? I think I want to do Sneako, Eric Adams, and Amber Rose. For some reason that fucking happened. So I found this because I'm scrolling. Then all of a sudden, this comes across my feed. This was posted June 14th. Sneako X NYC Mayor Eric Adams and Amber Rose live now. Holding a cigar. For some reason, Eric Adams must do a live stream with a neo-Nazi. And these were the highlights that I saw, but I also am like curious to take a peek at the VOD.
Like New York is missing that you.
It says Sneako couldn't believe it when New York City Mayor Eric Adams told him he wants to bring 11 to New York City, which I think is a nightclub.
Want in the city.
Outside 11?
Yeah, I'm with you with the 11 because the 11 is.
Yeah.
You want to bring 11 to yeah. Come on now. We need that here. Yes, we do. Yeah. That's gonna talk about that. That's it. Oh wait, I got Donnie's gonna talk about that. We're on the same page.
Donnie's not thinking that way.
That's hilarious. I don't know if they know that club. That's a good Miami club.
I can tell he's not kidding. He's not kidding at all. He's dead serious. What do you feel like New York is missing?
Muted. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I was just looking at this. Sorry. I keep having to clear my throat because even though I fucking took a day off, it sounds terrible. And like every time I do that, I don't want to be like clearing it right into the mic. But thank you for like telling me quickly. Eric Adams tells Sneako's grand plan to bring 11 to New York. Eric Adams is still planning to run for mayor of New York City, despite opting out of the Democratic primary. So he did this because he was embroiled in a scandal where he took money from Turkey and was accepting bribes. Like, money in the... It was, like, not even a significant amount of money. It was literally just, like, free plane tickets and just, like, suits and stuff. It was just, like... just crap, like, for what he was trading. But he's still running as an independent, and it's also because he doesn't want to have to face any of the other Democratic candidates in the primaries or debates, which he would have to do. Eric Adams says he wants to bring Miami's iconic nightclub 11 to New York. He joked about the idea while speaking with Sneako and Amber Rose for a recent live stream on social media. Eric Adams hosted them at the mayor's official residence on the Upper East Side, according to the New York Post. And like this, I didn't even realize. I didn't realize that this was not hosted in Miami. I got... From like the clips that I was seeing, it looked like it was in Florida, but they were actually at his home in New York City. The topic arose with someone else on the stream asking him what New York City is missing. Outside 11, Adam responded while laughing. The group then burst into laughter, with someone even joking that the idea isn't on Zoran Mamdani's platform. Eric Adams has been, and that was like Sneako who made that joke. Eric Adams has been facing tons of backlash for sitting down with Sneako, who's been accused of anti-Semitism many times over the years. He also has ties to white nationalist Nick Fuentes and Kanye West. Representative Richie Torres, our favorite, wrote in response to the interview on X, formerly Twitter, "Who's next on the guest list? David Duke." A spokesperson for Adams defended his decision to host Sneako in a statement provided to the New York Post. Mayor Adams has always stood strongly with the Jewish community. Oh my God. And this is said without a shred or like hint of irony. Yeah, strongly with the Jewish community and will continue to do so without compromise. He has a long and proud record of fighting anti-Semitism, supporting Jewish causes, and building lasting relationships with Jewish leaders across the city and state, they wrote. The mayor is frequently interviewed by a wide range of streamers, podcasters, and media figures from many backgrounds. While he does not share the views of all who interview him, his values remain unwavering. Anti-Semitism has no place in New York City, and no one can question Mayor Adams' deep and ongoing commitment to combating hate in all its forms. Like, Eric Adams literally being like, we must combat anti-Semitism, and then he goes live with an actual anti-Semite. Is he running for mayor? Yeah. Indicted on since-dismissed corruption charges last year, still planning on running for re-election. In doing so, he opted out of the Democratic primary and will instead be running as an independent. He is literally just hoping he gets reelected based off of name recognition alone. That's the only thing that could possibly get him to be able to remain as mayor. Early voting began in the New York City Democratic mayoral primary on Saturday. Candidates include disgraced former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, the aforementioned Zoran Mondani, Brad Lander, Adrian Adams, and more. Okay, so it was like a club. It was a club. And then there's this clip of him smoking a cigar.
And it has no fillers, no chemicals. It's the most organic cigar you will have.
And the best presentation going, you know?
It comes in its own Italian-made humidor, 4 inlays, and you're not lit. Well,
gotcha.
And it has no fillers, no chemicals.
So weird, man. And the reason that she's even along for this is because organic cigars, yes. No, of course, obviously more healthy for you than traditional cigars. Amber Rose RNC. She spoke at the RNC in the last year. And I kid you not, this, from what I remember, she's literally like, I went to a Trump rally and they were nice to me, so I became a Republican.
Hello, my name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you. But most importantly, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life.
If there's something that the mostly white conservative Republican base loves, it's a single black mom who started like the slut walk, who like founded the slut walk and has face tattoos.
That's something that unites all American parents. Whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals, we all want a better country for our children. But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background, that the best chance we have to give our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. Now, you may be wondering why I'm up.
Remember Van Jones saying her support was devastating to the Democratic Party?
Here
I hadn't seen that.
I'm no politician, and I don't want to be. But I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump. I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse, and I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump.
She did her own research, you guys.
Have to do their research. I watched all the rallies.
And Vance is like, yeah, me too. I also had to pretend like I didn't call him the next coming of Hitler for America like 3 years ago.
And I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love.
The GOP, notable for its inclusiveness and fight for racial equality.
And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too.
Someone said she smacks her lips a lot. Now I can't unsee it.
I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now.
Yeah, she did. She dated Kanye, so of course she feels comfortable with Nazis. That's true. It was like before he went insane, but he was always kind of insane.
My father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. What's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am.
Things are starting to make sense. She's like, you would think that she had like a high enough net worth that she would not be talking about like grocery prices or whatever. So she's either lying or it's like, oh, so you've fallen on hard times and have decided to become a right-wing grifter.
And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control. And you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump.
At this point, they were really pushing the whole, like, is your life better now or was it better 4 years ago? Which is insane because 4 years earlier, we had been in the middle of a global pandemic that he had entirely mishandled. But voters have the memory of a goldfish, so it doesn't matter.
My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him.
Eugenia Cooney was talking about grocery prices on TikTok. It's not like she's actually bought groceries, but, you know, the times that she's been in the grocery store, she's like, I swear they were, like, cheaper last week. You know, it doesn't really impact her because she doesn't eat, but...
When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth.
She's Maha.
American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes. Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much. Thank
you. Beautiful. So the transformation was complete 11 months ago. This was July 15, 2024. / food inspectors girl. So, what the hell, man? Okay, I just want to see, like, I don't think I could watch this whole thing. Oh, wait. I want to see what the New York Times said about it. Because they also had an article. Banned from YouTube, but welcomed by Eric Adams at Gracie Mansion. Mayor Adams did an hour-long interview with Sneako, a streamer who has made remarks many consider anti-Semitic. The conservative influencer Amber Rose was also present. I feel like they don't do this type of, like, couching as, like, many consider it anti-Semitic when it's come to pro-Palestine protests, but suddenly when it comes to covering the, like, open neo-Nazi Sneako, many consider these statements to be anti-Semitic. Suddenly we must be hyper-objective on this. As Mayor Eric Adams nears the end of his first term, he has embraced a somewhat unorthodox media strategy for a New York City Democrat, appearing regularly on Fox News and with other conservative outlets. This is not a somewhat unorthodox? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, Bloomberg is, like, a New York City Democrat. That dude's fucking conservative. He was mayor of New York City. But I can't remember, I guess to be fair, I don't remember if he had switched his party affiliation yet, because I think when he was New York City mayor, he was like still a Republican. But fine. It's a somewhat unorthodox media strategy for like a New York City Democrat specifically, but it's not an unorthodox strategy for a New York City mayor, period. Because the New York City mayors, for the most part, have been reactionary scumbags and grifters. On Saturday, Mr. Adams took things a step further. He participated in an hour-plus interview with Sneako, a conservative online content creator who has faced bans from YouTube and Twitch for spreading misinformation and comments deemed as anti-Semitic. He like spread like anti-vax misinfo, I think. I think that might have been the thing that got him banned. It was that, or is that he was harassing another content creator, like sexually harassing another content creator or something. As in, like, he made a video where he made like highly inflammatory, sexually charged comments towards another female YouTube creator who was partnered. During the interview conducted on the porch of Gracie Mansion, Mr. Adams sat on a patio sofa and smoked cigars with Amber Rose, a conservative influencer, OnlyFans model, and a former paramour of Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. His son, Jordan Coleman, sat nearby. Mr. Adams did not say anything that seemed a departure from most of his recent stances, but it was not what he said that drew criticism. It was that he said it to Sneako, whose real name is Nicholas Ken de Bolenthese. I'd never seen his whole... I knew his name was like Nico or something like that. I didn't know that his full name was public. A day before the interview, Sneako wrote that, quote, Israel is not compatible with Western civilization on the social media site X. Dude. Keep digging. That doesn't matter. The fact, like, yes, he hates Israel because he's an anti-Semite, but he has openly said more anti-Semitic shit. Representative Richie Torres, Democrat of the Bronx, again, our friend Richie Torres, said Sneako was, quote, one of the most virulent anti-Semites in the world of alternative media. I don't really disagree with this characterization. There is no excuse for the mayor meeting with him, let alone gracing him with cigars at Gracie Mansion, he said. On Monday, Mr. Adams stressed he did not make or endorse any anti-Semitic comments during the interview and reiterated his support for Jewish New Yorkers. The Jewish residents of the city know where I am. They know what my voice is, and they know that there has not been a stronger voice in politics on fighting against anti-Semitism, the mayor said. No one has done what I've done as the mayor of New York, of the city. Dude, of all of the different alternative content creators he probably could have gotten in with, why did he go with Sneako? He is such a fucking moron. He's totally a fake-ass Muslim, too. I mean, yeah, they pick up these things, just like, it's just an aesthetic to them. It's not serious. Like, there was a photo of him, where was he? And you could literally see, like, the Adidas underneath, like, the robe that he was wearing. Hold on. I put Sneako, Muslim, Adidas. Maybe it'll come up. Like, the photo that I'm thinking of. Because I'm, like, seeing this trip that he took to, like... Where did he go? Fucking Mecca? There is, like, a photo that he took in this outfit, like, head-on with flash photography. And it ended up showing... You could, like, see the Adidas thing that he was wearing underneath it. This was November 12th, 2023. Mr. Adams has been a vocal supporter of Israel, traveling to Jerusalem and Tel Aviv in a 3-day visit in 2023 to emphasize his connection with the city's Jewish community. The mayor has staunchly condemned the October 7th attacks, but has also drawn fire for not speaking as strongly to the plight of Palestinians. Shocker. Mr. Adams, who was running as an independent in November, has prioritized seeking the Orthodox Jewish vote. He said he will name his ballot line End Anti-Semitism, and he has taken a flurry of executive actions to show his support for the Jewish community. Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought he was running as Eric Adams. I didn't know that he was doing this. So he's not even trying to, like, coast off name recognition. I guess at this point they've determined it's more of a liability than if he tried to do this stunt. Behind the scenes, the mayor's political team has been working to persuade rabbis not to back former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, the frontrunner in the June 24th Democratic primary. Well, I'm sure you really helped to make the decision that much easier for these rabbis to not back Cuomo, given that you sat down with a fucking neo-Nazi. Like, fantastic idea. Last month, Mr. Adams announced the creation of the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism to address rising hate crimes against Jewish New Yorkers. The office is separate from an existing mayoral office designed to fight hate. Weird. When was this made? Oh, wait, no. He's announcing the creation. The mayor then signed an executive order to recognize the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definitions of anti-Semitism. This is evil, but I don't like. It said international, and then you have the second word starts with H, and I don't know why, but in my brain I was like, am I about to read out the acronym for fucking IHOP, like International House of Pancakes? No, International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. I do not know why that just like popped in my head. Definition of anti-Semitism, a decision that was criticized by civil liberty groups as infringing on the right to express political speech. Jewish leaders were quick to support Mr. Adams despite the Sneako interview. Rabbi David Niederman, executive director of the United Jewish Organizations of Williamsburg, Inc., said he had not heard about the interview but had no question about the mayor's support of Jewish New Yorkers. Oh my God. Amazing. The mayor, I mean, they don't give a shit about anti-Semitism. They're worried about anti-Israel bias, and they're worried, if he does all the virtue signal shit, so he basically gets the pass to do whatever he wants. He could literally sit down with Kanye West. He could sit down with Fuentes, and they probably would still back him. The mayor and his team were vague on how the interview, unless this is a statement that came out before he did that, right? Oh, no. He, like, doesn't want to know. He had no question about the mayor's support, yeah. Or, like, he said he hadn't heard about the interview. And he doesn't want to know about the interview. The mayor and his team were vague on how the interview came about. Mr. Adams said he was smoking a pre-Father's Day cigar with Mr. Coleman on Gracie Mansion's back porch when Sneako showed up at the invitation of another guest at Gracie. A video of the interview shows the mayor being handed a cigar after Sneako was already seated next to him. Asked if Mr. Adams' son had invited Sneako, Kayla Mamalik-Altis, a spokeswoman for the mayor, said she did not know and referred a reporter to the mayor's campaign. Todd Shapiro, a spokesman for the mayor's campaign, also said he did not know who had invited Sneako. Okay, so we're just doing like the Fuentes thing, where Trump sits down with Fuentes at Mar-a-Lago and then immediately disavows him after he catches like just a little bit of flack and says that he didn't know like he was going to be there. I don't know the young man, Mr. Adams said. I'm not familiar with the streaming at all. It's convenient. And he says, I would like to interview you and talk about some of the issues of the day. And that's what we did. Anti-Semitism has become a wedge issue in the Democratic primary for mayor. Mr. Cuomo has called anti-Semitism the most important issue in the race. Of course, because he's like trying to get that vote so he can try to beat Zoran. And has accused at least 3 opponents of being anti-Semitic, especially Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, who is second to the governor in most polls. Mr. Adams, when asked if he should have better vetted a guest to Gracie Mansion, he said, yes, hindsight's 20/20. Mistakes were made. The mayor, citing the great level of distortion from legacy media, has sought out coverage from non-traditional venues. But he said that nowadays anyone with a cell phone can be a streamer or reporter. Yeah, this really could have been anyone, you guys. It's like so hard to tell. It's not like he has a prolific history online where all of this stuff is extensively documented by like Media Matters or the Southern Poverty Law Center, or these banned off YouTube, or there's no shortage of pop culture journalists that have discussed exactly and precisely why he has been called anti-Semitic. It's not like there's live streams of him hanging out with Nick Fuentes. I just try to be authentic and true to who I am, Mr. Adams said. So no matter where I'm recorded or who records me, they're going to see the authentic Eric. I mean, I know he is. I mean, I don't doubt that he's being authentic. You will do and say anything to get money, to get power, to get votes, and to win public favorability. Okay, I probably can't like watch too much of the VOD. This is a clip of Eric Adams like apologizing.
Posted a man named Sneako, a live streamer who
Sneako.
He shares anti-Semitic views repeatedly. But I'm curious, you were smoking, that's a quality of life issue. Are you allowed to smoke whatever you're allowed to smoke in Gracie Mansion because it is a park?
Gracie Mansion is my house. You know, I live there. And
oh my God. How the fuck is it that he sits down with a notable anti-Semite, but this stupid reporter gives him the out to start talking about whether or not he could be smoking a fucking cigar on the Gracie Mansion property? What the fuck?
From time to time, I enjoy smoking a cigar. I like doing it with my son.
Priorities.
Father's Day smoke on Saturday where people came over to see me. They came over and they sat down. They joined us on the back porch of my home, Gracie Mansion. And one of the people invited a streamer in. I don't know the young man. I'm not familiar with his streaming at all. And he says
he smoked on the front porch. It's like such a non-issue. The fact that they allowed him to address that first before, it would just be like, again, if you like sat down with David Duke and they were like, there were people next to you that were like smoking marijuana at the mansion. What do you have to say about that? Then you can address the whole like David Duke thing.
I would like to interview you and talk about some of the issues of the day. And that's what we did. His stance on Jews and other issues, everyone knows my position. I've been extremely strong on hate in the city of any kind, not only for Jewish residents. I fought against Islamophobia, anti-Sikhism, anti-LGBTQ plus criticism. And so I wish I would have known his stances, because I would love to have engaged in a conversation with him on that.
Yeah, pre-Father's Day is like, you mean Saturday?
But I'm open to sit down and to be interviewed by anyone, because
it was a pre-Father's Day cigar. It was a pre-Juneteenth cigar. It was a pre-4th of July cigar. It was a pre-Labor Day cigar. It was a pre-Christmas cigar, you know.
Clear on my message.
Whom amongst us?
Fighting hate. We just signed the agreement, the IRA agreement. People know my position on what happened in Gaza. Those who are Jewish and other descents in this city, they know where I stand. And so I wish I would have known his positions, because I would love to have engaged in a conversation on those positions. But I didn't know. I didn't know him. He was one of the people that came and sat on my back porch and enjoyed the cigar with my son and I. And Amber.
You guys, don't you just hate when a prolific anti-Semite just wanders onto your porch and you sit down with them and you're like cozy and you have a chat for a while and you let them interview you? Does anyone else hate when that fucking happens?
Rose was there. Scott was there. A noted promoter. Another business person was there. Jordan was there.
My stance on Jews is a wild statement. I know.
We was engaged in a conversation. And for anyone to take that in conversation and think that it was anything more than that, there's not much I could do about that. But the Jewish residents of this city know where I am. They know where my voice is. And they know that there has not been a stronger voice in politics on fighting against anti-Semitism. No one has done what I've done as the mayor of the city.
I mean, he's not wrong. It's actually stunning how he has managed to be more corrupt than Rudy Giuliani and Bloomberg. No one has done that. He's not incorrect. Okay, this just occurred to me. I have to see if the ADL even bothered to say anything, because they weren't quoted in the New York Times article, which is really weird. Because we know their stance on Mr. Hasan Parker. There is no way they did not say anything about this. If I put just like... That's amazing if they didn't. ADL, Sneako, what, Eric Adams? Oh my god, they really didn't say anything. So we definitely know that Elon Musk, according to the ADL, can be forgiven because he's autistic or whatever, and that wasn't really a Nazi salute, apparently. But, and like Sneako hanging out with Eric Adams, and then he disingenuously distances himself from him after the appearance. Nothing to see here, but you guys, Hasan Piker. We must prioritize talking about Hasan Piker if you're the ADL. An existential threat to Twitch or something. And also, like, personally responsible for the Israeli, like, diplomat embassy shooting. It's Hasan Piker. Must have the most blatant Sig Heil shit I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, well, the ADL looked at it and is like, tomato, tomato on that one. You think it's a Sig Heil, we think he was just, like, autistic and, like, trying to wave goodbye or something. Okay. We're not doing much of the SWAD. When did I do this? I don't even remember when I did it. I have debated this man. I have had dinner with this man. I have been on an episode of Fresh and Fit with this man multiple times. He is, regardless of my personal experiences with him or whatever, like, the thing that sticks out the most to me is, like, the first time I debated him, I think I challenged, I don't even remember what the fuck I challenged him on, but he immediately challenged me to an arm wrestle because I made some comment related to like male strength or something like that. So super secure guy.
What do you call this place? The mayor's mansion?
This is Gracie Mansion. Every mayor lived here but Bloomberg.
Who did you have to arm wrestle? No, he challenged me to an arm wrestle. Sneako did. Because I like challenged him on something.
this was downsizing his luxury.
What was it? Why did he not live here?
He had a beautiful townhouse in Manhattan. He wasn't trying to switch. Okay. You know.
So you live here?
Yes. This is.
And you must smoke the best cigars.
These cigars are amazing. You know.
Yeah, it takes one indoor. This is my cigar.
Yeah.
I'm sick of smoking bad cigars.
He wanted to get it right. So he said instead of smoking someone else's cigars, he has his own cigar that he does. And what's it, Nicaragua, right?
Nicaraguan Cuban seeds.
Yeah. Although if you would have moved those bottles.
No, I am. That's why.
Yeah, but we doing it.
He also there's also a clip of me where in that same debate, what did I ask him? Fuck, I can't remember. Or like I said something that pissed him off. He got like really defensive about it. Fuck, what was it? Oh, I asked if Andrew Tate had kids, and he said that he did. And then at this point, Andrew Tate had already been apprehended on sex trafficking charges, and I said, is he a good father to them from jail? And then he was like, oh, so that's funny that a guy's locked up. Like, he immediately got super defensive that I had said that.
They doing their rolling now, right? Yeah.
Look, that's what comes in pack of 4. Perfect. 604. Wow. These are aged 7 years. World's finest.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I got you.
You a cigar guy?
Yeah. You are? I didn't know you lived in New York.
Yeah.
By the way, this guy.
You sing my praises. I appreciate that.
No, I do. I don't like a lot of people. I say,
Amber was singing your praises as well.
Best, the Piers Morgan shit was the best.
Do you mind if we take a group photo?
No, without a doubt. Hey, Jordan, you want to grab in? Get in this also?
Yeah, I'm definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is so weird that they did this.
All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And I'm gonna give
Is he in it? Pics for the gram.
I'll do a few lands.
Angles.
These yours, right?
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, no.
Right,
Feel that.
One.
What, you guys didn't know that? Yeah, Nicaragua is in Cuba, you guys.
3.
I wish I had my suit on. Usually I'm...
And again, these are organic cigars.
You got that, Justin? You rolling also?
The photo? Yes.
Both, and the film.
Eagles fan?
Yes, filming this.
Alright, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep the chat open so you can see if there's just a problem.
Adam's trying to do some sort of left-wing Trumpism where he just denies and
You don't
redirects.
want anything? You good?
I think right now Cuomo has the mandate on basically being the closest that you can get to like a blue MAGA type, because Cuomo reminds me so much of like what Trump would look like if he were still a Democrat. But it's not an inaccurate comparison to make Adams to say that Adams is trying to do the same.
Okay.
How did this even happen? According to Eric Adams, this just came out of nowhere. Like Sneako just wanders onto his property and they started sitting down and being chummy. He had no idea who he was.
Yeah.
Extra cigar?
Yeah.
You got extra cigar?
Yeah.
I have a regular lighter.
Yeah, there's some upstairs. There's a whole bunch. And in the car. Tell Mom to
I
grab
just
me
put
in the
my
car.
mouth in it. Otherwise, I would.
Yeah. No. I got to tell him he has his box. I have my box in the car. Get this one out of the car.
You want the ones in the car?
Yeah. We have a couple. I have a couple in the car.
Amber, I'll send you the pictures too.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I found it. I found the tweet. Okay, I was like, did I make this up? Okay, I'm not. I didn't make this up. I did have this. Hold on. He uploaded a clip of our debate to fucking, what is it? To Twitter, and he says, it said wokeness is Satanism. And I was really, really sick, so my voice sounds horrible here as well.
How old is Andrew Tate?
He's 36.
How old is Andrew Tate?
He's 36.
Does he have kids?
He does.
Really?
It's not terrible.
Is it true?
He does have kids.
Is he a good father to them? From jail?
That's funny that a guy's locked up and can't be around his kids. That's a fucked up thing to laugh about.
It is fucked up. I'm so sorry to Andrew Tate. My apologies, Andrew. I would never joke about something like that. It is very serious.
I didn't even know Andrew Tate has kids, and I'm not even convinced that he actually does, but whatever.
So can I ask, how much do these cigars cost?
Cost me $18 each. I bought the whole factory. I went to Cuba to buy an old Gullwing, the Mercedes Gullwings, you know, the 56, where the doors go up. I collect those, so I bought one that's like need a full restoration. I went to Cuba in quest to find the best cigars, and it was all garbage. Because it's like the soil's depleted, everything. So I found out where the factory is, which I ended up
Soil depletion.
Nicaragua, the best. And it cost us like $18, but we sell it for $2 months.
Yeah,
Do you mind if I have one?
He has a son apparently who knows.
I only had 3. Do I have any in the car?
Us 3.
Where do we have it? How long are you guys here for?
Don't worry.
How long are you guys here for? Are you living in New York?
No, I live in LA.
I'll let her come over here. But how long are you here for?
Yeah, I was.
And this was another clip that I had like. Well, I posted this as him being a fucking anti-Semite or whatever. Sneako refuses to call Hitler evil while debating Aiden Ross moments after defending him. Keep in mind, Aiden Ross is Jewish.
Why does it matter what Hitler's perspective is? He's a sick man. You even admitted he's a piece of shit, Sneako, right? He's evil, right?
I think he was a bad person. I don't know if he was evil. I haven't met the guy. I think he was a bad person.
I haven't met Hitler. I can't say he's evil.
He was a bad person.
Sneako.
But you see, when you see what you guys are doing, you want me.
Sneako.
Whether or not he was evil, you want me to agree.
Was Hitler evil?
Do you see what you're doing? You want me to agree with the specific narrative so bad.
I see what you're saying. You're just doing this to do it. It was Hitler evil.
Was Thomas Jefferson evil?
Sneako, was Hitler evil?
So painful.
What's your criteria of evil? Murder?
Why does it matter what Hitler's perspective?
If your criteria for evil is murder, then yes, Hitler would already be evil under that criteria. Like this clip, like he used to drive me more crazy because like now I'm remembering stuff. Like this 2-minute clip of him talking to Neon is like a kick streamer, and he's like, "This post is unavailable," but it's just there. Or like he explains the war or whatever, and if you listen, it's literally just the Jewish question. He just like barely tries to frame it like he's pro-Palestinian, but he's not.
So there's another one tomorrow.
Academics just sitting there smiling.
I'm gonna give you a box.
Another moron.
Yeah.
You're gonna love it.
I don't want to be premature, but we can. I mean, we could do something.
Like the Tate brothers. I've sent to Romania so many.
We could do something to go with temporary success.
Oh, really?
But let me finish this, and I'm gonna, put the feelers out.
Tulsa King, you know his show? That's what he smokes.
Oh, okay.
So that's his Michael Jordan's favorite cigar. It's like the best.
Smell good.
These two were talking. He was on the phone.
They produce about 900 every year.
Gotcha.
And it has no fillers, no chemicals. It's the most organic cigar you will have.
And the best presentation going,
It comes in its own Italian-made humidor, 4 inlays, and I live well.
Yeah. You have another lighter, do you, Mom? Someone get the cigars out of the car? Yeah, I think I have a box of this in the car.
If you have a box, let's grab a box, and I'll drop some off tomorrow. He doesn't want to go in his private stash.
You don't have this one in the car?
If you don't need to go use one, I can go down. See that one? But just try to keep us.
This is not like campaign trail antics. This type of shit seems like something you would do after you lose. And you want to maintain like relevancy somehow. Not something that you do to try to get votes or attention.
This wasn't in the car, Sally?
Is this an advertisement? I mean, probably it's like a scam, yeah. All of these people are grifters.
I have some more of this.
It's been a while. I read it correctly, right?
Yeah.
He'll even it out because we don't use any fillers in it. It's all leaves.
You want to wait for the other one? Or?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Let me find. I'm almost sure I have.
I borrow that?
Absolutely.
And see if they can.
Let me light you up.
I'm a filmmaker.
Oh, are you?
I actually got my master's in screenwriting and all that. I started off on the Backyardigans. So you familiar with the show?
Backyardigans?
Yeah, I was covering the moose on the Backyardigans.
Oh, okay.
And that kind of like gave me my bread.
Backyardigans?
Documentaries and like feature films and stuff. And then I went off to school and everything for it. But now I'm working on a limited series.
There you go.
The Secret Agent, and we're trying to stop clout chasing zombies. And
This is an interview. Why is this framed like an interview? They're not even talking. It's just him fucking smoking a cigar.
zombies, I gotta take them out. My
pleasure.
Lighting a cigar with a yellow BIC should be illegal.
You're gonna ash it all the way here in the ash.
What's the proper way to do it?
It's probably gonna take an hour or so.
It's It's not just because it's my company, but it's the world's finest.
Yeah.
Like I've had every single major hotel.
How is Sneako even still relevant enough to interview anybody? I have no clue.
Oh, your boys, totally.
5 and 12.
He's like a fucking.
Their own personality, right?
Oh yeah. They both look exactly like me too.
If I speak, I don't know if I can say what I was about to say.
This is the mayor's mansion. How do you say this correctly?
Gracie Mansion.
Gracie Mansion.
Yes, yes.
The home of Eric Adams. Thank you again for having us, smoking some cigars. Absolutely, Amber Rose for setting this up. And it's a nice summer night in New York. You're a busy guy, so I appreciate you taking the time to do this right now.
And you know,
I'm not saying it. I don't want to get banned.
Stay busy is to do this. End of the night, you know, sometime with my son, we'll sit out on the porch and smoke a cigar and just, you know, really just bring down that temperature because it's non-stop. Being a mayor is hard, but being a mayor of New York is a mayor on steroids. You know,
you're essentially a governor. It's that level of responsibility. The prestige of the New York mayor is unlike any other in the United States.
Well said. And across the globe, you know, we have the UN here, so you have people from across the globe that they come and visit here, and it's an international position. And you know, just as the role as the mayor. Being able to visit a lot of different countries, you know, being back and forth. The
tobacco flavor gets ruined by the lighter fluid taste.
South Central America, Caribbean. That's what makes the city. And so when I meet people and they know that I have enough respect to go visit their homeland, then they come here and they embrace their adopted land. You know, but nothing's better than a good cigar and good conversation.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm waiting for my cigar. They're getting it from the car right
This
now.
is just a cigar ad.
Okay, here we go.
Look at that. Look at that.
There we go.
And I love the presentation, Sean. This is Sean's cigars. I like different cigars, but this definitely, you know, beats the case. You know, the Billionaires Club. Why don't you tell us about it, Sean?
I mean, Eric Adams is a cheap bitch. So do you think he's doing this for free to get in good with these people, or do you think he was paid under the table to celebrate the fact that he got the indictments against him dropped?
So it's aged 7 years, world's finest. Comes in a volcanic section of Nicaragua. We use different seeds. It's more of a passion more than a profitable avenue for me, but I just wanted to have the world's finest, and that's what it is.
Like, I'm not doing an hour and 17 minutes of this. I'm doing like 5 more minutes, and then I'm doing Piers Morgan.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
We cut it for you.
Okay.
So where did you two meet? Was it yesterday the first time that you were able to meet Amber?
Yeah, you know, and you know what's interesting is that you know, a lot of people, they judge each other based on longevity instead of character and energy. I'm a big energy person, and when I sat down, she was with a good friend of mine, and we sat down and was just kicking it for a moment. But you can see that authentic energy. People would look at Amber and they'll see her physical appearance, but the anatomy of her spirit is authentic.
Absolutely.
And I think
Why would he say that? Why would he make any comment about her physical appearance? Why did he say that?
it's part of your life story.
The anatomy of her spirit is beautiful.
Our glory, they don't know our story.
Right.
And you got a powerful story.
Thank you.
know?
Yeah. I do get judged a lot on the internet for my story.
Right.
But it always, for a woman, it's always harder. Our triumph and like things that we go through being in survival mode.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we get the shitty end of the stick on the internet.
Mm.
But you told me a little bit about your story growing
Mhm.
up. I don't know if a lot of people know, the stuff that you've been through growing up in New York.
And it's it's that evolution, and it made me who I am.
Yeah, same.
The most powerful parts of that journey is that I'm not supposed to be here, the mayor of the greatest city on the globe. Growing up, I used to.
How this guy failed upward, I will not understand. He's not charismatic. He is a moron. He is incredibly corrupt. He's not even, there's nothing about him that even comes off as, superficially intelligent. I genuinely do not understand how he, duped so many fucking people in New York to vote for him. But again, I've always questioned the judgment of people who participate in the New York City mayoral race because all of them, all of the last mayors have, sucked.
Walk inside my classroom, I used to get up every morning and I would say, God, please don't make me read. Because if I read that day, all the children in the
Such a mob boss, mafia LARP.
And
very
laugh.
fitting for a corrupt guy.
The gym, they said, let's act like we're reading, because I was undiagnosed dyslexic. And, I would stumble over the words, and I think one or two of the teachers would intentionally have me get up and read, and so I could be humiliated. But they used to have on the back of the chair. I walk in the classroom, they would have dumb student on the back of the chair. And I just said, why am I even going to school going through this?
What was that, the 80s?
Going 70s.
70s.
Yeah, 70s. And so this was 11, 12, 13, 14. And then around 15, I said, I'm not even going back in. I started just hustling, running numbers, buying the nickel bags, making 8 joints, so $3 to help mom out. And then at 15, my brother and I got arrested, and the cops took us to the 103rd precinct where they kicked us in our groin over and over and over again. We were urinating blood for a week. We never told anyone. We were quiet. I didn't tell my mother until I became an adult. And I sat down and shared it.
I never told anyone that I urinated blood until this moment. Thanks for sharing it in this Sneako stream. Until he was older, but like now he's sharing that with the world.
But it pushed me through.
For a week.
And the most powerful part about it is when mommy came to the precinct, the 103rd precinct to pick us up. And I heard it, they were all laughing at her. She had arthritis.
Aaron, did you go to the No King protest in Miami, Florida? No, but there were ones locally. Because I don't live in Miami anymore. It's like hours away from where I am.
She came in the precinct, holding her Bible and a cane in one hand. And I didn't see her, but I heard her. And they said, you know what, they would never be anything. My brother and I, we both got arrested together.
Why is Amber Rose here anyway? What's the connection? I don't really know what the context is of the meeting. He just described that when she met, she's more than her physical appearance suggests, because the anatomy of her spirit is beautiful, but he didn't really give like why they cross paths. But I did show earlier that she spoke for 5 minutes at the RNC last year, talking about how she thought she bought the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was racist, and then she did her own research. And because her dad also started to back Donald Trump, then she realized the truth.
It would never be anything. And mommy said, I'm just going to pray. I'm going to pray. And so that day, I said, you know what? I sold mommy into slavery. And I'm gonna buy her back. You know how back in the day when your family members in slavery, you earn them back and buy their freedom. Mm-hmm. And I said I'm gonna buy mommy freedom. And I went on a 4 payment plan. The first payment I paid when I became a captain in that same police department. Second payment came when I became a state senator. Third payment came when I became the first black ball president. And I was paid in full when I became the mayor.
I know that's right.
That's part of the story.
Wow.
When did you decide you wanted to go into politics?
It's amazing. It's an amazing story.
Sure is.
I was a lieutenant. I was a lieutenant in the 88th precinct, and I used to do midnights. 88th precinct is in Clinton Hill.
So you're from Brooklyn?
Yeah, I was born in Brownsville. Moved to Queens.
Like Mike Tyson.
Yes. Matter of fact, Mike Tyson mural used to be up in Brownsville. I was born in Brownsville, and grew up in Queens, and then returned back to Brooklyn. And what happened was, one day I was on midnights in the 88th precinct, and there was an 11-year-old boy that was arrested either 2 or 3 times in 1 week for armed robbery, gunpoint robbery. And when I came into the precinct, I saw him there cursing everybody out. He was at the front desk when you come in to get processed. He's cursing everybody out, calling people MFs, calling this. And so I said, I told them, they had to process. They put him in the juvenile room, handcuffed him to the bar. And later that night, I said, "What's up, Richie? How you doing, brother?" And so I told him.
Yeah, Eric Adams definitely isn't familiar with these people.
I went to him and I said, "Oh, here, you got another lighter? Yeah, you got a cigar lighter."
Yeah, please.
I mean, he really is relying on the fact that the journalists at that press conference that were asking him questions about, like, how do you know him? Or, like, are you sure you guys really just met by chance because you were talking to Amber Rose, which is also strange that you met her. He clearly knows these people. Or he was introduced and he was completely fine with it.
I was going to say that.
Like his publicist was there.
And so I saw him that night. I went into the juvenile room where he was. And I was like, "Yo, young soldier, you've been arrested several times for armed robbery." He spit at me, cursed at me, F you. So I went back. Later that night, I went to the soda machine, bought him some soda, some snacks. And I just put it down. I didn't say anything to him. I just put it down. Around 2 a.m. in the morning, I went back and said, "You need anything else, young blood?" And I said, "What's going on? Why are you getting caught up with this?" He broke down and started crying. Mm-hmm. His mom was on crack, out in the streets. His dad was serving a homicide bid upstate.
Okay, I'm reading his Wikipedia page, and the thing that is bizarre to me, this idea that, like, I mean, obviously, it's like he's promoted as like some champion of like anti-Semitism or whatever. Not champion, like a staunch opponent of it. But the fact that he, in '94, Adams ran for Congress against incumbent Mayor Major Owens in the Democratic primary for New York's 11th congressional district, condemning Owens for denouncing Louis Farrakhan. like, Louis Farrakhan, who's the head of Nation of Islam, is like a notable anti-Semite. He's literally said shit like, I'm not an anti-Semite, I'm anti-termite. He has made statements like that. But he condemned him. And yet somehow people think that this dude is against anti-Semitism, but failed to receive enough valid signatures to make the ballot. Adams claims his petition signature had been stolen by someone on behalf of Owens, but police found no corroborating evidence. What a bizarre history of this man.
He was out of school for months and no one checked him. He was raising himself. And so I remember that day so clearly because I said, you know what? By the time he's arrested, he's already downstream. We're pulling him out of the river. We should have taken our asses upstream and prevented him from falling in the river. And I said, I can't do this just by being a cop. And I've always felt that you got to do something differently. And it's almost 40 years ago, I woke up in a cold sweat. I was sleeping and I woke up in this cold sweat where God said, you're going to be the mayor January 1st, 2022. And I would tell everybody I met. People used to think I was on medication. You know what I'm saying? Everyone I saw throughout the years, I said, listen, I'm going to be mayor January.
I think Amber is trying to get with Sneako. She said 4 days ago that Sneako can roofie her any day.
2022. And everybody that knew me.
I can't even like feign that I'm surprised. Like she dated Kanye West, so.
Feeling from God was let everybody know, because I don't want anybody to think you stumbled on it. Because people got to believe, and my belief in God is so strong in the ancestors. Every night before going to bed, I give thanks to my ancestors and I give thanks to God. But I stay true to that mission. In spite of all obstacles. If you could have somebody perfectly imperfect like me, go from arrested, rejected, dyslexic, and now elected to be the mayor of the biggest city, that's only God. Bars. But God.
Bars, for sure.
Rejected, dyslexic.
Only divine intervention could explain this man's rise to political power within New York City. We're not doing this anymore. I can't fucking take it.
Mr. Wonderful here.
Okay. So this was 6 hours ago. This is not our war. Israel strikes Iran. Debate featuring Professor Marandi and Medhi Hasan. Also, Cenk is on this panel.
We show the amount of intelligence we have, and we will decide, what we will do next.
I think you forgot. You're an American, not an Israeli.
Do they or do they not support and fund Hamas and Hezbollah? Think like you cannot be this dumb.
Israel attacked Iran. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Everything you just said, with all due respect, is absolute propaganda for the terrorists.
10 years ago today, Donald Trump comes
I remember who that guy is. He's like a huge MAGA shell on Twitter.
No more foreign, endless wars.
Your friends, your Zionist allies, they have bombed buildings belonging to the Iranian television. I'm in one of those buildings. The guard right now is standing outside the door telling me to leave. I was yelling at him, telling him to go. I'm going to finish this interview.
What we saw on Thursday night from Israel was not a preemptive strike. It was a preventive strike, which is illegal under international law. I don't know why you're believing them on this.
If the UN's experts are correct, then Iran is or was 3 days away from enriching enough uranium to build an atomic bomb. That would support Prime Minister Netanyahu's claim that Iran is months, not years, from developing nuclear weapons. And nuclear Iran would be a serious threat to Israel and, frankly, to all of us. Now, we know this because the ruling mullahs are not subtle about their intentions. As we're supposed to believe that chanting death to Israel, death to Britain and death to America is just excitable rhetoric like globalize the intifada. But there's a lot that we don't know for sure about this crisis. Frankly, the foreign policy experts don't have a stellar record on weapons of mass destruction in Middle Eastern dictatorships. Today, the IAEA, whose evidence is the basis of a lot of this, said the IDF is exaggerating the damage it's done to Iran's nuclear facilities.
Doing
as recently as March, the US Director of National Intelligence said this.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear
they don't have
weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
Well, Netanyahu has been talking up the imminent threat of a nuclear weapon in Tehran for at least 33 years, and his core message has always been that Europe, and most importantly America, should be very afraid about it. Here he was making that point to me in 2013. If President Rouhani picked the telephone up and called you, would you take that call?
Yeah, we're not averse to calling. It's a question. I'll tell you what I'll tell him. You want the sanctions lifted? Stop your nuclear program. Why do you need underground bunkers? Why do you need ICBMs? The sole purpose of ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, is to carry nuclear payloads. By the way, not to Israel, to Europe and to the United States. They already have missiles that reach.
He says this like he doesn't also have his own nuclear arsenal.
Why do you need to enrich uranium?
Well, most of the allies who are furious with Israel's increasingly brutal war in Gaza are in lockstep with Netanyahu on Iran.
Also, they enrich uranium for domestic purposes.
Doesn't mean there
It's
is
not
any
just for
public
that.
support for being dragged into a full-scale war. And mission creep is Netanyahu's speciality. If Israel's neutralised Iran's nuclear threat, then I support that. But I think I speak for most when I say I don't support mass civilian suffering in a prolonged war that's contingent on support from everybody else. In a moment, we'll debate all this with my panel, the columnist of Sunday Times, Matthew Said, host and founder of Young Turks, Cenk, Ben Ferguson, who's the co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz, and Jack Posobiec, the senior editor at
Any verdict, the verdict with Ted Cruz, enjoyers in chat.
United Nations. Mr. Danon, thank you very
Huge
much
fans
indeed
of
for coming
Ted
back
Cruz's
on
show.
Uncensored. First of all, can you just explain to me where you believe Israel currently is in this operation?
Thank you for having me again, Piers. So we are pushing back Iran. It's going to be a long process. For years, Iran built those capabilities, and we know Iran is a big country, and they have a lot of capabilities. And when I speak about capabilities, it's not only the nuclear program that everybody speaks about, it's also the ballistic missile industry. We found out the intentions of Iran to build a massive force of ballistic missiles that can actually compete with the US and Russia. And by the way, unfortunately, we are paying the price almost every night because you see the damage of those ballistic missiles. So you can just imagine if they had thousands of those missiles at the same time targeting Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, it would be devastating. So we are targeting the nuclear facilities, we are targeting the ballistic missiles.
So we imagined a situation that there's not actually evidence to support is currently happening, scared ourselves, and then decided to launch a preemptive strike.
Infrastructure, and overall, we know about the extermination plan of Iran against Israel, so we are pushing them back.
There are certain sites which you have been unable to get to because you don't have enough weaponry. America has that weaponry. Would you like America to help you, to give you the weaponry you need to get in to where you believe a lot of this nuclear stuff is being hidden?
Well, that would be a U.S. decision. When we look at what's happening in Iran, they are threatening not only Israel, but the U.S. They are burning American flags. They try to assassinate President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. So I think the American people understand that we are fighting their fight, but it will be their decision to decide if they want to get involved and how to get involved. But in the past, it's not for the first time. We were the one who took the initiative. When we attacked the reactor in Iraq in 1982, we did it ourselves. Same was the case when we attacked the reactor in Syria. It's not the same. We are talking about a much bigger task this time, a strong country. And when you look at the numbers, Israel is a tiny country, 9 million people compared to 90 million people in Iran.
It's just the size of New Jersey. It's a small bean, you guys.
You look at the size of Israel, Iran is 70 times bigger than Israel. So it is a challenge for us, but we decided not to wait anymore.
There are many people who say that Prime Minister Netanyahu in particular has spent 3 decades.
So we're at the point where we're trying to use Iran's literal size and landmass to make it seem more intimidating, even though, again, it does not have the same type of economy that Israel has. It's a pariah state. To this is all they have to try to make it sound scarier than it is.
Talking about the imminent danger of Iran.
Which there are other ways to fearmonger about Iran, but saying it's so much bigger than Israel, oh my God, is so fucking stupid.
Nuclear weapons and enriching uranium. Why should we believe now that it is any nearer to being done than in those 30 odd years?
Well, first you need to listen to the IAEA. If you don't want to believe us or our intelligence, they said themselves that they have enough enriched uranium, that it's enough for multiple bombs. And then you look at the intentions, and I tend to believe the Iranians. When they say they want to destroy Israel, I believe them. When they say that they will use those weapons, and they have a sign that actually with a clock in the square in the middle of Tehran, I believe them. So we don't take any chances anymore. And after October 7th, we saw the evil of our enemies. So we cannot wait and decide to wait more whether Iran will have the bomb. And
Israel struck Iran preemptively, as they always have. There's no defense for it except Netanyahu, who desperately wants to cling to power. Well, it's sad, and they also wanted to derail the talks that Trump is going to have that weekend with Iran.
He will use it or not.
The thing that he said on Truth Social afterwards, that like the 60-day time limit he had given to Iran was like up, and that just magically coincided with when Israel launches these attacks that we clearly didn't know about, and our Secretary of State immediately distanced us from. It's just lies.
We are not going
And
to
not even like good ones. It's like, again, like a little kid coming up with a lie.
The preemptive attack, and you know, when you have the intention and you have the ballistic missiles and you have enriched uranium, so until when should we wait? Until they will actually send the bomb to Tel Aviv? We will not do that.
Your defense minister, Katz, this morning posted on X, the arrogant dictator from Tehran has become a cowardly murderer who fires targeted shots at the civilian home front in Israel to deter the IDF from continuing the attack, which is collapsing its capabilities. The residents of Tehran will pay the price, and soon. This was seen by many people, including myself. I responded to that, to say that this seemed to be a direct threat against the civilian population of Tehran. He later said, I would like to clarify the obvious, even though it clearly wasn't obvious. There is no intention to physically harm the residents of Tehran as a murderous dictator does against residents of Israel. And they carried on the clarification. But it was a very stupid thing of him to post, wasn't it? To even infer, albeit in a way that he says came out wrong, that the civilian population, the residents of Tehran, would become targets of Israeli strikes.
Well, as you said, Piers, the minister clarified his statement, but I would say more than that. Not only we care for the people of Iran, we pray for them. And if they are watching us now, I want to tell them we feel their fears and we have nothing against them. We know that they are being oppressed, and we pray for the day that they will be able to live normal life and we can go back to where we were 46 years ago, before the revolution. You know, we had daily flights between Tel Aviv to Tehran. You know, we had a real bond with the Iranian people, and I believe one day it will be the same. So we pray for the Iranian people, and we hope that they will not be oppressed in the future. And for us, you know, we do everything we can to minimize civilian casualties. You know, even today, we are...
I genuinely don't know what information the Hezbollah departments have that suggests that the public messaging that's going to work surrounding this and actually be accepted by people, if they know anything about this region and the tensions that exist between Israel and Iran, they're trying to suggest that Bibi's military actions against Iran are this liberatory move that's going to be welcomed by Iranians is a joke.
Announced that we are going to attack a certain area in Tehran in order to minimize civilian casualties. And they are doing exactly the opposite. Every night they are targeting cities, neighborhoods in Israel. And unfortunately, every night we have casualties, families.
They're targeting Tel Aviv, but there's military bases in Tel Aviv. Like the largest military bases in Tel Aviv, no?
You've been very successful in taking out a lot of the senior military commanders in Iran and a number of nuclear scientists. This is according to obviously what you have put out. But the Ayatollah remains alive. It's been reported that President Trump has vetoed.
It has one, but it's not the largest one in Israel.
Any attempt to assassinate the Ayatollah. But I mean, why? Out of interest, if you're going to target all the top people of the regime, why would you not target the Ayatollah?
Piers, I will not go into detail, but I will tell you that, you know, we showed our capabilities. We showed the amount of intelligence we have about the whereabouts.
Can't go into details, but I can reiterate that we sure did send missiles their way.
Of the leadership of Iran and the IRGC. We showed our capability to fly everywhere, not only above Tehran, everywhere in Iran, which is a huge country. So we have those capabilities, and we will decide, you know, what we will do next.
Many of us carry around bulky, worn-out wallets that are uncomfortable and full of junk.
You got the Ridge sponsorship.
Just explain something to me, which is that this has clearly been a very well-planned operation. There are reports of Mossad agents being all over Iran, planning all sorts of stuff involving drones and targeting sites and targeting...
Piers Morgan just can't help but remark what a well-planned operation this has been. Just stunning. A stunning military choice for Israel to do when they can't even defeat the Iranian proxies, and also a stunning PR choice. It must be... We have to give credit where credit is due, you guys.
People and so on. So from a military perspective, a highly successful operation so far, as indeed was the operation against Hezbollah, where 3,000 terrorists were targeted with the pager devices. Again, very successful, very precise, very targeted, Mossad's fingerprints all over.
Except they have no way of actually knowing. They had no way of knowing who actually possessed those pagers. It was completely indiscriminate. They also, since they're booby-trapped, they also had no way to know when they detonated them, who those people were going to be around, which is why they killed a bunch of fucking civilians in the crossfire. Like, yeah, you took out 1,500 Hezbollah members, congrats, but don't act like that was anything other than like a dumb accident. Or do you think that like using this justification, you could justify the rockets? He would never justify the rockets though, because one, he doesn't actually give a shit about Palestinians, but two, he's not actually consistent on this.
Which does beg the question. And it's
because the rockets barely have killed anybody, but they're unguided and they're primitive. Like it makes far more sense why Palestinians launch unguided primitive rockets as opposed to Israel that has the Mossad, U.S. intelligence from the EU, their own apparatus, and yet the pager attack is the best they can do. Also demonstrates that if you want to say, oh my god, that's just so stunning, you guys targeted all of these Hezbollah operators, what a magnificent move from the IDF there. Okay, well, if you know that it's possible to do these, like, if you consider that to be targeted, why aren't they doing this with Hamas? Why didn't somebody try to feed Hamas a bunch of beepers?
I've asked, I've not really had...
Why is it that, like, with Gaza, it has to be this aerial bombardment, it has to be AI programs to level entire civilian homes and kill entire families? But they're obviously capable of doing what these people consider to be targeted strikes, but yet they never ask, why don't you do that there?
Satisfactory answer to. But why is it that with Mossad, one of the, well...
We don't really have any idea how successful it was. We're basing that off claims from the ones who did it. No, not entirely, because Lebanon said it killed like 1,500 Hezbollah fighters, but they don't... I don't think the statement from Hezbollah ever clarified whether or not those people were actively engaging in hostilities.
Foremost intelligence...
But no, I don't think Hezbollah would have said, like, yeah, they killed 1,500 people for funsies.
Agencies being clearly at the forefront of going after terrorism with Hezbollah and with now Iran, why was it completely incapable of knowing that right on the doorstep of Israel, Hamas, who were given government or elected governors, but given free reign when Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, that they were able to spend 20...
Yeah, free reign from within the punitive blockade and the decades-long occupation. Left that part out.
Years building a highly sophisticated, very deep tunnel network, and were then able to plan one of the world's worst terror attacks of modern times. And even after doing all that, the only way that Israel's been able to go after Hamas has been to basically flatten as much of Gaza as it can, and in the process kill 50, 60, maybe 70,000 or more people, including maybe 3/4 of that being civilians. People seem sort of nonplussed why Mossad seems to drop the ball so badly in Gaza and with Hamas, and yet being so successful in other parts.
Wow, he's actually asking the question I didn't think he would ask.
of the region.
And again, keep in mind, like 2 weeks ago, this motherfucker was like, oh, wow, Medhi, you've convinced me it's like a genocide. And here he is, this like performative, wide-eyed naivete about how come you guys are so deliberate and precise in Lebanon and in Iran, but when it comes to Hamas, who's like a non-state actor and they don't really have the ability to do jack shit, you guys suck. How come that's like, how are you guys fucking that up so badly? Truly a mystery.
I agree that we have to give credit for the Mossad for the operations in Lebanon and in Tehran. You know, we have no border with Iran. We have no dispute with them. It's 1,000 miles away from Israel, and still we developed very impressive capabilities in Iran. Regarding to your question, you know, it's important to understand that Mossad is not in charge of Gaza or acquiring intelligence in Gaza. In our government, in our system, we have separation between
why not?
Mossad,
if you don't mind me interrupting.
I was going to say that's... But why would you say that? Yeah, just like FYI, you guys, Mossad's not bothering to gather intelligence on the existential threat that is right on Israel's border, which they say is Hamas.
Why not? I mean, they've been right in the heart of Tehran.
Allow me
they've been in the heart of
explain,
Lebanon. Why not in Gaza? Doesn't make any sense.
So I will explain my point that, Mossad is dealing with external threats, and the Shabak, the internal security agency, deals with the threat within Israel, which includes Gaza and Judea and Samaria. So yes, I agree with you that we failed on October 7th, and we're going to have to inquire exactly what happened. I was Deputy Minister of Defense 10 years ago, and I sat in many important intelligence committees. I think one of the reasons for our mistake was that we focused too much on Lebanon and Hezbollah. We always thought that Hezbollah is the imminent threat, and they will be the one who will actually invade Israel. They will be the one who will attack Israel. And we put a lot of resources, a lot of energy looking north, and we should have looked south. And that was.
So he's admitting that Hezbollah doesn't have the capacities that they've always claimed that they do, even though it's obvious that they don't, to existentially threaten Israel. And that, yes, this is just revenge for being embarrassed by Hezbollah in 2006.
A huge mistake. We paid a heavy price for that. But I agree with you. We're going to have to look into what happened in Gaza and why it was neglected.
There's a very long and detailed and very damning report that's come out today in New York Magazine, extremely thorough and detailed and well researched, which concludes that Israel has almost certainly been perpetrating a lot of war crimes in Gaza. This is something which your own former prime ministers have been saying now as well.
Okay, answer to this one will be, Ehud Barak hates Netanyahu. This is ideological and petty. You can ignore him. Israelis have disagreements all the time.
Obviously, Israel's government has emphatically denied this, but at the same time persists in having a ban on any international journalists coming into Gaza to verify what is actually happening on the ground. Surely the best way to establish whether you have or haven't been acting within the law is to allow international journalists in to do their job, isn't it?
Well, first,
See, the thing is, Piers, I know that sounds rational and reasonable, but have you considered that the UN is anti-Semitic and has been infiltrated by Hamas?
I have to disagree with this language. I deal with that at the UN every day when people spread lies so easily, blood libels,
Well, these are former
crimes,
prime ministers of Israel, with all due respect. I mean, they're not exactly
blood libels.
people who you would normally expect to accuse Israel of war crimes.
He was prime minister 20 years ago, and he's bitter, and he doesn't like the current government, but not only from the inside. Tom Fletcher, a senior diplomat here at the UN, claimed that 14,000 babies will die within 48 hours.
Yeah, he made it terrible.
Hey, straight, what I missed. You're missing the Hezbollah preamble to the actual debate that I'm here to watch.
That was a stupid thing to say, and he made a terrible mistake, for which he's apologized.
Yeah, but he didn't apologize for claiming there is a genocide in Gaza. So people, spread those lies, and then sometimes they retract it, sometimes they don't. And we have
How dare you make that observation that we are conducting a genocide in Gaza? This is blood libel.
Deal with the consequences, with the incitement. So yes, I agree with you. There is suffering in Gaza. I agree with you. It is painful for Israelis and Palestinians. But let's, stick to international law. Let's look at the facts. We are doing our best. Even now, when we are in the middle of a war with Iran, today the centers in Gaza were operated. The humanitarian fund and 4 centers delivered tens of thousands of packages to Palestinians. So I think we should look at the facts and to understand that we still have hostages in Gaza, and this conflict will end with the hostages coming home and Hamas getting out of Gaza. Maybe they will be deported like what happened in Lebanon in the 80s with the PLO. Maybe they will surrender, but
how long did that last, dude?
I think that will be the end of this conflict.
And why haven't you let the journalists in?
Well, first of all, today you have access, you have Wi-Fi, you can see everything that happens in Gaza. You have reporters inside Gaza for all agencies that support. For us to take responsibility for people coming in and out in a war zone, it's something we don't feel comfortable with.
I don't think you need to. Listen, all I know is, with all due respect, Ambassador, is that very soon after October the 7th, Israel's government instructed the IDF to take the world's journalists to the scene of the appalling crimes of terrorism that were committed in Israel. But when it comes to what is going on in Gaza, there's been an almost total ban on any international journalists. And with all due respect, it's not your concern whether international journalists will be at risk or not. That's the risk assessment of their own companies who employ them, as it is in any war zone. You should allow them in. And then this whole question of whether Israel is operating within the law or not can actually...
One good point Piers makes with consistency is questioning why Israel isn't allowing journalists into Gaza. I don't have respect for him asking this line of questioning anymore, though, because just a few days ago when he's talking to Francesca Albanese and deriding Greta Thunberg for actually doing something, he's like, oh, the selfie flotilla, and she just wants attention, and this wasn't actually helping anybody. But then here he's like, well, it's important that journalists get in, when he knows fully well that is like how many journalists Israel has targeted. There's no mention of that as it is, and that's not with them not even like allowing journalists in for the most part. But then why are you going to say that when Greta Thunberg does it, it's just like attention seeking, but then when other journalists do it, it's noble?
Be established by independent journalists coming from around the world. And until you do that, it's going to raise the obvious suspicion that you are doing things you don't want the world to know.
Well, it's a legitimate debate, but, you know, just imagine what would happen, God forbid, you know, one of the journalists will die.
Well, nearly 200 Palestinian journalists have been killed.
Okay.
So it's not...
And what to be mad at Piers? Why is he asking good questions for once?
Unusual for journalists to be
undermining my point here.
I have to beg with you also, you know, I don't buy those numbers.
Again,
you know?
he is one of the... Piers Morgan is one of these people that it's a 50-50 chance that you're going to see him on your fucking timeline, watch it, and it's going to be like, oh my God, I fucking hate this dude. He's a fucking asshole and an idiot. Or being like, he's kind of a smug bastard, but he's kind of making some sense here.
Also, when you
well, you don't buy any of the numbers. But that's the problem. Again, all due respect, Ambassador, Israel can now just say that you don't buy any of the numbers because they're all supplied by the Palestinians.
No, when it comes from Hamas,
I know where it comes from.
It comes from Hamas.
But you also know that in previous...
When it comes from Hamas, I don't buy it.
Right, but historically, in this conflict, going back decades...
It's funny because the Gaza Health Ministry, 1, is not Hamas, it's a civilian org, but 2, has far more transparency and is much more conservative about the way that people actually make it on to their death toll than Israel does. It just gives numbers. They don't give names. They don't provide any transparency. They just tell you this is how many terrorists we've killed, this is how many civilians. They just pluck them out of thin air, and there's no way to actually independently verify them.
Actually, the Palestinian Health Authority numbers for casualties have turned out to be broadly accurate after the event. So it's only in this particular flare-up, this particular war, as part of the ongoing conflict, that suddenly Israel's government is saying you can't believe any of the numbers. To which, again, I simply say there's a very easy way to verify this stuff. Let in the journalists.
No, you know, we saw that those numbers that were exaggerated from the beginning. They were used by Hamas for propaganda. And I agree with you. It's hard to find out the exact numbers, you know, but, you know, when you read...
Why, like 20 months later, why would you try to go with this line? This whole, it's like an overcount. Does anybody seriously believe, with the amount of destruction that has gone on, with how many people we know are dead so far, that they're going to be able to convince the entire world, at least the free world, that... Yeah, it's actually, like, I know it says, like, tens of thousands of people have died, but it's actually going to be way lower than that because Hamas is overcounted. They have undercounted.
Those numbers, you ask yourselves, so where are the Hamas terrorists? They didn't die in this conflict? You know, they claim they were all civilians, were all children. You know, we know it's exaggerated. But you know what? I agree with you that there is suffering in Gaza and there is casualties in Gaza. But the blame is on Hamas, it's not on us. We can end this war tomorrow. If they would release the hostages, you know, lay down the weapons, maybe get out of Gaza, and then we can think about a future for the region.
You know,
it's
interesting.
The sooner it will happen, the better it will be.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the
Fuck you.
Not the IRS. Yeah, look, it's interesting to me that as somebody that supported Israel's right to defend itself after the appalling events of October the 7th, those terrible terror attacks, and I did so for many, many months, but as I become increasingly critical of Israel's government strategy in Gaza, and so have many other people, including many...
Just Gaza. Even though, again, 2 weeks ago, he's willing to be like, Medhi, I think you're right, it's a fucking genocide. We have to start out this video by saying that, oh, it's like, if Iran is like days away from a nuke, then we have no choice but to praise Israel for their bold, brash decision-making and the military defeat of Iran, or whatever he thinks is coming.
Of your allies.
And the pager attack.
That at the same time, you've got a lot of broad support for what you're doing with Iran, because people understand that Iran has become this kind of fulcrum of terrorism in the Middle East. We have to draw close to our interview, but it does, again, beg the question, if the IDF had been more targeted in conjunction with Mossad in going after Hamas, rather than just leveling Gaza to the ground and killing tens of thousands of civilians as it went after Hamas. If it had been as targeted or as smart as it was with Hezbollah and now in Iran, you may have had a lot more support than you're currently getting for what you're doing in Gaza.
Probably you're right, but I want to add one point. It's much harder to deal with a terrorist organization that hide among civilians and use them as a human shield. That's why this war is very long, 20 months.
He's contradicting Bibi. We just watched Bibi on Fox News, and he said that Iran does this, and that's why there were civilian casualties.
It's a very long war for us. It's different. It's easier to fight a military or to fight another state than to fight a terror organization which is, so involved with the civilians in Gaza. So it's much more challenging. But I hope that the people in Hamas understand that we are determined, and hopefully in the next few days they will accept the framework that the U.S. put on the table, and we can move forward to see a ceasefire and the release of more hostages.
Ambassador Danon, I appreciate you coming back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's go to the panel. Cenk, I could see you reacting pretty violently to what you were hearing there. So what is your response to what you heard from the ambassador?
Yeah, when Israeli officials speak, it's like they're in fantasy land. They level.
Even though Cenk's been pissing me off the last few months, I'm sure, like, when Anna's on the panels for this subject, I'm probably going to end up agreeing with him.
Gaza. And the reason that they...
Although if Cenk does the fake crying shit, I actually will disavow him. He always does this whenever he gets heated in a conversation and wants to make fun of his opponent. He will like fake cry and repeat what they're saying.
Gaza is because they're going to take Gaza. And that's not speculation anymore. When those of us who were opposed to their war crimes and genocide said they were going to take Gaza, that it had nothing to do with self-defense, it had to do with land acquisition, as all the wars that Israel starts has to do with. They said, oh, that's anti-Semitic. How dare you? Now their cabinet has said, yeah, we're going to take Gaza. It's a conquest. So now they've started another...
Okay, but they've been saying this since like November of 2023. Reuters was reporting this. It's not new. The difference was that you had you had Biden at least, nominally saying he was opposed to it, even though he was kind of facilitating it. But it's not new, and even Cenk should know this.
Their offensive war in Iran, they'll pretend to be the victims. That's what they always do. Oh, my God, so I had to start a war for self-defense. Nonsense. Garbage. Just like you said, 33 years. They even say any day now Iran's going to have nukes. It was a lie. Netanyahu went on Fox News over the weekend, admitted they weren't even close to having it within a year. Then they said, oh, it's because of ballistic missiles. The ambassador there again referred to the ballistic missiles. An incredible number of countries have ballistic missiles. Is Israel going to attack all of them? Is Israel going to invade all of them and then pretend that it's self-defense? How many? And then they talk about, oh, we try so hard to not have civilians.
Why does Cenk not get this? Netanyahu obviously knows that the Iran strikes are completely necessary to prevent the war that he just started. What's unclear about that?
Deaths, and then American media...
To prevent the second Holocaust as well.
Along. No, they killed hundreds of civilians in Tehran. So they always kill civilians. They always kill more civilians than their opponents while pretending that they care so much about civilians. They're the ones starting all the wars. We all have eyes and ears. We just saw them start.
Guy's shaking his head so you know that he disagrees. He's like, his defense is going to just be, but human shields.
This war. And every time American media plays along and pretends that there's a fantasy land where Israel's the victim, and they, oh my God, they just had to attack yet another.
I need to do like a bingo card. He's going to bring up blood libel, human shields, Hamas charter, anti-Semite, or like anti-Semitic. The Holocaust will come up.
Neighbor, they just had to take Gaza. So almost when you hear an Israeli official speaking,
Piers,
they're lying. They're lying almost 100% of the time.
I mean,
I don't want America
I'm going to come to Ben.
I'm
going to come to Ben Ferguson to respond. All I would say is, clearly, when you have the leader of Iran, the Ayatollah, who's gone on record as saying he wants to get rid of Israel, and when you have Hamas in Gaza, who are also wedded to getting rid of Israel, it's not completely irrational that they would feel that they are under threat. Now, you and I have debated a lot. The way they've gone about things in Gaza is markedly different how they've gone about things in Iran and with Hezbollah. But I don't think we can pretend that Israel is not under threat from either Iran or Hamas. Ben Ferguson.
Yeah, what he just said.
I don't think Piers really said you have to also participate in the delusion that Israel is under threat just out of nowhere. You have to, we can't have a good faith conversation unless you acknowledge that. You also have to ignore that they feed this conflict.
omitted one massive aspect of the conversation. There was an attack on Israel. There was the kidnapping and the torturing and the raping and the murdering of innocent people that were gathering to have a fun weekend. The idea that he is forgetting what happened on October 7th and acting like Israel just woke up on a random Tuesday and decided to start attacking Gaza is absolute anti-Semitic insanity. We know what started this.
Going for the classic. I cannot, like, here I was thinking he was just going to do human shields. No, going with the classic move of October 7th, though.
And the second part of this, he says, hey, are they going to attack everybody in the world that has ballistic missiles? I lock my doors at my house every night for the...
Do we know what started this? Don't go back any further. Just completely ignore the 60 years of apartheid. Don't bring up the blockade. Don't bring up the never-ending occupation. None of that stuff. Just start the clock on October 7th and then start from there. And then all of this makes sense, apparently.
The people that might be right outside of my house. And you have someone that is saying, we want to annihilate you from the river to the sea and chants death to Israel and says they want to murder you because you are Jewish, and to act as if they don't have a right to defend themselves, and to attack Gaza after you have a massive terrorist network, an underground tunnel system that allows for them to go after you every single night, where you have to have an iron dome to protect and defend. So everything you just said, with all due respect, is absolute propaganda for the terrorists, because you admitted the fact that Israel was attacked first, that started the whole damn thing.
Okay.
No.
Matthew Said.
No, that's not.
Hang on, Cenk.
What I heard was propaganda for a terrorist just now from Ben. The terrorist state of Israel, who's been occupying the
Who planned the
Palestinians
attack
for
and who supported the
58
attack on
straight
October
years.
7th?
Why don't
Iran.
you let them
Hamas,
go? Why
Hezbollah.
don't you
Who
let
supports them?
foreign people
Iran.
go? How much do you want to
Iran.
oppress and humiliate and murder them? Now you're going to murder Iranians.
Humiliate.
And by the way,
I
Ben,
don't care.
I think you
Humiliation
forgot.
is
You're
not
an
a- is not a
American,
part
not
of
an
the problem
Israeli.
here.
Act like an
I
American,
can stand
not an
with
Israeli.
Israel
What are you, a
because of
foreign
what they have
agent?
done
Why
to
are you
them.
working for a foreign government? Why don't you care about American
I
interests?
don't work for a foreign government.
We got no interest in this war.
All right.
The cope from the MAGA America First crowd about how they balance all of their Israel shilling against their ideology, which purports to be Israel first, is that, or that is America first, Freudian slip, is that they're America first, but they're not America only. That was the cope that came up on PBD.
I have an interest in people being able to live a life without fear of bombs coming into their backyard, hitting their apartments, hitting their homes from a terrorist organization. Iran is a part of that,
Gaza,
and you know
and
it.
all of the Middle Eastern neighbors of Israel. They live in fear of Israel, the terrorist state attacking
Israel
them 24/7.
doesn't go on the
Because all
offensive,
Israel
they
ever does
respond
is
to
attack their
being
neighbors
attacked.
and take their land.
All right. Time out.
They respond to being attacked in the context of them discussing the most recent preemptive strikes on another country.
Admit the,
there's
I have
absolutely
one
no
question
question
for you.
about it.
Sink, I've known you for a long time. One question. Why did you admit in your opening statement that Israel was
If
attacked
you've known him for a long time, why are you still calling him Sink?
on October the 7th? Why did you not mention it one time? Because that is the fact that you cannot bring up, because that is what started the catalyst of where we are today. You know it, so you didn't mention it because you want to indict Israel, acting like Israel woke up and decided to start attacking people. It's bullshit.
All right, listen, I do want to let the other two panelists come in. Cenk, you'll get a chance to come back.
58 years of brutal occupation, and you think it started on October 7th?
All right, let's not go back to the
and 2
whole
years
75
later,
years.
you're still murdering Palestinians?
No, not the whole 75 years, just October 7th.
Murdering Palestinian children for sport.
Gentlemen, there are four panelists, please.
So, okay, you love genocide.
All right,
I got
there are
it.
four
But move to
panelists,
Israel.
guys. There are four panelists. You can come back on in a
See,
second.
Jen calls it a genocide, so why not say the reason why I'm not bringing up October 7th is that if I believe it's a genocide, there's no precursor to it that could justify it.
And
I'm
have
like,
further
shut
thoughts.
this fucking clown down.
Matthew Said, you wrote a great column at the weekend, and you were talking, and I thought it was very striking to me, about the difference between Vladimir Putin rattling his nuclear saber, because, as you pointed out, he's an extremely materialistic guy who's amassed hundreds of billions of illicit gains at the expense of his people, and he's the last person that would want to actually die for his country by pressing nuclear buttons, which would lead to his immediate vaporization. I've been saying that for ages. However, it is a different thing when it comes to Iran. There will be people there with very fundamentalist ideals who might think, if they're cornered, who might think if there's nothing else they think can get them through, who might think nothing of using a nuclear weapon if it came to it. And with the same kind of nihilistic attitude that we saw from Al-Qaeda, that we saw from ISIS and so on.
That's right. I mean, a couple of quick points. Firstly, I like to think of myself as broadly pro-Israel, but I think, like you, feel that the destruction that has been visited upon Gaza is a moral, political and strategic calamity. When it comes to Iran, the reason I think that the logic of nuclear deterrence won't work is because they are, many of them in the regime, religious fanatics. They believe they have absolute truth. And the psychology of that is very interesting. It means that anyone who doesn't subscribe to their truth is an infidel and that they are wrong. And they glorify martyrdom and believe that if they can take down infidels, they will go through a door into paradise where they will be blessed forever. And I grew up in the 1980s. My father was born as a Shia Muslim, and I followed the Iran-Iraq war extremely closely. And viewers might be interested that the clerics, the fanatics who took over after the 79 revolution, indoctrinated young, innocent children that they were supposed to protect and asked them to walk and often run into minefields and blow themselves up. And they were then depicted in government propaganda as heroes, their limbs strewn across battlefields that many of us have now forgotten about. That, to me, is a death cult of great danger, not just to Israel, but to their own people. Because if they acquire a nuclear weapon and they visit one upon Israel, as they have claimed they would do, Ahmadinejad said Israel must be wiped from the pages of history. The supreme leader described it as a cancer.
So literally just words. Words alone justify this. We're not going to talk about if they actually have the capacity or desire to do it. Just if they say it, that's enough to justify the strikes.
Old-fashioned, but I take these people's words. I take them at their word, if I can put it that way. But also a danger to the Iranian people who would die in a counterstrike. And by the way, my views of the regime in Iran are corroborated by 70% of the Iranian people, a fantastic people, an ancient civilization, most of whom have been immiserated by this regime that has also destabilized the wider region through proxies and Hamas and Hezbollah. And as you say, Hamas is genocidal too. So one can have, I think, an approach of saying, yeah, Israel have got things wrong. Of course they have. The person who was on before the ambassador doesn't seem to be able to admit that. But my goodness, when Israel goes after the regime in Tehran, not the Iranian people, the regime, I think all right-minded people should support it wholeheartedly.
Beam's creatine is America's #1, and it's made by a company.
Fuck you.
Cenk. Piers up to 30% off. Why is that absurd, Cenk?
Because here we go again with the neocons, just like they did with the Iraq War. We're going to liberate the Iranians by dropping a bomb on their heads. And once we murder them, they'll love us and they'll want to get rid of their regime. You can tell all these stories about the regime, and those are true. They're fundamentalists. They're not good guys at all. Saddam was not a good guy. That doesn't mean that we had to invade Iraq and cost ourselves several $1 trillion and over 50,000 Americans dead on behalf of Israel, who at the time called Iraq their #1 enemy, and who had
that is not what's that is not what's
so,
happening.
and in this case, Iran did not attack Israel. Israel attacked Iran. Stop lying. Stop lying. Israel attacked Iran. Iran did not attack Israel.
I am perfectly happy to say
Israel is the aggressor.
No, I mean, they're about to pivot. Even though the pretext for these strikes was because of the impending nuke that Iran's going to get any day now. Now it's going to pivot to, well, you can't say that because they fund proxies.
Their proxies, Piers. They get to their proxies.
Yeah,
Iran
I don't think they
on a daily basis.
I just think when anyone tries to...
And fund Hamas and Hezbollah. Think like you cannot be this dumb. I understand that you're a propagandist for the regime, but you and I both know
I understand you
that
work
Iran
for Israel,
supports Hamas
but America
and
first didn't want any war.
So there's no disagreeing with these people because you say that, oh, well, this is the reason for it, but there's no evidence for that. They'll just pivot to the proxies.
They have no funding without Iran.
When I hear you guys describing Israel's enemies,
they attack Israel every day. You know that. You're not that dumb. You're a smart guy.
Sure.
And then when you point out, but you guys can't even defeat like the non-state actors and proxies that they fund. What the fuck makes you think that you're going to be able to topple the regime or like do that easily? Why do you think these things? And then it's just going to be human shields. It's not our fault. They embed within civilian populations. Most moral army. Blah 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 blah.
Propaganda, but you know that.
Sure. So when I hear you guys describing Israel's enemies, what you're actually doing is projection. You're describing Israel. attacking all of their
funded by
neighbors,
Iran?
killing civilians,
Yes or no? Are
an
they
aggressive
funded
military
by
empire
Iran?
interested in acquisition and wiping out their enemies.
All right.
You know
I
who
hope
said
they
from the
pay you a
river
lot
to the
of money
sea?
to do
Benjamin
this.
Netanyahu. Who's actually doing from the river to the sea? Benjamin Netanyahu. Who started all the wars? Benjamin Netanyahu. Get out, America, get out of
I
this
hope they
war.
pay you a lot
This
of
has
money to
nothing
put
to
this
do
out
with
there.
us.
It's
These guys work
propaganda.
for Israel.
Okay, let me bring in Jack,
And the idea
please.
that the Iranian people
Let
want
me
to be
bring in
killed,
Jack.
the idea that the Iranian people want to be invaded and bombed
All
is
right.
insanity.
Let
They
me-
do not want that.
No, but I do think a lot of people in
For
Iran.
leadership.
I do think a lot of people in Iran would probably much prefer to have a different kind of ruler than they currently have,
Amen.
who operates such a draconian and repressive
Yeah, they
regime.
do not want Israeli rulers.
Okay, well that's a different question. Let me
Why do they completely ignore that there is a president in Iran?
come to Jack. You've been waiting very patiently. Jack, Cenk mentioned America first and how this is incongruous with America first. Well, at the moment, this
Like, I'm not
appears
trying to pretend like Iran is some like bastion of democracy or anything like that, but they just are exclusively talking about like the supreme leader.
to be an Israeli operation. They've started this war with Iran. Donald Trump appears to be taking a position of, we don't want to get involved here, making it clear this is not being done with America's obvious physical help. Albeit, I don't think he's too bothered about it happening and probably quite pleased if it does destabilize Iran.
Do we hold America to the standard of being liable for the groups we fund? Oh, you already know the answer to that question.
But where does this all sit with Donald Trump's America First ideology? Should America, if it comes to it, I mean, if Iran suddenly attacks some American
Let's see if they do the line. Okay, we're about to discover in live time if the whole I'm America first, but not America only is the line that MAGA's going to run with for the next several years to defend everything that fucking Israel does.
for example, should
And if they don't, then that's just Adam's creation.
America get involved in this war?
Well, Piers, this is not America's war. This is a war that is confined to two parties in the Middle East. This is a war where the United States absolutely faces the threat of escalation. And as you mentioned, this mission creep and spilling over into the wider footprint of American military that exists throughout the Middle East. And I don't just mean Iraq and Syria. I mean all of the American bases, which are clearly within range of, you mentioned the proxies, you mentioned all these other forces out there. Of course, it strikes the danger of spilling over, not to mention the IRGC has the ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and imagine what that would do to global shipping and oil prices. By the way, they haven't done that. And 10 years ago today, Donald Trump comes down the golden escalator. And what did he say? No more foreign, endless wars. And instead, why don't we focus on the problems at home? He talked about, obviously, illegal aliens. He talked about deportation.
Okay, you're saying this, but your boy is backing Israel.
But he said trillions.
And that's not even getting into his foreign policy from the first administration.
Dollars spent in Iraq, trillions spent in Afghanistan. And what did it get for us? Nothing. Dead soldiers.
Okay, but who withdrew? That's the other thing that he won't mention. I'm sure if I went on Jack Posobiec's fucking Twitter account, there is some criticism of how Biden did the withdrawal wrong and he should have just done it better. When you ask these people, how do you do it better? It's always just do the thing better, because you can just do the thing better. But I guess he discredits Trump with that, even though Trump wasn't actually the one who did it.
Wounded soldiers. We got absolutely nothing out. And you want to talk about destabilization? Well, I think those wars, the massive wars on terror, wars that, by the way, when I was in the United States military,
were started by Republicans as well.
I did participate in, at least in an intelligence capacity. But what did that do to the region? It
He was at Guantanamo Bay. Why is he downplaying this?
destabilized it. Syria, completely destabilized right now. Iraq, completely destabilized. And Afghanistan, the Taliban is even in a better position than they were before we got involved, because they have all the U.S. military equipment that we left there. And so every time the U.S.
Okay, it's that talking point. We should have, if only we had just moved out the equipment, then yeah, the Taliban wouldn't have seized control. Am I crazy? Hold on. Bay. Sobiech served several years in the United States Navy Reserve from 2010 to 2017, reaching the rank of lieutenant junior grade. He was deployed for 10 months at Guantanamo Bay Naval Base from September 2012 and worked at the Office of Naval Intelligence, where he later worked again as a civilian.
U.S. gets involved in one of these things, it actually seems to make the situation much, much worse.
Okay, let's take a short break, panel. I'll come back to you for your reaction to this next interview I'm about to do. It's with the Iranian academic and former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiating team, Mohammad Morandi. Professor Morandi, thank you for coming back on Uncensored. This is a pretty terrible situation for Iran. It looks like Israel has caught your military napping, caught your leaders napping. They've been asleep, it seems quite literally in some cases, as Israel launched this surprise attack, which has been so far stunningly successful and had comparatively small retaliation from Iran, which suggests that maybe you don't have the capability to do much about what is happening to your country.
Well, first of all, I have to point out some nonsense that your guest said. I fought in the Iran-Iraq war as a volunteer, and I was part of the war effort for 6 years, on and off. I was wounded 4 times, and I survived 2 chemical attacks. There was no children being pushed over minefields. These are myths that Westerners, Western media, Western elites have been promoting for many years in order to demonize Iranians and to portray us as fanatic. Right now, Piers,
the Mossad,
your friends,
take him out.
your Zionist allies, they have bombed buildings belonging to the Iranian television. I'm in one of those buildings. And the guard right now is standing outside the door telling me to leave. And I was yelling at him, telling him to go. I'm going to finish this interview. We are not intimidated by you, your government, the United States, or the Israeli regime. This was a blatant act of aggression. People were murdered in Iranian radio and television just minutes ago. And I tweeted it, and your colleagues have seen it.
This is not my connection. This is just how the video is.
Your allies target journalists. Your allies have murdered over 200 journalists. And you are complicit in this genocide.
Well, let me respond to that, Professor.
You repeated the lies.
Listen, I've seen you.
Yo.
Hey.
What up? How you doing?
You're already live, just so you know. Or like, I'm live.
Yeah, you're live. I'm live.
Okay, perfect.
I'm live first, but I'm also live. Hang on. Let me turn my camera on. Sec. Don't do me like that. Don't comment on how dark it is.
Why is it so dark? You know I have to.
1 second.
Why are you sitting in the dark?
No one can see you right now. Just give me a second. So no one can understand what you're saying.
Because they can't see me, they can't understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Are you hearing yourself? You good?
I'm good. Are you good?
Did you have a stroke earlier today? Is that why you haven't been streaming the last few days? Were you recovering from a stroke?
No, hang on.
Okay.
1 second. I'll explain everything in a second.
Okay.
Transitioning
On the
right now.
edge of my seat.
Boom. Oh my God, amazing. All right, everyone can see you. Everyone can see the porgs. Sorry, the lighting thing. I think this is intentional. It's not as dark as it is in person, but this is a dark hour for our country. I think you would agree with that because you love Iran.
Yes, I'm a huge fan of the Iranian regime. Noted.
Yeah, not just the regime. No, but like you actually, I think you said that you actually supported Iran making strikes on Israel. I think you said that last time.
What were my exact words? Repeat them back to me since you know my position just so well.
You said Iran has the right to self-defense.
Yes. But that's not a prescriptive statement. That is a descriptive claim. That's why this is why I say, did you have a stroke? Are you good?
I'm good. No, listen.
Because like a Pisco that had never had a stroke would be able to accurately summarize my position.
If anything, strokes these days seem to be making people like more chud-like. You know what I mean? Like this Fetterman situation. You hear about Fetterman?
Yes. Did you read the New Yorker profile on him?
No. What did they say?
The fact that his fucking aides knew that his brain was cooked and they were letting this motherfucker drive around.
Many such cases. Wait, drive? He's driving?
Yes.
I saw over the weekend he was like military parades in America are actually good. Did you see the parade, by the way?
Yeah, I did. Did you?
They were just like
I enjoyed it very much.
You're a parade enjoyer?
Yes. Huge.
Okay.
Huge parade enjoyer.
What was your favorite thing about the parade? Name your the top.
The disciplined marching, obviously. You already touched on it a little bit.
Yeah.
Buried the lead, but yeah, huge fan. My tax
favorite
dollars
part
hard
was
at work.
Was the part that it cost $50 million. That was my favorite part, that it was worth it. And that it was just a birthday party for Trump because he has no friends. He didn't have plans for his birthday, so he just made a military parade. And like everyone was bored. But it was a kind of, a gloomy weekend,
Honestly, if it costs $50 million to show America his base, even though they're fanatical, they're not that big, I'll eat that cost. It's fine with me. Because it demonstrates to people that when he says that he can get 200,000 people to come out, that everybody fucking loves him or whatever, he can't actually do it. So you know what? If $50,000 to go towards that PR campaign to show to people he's really not that popular, I'm not going to complain.
He could have like fed the homeless with that money. $15 million.
Yeah, because when we have extra money in the budget in this country, it always goes to the poorest Americans. You're so true, King. That's like so correct.
It is true. And you know what else he could have done with that money? He could have given it to her take to fix the studio and to make it actually nice and presentable. Although I guess no amount of money will fix poor tastes.
You're always shading them over their set. Why do you think that this is like the way to go?
I feel like I'm just a very petty person. I've been feeling very judgmental lately, Aaron.
Okay.
Feeling the need to lash out.
Are you going to elaborate more on that?
I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me.
So it was a stroke.
In a way, aren't we always having strokes? In a way, aren't we all just, wasting time here until we have to punch our ticket?
Right. It's so profound.
Someone says this chick is a terrorist supporter.
Correct. That chatter is 100% right. Huge fan of terrorism.
Well, people seem to be gaslighting in real time as though Iran started this war. Although
why say gaslighting? Just say lying. They are telling a lie.
Yeah. Well,
unless you realize, I don't even think that the people that are saying that, it's not the same thing. Gaslighting and lying is not the same thing.
No, but gaslighting implies like trying to make people like not
disbelieve their own sense of reality. Yeah.
Right. Whereas like lying doesn't imply that. So I wanted to capture the meaning of like they're trying to make people doubt their own senses. And people will actually say, well, we've been at war with Iran the whole time because Iran has been arming all these proxies. That is to say, Israel, and this, when I'm referring to we, is, Iran has been arming all these proxies, don't you know? And this arming and facilitating and coordination is equivalent to being at war with.
Nope, they don't get to do this. They don't get to do this, Pisco. They don't get to do it. I just talked about this. I literally just talked about this. When the defense for those strikes is we have to incapacitate the nuclear program. They're going to have a nuke in 20 minutes. We have no choice but to do this. We're preventing the second Holocaust. Bibi's going on Fox and saying the world should be thanking me because really we're protecting the whole world. You don't get to say when you point out you guys actually don't have the evidence that you think you do or that you're lying about having, that they're about to get a nuke, to pivot to, oh, well, the proxies, which they also can't defeat. So you can't defeat Hamas. You can't defeat Hezbollah. You can't defeat the Houthis. And we're moving on to toppling over the Ayatollah now. Is this serious?
Which is their goal.
Yeah, it's always their goal, of course. Like total regime change. A thing they can definitely do. When they can't even defeat the proxies. And let's just skip to the fucking supreme leader of Iran. That's going to go awesome.
Yeah, like
they haven't even named who they want to rule the Gaza Strip after Hamas is eliminated, which is never going to happen at the speed that they're doing it at.
Well, they haven't even told us where the borders of its own country end. They don't even tell us like where does Israel actually end? Like, does Israel extend?
It's in the Likud Charter, from the river to the sea.
Like there is no clarity. No, but even beyond that, right? Like it appears that who knows. But anyway, all I want to say is, it is a little bit rich at this point to say that we're just doing this for the nuclear deterrence, because what's going on right now, even the strikes, as they seem to be pretty devastating and pretty pretty bad from the Iranian perspective, and like they seem to be very effective at doing what they're doing, but it's not a long-term solution. No one thinks that this long-term is going to destroy Iran's nuclear ambitions. If anything,
Oh, there's people in your chat that literally think that right now.
yeah, well, yeah, but
So-
they're simps. If
For
anything,
who?
I think this is going.
Sims for who?
They love Israel going.
Yeah. Okay.
They love it. They love it. If anything, I would say that this strategically, or I should say, whatever, makes it almost certain that Iran will want to pursue a nuclear weapon, and that if they're smart, they will pursue a nuclear weapon.
It's the
it just seems
rational
like
thing to do at this point. It's the only thing that will stave off aggression.
You can't trust America's word. You know they're not gonna just give up, right? I've seen some of this. Well, the one interesting component is what if this causes internally the Iranian people to overthrow the Ayatollah and the mullahs? Then this, I think,
What
would
if the world was made of
don't-
pudding?
Yeah.
What if New York City was made of jello? Like, you could do these what if scenarios all day. Like, they would have overthrown him already or whatever. And also, didn't we install the Shah, right? Or like we back that. And then we get rid of that. We back the coup to install this guy. And now we're scrapping that as well.
Wait, the coup to install which guy?
The supreme leader or whatever who came after the Shah.
We didn't support the supreme leader.
Well, we
You're-
backed the coup, no?
We backed the coup to overthrow Mossadegh, and then we got the Shah, and then this is Charlie Kirk's point, but this is really a lot
Yes,
of
but
people's
then
point. But
we back the overthrowing. We give the Shah
But I know,
fucking
we didn't
political
support-
asylum.
right, but we didn't support the Ayatollahs at any time. I know the point you're making is. I think I understand the point you're making.
My point is that we contributed to the destabilization.
A lot of the demons. Yeah,
Yes,
sure,
there you go.
100%. Yeah.
That is more precise.
And
Yeah.
I think so I think that that's what you're saying. I think that on that, Charlie Kirk was right. I think that Charlie Kirk was right about that, and we learned a lot of tough lessons.
Wait, you're
in the
saying that, or
Cold
you're
War.
repeating something in your chat? Why are you praising Charlie Kirk?
Because Charlie Kirk made that point as well.
Could you just?
It's a point that
Could you
lefties have
just
been
make
making
the
for a while.
point instead of praising Charlie Kirk? I'm sure he's not the only person to make that point.
No, he's not the only person to make that point. I just most recently heard it from him, and now most recently from you. But I think that these people are essentially correct. That we learned a bunch of lessons. I think during the Cold War and during the most recent misadventures in the Middle East. I thought we were supposed to learn some of these lessons, that there can be unforeseen consequences to what you do. It's not going to turn out the way that you necessarily think it will. And so I just think this is a big hot pile of garbage that America does not need to undertake right now. We should have done a deal. At this point, though, I think a deal is dead. I don't think that there's a way to get to a deal with this Trump administration and with Israel doing what they're doing, because Israel is taking every effort to scuttle negotiations. Like, they literally assassinated and killed the lead negotiator for the Iranians while they were planning to have negotiations with the Trump administration. There seems to be pretty good reporting that the Trump administration was actually looking to get some diplomatic results. That seems to have been a consistent through line, that from the reporting that I'm seeing is that the Trump administration actually wanted to get some diplomacy done. And Israel vetoed it essentially by launching this strike counter to the wishes of Trump. In which case, like, who's running the show? And how will we ever get to a deal with Iran? That seems to be off the table if no one can trust the president, and no one can trust, even if the president wants something, that he's going to be able to get it, because Netanyahu can just veto it.
Well, he said that this was all part of the grand plan, you see, the 10D chess, because the 60-day limit that nobody had ever heard of had fucking expired.
Oh, yeah.
Then you had U.S. officials telling Reuters today that what was it? Hold on. That plot. Yeah. That they vetoed the plot to kill the Iranian supreme leader, but I'm not even entirely convinced that this is true.
Oh,
like,
that might be.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is just like post hoc rationalization or whatever. It's two U.S. sources telling Reuters. Reuters did not come to this reporting because they were privy to intelligence that had been leaked or some sort of documents that showed this. It's unnamed, anonymous U.S. sources saying, yeah, that was definitely like what happened, and it gives the impression that we were in on this. Why did Marco Rubio come out and say we had nothing to do with it? and then Trump reverses course in 24 hours, and now you've got more.
Like less than 24 hours.
Yeah. Plus the tweets, plus that, what is it? Now they're saying this. They're trying to make it sound like, oh yeah, we were just going to meet with them for diplomatic talks, and then not, or like for what reason?
No, yeah, I think you're so right. Wait, can you pull up the
Reuters article or what?
Crazy tweet? No. I want you to pull up the craziest tweet that a president has ever tweeted in history. That was just tweeted.
I do have to go to Truth Social to do this. What is this? The whole Iranians can leave?
Yes.
Okay, hold
Why
on.
are you spoiling it? Why are you spoiling?
They know what's coming. This is not breaking news. You don't have an exclusive for your stream, and neither do I.
I know, but I really want us to like spend 5 minutes talking about how crazy this tweet is.
Okay. Truth details. Give me a second. I hate that you can't reject cookies on this fucking thing. I gave Iran a chance. I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest of words to just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told, that the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world, by far, in all caps, and that Israel has a lot of it, with much more to come. And they know how to use it. Certain Iranian hardliners spoke bravely, but they didn't know what was about to happen. They are all dead now, and it will only get worse. There has already been great death and destruction, but there is still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being even more brutal, come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left and save what was once known as the Iranian Empire. No more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it is too late. God bless you all.
No, that's not the tweet. That's a crazy tweet. But the most recent tweet.
I thought it was. That's what it pulled up.
No. You have to pull up the one about Tehran. Have you not seen it?
He yaps constantly. I can't fucking keep them straight. I've seen headlines talking
wait.
about these tweets, but they all kind of blur together because they all mention.
Okay.
They all have these same keywords.
I'll find it. Hang on, I'll find it. Don't you worry. Hang on.
Wait. Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame and what a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. That's awesome.
Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. I'm laughing because of how ridiculous this whole thing is. But I just want to repeat that one more time. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Tehran is the capital. It is of Iran. It has a population of like, I think over 10 million people. And the president of the United States, or I should say the illegal occupant of the Oval Office, is telling the people of Tehran that they all need to leave the capital. They need to leave their homes. And the question is why? Apparently he's convening national security people tonight to discuss something. We already know that there's been movement in to like position certain American assets and I think even a carrier strike group or whatever I'm not a military person, so I don't know this shit. And so given that tweet and given the other movements and other reporting, I think it's quite likely, I don't know if it's certain, that we will be striking Iran in like the next 24 hours. What do you think?
Are you locking that in?
I put that at a 75% chance.
I'm going to put it at just a plurality. I'm going to put it at 33% chance.
You don't think we're going to do it?
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's a lower probability than I think you're willing to say. I don't think it's necessarily at that close to midnight for that.
That would be a massive escalation. But like we have now AOC and Thomas Massey saying that we'll work together on a resolution to hem in the president's war powers authorities, and that they're going to work. Like AOC and Thomas Massey have signaled they're going to work together if it is the case that America starts striking Iran.
This would be the greatest strategic alliance since Stalin and Churchill, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I'm so over all the people, I have to say, the Dave Smiths of the world who are like, this is a complete betrayal of everything you stood for, Trump. This is a complete
God. It's like, were you just asleep during his first administration? Really? Even if you were asleep, you still have access to the internet. You could look up what it was like.
These people just forgot.
Did you see what Tucker Carlson said?
What did he say?
Oh my God, hold on. He's taken the clear pill, which is Curtis Yarvin's thing. So this was what's the clear pill? I'll get to that in a little bit. Okay.
I forgot. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson morning newsletter. Drop Israel. Let them fight their own wars. It is not America's fight. So this was June 13th. This was 3 days ago. And he puts, we'd like to take this opportunity to state our position as clearly as possible. The United States should not at any level participate in a war with Iran. No funding, no American weapons, no troops on the ground. Give me a second. I'm going to show my chat or like. What is it? No troops on the ground. Regardless of what our special ally says, a fight with the Iranians has nothing to offer the United States. It is not in our national interest. If Israel wants to wage this war, it has every right to do so. It is a sovereign country and it can do as it pleases, but not with America's backing. At an absolute minimum, the United States continuing to insert itself in this conflict will further whip up the radical Islamic world's hatred for the West and fuel the next generation of terrorism. The worst case, thousands of immediate American deaths, all in the name of a foreign agenda that has nothing to do with our country. It goes without saying that neither of these possibilities would be beneficial. Neither of those possibilities would be beneficial for the United States. But there is another option. Drop Israel, let them fight their own wars. No matter how many bogus anti-Semitism allegations, neocon ghouls like Mark Levin hurl at Americans who advocate for that path, opposing destroying the United States in the name of the Netanyahu government has nothing to do with Israel. It's about America. We reject the idea of involving the U.S. in an Israeli war for the same reason we would stand against doing the same on behalf of Eritrea, Suriname, Cambodia, or any other random country you could close your eyes and point at on a map. It is not America's fight. Engaging in it would be a middle finger in the faces of the millions of votes who cast their ballots in hopes of creating a government that would finally put the United States first. What happens next will define Donald Trump's presidency. So,
wow, fighting words.
Thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think that the Cenk Uyghur Civil War, as you know, you have to be very circumspect about analyzing Cenk Uygur's prognoses and be very detailed.
Wait, why are we talking about Cenk in response to Tucker Carlson's statement?
I'm sorry, I'm going to elaborate why.
Is this the stroke talking?
Cenk Uyghur has protected,
or the jet lag, or the sleep.
Basta. Cenk Uyghur said that there would be a civil war in MAGA if one of these things happened, specifically the increase in military spending, or if there were war with Iran. Now, I always thought that there might be, there's always been divisions ideologically within the MAGA coalition, or in terms of like the thinkers and the presenters and the influencers. What you're not seeing, though, are like the Trump loyalists, the voters, being like, oh, I really give a shit about Iran, and like I give a fuck whether Trump is going to engage America in a war. And so I think that the Tucker Carlson quote and the fact that right now, I mean, he's being called out by Ben Shapiro, he's being called out by other members of the MAGA media class, and there's kind of these two coalitions forming. I think the Bannonites are probably more in Tucker's camp as well. I think the quote,
Bannonites are irrelevant.
Okay.
They are, because they LARP as populists, but when it comes down to it, their priority is the like anti-immigration stuff. And they will pretty much co-sign anything that Trump is willing to do so long as he continues down this path of immigration, which he's already starting to back down off of a little bit, at least rhetorically. Did you see that in the Times? He was telling the farmers, like, oh, like, there's going to be changes soon.
Yeah, we won't target the immigrants who are working in the fields.
Good immigrants. AKA the ones that are affiliated with people I didn't realize voted for me.
Yeah. Wait. Did you see so there's a big kerfuffle about the assassin guy, the terrorist assassin guy who went out, who like was going through all these doors and like dressing up like Michael Myers to kill politicians. First,
they caught him. The manhunt ended for him. Yeah. This is Boetler. I keep forgetting his name.
Yeah, Vance. His name is Vance, guys.
Vance.
His name is Vance. Couldn't be more on the nose. False flag event. Anyway, I think dressing up like Michael Myers is one of the scariest things you can do to kill people.
It's not Michael Myers because that was a completely bald mask. It would have had to have the hair, no? It's just like a.
You know what I'm talking about.
It's a Fetterman mask.
It's a.
Tell me it's not.
alone,
It looks
right?
closer to. No, I fucking hate Fetterman, and you do too. Don't defend him in this.
But are the physical attacks? I have to ask you: are physical attacks in appearance justified if the target?
Yes.
If the target rich
Yes.
environment.
Yes.
So what do you have to say about Charlie Kirk's face?
Incredibly small, incredibly compact.
It's very efficient. It's an efficient face. Everything is fit, and I feel like I have a rather big head, rather big face, very inefficient face. But like Charlie's
But that's
face,
changing because you're working out more, right?
True. But that's more about there's face gains. There's face gains.
Oh, you're right. You're hopeless. Get buccal fat removal. Go under the knife. Get a facelift.
Would you get buccal fat removal?
No. I don't know why anybody does that. It just instantly ages people. Like, no, I'm 26 and I don't have the desire to look like I'm 40 already. That's all it does to people. It makes them look gaunt. Looks bad.
Did Anya Taylor-Joy get it done? I can't tell.
Why can't it's so obvious that she did. Next you're gonna ask me if Zac Efron has had work done.
That guy looks like a freak.
Yeah, because he had cheek implants. It's very obvious. And then he lies and says that because he lies and he goes on late night TV shows and he says that he was running through his mansion and he tripped and fell on his fountain and then broke his jaw and his masseters ended up growing after it recovered. And that's how he got...
Masseters?
Yes, his masseters grew at the age of 30 or something.
I don't know why people just don't own it.
Because there's no incentive to doing that.
Why not?
Because
people like us will talk shit.
there's every incentive to make people think that they're all natural and they just look amazing. They're aging beautifully. I mean, people say this about Jennifer Aniston, right? Like, oh my God, how does she look so young? What's her secret?
She looks good.
And it's like her
right?
secret is the fact that for a while she had pretty conservative Botox and fillers. Now it's starting to show.
Sarah Jessica Parker went on Adam Friedland.
Mm-hmm.
I think she looks decent.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Well, but what do you think? He's talking about aging.
I've never found her very attractive.
You're not the only one.
She has like a horse face. Kind of.
I think that's insulting.
It is.
A horse face.
Yes, it is insulting.
What did she ever do to you?
Put some cringy jokes into Sex and the City, but that's probably the worst of it.
Yeah. Well, what were we talking about before?
Charlie Kirk's face.
War.
This started with Charlie Kirk's
Yeah.
face. Or MAGA, like Cenk's prediction or whatever.
Oh God, you should have stopped me right then. That was your inclination. That's what you wanted to do. You wanted to stop me and you should have.
I watched an insane emergency podcast from PBD where
What'd they say?
Obviously, so
by the way, Iranian.
Iranian, he took and he's like a huge simp for the Shah. He loves him. And
The Shah.
he is.
Shah, yeah.
Have you ever seen his painting in his thinking room?
No, I haven't.
Oh my God. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna fucking share my screen so I can show you. Are you seeing like Google Chrome?
Yeah, I'm seeing.
Okay, perfect. Hold on. His thinking room. I don't know why he's such a huge simp for him, but he just says PBD. If I put like painting, what do I even put? It should come up. Like his inside Patrick Bet-David's $25 million dream home. And
why did Amazon send me 20?
There's a point in this. It's just this is like MTV Cribs, but for like MAGA grifters. But
but it's hosted on his own thing.
Yes.
Lol. Wait.
He had this painting commissioned. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Over here, you got this painting that I worked on and commissioned Brent Hill. You see me in here?
Okay. So, like, can you name all these people? Hold on.
Yeah, let's try. And commissioned Brent.
Left to right, do it.
Left to right, Albert Einstein, JFK, Abraham Lincoln, Tupac, Patrick Bet-David, the Shah of Iran. Who the fuck is that? Let's pass for now. That looks like Milton Friedman and then Martin Luther King Jr.
Yes, correct.
But I don't know who the
It's
red guy
Dale
is.
Earnhardt. Is that something you said?
Yeah.
In the blue, then we have Senna, Ayrton Senna. Then there's Tupac, the Shah of Iran, Lincoln, Kennedy, Einstein. Bunch of different hidden messages in there. MLK.
Hidden messages.
The empty
A
chair.
lot of hidden
and they're
messages.
debating 2 books, Atlas Shrugged and Communist Manifesto.
my
This is my
God.
thinking.
Yes.
If I want to think, I come here, I close up.
Atlas Shrugged and the Communist Manifesto, the most influential works in all of the world.
Cringe.
This is in his thinking room. But like the fact that like
Tupac Shakur is
and Patrick Bet David is like to the Shah, like, I'll introduce you guys to Tupac.
amazing. What a pull.
So
wait, so what does Patrick Bet David have to say about this? I mean, ostensibly this is a show about reacting to one of Patrick Bet David's like
it is, but he said the most insane shit. I'm about to summarize it, and it's not an exaggeration that he said this. So obviously he's pro-Israel, preemptively striking Iran. We knew this. And then
Wait, he was? I thought he might have a more nuanced take.
Here's the nuanced take. Okay, so the nuanced take is let's give some historical context. So Pisco, who was the first person, who were the first funders and producers of Titanic? The original Titanic.
The Titanic, the boat?
The film.
Oh. I don't fucking know who the fucking original funders of the Titanic were. It's made by James Cameron, but that's all I know.
Not that one. Not that one. There was one made in like 1942 or something by Goebbels.
The movie.
Yes, it was a Titanic movie.
Goebbels version of Titanic.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Hold on. Titanic, like Nazi movie or whatever.
Titanic movie.
1943. Yeah.
Film.
A German propaganda film made during World War II in Berlin by Tobis Productions for UFA, depicting the catastrophic sinking of RMS Titanic in 1912. This was the third German-language dramatization of the event, following a silent film released in 1912, just 4 months after the sinking, and the British-produced German film Atlantic, released in 1929.
What the fudge?
So although the film had a brief theatrical run in parts of German-occupied Europe starting in November 1943, it was not shown within Germany by order of Goebbels, who feared that it would weaken the German citizenry's morale instead of improving it, as heavy Allied bombing raids made a film depicting mass panic and death unappealing. Goebbels later banned the playing of the film entirely, and it did not have a second run. Okay, it says this, but if you go down more as to like why they did that, it's not entirely for that reason. Undermining the intended effect were the scenes of the British and French passengers in a state of panic and desperation. Scenes of steerage passengers separated by crew members and desperately searching for their loved ones through locked gates and a chain link fence bore an uncanny resemblance to what was happening in German extermination camps during that time.
Oh, yeah.
This contributed to the film being banned inside Germany by Goebbels. So
what does this have to do with Patrick Bet
PBT brings this up. PBT brings this up to say that Israel controls the media globally, and they were inspired by Nazi Germany, Goebbels and Hitler specifically. Then he cuts to him speaking in Congress like decades ago about the threat of Iran or something like that. And then and then tops that all off by, again, still affirming support for Israeli strikes against Iran, even though he just said that they control the media and they propagandize everybody into getting on board with their agenda.
And they were inspired by Goebbels.
Yes. And this was all co-signed by the PBD podcast crew. None of them pushed back on this.
Do you have a clip of it?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yeah. Hold on. Emergency pod.
Mr. Wonderful here.
This is 100% serious and 100% real.
This guy, Kevin O'Leary.
Do you know he's Canadian?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Here's why Iran is the root of chaos in the Middle East. That's what this chapter is called, even though he lays out a conspiracy that Israel is like pulling the strings globally because they control the media.
Watching everything that's taking place, my opinion is very simple. Everybody has it.
This is going to be a simple opinion.
Falls in different
very
categories.
simple.
Let me kind of walk you through what different categories they fall under. You're either a true believer. You're either a emotional person that someone caused you to believe what you believe in today, or you're a logical player. Okay? But you fall under 3 different categories. In the last category, you know what the last category is? I don't give a shit about this. That's the last category. I don't care about this. I don't care what happens. I don't follow it. All I care about is the fact that yesterday, OKC tied it 2-2. And I'm glad the fact that, the Panthers are tied 2-2 with the Oilers. Okay, and we were at the game. We saw Vince Vaughn, all these other guys, and players were sitting right next to Connor McDavid's family. We're hanging out with Wayne Gretzky's son, family, all this stuff. That's all I care about. I don't care about this political stuff. Let's set that person aside for a second. You're probably not going to be watching this podcast.
It is, I cannot understate how much of his main podcast is just conversation, like that you would share at dinner time. But he instead, again, this is an emergency podcast. He needed to get these thoughts out.
Anyway, if you're party number 4. But let's talk about the first 3, okay? The true believer. The 2 IDF soldiers you had dinner with last night, they're true believers, okay? The true believer, somebody that went to war, on what do you call it, 9/11, hey, we go, and it's like, that's the true believer, right? That I was in it. I experienced this. That's the true believer, that they went through it. Then you have the emotional people that got caught in. You all of a sudden are woke right. Israel sucks. And Netanyahu is the second coming of the Antichrist. And this is the right. And all you're doing is you're just following what you hear on Twitter. Or you're the,
woke right.
Wait, so he's basically saying there's true believers who are, supporting Israel for a reason. Then emotional people are all saying that you shouldn't support Israel.
Yes.
So he's putting everyone who's in the category of being critical of Israel as being the highly emotional.
Yeah, beta males, bitches. Lame.
Interesting.
Low T.
Oh my God, this is done. All these people getting killed. We got to take them out. Take out the Iranians and take out Khamenei and take those guys out. We need regime change. But you're part of the emotional side. I'll be very transparent with you guys.
There can be emotional.
Okay.
There can be emotional on the other side too.
Throwing a curveball.
With Iran and Israel. I lived in Iran, as you know, 11 years. And I saw what it was like. And I saw what Iran was like previous to that.
He fled during the Iran-Iraq war, and he actually lived in a refugee camp. And he is born in Tehran, but he doesn't bring any of that up. I looked it up on his Wikipedia page.
It's very weird.
Okay.
Today, President Trump turned 79 years old. And you know what else happened? The revolution happened in 1979. I'm a guy with numbers.
Yes.
So revolution happened in
PPT numerology.
Trump is 79 years old today.
Wait, he's a numerologist?
What? No, he just said I'm a numbers guy, and he's connecting the dots where none existed. This is just red pill astrology.
Anniversary in the U.S., okay? And we just got a report that they're doing a No Kings protest. We just got the report that they're doing it in Miami, and they're doing it right here in Fort Lauderdale. Okay, we just got the report. 1,500 cities. We found that they're doing it here, and they're trying to impose fear and all this other stuff. I was having a conversation with one of my guys.
Fear. You peacefully assembling. That's you inspiring fear. Do you know that?
Well, yes, of course. But I just want to ask: is he a wife beater? Someone in my chat said he's a wife beater.
If he is, I haven't seen that. I don't know.
Okay.
If he is, it has not made it to his Wikipedia page, as far as I know. But maybe I didn't scroll down enough.
Yesterday, and one of my favorite guys in the insurance company. I'm about to host a pretty big meeting on a lot of good things that's going on there. But I said, one thing that's very weird that's happened ever since I'm no longer there. What's that? This language has changed. What do you mean? I don't remember me ever training you guys to live in a life with fear-based. What is this fear language?
I love the way it's like a one-man show. The way that he acts out the conversation that he had. It's so great.
What is this fear language? Oh my God, what if they do this and what if they do that? What if they do this? Pivot. Go call your audible. But this seeping in of, oh my God, I'm afraid I'm this. This is freaking America. What the hell are we talking about? This is we became what we became because
I don't even understand
this
which
whole
of the conversations he's having.
He's interrupted. It's a shower argument that he's broadcasting out to his audience. But the thing that's just
America or Israel. What language changed? Or sorry, Iran. What language changed? Is the Iranian language changed? Or the
it'll
American
all
language
make sense. It'll all make sense. The thing that just drives me insane. Here's what I need. I need a far right guest to go on that podcast and say, "Who the fuck do you think you are, as a naturalized U.S. citizen born in Iran, to tell me what it means to be an American? Leave." When we say leave, we also mean you. No, I'm not saying that I would say that. I'm saying I need the MAGA guest who would.
That to happen.
Yes, yes, I need it to happen. I need it to happen.
Isn't his friend? What's his friend's name? The unhinged one who's turns red and has this giant vein.
That's Vinny.
Vinny, yeah. Isn't he? Okay.
I mean, you have a lot of naturalized citizens on the show. You have Lindy Lee. You have Amy Dangerfield, who's at least trying to be. Yeah. You also have or in the network. They're not on this show, but in the network.
Yeah.
Didn't fear UK. We're like, no, we're going to stand up. That was tough. That was really tough. Are we going to go find a new entire land and build our own company? What are you talking about? Yeah, we're going to. How are you going to do it? Private jet? No, a freaking ship. You mean to tell me you guys didn't take planes? No. So imagine ships being made during that time, and you're going from one side to the other side. What is the risk? That's scary. Imagine you're on the ship. You got many days. All these sounds with wood and all this stuff. They're not making this stuff based on high-end technology. And you have the faith to go.
He really wants you to like
the greatest country in the world that's about to turn 250 years old next year. This is a miracle. America's based on faith, values, principle, confidence, leadership, principles on freedom, faith. We believe in.
You're going to stand for this, Pisco? You're going to stand for this guy who wasn't actually a natural-born U.S. citizen telling you what the fuck this country is about?
Well, first of all, I think all American citizens are equal. And
well, let's get the virtue signal out of the way, okay? Continue.
Okay. But I have a.
Oh wait, you think that? Wait, do you think that Cenk should have been able to run for president?
Now I do.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do want to say, it feels like he wanted to say this is America, and he like messed up what he said and changed it to this is a miracle, and now I think he's just kind of riffing.
He's just riffing.
I don't think he planned this out. Yeah.
He speaks from the heart.
God, we believe he's on our side. We believe this is going to happen. And then all of a sudden we're like, oh my God, what if they do this? And what if they do that? And what if they do this? Stop it already. Stop it already. You know, if they're going to do something and they scare the crap out of us, then we're falling for it. You know, if you really claim you believe in God and you have faith, what happened when they were in the storm and everybody was panicking? It's like, what are you guys doing? Did you not remember that part in Bible study or when you went to church? What was that message about?
Is this a Noah's Ark reference?
Everybody was panicking, right? And this is when leadership's rise. So
I don't know if it's a reference to Noah's Ark or if it's a reference to like the storms that occur in Florida or like some hurricane storm.
As a person that was born in Iran, yes, I can't stand this regime. Yes, they've called the only thing that's been persistent and consistent is the following. When the Shah was in Iran, did Israel already exist?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was Israel causing chaos? Was there war in the Middle East? Let me say this one more time. When Iran was ran by the Shah, what year was the Shah of Iran? What years did he run Iran?
53 through 79. I think.
Okay, 53 is the oil consortium. So 54 is the oil consortium. 41 to 79.
Oh, wow.
Because he started at 21 years old, young man, right? 41 to 79. When did Israel become a nation?
48. Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. Why is it that between 48 to 79, while the Shah was the king of Iran, running Iran, why is it for 31 years there is no major war in the Middle East? Why is that?
Why is that,
What are you
Pisco?
talking about?
Why is that, Pisco?
So the 6 Day War, the Yom Kippur War, where the various Arab conflicts with Israel, what happened with the Suez. I mean, there were a bunch of coups and overturn like in Iraq. There's tons of wars in the Middle East in that time period. I don't know what he's talking about.
Pretty sure you're wrong. Pretty sure it was like it was like an unprecedented time of geopolitical stability in the Middle East. Things are just smooth sailing. And it's all because of the Shah.
So to the people that want to say it's all Israel's fault, how come there wasn't that in Iran for 31 years? I'm curious. Answer that question for me.
Yeah.
And why is it from 79, when the mullahs, the Hezbollahs, the IRGC, all these guys, the Khomeinis, all of them took over, why has there been chaos in the Middle East in 79? Whose fault is that? America's been consistent. Yes, I know America wanted the oil from Iran, and yes, I know UK wanted it, and MI6,
America's
and CIA, and all this stuff. And yes, also I'm aware that
pause. America's been consistent, like
a consistent destabilizing presence.
Yeah, I mean, like America's intervened and not intervened, and they have this long period of intervention in Iraq and Afghanistan, and like, in what sense is American foreign policy? I guess it's more consistent in the sense that it's more interventionist, but I don't understand how that's contributing to his, because the implication there is that America is not causing any of these wars and that the wars are being caused by
it's just coming out of nowhere. Yeah. I'm sorry. Do you have a better explanation?
No, I listen. I think that there's.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Then sit back and listen.
Even in the Iran-Iraq war, Saddam started that war. You know, so the minute that the Iranian regime was born, very soon after, it was one of the worst like conflagrations, this Iran-Iraq war. I'm not convinced that Iran caused that war. I think that Saddam is probably a bigger destabilizer in the region than Iran during that like window that he's pointing at. You know, and Saddam also invaded Kuwait. You know, so
trust Israel. The Shah didn't trust you know, what they were doing with media and finance and the ambition and the level and the control and the influence and all that stuff.
Oh boy, did he ever not trust them.
Oh no.
He doesn't do it in this one. I pulled up a different clip where he was showing the Shah being like, yeah, the Jews control the media.
He's JQing all over the place.
He knew what was going on there. He wanted to compete with them. He didn't see himself as a victim. He's like, we're going to be doing the same thing. And
But he doesn't get that it's like anti-Semitic. He thinks that the Shah was just like a bold truth teller.
Wait a minute, this guy's too ambitious and he thinks he can go up against all of us. Let's take this guy out. We need chaos in the Middle East. Oh shit, even Israel being involved, let's just say for Iran and the Shah falling, there's chaos down the Middle East. On who though? On who though? Who did that? So yeah, for me, the most consistent thing behind the chaos in the Middle East has been Iran. That's just the reality of it. So we can say what...
That's just facts. That's just reality, Pisco.
We want to say that's a fact on what's happened there. Now, since then, what has happened to Israel? They've gotten more powerful.
What about Al Qaeda? What about America? What about Saddam?
Oh, that comes up in this episode. That comes up at like a different point.
Got more contacts. It's
and covered. Don't worry.
Resources, and they're more connected in different places, and all this other stuff. They've controlled Hollywood, which means the messaging in all the movies is controlled by them, and all that other stuff. Yes, they did that. Guess
It's a
what?
pro-Israel message.
This is anti-Semitic.
Again, bold truth teller. It's just the facts. Can't handle it.
Other people could have done it, but they had the vision of saying believe Hollywood's one way to persuade the entire world. And, a big part of that is maybe they learned from another guy.
Schindler's List.
You know the story about Titanic.
God.
You know who was the first producer of Titanic? You know
Someone named Oh, no.
Do you know the first Titanic was Adolf Hitler?
You weren't kidding.
The first movie? Go pull up Titanic.
Did you for a second even doubt that what I just told you? That is literally what he goes on to say.
First Titanic. Who funded the first Titanic? Not 79, the first one. First, who funded the first Titanic movie?
The Nazis.
The Nazis. It's not 1997. The first one. Okay.
Yeah, because Vinny was like, James Cameron?
What is the Titanic? Like,
one.
why
The first
use
one,
that?
He pulls it. Let him cook. Let him cook. Just wait.
It was a propaganda film to depict British
jumping the
characters as
gun.
villains and highlight fiction German officer as a hero. And the film was overseen by Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi minister of propaganda.
Goebbels?
Realize the way to get people to think Nazi soldiers are good is through a movie. And what did Israel's like? Oh, you're going to play...
Keep in mind, he struggled to even recall what year the formation of Israel occurred. But he knows this.
It's his point that the Israelis learned from the Nazis that movies are important. And
Germany also invented propaganda. There was no propaganda before Nazi Germany.
This game, we're going straight to Hollywood because it works.
We're going straight to Hollywood because it works. That's what the Israelis
It's an
did.
effective way of doing it. Hitler used it for his own reasons. And Israel's like, we're going to use it to tell our story of what happened with Israel. And here's who we are. Hey, you know what? Other people could have done that. They did that. And then you bring it to today.
He really said, like, the Israeli Jews reclaimed Hollywood.
They're going to Hollywood.
Right?
So he's pretty much saying that Steven
Netanyahu
Spielberg is an Israeli op.
Yes, correct.
I'm telling you, if we go Saddam Hussein, Iraq, and I'm watching the way he's doing it again, right? Man, he knows how to sell fear porn.
Oh, yeah.
He knows
fear
how
porn.
to sell it so well. And by the way, that's an art. He knows how to sell it. Watch this clip here. Go for it.
No question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question
Okay,
whatsoever.
you can pause that right there. Now watch this. Yesterday we're having this, and I'll turn it over to you guys here. Yesterday we're having this training for our executive team with Dale Carnegie's team. We brought him in here to train our guys. We do this quarterly, if not every 6 months. But we brought him here yesterday. You know what's one of the quotes that he said? Here's one of the quotes that the guy said yesterday. He says, I hope I find this.
Imagine this guy's your boss.
I have to say this quote.
And your name is Amy Dangerfield.
I can
imagine your name being Amy Dangerfield. Would you rather your name be Amy Dangerfield or this person be your boss?
I just wish I could be Amy Dangerfield because it's the best of both worlds, right? I get to work for PVD and I could have her name. There we go.
Oh, it's such a powerful quote. Are you kidding me?
What happened?
He says, the quote he says is, I'm trying to, Tom, tell me if you remember this quote. He says, there's nothing, he says, when you give your opinion in a way of it being a fact, you know, your
he didn't say that. You know, this is the quote. This is the quote in the way of. And you know,
that's the
quote. I have it if you want. An opinion disguised as a fact is an invitation for an argument.
Did you see that? Ooh. An opinion disguised as a fact.
Okay, I looked this up to see. Wait, who the fuck said this? It was.
I don't know. What
someone said it on June 14th, the same day, and it had no likes or engagement on Twitter. I couldn't find it anywhere else. It was some random account.
is an invitation for what?
There's another point where like he pulls up he's like, pull up the Jake Paul tweet. That was epic.
An argument. He gave his opinion as a fact is an invitation for an argument. Replace the argument with war.
Can I pause? Do you just spend 4 hours of your day every day just like going through all the valuetainment properties and
on stream? Yes. Yes, I need
and prep for on stream. Yeah.
I don't pre-watch all of this stuff to that degree. I did this the other night. I was looking at this. It was an emergency podcast. I had to.
All right. You know,
Okay,
you're right.
760,000 people watch this. 760,000 people watch this. I had to see it.
My brain.
Like a small country assembles to tune into this, to see it live.
Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he's also been a player in causing this mayhem. So I'm not sitting here telling you, you know.
Yeah.
What I do know is if Israel is able to single-handedly do this without us getting involved, great. Here's the problem, though.
Here's the problem.
And I told this story to Taylor the other day at the hockey game. You remember this? So it's the last time I went to a nightclub where I went partying was Highlands.
Oh my God!
Some of my friends will remember.
I remember. I'm saying I know the club.
Yeah.
Another anecdote.
The last time you went to the club.
And we walk in. His girl was a poor guy, and it was nasty. It wasn't pretty. And I'm there with another hothead and a calm guy and a couple other guys that just want to go find some girls. And Arby's girlfriend is all
show the club. We need visuals for this story.
He says, I want to go say hi to her. And we're like, you don't need to do that. So no, I just want to go say hi to her. I said, I'm telling you, you don't need to do that. He says, I'm just going to go say hi to her. And we're like, dude, if a fight breaks out, no, we're not in. Walks up to her, and we're looking from a distance. So imagine you're like 30 feet away. And it's loud, you can't hear, but you're seeing body language. And we're all just looking. And then all of a sudden,
What does this have to do with anything?
6'1", 6'2", whatever. He shows up. And they start talking. And you all of a sudden, yeah, like this. Like, oh, I look at a couple of my friends. I'm like, here we go. You know what happens? Pushing, shoving. We go in. Beer bottles being thrown, punches being thrown. Cops come. They arrest us. I said, listen, man, I'm out of here. You will never see me at a nightclub ever again. It was nasty. That thing went from 0 to club shutting down within.
Again, we're still on why Iran is the root of chaos in the Middle East. This connects to that point.
It was like boom, boom, boom. Okay, like that. So my concern with this is, if it goes like that, if Iran is as manipulative, as dark as they want to be, you know what Iran's next move needs to be? Hit a U.S. base. Because that you're going to cause a
If Iran is going to be acting like the trashy bitch that my friend Arby brought to the club one time, then I guess we got to do strikes, bro. That's all I'm saying, man.
in America. Hit a U.S. base right now. That's what Iran, if they want to create, and I'm not sharing strategies here, I'm just saying to them, if they
He's not sharing
all of a sudden
strategies.
they pin Israel against U.S., and you're going to see what's going to happen in America. X will be on fire. You know, media will be on fire.
X will be on fire.
People will be pinned against each other. I told you, I knew I was right. I tweeted about this 16 years ago.
No mention of the death and destruction this will incur. Just people will be arguing in the West, and also there will be a lot of tweeting on X that day.
Epic pause, by the way, for you. Can we full screen it real quick? Click bottom right.
Love it.
That's the face when he's talking about all the consequences on X of people saying that they were right that day.
When I was jump up, boom, right? They were all behind it. Iran, their next move isn't attacking Israel. Iran has to, if they're deceptive, dark enough, that would be their next move. And if they do that, then America's a shit show. Like shit show at the height. That is my biggest effing concern. Is that happening? That happens, forget about it.
So, respect on that opinion, and I totally understand why the people play that pill.
Respect on that opinion.
Respect on that opinion.
Yeah, I'm just gonna co-sign all of that.
He wasn't listening the whole time. The whole thing about Hitler. Oh my God, what are we gonna do?
Oh, you're assuming that Adam is a spine.
Well,
Why do you think
Adam
that
is
he'd push
also
back on it? He's
pro-Israel,
listening.
right?
He's huge pro-Israel, and I only knew about that Tucker Carlson statement because he found the cope argument for how it's actually completely compatible to simp this much for Israel, but also claim you're America first.
Oh my God.
Hold on, I'll skip to that part because it's like the other
let's watch that
most important. But like half of this show or episode is just a game. They're LARPing and playing Risk live. They like move themselves to the point that they're like, who's gonna come next? Like if we topple them, like if we should strike Iran, and who's gonna come next? Who can we install? Iranians like love Israel.
like if this happened, by the way, if Trump like attacked or started a regime change war, he would probably consider putting Patrick Bet-David in charge of the country. And like in
Iran, yeah,
to be in charge of
Patrick Bet-David is so
Persia. We need to call it Persia, and you'll be in charge of Persia because he's always about the renaming things back to what they used to be named.
That who I don't understand is the people who are now rooting for Iran to eliminate Israel. Okay, so excuse me, who's chanting death to America? Who's chanting death to America and burning the American flag? Pretty sure it's Iran. Weren't they the first people to do this? Them in North Korea?
They're all.
So let's
like,
not forget
can you
who our
pause real
enemy
quick as
is.
well. I'm done with the whole flag shit. Can we stop fucking losing our shit at the flag?
The reason why all of this is justified apparently is because there are people in these countries that say death to countries that they like. That justifies it all, apparently. But these people are the upholders of liberal democracy, and those people are actually the radical jihadists
what happened to free speech?
for daring to criticize the United States and Israel.
So, and as far as the people on the woke right, led by like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens in that camp, I get it. I believe they love America. You've heard the term globalize the intifada. Guys, if you bury your head in the sand, like Tucker Carlson, who's probably never even been in a fist fight in his life, much less served.
Why we're talking about globalize the intifada in the context of a war on Iran? Okay.
In the military, soft. They're coming to a city.
Ooh, called out Tucker Carlson for being soft, little like a prep school boy.
Near you. Today there'll be protests, a no king protest. How much you want to bet there's going to be Palestinian flags flying in a no ICE, no king protest? How much you want to bet? Because what Iran has done is globalize the intifada. And if you want to pretend this isn't coming to a city near you, Tucker Carlson, just wait and see. Because they've already invaded Europe and they're seeping into America. So just wait and see. So anyone that's rooting for Iran
so he's
to eliminate Israel,
he's saying all of these like refugees or economic migrants from like North Africa going into Europe, that they're the same thing as the protesters in the United States, same thing as the Palestinians, same thing as the Iranians. Could there be a more totalizing, like fucking backwards take where like all my enemies are one people, all my enemies are one thing, they're all together? This guy made. I find
he says that the globalists, the Marxists, and the jihadists are aligned.
Yeah.
essentially rooting against America.
I wouldn't put Tucker that far woke right. Rob, I just sent you.
He's a poster child.
This is Tucker's tweet, Pat. And Tucker, listen, Tucker say what you want at him. He loves America and he's America first, and he doesn't want any Americans dying. This is his tweet, Pat. The real divide isn't between people who support Israel and the people who support Iran or the Palestinians. The real divide is between those who casually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he says this because he has to, like, again, he knows that he doesn't want to piss off anybody, so he has to make it not about Israel and not about Iran, but against, what is it again? The real divide is between those who encourage violence and those who seek to prevent it. We have to make it so abstract and like change the conversation entirely, and save the hot take for the Substack, because he knows on Twitter he'll get a bunch of shit for it if he just engages directly with the topics at hand.
Wait, so true, and also true, by the way, for people who like criticize, and even Tucker criticizing Trump, it's always like his advisors say this, his advisors say that, and there's like always euphemisms and indirect ways of trying to say what you're saying. Because people are just too scared to give a hot take every now and then, or to go against their fucking God King.
You got 128,000 likes on this, so paid off.
And those who speak to prevent it, between warmongering and peacemakers. Who are the warmongers? They would include anyone who's calling Donald Trump today to demand airstrikes and other direct U.S. military involvement in war with Iran. On that list, look who's calling out: Sean Hannity, Mark Levine, Rupert Murdoch, Ike Perlmutter, and Miriam Adelson. At some point, they will all have to answer for this, but you should know their names now.
So he's calling out his former bosses at Fox. Wait a minute, Adam. Sincere question. What is your challenge with this tweet here?
This is the first time I'm seeing this, but I just sent Rob another tweet that Tucker Carlson allegedly said.
They just
allegedly,
love Twitter.
Are you sure that this is his tweet? Because this is a fact. I got this from his actual X.
You mean X, the everything app?
Where did you send that, Adam? Slack?
I just texted to him. He says the following: Tucker Carlson, drop Israel. He says, it is not America's fight. Engaging it would be a middle finger in the faces of millions
He doesn't
of
read the whole
who
thing.
cast their ballots in
He doesn't even touch the fact that Tucker is like, there's bogus allegations of anti-Semitism going on because he doesn't want to come off as soy, I think.
Of creating a government that would finally put the United States first. I'm totally cool with 90% of what he just said. But again, I'll say my point
Go
again.
to images, Rob. Just go to images, you'll find it. Go back and go to images, you'll find it right there.
I'm totally with and understand the America First camp. I get it. But if you want to pretend to be an ostrich, just like they tried to do in World War II, oh, let's stay out of it, we're not getting involved. Next thing you know, you're going to have a Pearl Harbor situation. Next thing you know, you're going to have a 9/11 situation. Next thing you know,
that's happening regardless. Though.
If you stay out of World War II, 9/11, 9/11, Pisco.
Oh,
you can't be neutral during World War II because you get things like 9/11.
So we're going, Adam. Something bad's going to happen.
Okay, so
because 20 million people came in here and they were threatening us in front of the camera. They were saying, "Soon you're going to know your name." That's inevitable.
Okay.
But from
Are you
everything that you just said with Tucker,
Are you blaming the migrants?
It's all connected. It's all connected. The globalists, yeah.
These guys are fucking unhinged.
Tucker again is America first, and there's a lot of people that are in that
You're
camp.
getting very confused with one word.
Go ahead.
The word first. Because a lot of people use
Here
the
it
word
is.
first.
Here's the cope.
And then think there's a second and third and fourth and fifth. No, homeboy. In his mind, it's America only. That's it. Isolationist. America only. And that's not the way the world works anymore. America first. I'm America first. Straight up. But I'm not America only.
Wow.
We have the luxury of two amazing, beautiful oceans.
So keep your eyes peeled to see if the right wing picks up on this cope to defend, like, following Israel into this shit.
But I don't know if you know, why is Trump building the Golden Dome now? Why are we building that? Because we're scared that
What's the Golden
protesters are going
Dome?
to bomb and nuclear bomb.
This thing that he announced, it's supposed to be our version of the Iron Dome. You heard about this, right?
Oh yeah, everything's golden with him. Everything's domes.
Yeah.
Us? No, because the world is a freaking scary place. And whether it's Iran or whether it's North Korea or whether it's China or whether it's Russia, somebody's going to come for us. And what we need are allies who share maybe this information. What ally out there built something called the Iron Dome, funded by America, by the way, that might have some insight on how to build the Golden Dome so we don't fall under nuclear attack? So we can do
Like, you're outlining why people think the right thinks that too many of them are, like, cucked to Israel. Because he's literally being like, yeah, funded by the United States, by the way. But he just said we shouldn't have our own dome, but we should fund Israel's Iron Dome.
Israel's dome.
Ostrich thing and pretend that that Tucker Carlson is America first. Sure, I'll play that game with you. He's America only, and he's not even acknowledged that Iran has tried to kill President Trump. Are you fully aware of that? There's a man in jail right now, an Iranian regime militant who's in jail right now for trying to kill Trump. Now, if somebody killed Trump, would you want to go to war for that?
I mean, the guy that the closest anybody got was a white boy with a cell phone from texting.
Okay, had you heard about this, though? This plot to kill him by two Iranians?
Did the FBI get them?
Yeah, hold on. He is just fucking simplifying this so much. Hold on. So this was November 8th, 2024. Iranian operative charged in pre-election scheme to assassinate Trump, other U.S. targets. And what is detailed in here is potentially the two biggest boobs that the state of Iran could find within the United States. They're entirely incompetent. They are literally about as competent as, like, Breaking Bad side characters, but they're the pretext, the justification for supporting all of this shit. Because they could not even get surveillance of, like,
people they could get are like Billy and Silly and these two, like, incompetent losers. I haven't really read much about it. I heard that there were Iranian attempts at Trump, but I didn't really know how sophisticated they were.
An operative working for Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps told federal investigators that he was tasked in September with surveilling and ultimately assassinating President-elect Donald Trump, according to court records unsealed Friday. What the context for this is, though, is that these two chuckle fucks couldn't pull this off. They immediately got caught, and then they got scared because they're being threatened with decades of jail, and they started just saying a bunch of shit. It's not really backed up by a ton of intelligence.
He said, what if they killed Trump, would you go to war for that? I think I would go to war for that, right? If the Iranian government assaminated.
Oh, you know who agrees with you? You know who agrees with you when you assassinate somebody in good standing in a country that's like a beloved military general?
Iran?
Well, if you scroll to the bottom of this, You know what's funny? That's discussed in this article as the motivation for funding for trying to assassinate Donald Trump.
Oh.
Literally. The charges and allegations announced Friday are part of a broader posture by U.S. intelligence and law enforcement to publicly bring attention to Iran's alleged efforts to quiet dissidents on U.S. soil and target U.S. government figures after the killing of IRGC General Qasem Soleimani by American forces in 2020. Trump and former members of his admin have been forced in recent years to increase his security due to the threats.
It all comes back to
Okay, so back to your point. You would go to war if somebody killed Donald Trump. Yeah, well, Iranians agree with your worldview. They think that the assassination of this general warrants this sort of response on American soil. It's almost like these sorts of unilateral assassinations that are not brought before Congress, that are based on basically nothing, are completely destabilizing and a horrible idea and come back to bite these people in the ass and Americans.
Have you considered America good and Iran bad?
I'm giving it some thought.
Yeah.
People from overseas.
Sit on that.
That was. I don't know why.
Well, he's dead. How about the guy in jail that is in jail for trying to kill Trump?
Well, Adam, everybody's trying to. Everybody from. There's people probably from Russia. There's probably people from Ukraine.
Everyone's trying to do this.
In jail.
Okay, Adam, you know how many attempts on Trump's life are probably happening that you're never going to know? Everybody from every country wants. Of course, there's people that want
let me ask this question, though. To his point, say an Iranian that represents the IRG takes out Trump. What should be the results? What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's going to be bad, but I mean, do we just bomb Iran because of one person? Is he working for?
He's with
Iran?
them.
He's
an insider with them.
I mean, Vinny is at least thinking this out a little bit. Like, wait, hold up, you guys. If this is the standard for acts of war against sovereign countries, we're going to end up bombing everybody.
There's going to be a big problem.
Which is what, like a war?
I wouldn't say a war, but there's going to definitely be a problem. If somebody sent an assassin
because
to kill the president.
let me tell you, what's being said right now is not out of the reach of possibilities, okay? Right now, temperatures are high. By the way, if you notice Vinny getting angry, there's a lot of angry patriots in America today. Vinny is not alone. A lot of people are furious, okay?
What do you guys have to be angry about?
If you're somebody who supports Vinny, you support the brand, you're angry.
These people got what they asked for. They were selling us on Trump for 2 years. They were all gung-ho with Trump, and they're still pissed. They can never be satisfied. Yeah, Trump is being an Israel simp. That's what he said he would do. That's why people like, by the way, Avi Bitterman voted for him, and a bunch of people who knew that he would be pro-Israel because they were voting strategically and rationally because that's what he was saying he was going to do. So what the fuck do you guys have to be angry about? You got what you wanted, and now you have to eat it, and you don't get to be upsetty spaghetti just because you got what you asked for.
Angry patriot yourself, and you want to go out there and show it in the marketplace. Hey, I'm an angry patriot. What's going on? Whatever it could be, go to vtmerch.com. Support Vinny, Angry Patriot collection, hats, shirts, all that stuff.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
In the midst of this, it's like, oh yeah, guys, huge sale on the merch. The future looks bright. Angry Patriot black long sleeve lightweight hoodie now.
And I appreciate it. And guys, the bucket.
The fucking chilling
stuff.
Possibilities right now. This is boom, boom, domino, right? Boom, this domino.
Okay, this is where they start playing Risk. Just one more point in this. It's like critical, and then we could do something. We can do fucking her take or whatever. Is where like Adam is like, let me see if he. There's a point where he like brings up. You're like, well, what about the power vacuum that's gonna be created or whatever? Adam addresses this.
Let's see.
But I don't even know. Like, he mentions ISIS. It's the only way I would know how to get to what he says in this, but it's not. It doesn't seem like it's in the transcript. Fuck, because it just auto generates
Don't worry about it. The transcript feature is great though.
Oh wait, I found it. Okay. Just this little part.
Prime Minister, right? So think about it that way.
Got you.
So he is the royal family.
Got you.
And then you have, this would be, it's not the...
They're also talking about how like oppressed Iranian people are, how they don't like the Ayatollah, they don't like the system, while defending a monarchy, which is completely unelected.
To reinstall the Shah.
Yeah.
That's what they
like
want.
the ones that we have here.
Okay.
Very
At all.
different.
Okay.
You're asking the question, who would replace the Ayatollah Khomeini?
Yeah.
It is a complete decimation of the Hezbollah,
Also,
the Mullah, the whole IRGC to completely...
What?
His name isn't Ayatollah Khomeini. But that's a small point.
Be wiped out.
Don't get pedantic.
something new.
Yeah.
It's just the name of their supreme leader.
And who live in all around the world that would love to be able to go back. They are, believe it or not, they're rooting for this.
Of course,
a lot of them are rooting.
Believe it or not, Iranians actually love Israeli strikes in their country. Believe it or not.
60%.
Well, some probably do want the regime destabilized.
Okay, do you think that they want Israel to take military action against them to bring about that?
Almost certainly not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I say who I think?
I don't think they want to leave Tehran either, like Trump said to do.
It could be to replace it? Literally anybody. Literally anybody. And I mean that sincerely.
Literally
because
anybody.
When the CIA in America...
Apparently, literally anybody would be better than the current supreme leader, including ISIS, apparently.
Gets into regime change and toppling regimes. What's the criticism? All right, well, you never know who's going to be next. You take down Saddam, all of a sudden it's ISIS. You know, you take down Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Well, who's going to be this guy? Let me tell you this, my friends in Iran. They know there's nobody worse than this current regime. They're not going to replace them with somebody worse. They're not going to replace them with somebody that's going to oppress them.
Again, Iranians, the Shia Muslim majority country, famous huge fans of ISIS, the extremists, Sunni jihadists.
Even more. The misery indexes in Iran is one of the worst in the world. The people are miserable.
The misery index.
They should be free. I hope and pray in our lifetime, in your lifetime, PBD, that you get to go back to Iran. Because I met so many Iranians, I met so many Persians who are the best people. Reza Pahlavi, his daughter, just married a Jewish guy in Israel, I want to say. Like, there's friendship there, there's alignment there. And they know. Why do you think the Iranians are cheering for Israel? Because they know that Israel and IDF are not their enemy. They know that their enemy
is within.
The barbarians are at the gate.
Yes, Iranians, again, definitely love Israel. And they hate their own government more than Israel and the IDF.
They're in the gate of your country.
They're in the courtyard.
They're in the courtyard.
You look like you were going to say something. What?
I was going to say, I think that there's probably a lot of discontent in Iranian society over
It is, but that doesn't mean that there's a lot of discontent here with Trump. That doesn't mean that I want fucking Canada to liberate us or Iran to assassinate Trump and that I cheer it on.
Don't you want Canada to liberate us sometimes? You see what they have and you get a little jelly, the healthcare.
No, but I don't want to live under in a commonwealth.
True, me neither. Actually based.
So the people of Iran deserve so much better. They deserve so much better. And this is the closest that I can remember that the Iranian people have at least felt.
Again, earlier in this, he was like, we need to not repeat the mistakes of Iraq. And he's literally going on to say we have to liberate these people. They thank us for it and they love it. And then he brought up the whole then you have these people be like, oh, who comes next? Oh, a power vacuum or whatever. And then he never addresses that. Apparently that's just supposed to be like an irrational thing that emotional people bring up. It's not a valid point that he should have to contend with. You want to do regime change. Who the fuck are you going to put next or install or back or what?
And he's like, don't worry, it won't be bad.
And it definitely worked out the first time that we did it.
And the Shah's descendant, he's married to a Jewish girl. How bad could it be? There's a lot of love there.
A lot of love.
Free. Did you see that one video of the guttural response? And this is just a normal Iranian guy in his house.
The guy filming at night from across?
Filming at night, seeing the Israeli...
Pure research data, who gives a fuck? This TikTok, though. This TikTok, though, it's good.
He's saying it in Farsi.
Who does that guy... Wait, can I ask?
People of Iran,
who the fuck is this guy?
The one on screen?
No, go back.
Tom? On the far right, this guy?
Yeah.
This is Tom.
Guy. He reminds me of the fucking British guy. And trigonometry? The guy who's always like looking like he has to take a big, humongous shit, but doesn't say much.
Yeah.
He reminds me of that type of guy. He's kind of just like a beta male. Same with the same kind of like fresh and fit. He's the Walter
to the Myron Gaines.
Or is he fresh? Which one's Walter? Is Walter
He's fresh, yeah. He's definitely not fit. You would know this. Come on. Just spend 10 seconds on it. You would have been able to independently arrive at that.
Every podcast has that one guy who doesn't really say much, just chimes in every now and then and looks like he has to take a big shit. And
in our podcast, that's you. You're that guy. Every podcast has it.
I'm the only guy.
You were using guy in a gender neutral way. You meant two people in two-person duo.
This is not a show. This is not a podcast. We don't do. This is just another special.
Sorry, we just
episode
react regularly every single week to like this different episodes of the same show. Correct. Are you really gonna try this cope on me?
Just press play, okay?
The Israeli fighter jets.
Hit them.
Did you hear, Rob? I text you this, or it's in the Slack.
But he was saying it in
It's in the Slack, you guys.
If you want to know how the people of Iran feel, PBD, you would know better than me. If you want to know how they feel inside, in their gut, you want to listen to this clip. He's with.
You want to see this TikTok?
This TikTok. It's this TikTok. It's not just this clip. It's this TikTok.
The most passion you've ever seen, yelling, "Get them! Get them! Kill the bastards!" of his own government regime. So that. Do you have this, Rob?
I'm looking in Slack. I don't have it. Did you send it in a group text for PBD podcast?
Adam, while he's searching, though, we have to be like, when you say anybody to replace him would be good, anybody would not be good, because look what happened. Like you said, with what Syria did with
when Vinny is the voice of reason, it's dire. It's not looking good.
What they did with Bashar in Syria, they replaced him with people that are killing Christians.
Yeah, the ISIS guy.
I'm sorry, that you can't just say anyone, because the CIA.
I mean, they were killing Muslims. But he's like, they're killing Christians. It's not cool, man.
Anyone, and they just so happen to be killing my faith.
Great point.
That's
great point.
My
so
faith.
You know what you're basically saying? You know what you're saying? Let's have an election. Let's give them freedom to decide who they want. I guarantee.
They were just talking about a monarchy.
They were. So literally, yeah, he was talking about a monarchy. But
now we're doing democracy promotion.
Do the people of Iran know what they want? And it ain't the Ayatollah. If the Ayatollah ran for election.
You have to understand, Adam Sosnick really has his thumb on the pulse, his finger on the pulse of the Iranian people and what they really, really want.
Can I say, do you ever find when you're talking to these like anarcho-capitalists and the libertarians that they reinvent private versions of society? Like they reinvent police, they reinvent laws, and
if you talk, the meme is that if you talk to a right-wing libertarian enough, they will eventually describe a state.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like they are in real time, like reinventing neoconservatism. Oh, this doesn't work. Well, why don't we just go in there, liberate them, and give them freedom and democracy? Well, aren't you supposed to be like a change from the Bush era type people? Weren't we supposed to say that, well, Trump completely changed the party, completely changed everything? But we have these like big MAGA podcasts now rediscovering actually neoconservatism. I think it's brilliant. I think it shows you that it's not really about any ideology. And it's more like what I said, which is it's a cult, or if anything, that they're lying about their populist beliefs and more or less the same Republicans as before.
I mean, they're just reinventing the wheel here. They have to twist their brain into knots to explain how this is somehow compatible with the America First, which is clearly signals to people isolationism. But this is not isolationism. Like I've been like salivating for and like dreaming. I need Trump to bring Bibi into the Oval Office and berate him the way that he did Zelensky. You don't have the cards. You're flirting with World War III. Like pump it into my veins, man. Could you imagine how much more sweet that clip would have been if instead of being disrespectful to fucking Zelensky, it's Bibi? Just picture for a moment. It's beautiful.
I think it would be. I think he would earn like legendary status among a lot of lefties if he said that.
Trump?
Yeah, if he brought Bibi, he's like, you have none of the cards. You have to come to a deal right now on Gaza.
I mean, I literally saw like a supposedly left-wing account praise Leafy is here because he got banned for saying a thing that Vosh once got banned for saying on Twitch.
Wait. DM me.
Try to imagine. What's a window made out of?
Oh, wow. Wait.
It was like something really similar to that.
Oh, he said that.
On X, and it got him like suspended.
Got it. Wait, suspended from X?
Yeah. For saying Leafy is here got suspended from X for saying that, and there was a left-wing account.
An anti-Semite?
Is he ever? Yes, of course, obviously.
Yeah. Vosh did say that.
Huh?
Vosh
yeah, he did. That's what got him banned off Twitch. Yeah. I mean, he got him banned eventually, and then he got rebanned for saying saltine, but the other word in a certain context.
You can basically say that of, like, remember when Nikki Haley said, "Finish them. We need to turn Gaza into a parking lot," or some shit like that. You know what I'm talking about?
TOS friendly. TOS friendly.
Yeah, there was.
But apparently, like, even though I don't like this dude, Misfit Patriot apparently got in trouble for telling her that she should get like bed bugs or something. He said he got suspended.
Misfit Patriot. Oh my god.
I don't know if you ever talked to this guy. He's a bozo, but
no, I did. He is such a fucking loser. Oh, I remember that guy. Get bed bugs, and he got banned.
Iranian people want Ayatollahs? Do you think they?
No. But here's my question though.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, ready? We would have Israel would have to take out who right now is the Ayatollah. Take him out.
I think their own people have to. I don't
They
think
have to stand up.
It's not possible
You said this how many podcasts ago?
It's him.
The
She
people
comes
need
to
to
it.
say
It's her.
enough is enough. Like we're tired of this shit, and they need to rise up.
What's this, Rob?
Buddy, they've
believe
been
this
saying
is-
that.
this
That's
is
why
the
I'm
clip.
talking. Yeah, yes, this is it. There's a difference.
Here's a TikTok.
Saying that, and you know what happens when they say it? They end up dead.
This is how you know.
Iranian here. So I just saw a video of Israeli
Can you
fighter
pause?
jets on top of.
So she's an Iranian American.
yes. And you should value her opinion for some reason than like any poll data that gives you an aggregate and like accurate assessment of what the average or median Iranian thinks. Just like let's listen to the TikTok, okay? It's prophetic. It'll change your whole worldview.
Close to where the Supreme Dictator's house is, and you can hear like
She's at a dog park.
fires and missiles and whatever. I want you to take a moment and listen to the voice of the Iranian man who is filming this video.
آسمون تهران میدون فردوسی ماشاءالله ماشاءالله بزن حرومزاده رو بزن.
Did you hear that?
Did you hear that?
46 years worth of frustration and
she's right.
Desperation.
She's right.
Coming out.
That's what he adds to that.
بزن حرومزاده رو.
He sounds 20.
Bastards, right?
How many people in Iran?
No, 65 years of like generational trauma coursing through that young man's veins.
What percentage of people do you think have that exact same
well,
reaction?
let me tell you, I had Reza Aslan on. Okay?
Pull that or go.
Reza Aslan on. Reza Aslan, who was on the podcast. I don't know if you remember this. This guy here.
Yeah, of
okay,
course.
he was
Comedian.
on the podcast, and he used to work at CNN. He went to
The most recent tweet from this guy: imagine unlimited burger. If you are a true baby, instead imagine unlimited Gerber. 6 days ago.
place in the famous video, the most viewed clip on CNN.
I don't know.
really?
Give us something to guide us.
He was at a place where
He got so scared.
Yeah, he was so scared that CNN.
Well, he was sitting on the ground wearing the beads.
They
He's like, I
were
think we
feeding him.
gotta
They were
get
saying,
outta
"Here,
here."
drink my pee,"
Yeah.
and they wanted to. They
He was
wanted
with
to.
cannibals. He was with cannibals. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the video.
This clip.
Look how many views that thing has. 33 million views.
They want to eat him. They're seasoning.
Oh, he is so scared with what's going
seasoning.
on.
We always put
right?
this headdress on hors
Yeah,
d'oeuvres.
that's all. Look at that. So,
Those teeth.
okay, bones. He's panicking at
He's
this
like,
point, and he's
okay,
telling
cool.
his guy, "We got to get out."
Face to
of here.
face with a cannibalistic sect.
He's on the podcast.
Yeah.
You know who he is against? He's not a fan
Wow.
of the show. He is not a fan of the show. Now, here's what's crazy. We're sitting in the podcast having a civil debate, and he's talking about how Mossadegh was this and, all this other stuff that, he's not a fan of the show and all this stuff. Great. Then I said, so can I ask you a question? Yeah. How come your parents kept you there under the Shah and never left, but they left when Khomeini took over? Well, that's not how it is, and they're bad, but it's not. I said, no. It's very simple. Very simple. This is the Mexican flag in a U.S. situation. You carrying away the Mexican flag in America, go back and live in Mexico. I respect that. I have one of my guys that said, I want to go back and live in Michoacan. He did. True believer. I wish you know how much respect I have for that guy.
Yeah.
We pay him $500,000 a year, and he says he wants to go back and live in Mexico. You're a true believer. I have a lot of respect for you. Go do it, right? But to me, when you hear these stories of people that, Shah was an evil man and Savak and all this other stuff, you lived there peacefully during his time, and you cannot go back and live there today, and your parents left. All the gibberish people feed and all the stuff that they watch and see what's going on, all the stuff that they keep saying. Iran's been a mess since these Hezbollahs and these people took over. It's been a mess since they took over. The Middle East has been
took
chaos.
over.
And every single time you want to tie it to somebody, it's very easy. It's such an easy market
So easy.
right now to blame everything on Israel. It's a late.
It's harder to do the work of understanding that Israel was actually inspired by Nazi Germany propaganda
Filmmakers.
and to control the media and arrive at the position that Israel is actually good. So much harder.
Lazy, what do you call it? It's a
Intellectually
But
lazy.
nobody wants to put in the work.
It's lazy, and you're easily being manipulated. Where you have to find a way to logically decide what's going on and understand everybody's motives.
So how do you, Pisco, logically decide what the hell is going on and what the hell everybody's motives are?
I don't know. I think I kind of just like listen to what people say and look at their actions and kind of see what's going on. So, for example, when Trump says he's going to give everything to Israel, that he wants to, blow the hell out of Israel if they try anything. I kind of believe them. So that's how I get to like my sense of what they want. If you're talking more broadly about a population, I certainly don't just like watch one TikTok, which, maybe can be distortive or misrepresentative.
Why do you think you're better than everyone?
I don't think that. Why do you think you're better than everyone?
Why do you think that you're better than people that get their information from TikTok?
I don't download TikTok because even though Trump won't enforce it, I respect the fact that America banned TikTok. And so it's just like how I tip my landlord, and out of respect for what the institution is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop this cringe. Okay. Are we actually doing her take?
Yeah.
Wait.
Let's just watch some of it, though. Let's just watch some of it.
How long have you been streaming today? When's the last time you streamed before today?
Oh, I was very, very busy over the weekend.
That's not what I asked.
Can't talk about
That's not what I asked. I asked, when's the last time you streamed?
Today.
Okay. And you're how many hours into this?
Sorry. The last time I streamed, I think, was Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
We're an hour and a half in.
And you're already like, can we just do a little bit? I'm like ready to call it quits. How fucking lazy are you? Jesus.
I am not lazy. You have no idea what's going on in my life. You have no idea.
Enlighten me. What the fuck is going on? This is your job. This is your job now, Pisco. This is your job now, Pisco. You have quit your job. This is your job now.
It's not my job to tell you what my day-to-day is like. And to be honest with you, Aaron, today was a busy day. And
yes, Crystal, Kyle, and friends for an hour. Busy day. You have to wake up early. I know that you have to wake up early.
I didn't record that today. You don't even know shit. I didn't even record it today. Oh, you're so full of it. So you don't.
When did you record it? When did you record it?
That was last week. And you would know that. You would know that if you watched the clip. There was a preview clip that came out on Crystal and Kyle's channel, actually, but you don't actually watch Crystal and Kyle because you don't actually support them. You don't support secular talk. You've never liked Kyle Klinsky. You've never liked Crystal Ball. You don't know them.
I don't want to watch a trailer for the Pisco content. I can't be teased like that. I had to just delay the gratification and just wait until the entire upload is up on your channel and exclusively give views to you.
We can watch the whole thing.
You sure?
Yeah.
Can you handle it? I don't know that you can handle it.
Yeah.
Your stamina just seems incredibly low.
We can watch the whole thing.
Okay, so 2 episodes have come out, like very, very close. Are we doing the Blair White one or that one with Adam Sosnick?
There's 2.
Because the Blair White one is obviously it's all going to be trans is a mental disorder, or the Adam Sosnick one is them actually talking foreign policy, which could be amazing.
Let's do the foreign policy one because the trans stuff.
It'll be a nice segue. We get the PBD boys. We got their takes.
Yes.
Now let's get her take.
Yes, I think it's great. Oh, perfect. That was beautiful.
All right, team. Welcome to Her Take. As always.
So Israel strikes back at Iran. No Kings protest and dark money exposed. This is Her Take, episode 8. This came out 11 hours ago. And Anna's here.
Please like, comment, subscribe, click the bell notification so you never miss a show. Today's guest is Adam Sosnick from the PBD podcast.
Wait, can we pause?
Adam, welcome.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, wait. Go back to where you could see them all. Oh, this motherfucker's a guest? It's all in network.
Yes.
First of all, I think Anna looks great. I love Anna's outfit here. I think, is her name Lindy?
Yeah, Lindy.
I think she's dressed more appropriately as well. I basically think everyone looks great.
Do you like Adam? He's just showing a little ankle.
He's showing too much ankle.
Kind of scantily clad.
Thank you, Shmuel, for the memberships. Appreciate you.
We love you. We love you, Shmuel. I can never say his name. I want to say Shmuley. I just wanted to say Shmuley, but for some reason, taking that Y off is like makes it so hard to say.
I very much appreciate Shmuel. He's a great person, and thank you for the support. Really appreciate it.
He loves it. You pay him.
So you never miss a show. Today's guest is Adam Sosnick from the PBD podcast. Adam, welcome.
Thank you. I feel like I'm in a club in South Beach.
They're already out of guests, as somebody in my chat pointed out. They're already like episode 8, and we're already having to bring on other people. Next week will be Vinny.
Promoter table and I have all the chicks with me, so this feels very at home to me.
All right, well then we're gonna do fine. I just want to remind
Jillian.
I want to remind everybody. I've been warned by Vinny that I need to be excellent at moderating today. He's afraid to even join me up here. I tried to recruit him. We are all friends at this table. We are going to disagree today, obviously, very clearly. You know, at the end of the day, we're good people. We want the same things.
Anna.
We're not going to get any punches in below the belt.
None?
I'm setting it up there. All right, so
I came bearing gifts, though.
Did you? What do you got?
Yes.
Oh.
Everyone gets an American flag.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone gets an American flag. Because let's not.
forget what country
Anna,
we love
don't
and what
accept
we
it.
represent.
Don't accept it, Anna.
I like it.
Of course.
All right, guys. While I put
it on, ladies.
I'm in the process.
Okay, so
all right. There's
Wait,
a lot
can
happening
you
today,
pause?
guys. I'm sure
This
you've
is
heard-
hype because if Anna is for real, Anna should be coming out swinging against Adam. Because this is Anna's moment. So this is really where
she was already like muzzled. Jillian's like cucking it before they've even gotten into his lame.
Oh, true. Yeah, lame.
But we are not going to repeat headlines. Our goal here is to ask the bigger questions of why. Why is all this going on? And hopefully provide you with some answers so you can make the best decisions for yourself and your family.
And I always make the best decisions informed exclusively by her take.
by her take?
Yes.
Please do your own research, because right now we're living in a world where information moves faster than the truth can catch up. We all have blind spots. We all have biases. So please fact check us, challenge us, and most of all, think for yourself. So here's what's on deck.
So true, Queen.
I'm bearing the lead, obviously, but the No Kings protests, who's really behind them? Who's funding them? What's the end game? Immigration. Newsom and Bass, they warn that deporting illegals are going to crush the California economy. But when you break down what are the real costs of illegal immigration, the benefits of legal entry, and the reforms that we should actually be demanding from our leaders that might actually benefit both migrants and citizens, they're not talking about them. Speaking of, why does the left suddenly act like deportations are a crime against humanity when our heroes on the left...
The left famously loves deportations.
Like Obama and Clinton deportated.
Has she really never heard the like deporter-in-chief memes?
Yeah.
This is like just my fifth coffee and my second piece of nicotine gum. This is sad state of affairs. I apologize in advance.
Oh, you're addicted
Deported
to
millions more than Trump. And then we're going to discuss David Hogg's exit, Alex Padilla in handcuffs, Newsom's curated dissent, what's really steering the Democrats, what is their strategy? And of course, first we're going to unpack what triggered Operation Rising Lion. Was it self-defense? Was it something more calculated? What are the stakes for America?
The truth will be exposed about Israel's mission on this very show. It's exclusive.
You don't need to load it with this other stuff. Just talk about what's going on with Israel. I don't know why they need to do this like Gavin Newsom thing.
Is this the start of peace in the Middle East, or is it
It's all
the opening
connected.
act of another $1 trillion war that has a heavy cost to America, including lives? So, Anna, I'm going to let you start us out here. Go ahead.
Sure.
Put on my flag.
All right. Well, on Thursday of this week, Israel carried out strikes in Iran, essentially beginning what is now referred to as a war. The strikes were carried out right before Donald Trump.
Some may refer to this as a war.
The president
I would
of the United
probably
States, of course,
refer to it
was
as a
supposed to have
war.
Another round, I believe the 6th round of diplomatic negotiations with Iran to get a nuclear deal, a new nuclear deal, because in 2018, Trump ripped up the original nuclear deal, which prevented Iran from enriching enough uranium to build nuclear weapons. That brings us to today, where you have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for literally decades, trying to push the United States to go to war in Iran on Israel's behalf. He decides to carry out the strike. There's now evidence indicating that Trump did give him his blessing to do this. And so what's the argument? Well, of course, Israel is making the self-defense argument. And I'll give you a little taste of what Netanyahu had to say when he was on Fox News being interviewed by Bret Baier just yesterday. Take a look.
God, they have
first
horrible.
video that I sent you.
Oh my God,
One second.
embarrassing.
The tech for this unmatched. Love the.
Oh my God, I can't believe they fucked it up 2 weeks in a row.
But Brett Baier landed that
Unbelievable.
interview. Congratulations.
Hire this
Brett Baier
motherfucker.
is a
Did you see him
genius.
rapping on stage?
way.
Brett Baier can rap?
Oh my God, yeah, he's great.
Okay. He's probably the best person they have on Fox. Shout out.
They don't have to do this live, and they could just edit it. But they insist. They insist, despite having again. This seems like it was streamed 11 hours ago, but it doesn't seem. Maybe it didn't seem like it was completely live. But
I just liked it in the text exchange, so you'll know which video I'm talking about.
Oh my God, they're still arguing about it. They're still talking about it. It's been 30 seconds.
Well,
It's been 30 seconds.
Give a quick summary of what the central thesis is that you wanted to talk
Okay,
about.
so all right. Let's just forget the videos, I guess. So basically,
pull it up, just-
yeah. So Netanyahu
Oh
argues
my God.
we have intelligence indicating that Iran is on the precipice of developing nuclear
we're just
weapons.
raw dogging right into her take. We're not even gonna get like a headline read, nothing like that. Just straight into it because they can't get the tech to work.
Raw.
Unfiltered, raw, unfiltered.
At the same time, though, we have Tulsi Gabbard. Can we pull up that video, Tulsi Gabbard? In March, Tulsi Gabbard gave a briefing. She is the Secretary of the Department of National Intelligence. And so she's talking about the threat that Iran poses. She's specifically addressing them allegedly building nuclear weapons. Now, this is in March of this year. Take a look.
That worked? That worked?
I don't get. We can't bring up like a web page, but a clip works.
Nuclear weapon.
The volume
Supreme
off.
Leader Khamenei has not authorized the
No,
nuclear
it's
weapons
super low.
program that he suspended in 2003.
The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So without nuclear weapons, they're not building a nuclear bomb. That's what she clearly states during this hearing back in March. Then you have Netanyahu making it appear as though, oh my God, they're about to drop the nuke on Israel. There's no evidence of that. There's no indication that they're building a nuclear weapon. And more importantly, Nat, now you can go to the last video I sent you, because this is a video from 2002. And I should also note, dating all the way back to the 1990s, Netanyahu was saying that Iran is about to obtain a nuclear weapon. This has been a narrative by Netanyahu for literally decades. And here's what he had to say back in 2002. Obviously, this was after 9/11, but before the United States did the preemptive war in Iraq. Israel was trying to goad the U.S. to invade Iraq, even though Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. Nonetheless, here's what Netanyahu said.
And this is a tyrant who is feverishly trying to acquire nuclear weapons. And today, the United States must destroy the same regime because a nuclear...
So interesting to think that we just saw this clip in the context of PBD educating us that the context is that he was actually inspired by Hitler and Goebbels, but...
Armed Saddam will place the security of our entire world at risk. It is simply not reflecting the reality to assume that Saddam isn't feverishly working to develop nuclear weapons. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Principles of real estate, the 3 L's, location, location, location. The 3 principles of winning the war on terror are the 3 W's, winning, winning, and winning. The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory in Iraq will make the third victory that much easier, less than
defend it, Adam. I need Adam to defend this.
So whether you're talking about Iran, whether you're talking about Iraq, whether you're talking about Libya, whether you're talking about Afghanistan, there has been this orchestrated effort, specifically by Netanyahu. He's been kind of like the mouthpiece for it. But the government of Israel has been trying to get the United States to fight its wars for Israel to the detriment of Americans. We went into Iraq. 4,000 of our soldiers died based on a complete lie. There were no weapons of mass destruction. There was no indication that they were developing nuclear weapons. It was a lie. And I believe that right now what's happening is Israel does the strike. Okay, I think Trump made a huge mistake by giving that strike or giving these current strikes that Israel is doing his blessing. I think he was under the assumption that that would bring Iran to the negotiating table and give the United States more leverage.
What an idiot! If
but
that's I mean, that's such an idiotic thing. The talks are dead. I mean, like, I don't know how you can have a peace talk or how you can go to your 6th round of negotiations after why it would make Iranians more willing to negotiate.
Well, they were saying that they were still going to attend those talks, and Iran was like, "We're not fucking going. Not after the strikes."
Yeah.
It's not what's going to happen.
I also want to point out that she was like, "We lost 4,000 Americans," like completely ignoring those. Like, yeah, also like 100,000 Iraqis died as well. But okay.
Now Iran is in
what podcast she's
war
on,
with Israel,
Aaron.
to the point where Israel is trying to get the United States to fight offensively, not to just defend Israel, but to fight offensively. So I give you that because people are going to die. People are already dying. On the Iranian side, as we speak right now, upward of 220 Iranians dead. On the Israeli side, it's now in the dozens of innocent people dead. And I think this is really part of what's known as the Greater Israel Project, right? They want to have dominance in that region, and they want to install puppet governments.
Cenk also thinks this. He thinks it has a lot more to do with like expansion than anything else.
And so in the case of Iran, Netanyahu can barely contain himself when it comes to wanting regime change. But it is always a bad idea when you have a third party or a foreign government carry out or orchestrate regime change in your own country. We have seen how that works out. It destabilizes countries. Look at Libya. That's a perfect example. Libya gave up their nuclear program. And you know what they got in return? American boots on the ground to do regime change war. So my issue here is that we're being lied
to. Wait, can we pause? So Libya were a bunch of airstrikes, pretty much led by the French. America was involved. It was led by the French. And to my understanding, American boots never got onto the ground in Libya. I don't think that's true. But you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Let me see.
And we're being lied to the detriment of America.
Also, just one more quick thing. I think that it was in response to some planned massacres of the Libyan people. Now you can say that was a bad idea.
I was going to say, do you support that military action?
At the time, I was like in high school, but probably, I was very Arab Spring hopeful at the time. I remember being hopeful about it at the time.
Americans and to, I guess, to the benefit of Israel, and I don't think that's okay.
Adam, do you want to? I actually have some thoughts, but I know you're far more well versed than me.
Well, I mean, I'm an American first. So, respectfully, what's your point?
My point is, the United States should not be backing.
He immediately fucking condescending.
Israel in this war of aggression against Iran. Iran is not a threat to our national security. There's no evidence of that.
I mean, like I did Valuetainment. I did like Saucecast, and I debated.
You've been on this show.
Not her take. I've been on Saucecast, which is like in the Valuetainment network, but it's just the Adam's own podcast. And I like very, very briefly debated Israel Palestine. Like Dave Rubin was also there. I didn't say any. Like he was like, "Oh, so you're defending Hamas?" Like almost instantly.
Oh,
like that's how he like anytime there's pushback and he thinks that he can like swing his dick around in the room that he's in. He's gonna.
Oh, Drew Pavlov tweeted me. He tweeted me hang on. He said, because I was like, no war with Iran, and he goes, "Oh, so you think Iran should have a nuclear weapon?" It's the same shit.
Oh, so you love the Ayatollah.
All these motherfuckers. So you love the Ayatollah, yeah.
Okay. So 2011 NATO intervention, Operation Odyssey Dawn. U.S. confirms U.S. participation in the NATO mission, involvement of U.S. Navy and Air Force assets. Then 2012 Benghazi attack and aftermath. The source for this is the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. The Benghazi report describes the limited deployment of U.S. forces in response to the attack, including the deployment of specialized teams. 2016 counter ISIS campaign, Operation Odyssey Lightning. The source for this is U.S. Africa Command or AFRICOM press release. Announces the beginning of the air.
What's the date? What's the date for the anti-ISIS?
August 1st, 2016.
Yeah.
Announces the beginning of the air campaign. Yeah. Against ISIS in coordination with Libyan forces. And then in 2019, U.S. troop withdrawal due to escalating conflict. The source for this is U.S. Africa Command statement. This is April 7, 2019. Confirms the temporary withdrawal of U.S. forces from Libya due to deteriorating security conditions. So there were boots on the ground deployed.
Troops on the ground. But the regime change happened pre-boots on the ground American.
Yes.
Yeah.
True, Anna?
Based on what?
Okay, based on the fact that she just said they...
Wait, what's not true?
Should not be backing Israel in this war of aggression against Iran. So Iran is not a threat to our national security. There's no evidence of that whatsoever.
I don't think that's true, Anna.
Based on what?
Okay, based on the fact that she just said they have a huge
can
amount
I
of
just pause?
They do.
They have
I want to say I think Anna's wrong here. I think Iran absolutely is a threat to American national security. The question is the best way to deal with them war or a deal? That is what I think the question is. But I think that Iran is a threat to American national security, and they have been for decades. My opinion.
6 to 10 bombs.
Hot take.
So let's start with that.
You want to know who has?
Are you saying Iran's bad?
I'm saying, yeah. I'm saying the Iranian regime is bad. I think they absolutely fund terrorism. I think that they absolutely were doing these plots in America that represents a national security threat. Anytime that like, even if they're bozos they're hiring, if they're proposing to assassinate an American leader or American politician or American president, that's a threat to national security. And so I just want to be clear. I do think Iran is a threat to national security. That's also what Obama thought, and that's why Obama did the nuclear deal. The question isn't, are they a threat? I think that she goes way too hard. She doesn't need to say that Iran is not a threat. The question is, how do we deal with the threat? Do we deal with it through
diplomatically, or do we do it militarily or whatever?
Yeah.
You know what the first supreme leader committee would call the United States and Israel?
What?
It was like the great big Satan and the little Satan.
Little Satan, yeah.
Israel's a little Satan.
Nuclear weapons? Israel.
I know, but Israel is
not.
Hold on.
No, not allegedly. Not allegedly.
Hold on. There is a difference. Israel is not chanting death to America. They are not ideologically.
Why do these people think this is such a good argument that you can find people in their country criticizing countries that we like? So, fucking like what? Nuke them, airstrike them, like.
On top of that, they just got detonators, which makes them more dangerous. What is the proof that they're doing this? They have nuclear sites that.
Jillian just learned about this like 3 hours ago, and is like now prepared to like defend the position. Like, no, we have to do something.
Did her own research. She did her own research. Can I predict Anna's response? Israel actually has nuclear weapons. Israel's the one that has it, right? So she's talking about nuclear weapons.
Jill, this is the same Iraq narrative. How are we falling for it again?
I agree with you that I don't want Iraq ever again, but I see.
But we're
vast
driving toward that. We're totally driving toward that.
Just because you're right on something doesn't mean you're right on everything.
I'm right on everything.
Can I also say
so that's where you made a
profound.
Based, Anna, based. I'm right on everything.
Problem
Yeah.
is that you just
Okay, tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong.
That you're right on everything.
Your weapons, though.
Tell me where I'm
I just
wrong.
want to finish this one.
Are you going to go fight? Are you going to enlist and go fight on behalf of Israel?
Oh, that. Can I pause?
How many families?
I hate this argument. Why don't you do it? Why don't you go?
I don't hate that argument. You just told me. You just told me that Avi Bitterman voted because of Israeli interests over American interests. If he really thinks it's an existential, yes, you did. What did you say?
No, I said that one of the reasons he voted for Trump, and he wouldn't deny this, is because he knew Trump was more pro-Israel.
He said better on Israel, and he's stronger on terrorism.
But hang on. So I vote for one of the reasons I vote for Kamala. I vote for Kamala for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is also that I think that she'll be better on Ukraine. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I think he's putting, but I think it's in America's interest to be better on you.
So what is a greater, what else is a more important priority that got Avi Bitterman to vote for a guy who's putting anti-vaxxers, he's a doctor himself, in as the head of HHS?
I think that he views the support for Israel as one of the main reasons.
Not one of the main reason, like the main reason, right? What else would it be?
I think he's anti-abortion in many instances, or at least post some amount of weeks. I think.
Did he mention that that's a main reason why? It seemed like when you guys debated the main reason seemed to be Israel and counterterrorism. He thinks that Trump has a better philosophy on counterterrorism.
I agree.
Okay.
That's what he thinks.
So you say you don't like this argument of like, you go fight it or whatever. Well, Avi Bitterman has the ability to enlist with the IDF. If he really feels like this is an existential thing, why doesn't he do it?
It's the same thing like, why don't you just donate all your money to taxes if you think that we should have higher taxes?
I don't think so, because that is not practical, and that is not actually going to meaningfully redistribute wealth in this country, which is the purpose of people calling for higher taxation, as opposed to Avi. Because in order to defeat an enemy like that, you have to be part of a military. It's not something that you can unilaterally do, and it's also not something you can like single-handedly do within
It's just a drop in the bucket for the one person to donate all their taxes. It's just a drop in the bucket for someone to enlist. I think these are collective action problems, and no, I hate this argument. Listen, it gets everyone riled up, and it's a great like optical thing to be like, why don't you go fight it? Why don't you do this? Why don't you? And I support Anna being like, I'm right about everything. You go fight the war, you motherfucker. Because optically, I think it's like funny, but I just hate it when it's used against me, and I don't use it.
I think if you really feel like it's an existential threat to Israel, if wouldn't you feel, maybe you can tell me, okay, maybe you just see this differently. If you felt there was an existential threat to the United States and you had the ability to take up arms or enlist yourself, would you not do it?
To the United States?
Yeah, would you fight on behalf, enlist and fight on behalf of the United States for an existential threat? It depends. For what you were saying is an existential threat.
It depends on what I think that my significance of my contribution will be. If I feel like I can be a better use doing something else for America, I'll do that. If I think that it's, if I think it's futile, I might not do it. But if I think that I could be of some significant help or even just a little bit of help, I probably would. But I think it depends on just because one takes the view that it's an existential threat doesn't mean that every response is equal to an existential threat. You could take the view. No,
but you're at least granting that in the capacity that you would be the most effective, you would join some sort of intelligence apparatus or military apparatus and contribute where you could.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, is that like not
propaganda?
Or propaganda?
But what I mean is, like, you can think of other roles that in an existential context where.
Oh, this is you justifying you keeping your YouTube career and not enlisting. Okay, when there's an existential threat to America. Yes.
No, it is. No, but like, think about it. Like, what do I know about intelligence? What do I know about, or like legally, maybe there's something I could do where I can help. But like, what do I know about warfare? What do I know about intelligence gathering? That's why, like, I don't know that I would be good in.
No, but I'm saying I'm coming up with a hypothetical role that's tailored to Pisco and is available for you to take and serve your country and help protect against this existential threat. You're telling me again, like during, I don't know, fucking World War II, if you felt compelled to like join forces to defeat the Nazis or whatever, that you wouldn't try to find like any role that's like tailored to what you can do, even if it's not a combat role? Because I'm not saying he needs to go do a combat role for him to be consistent or whatever. I'm saying that like you could do something.
What Anna's saying, like she's like, you go fight.
Yeah, she's saying this, but I'm saying that there is an argument in there that's not just like a version, like a vulgar version of like the tax thing.
Yeah, but what he would say, maybe Adam, if you were being honest, is I'm doing the propaganda thing. I am doing what's in my value add for the Israel position is to convince Americans. And that's probably what Avi might say too, you know? Avi might say, well, I wouldn't be best suited to actually ride one of these aircraft or to conduct operations. What I'm best suited for, just like Adam, is to argue a certain position. I don't know.
But it's a civilian army in Israel. And the other thing is that the IDF is really, really struggling with recruits right now because they can't get enough people to, yes, they have been for months. And so when it's like, pair that with the fact that you say it's an existential threat and you know that, you should have a patriotic duty. They didn't have this issue right after October 7th. After October 7th, the like voluntary recruitment skyrocketed. But now they're back to them, people not wanting to continue to fight it because they're just getting, it's like it's a regional conflict. And you're seeing these.
I don't like the argument. I think it's shit. Doesn't make sense.
I think your room is dark as fuck, and that you're recovering from a stroke.
You're
lazy today. There are better arguments. You are like so sleepy right now. Sleepy Pisco. Instead of Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Pisco.
So this is what just happened. Erin got mad because she's getting blown out.
The gaslighting begins. The gaslighting begins. The reframing, the editorialization, the narrativizing. Okay, so suddenly you've woken up and you have the energy to respin everything that just fucking happened. Where was this energy when we were having the conversation?
You're getting blown the fuck out. You're getting blown the fuck out, and now you're going on things that are.
You didn't blow You didn't blow it out. All you did is fall back on. I don't like it. Pisco doesn't like this argument. That's what you fell back on. That's what led me to say that.
You want Avi Bitterman to turn into the ghost of Kiev. That's what you want. You want Avi to go on the front line because you think unless the ghost of Kiev.
What's that?
You never heard of the ghost of Kiev?
No. Educate me. You just used it in a sentence. I hope you can define it.
I don't have to go to the labor of
defining your terms that you brought up. Okay.
The ghost of Kiev is this. Some say he's a legend. Some say he's not real. Others of us believe in the ghost of Kiev, that he was patrolling the skies of Ukraine during
the Great Pumpkin.
Yeah. So and there were like all
the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown,
of the ghost of Kiev. All right. So that's what the ghost of Kiev is. But you just got blown out, and so now you're attacking the lighting. And I explained the lighting before. It's a dark day.
The lack of lighting. The lack of lighting.
Yes. Yeah, the lack of lighting. And then you say you're being lazy today. So
you are being lazy because your final retort was just, nah, I don't really like it. I don't really like it.
We're watching her take. And I'm just saying, I made one comment that, oh yeah, don't say go do the war, or, you know, if you like the war, why don't you join it? Because that's what all the fucking lefties always say. And you want that precious argument because you're a precious little lefty and you need to have your little argument to be able to like yell at people. You need to be able to yell at vets who are older and be like, why don't you go to the war, 50-year-old in a wheelchair? And you need to be able to say that. And so that's why you're saying this.
Well, because I fucking live with a vet who says that that he wanted to go fucking be in Ukraine, and I said, "Do it, and I'll break up with you."
He wanted to go fight in Ukraine?
Yes, and I said, "Do it, and I'll break up with you."
So you prevented
a
good soldier.
No, if that's really more important to him than our relationship, I said, "Go do it."
So you would break up with someone because they went to war?
Yes.
So you don't support Ukraine?
I do support Ukraine.
Well, if you support Ukraine, why don't you go fight?
No. It's not on me. It's on Lycan. It's on Lycan because if he really supports it, then it would be more important than our relationship.
You also support Ukraine.
I do.
But apparently your relationship is more important than Ukraine.
Did I say that? No.
If you
That's not what I said.
Peace in Ukraine. If you had to choose between
you're not. No, see, you're trying to pivot away from the fact that you're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said. That's not what I argued. I said if he wants to do it, go do it. But we're not going to be together.
If you had to choose peace in Ukraine or your relationship with Lycan, which would you pick?
Peace in Ukraine.
So you don't love lichen?
What? How? It's like 2 + 3 equals cactus with you. I don't. How does that follow from that?
So this is. I'm using your logic.
No, it's not. That's not my logic.
Yes, your logic is unless you're willing to do everything and everything for something, then you don't really give a fuck about it. So unless you're willing to give up peace in Ukraine, you don't really care about lichen, or the opposite, right? If you're not willing to do everything, that is to go Ukraine yourself, you must not care about Ukraine.
No, but there are aggravating circumstances in here that make that disanalogous to me.
Oh yeah, what is that actually? What are the disanalogizing circumstances?
The fact of the matter is Avi Bitterman should not.
So now you're attacking Avi.
Well, I'm bringing it back to the original point that I was making.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So you want to walk that back? That was recontextualizing and just going back in the argument where this started?
Because the lichen example crushes your point.
No, it doesn't.
Basically, that just lays bare your utter hypocrisy.
Do you think? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not like it's just like a general I'm pro Ukraine. I'm not. I know far less about that. But do Ukrainians say that what they're facing right now is an existential threat to Ukraine?
Yes, they do. Of course, they do.
Okay. Do you say that?
Yes, of course I do.
Okay, and what did you do? And so, no, hold on. No, hold on. And then what did you do? You voted for Kamala Harris, right?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Why? And you said because part of the reason why is because she's pro-Ukraine, right?
But if she was anti-Ukraine, I probably would have voted for her as well. I'm just being honest.
Okay, so there you go. So do you not care about Ukraine?
I do care about Ukraine, but
okay, but you just said that you dropped the issue. You just said you dropped the issue if it meant that you had to vote for Trump. Okay, so Avi Bitterman says that he changed his vote. He went from Democrat to Trump because
he voted for Trump. No, he's voted for Trump this entire time.
He voted in 2016 for him.
I don't know 16. That's a good question. But 2020.
Okay, well then that's okay. Well, there you go. And I don't know what he said the reason is.
Call for war unless you're willing to fight.
Well, to me, I got the impression. I was under the impression that the last time that he voted, it was for Biden, and then he flipped to Trump, and that the reason he felt it was important to flip for Trump. Okay, but I'm telling you where my argument was. My frame of reference for that, the construction of this argument was that that one issue motivated him enough to cross party lines because it was such a priority to him. And that to me, at that point, if you're willing to look past all of this other shit because of what you say is a candidate being better on an issue that you view as an existential threat to Israel, then how do you stop there? To me, it's obviously that important to you because, again, there's things that he's casting aside that I know are part of his values, but you can't meaningfully argue are a priority to him because, again, if he's a man of science and biology and the scientific method and all that, he should be wholeheartedly rejecting an anti-vaxxer.
I don't understand.
Well, I just said because he was able to look past an anti-vax HHS secretary being installed. We knew he was going to be installed. We knew he was going to have these policies, and we knew he was going to spread lies about it.
That's all explained by his preference matrix and what he views as more existential. And you're right, he views as more existential, I guess, the terrorism thing than mass non-vaccinations. Though I'll have you know, he made a video. You're gonna laugh. Oh, he made a video. You're gonna laugh and say he made a video.
I'm not laughing. I was rolling my confused with that preference matrix. Did you just come up with this?
I don't know what it is.
You just said this.
Preferences.
Okay.
His different preferences.
His permission structure or whatever. I hear that a lot these days.
Whatever. His different values and how he ranks them compared to each other. And yeah, he views the Israel anti-terrorism thing as way more valuable than those other things, perhaps, or just way more existential in the moment, or more of a threat in the moment than the other stuff. But all that is to say is, he doesn't mean that it doesn't follow, therefore, that he should take those measures that you're saying to just go and fight Iran in the moment, or what Anna is saying. And I just hate it when you fucking lefties constantly you're like, well, you go do it. Well, you go do it. Or someone
who's you fucking lefties? You just said that the right wing is the one that does it.
Because the right wing, the right wing does it, and so does left wing. The right wing does it like this.
Then stop saying you lefties and just call me out by name, you fucking pussy.
Okay. Yo, you're the pussy.
Why?
I don't know.
I never said that this stuff was an existential threat or whatever. I'm giving you other people's frame of references.
You're either A, not going to fight for Ukraine, B, not breaking up with Lycan to let him go fight the war, or C, not telling him that he can go fight the war without you breaking up with him. And so that makes you're not really standing by your values. If your values are pro-Ukraine, you would let Lycan go to war.
No, because especially at this point, weren't they getting closer and closer towards diplomatic resolution of this?
Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, like they were going to like start engaging in peace talks and stuff like that. I can't remember where this stood because I don't fucking...
You actually believe that shit?
No, I'm asking you. It's not that I've seen memes. I'm saying I don't know much about this conflict. I didn't know about it. I didn't start following it more closely until Trump, because Trump was the one who said, I'll own it in 24 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so that's when I started following it more closely, because Biden never said I'll end it in 24 hours. But the entire time he was, huh?
Right-wingers will say.
All right.
If you
just ignore it. Just stop engaging and get to your epic rant. Do it.
If you lefties hate America so much, why don't you leave? That's what righties will say.
I did start to try to leave. I don't hate it.
Where you go?
Before I met
Where are you trying to go?
To South Korea. I took Korean classes for a year so I could go teach English abroad. Yes, I do. Yes, I love Twice.
I love Chaeyoung. I love Twice.
Is she your do you stan her? Is she your bias?
Yes.
Okay, sing.
Yes.
What's your favorite Twice song?
Candy.
Sing it right now.
I don't want to sing it.
Sing it.
I don't want to sing it.
You brought them up.
Candy, sugar, so sweet. That's my rendition.
Beautiful.
It's pretty good.
Beautiful.
It's good. Yeah. Wait. Do you want to go to a Twice concert?
Yeah. Why?
I've been to see them twice.
Is this memes?
In LA? No, in LA and in
Australia.
In New York.
Oh, so you don't even take you didn't even take Joe? You're the worst boyfriend ever. You're going to see fucking Twice without your girlfriend?
I went with my boy. He also likes we went both times, but she wasn't here. All right, this isn't a thing. Why are you trying to undermine my relationships?
Make your point. Make your epic point. Or start singing Candy. One or the other.
I think Twice is great. I think that you should have let Lycan go to war.
You wanted to pivot off the fact that you said, if you hate this country so much, why didn't you leave? And I started to be like, yeah, I actually did try to start to leave. And then I met Lycan, and so I didn't leave.
So Lycan is the reason you stayed?
Yes.
Well, maybe you if you really care about the country and you think it's gone to shit, and if you really care about Ukraine, maybe you should have let Lycan go to Ukraine. You could have gone to Korea for a time, and then when he was done with the war, you could have met up in Florida again.
What a great fan fiction you just came up with on the spot right there.
Yeah.
Should I press play?
Yeah. Oh shit! I just fucked everything up. One second.
What did you just do?
Okay, I'm good. We're good.
Maybe if you turn on the lights, you'd be able to see what the fuck you're doing in the studio that you're in.
Yeah, they're in Israel. If you're American, you should not be calling for American soldiers to fight Israel's war.
You just ranted, and I'm going to talk now. I'm going to ask you one question.
Okay, Adam, go.
But if we're going to talk, and then let me talk.
Let me just say one thing, real quick.
So I don't get to talk. You get to talk. Welcome to your show. Go ahead, sweetheart.
The country.
Oh! Wait. Really? No. Actually, we're going back. No. Stop. We're going back to the other argument really quick.
What?
Have you ever said to people that are anti-choice, if you don't like abortion, just don't get one yourself? Or no? Because you've always felt like it's a bad argument. I'm just curious.
Have I ever told people who are pro-life,
anti-choice,
if you don't like it,
yeah,
anti-choice, don't get abortion yourself? No, I've never said that. I think it's a bad argument.
But if you think it should be legal, right?
Because I do think it should be legal, but if you actually believe that human life that deserves value is at a certain time fixed, then why would you just be like, would you ever be like, if you don't like murder, you don't murder, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. So I've never made that argument.
Yeah, but the point I don't think it's obviously just rhetoric when people are saying this, but the point that they're making is that
it's fun rhetoric. This is fun rhetoric, but it doesn't actually have any substance to it. I agree, it's fun rhetoric, but there's no substance to it, in my opinion.
Oh, I didn't think you were stating your opinion.
In my opinion.
That is currently carrying out a genocide.
Wait, what was that an impression of?
It's not an impression. Not everything I do is an impression. Sometimes I just do funny voices. And you're very defensive.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot you're a millennial. I forgot you're a millennial. You have to do the funny voices. Sorry.
What?
In place of humor.
Funny voices. Yeah, because Zoomers are very funny. You grew up on TikTok.
How old do you think I am? I didn't grow up on TikTok. I literally didn't even start using TikTok till I was an adult. Yeah, so I grew up on it.
Yeah, you grew up. You're still
past
growing
18.
up.
I grew up on TikTok. You don't even believe your own bullshit. I fucking hate you, Bisco.
In Gaza has nuclear weapons, and they have the audacity to talk about how other countries in the region are a threat to their national security.
I said it. I called that.
Let me just say one thing. Here's the thing.
What did you call?
I called that she would say, well, Israel has nuclear weapons. That she would say that. I called that.
I appreciate that Netanyahu is a
good call.
Deeply
person.
flawed person, okay? And I appreciate that nobody wants to see Iraq again. But on top of the fact that I do think there is some legitimate concern at this moment with regard to nuclear weapons, there's also intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Every country has that. Are we going to invade every country because they have missiles?
Death to America. They're the top funders of terror. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Shia militias. They have assassination plots against our president. There's cyber
There's no evidence of that either, by the way.
Where does that said that?
There's evidence. There's evidence.
The CIA loves to go with the United States.
Oh, wow. Conspiracy Anna. Why does Anna have to die on these hills?
Oh, shut up. Like, you've never died on a stupid hill.
Iran is not
a threat to America. Iran is not a threat to America. There's no evidence that Iran is a threat to America.
Developing nuclear weapons?
They are part of...
Are they developing nuclear weapons or not?
They are not developing nuclear weapons. There is no evidence of that.
So why are they having nuclear peace talks?
Why do they have...
Okay, so this is the thing. Adam always works back from the position that Israel is always doing the maximally most rational thing ever. And so anytime there's contravening evidence that pokes a hole in that narrative, he assumes you're crazy because he's already arrived at he's worked backwards. And so he's like, nothing can possibly be wrong with my conclusion. So it must be you.
Like, they literally started with Tulsi Gabbard saying they don't have a nuclear weapons program. The whole point of it is that they're trying to maintain this ambiguity that they could get a nuclear weapon because of shit like this, because of like the threat potentially of intervention and regime change. They want to protect themselves so they don't end up like Muammar Gaddafi. And that's the point of the nuclear deal, is to prevent them from getting a weapons program, but that is also compatible with the present reality, which is they don't have a weapons program. And that's been the determination of the United States intelligence community for a while. And that's also been I don't think that that's been disturbed by this recent one of the organizations kind of in charge of overseeing compliance,
like nuclear
with
proliferation.
Yeah. They've said that like Iran hasn't been like fully forthcoming on some stuff, but they haven't said that they have a weapons program, and there isn't evidence that they have a weapons program.
Wait, is the reason why they haven't been forthcoming is because we no longer have the ability to do inspections because we tore up the JCPOA?
Well, do I think that America's like repudiation of the intricately carved deal that they did under Obama has something to do perhaps with why Iran is themselves non-compliant? Yes, I think that these things are closely related. Yeah, so 100%.
I mean, Israel had already successfully pressured Biden to not revive the deal because they had signaled that they wanted to, and then Biden succumbed to that pressure.
I think this is another reason why I think they probably would have tried that. I think Biden would have tried peace deals with Saudis and normalization with, between those countries, but also the some redux of the Iran deal. I think that pressure from Israel did affect that, and I think that what happened with the October 7th was a disaster for many reasons. But one of them, I think, is it ended any notion that there was going to be any rapprochement near the end of the term with Iran.
Because they think it's fun? What are you talking about? If we can't live in reality, they're having nuclear peace talks.
Let me answer your
question.
question.
To do what? To talk about the nuclear weapons that they're not developing?
Okay.
That makes no sense to me.
First of all, I would not be surprised if they geared up enriching uranium as a result of the fact that Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018.
The Iran nuclear deal.
Hold on,
so they're developing nuclear weapons.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
That's literally as stupid as like the Nazis. You mean the National Socialists? They're actually left wing. Like he basically just did that version of that argument.
So funny. You know, speaking of Joe and speaking of Australia, one of the big debates in the Australian election cycle was whether or not, as an energy policy, the Liberals, who are the right-wing party in Australia, whether they should promote nuclear energy. Their platform was pro-nuclear energy. So under Adam's vision, Australia, in discussing whether they should have nuclear reactors, they're also pursuing a nuclear weapon just because they're enriching any amount of uranium. It's just so stupid.
Iran is part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Do you know what that is?
Go ahead, explain.
Non-Proliferation Treaty allows the...
I really wish, I was about to say, he doesn't know what it is, and I really wish she would put it back on him to actually answer and justify anything, because he has
true.
She's just like screaming at him, and he's just arrogantly posturing the whole time, like, oh, bet you don't even know this, but you don't even know.
That's
but like,
good that you do, right? So you will do something in the debates I've seen is like, no, literally, tell me what it is. Tell me, and you do it to me too. You're like, define it, and you stick on it, and you don't let people get away. I think that's a really, really powerful strategy, is to push them to actually define it. So I agree with you completely.
he's got her monologuing, and when you're like, when you're arguing, you're losing for the most part.
Yeah.
International
100%.
community to do checks on Iran to ensure...
Because really, she doesn't have the positive claim here. It's on the people supporting the strikes to actually justify that premise, because they're the ones saying it's an imminent threat, it's an existential threat. But right now, Anna's the one who is somehow being made to defend her position, which should be what it is, which is like, again, defaulting to not neutrality, but diplomacy over offensive and military actions.
That they are not developing nuclear weapons. The country that does have nuclear
Which again is like, that's pretty much the basic premise of international law post World War II, is peaceful resolution of conflict, or like emphasis on that before it escalates to military action.
Is Israel. They are not part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. They don't even acknowledge the fact that they have nuclear weapons. The idea that Israel, that has the backing of the top military superpower in this world, and that's the United States, the country that has nuclear weapons, is crying about how Iran is such a threat to Israel, it's ridiculous.
But didn't they just pull... I am not educated enough to fully go in, but what I did see everyone first this morning is that Iran is pulling out of that treaty.
Yeah, I did see that.
So what are the
treaty as well.
So what are the implications? What does the treaty ensure and break?
I don't think Amy should shut the fuck up, because she's actually being humble, and she's not arguing a position very, very strongly for something she doesn't know much about.
I wanted the Adam Sparks to continue, and then she gave us
The treaty ensures that they're not developing nuclear weapons. Here's the problem. Iran played by the rules, and they got fucked.
Oh, that's the other thing. Damn,
that's a great line. That's a great line right there. Hang on.
What?
But say your comment first, but I want you to go back for a second.
Well, I was going to say that he's like, oh, so they must be trying... One, it's circular logic to be like, oh, it's called the Iran nuclear deal, then that must mean they're trying to develop it or whatever, but he's completely... The point that Anna should have made in response to that is, you can enrich uranium for domestic reasons, and the reason why we have the treaty in place is to make sure it's not used for anything other than those domestic purposes. Yeah.
The treaty ensures that they're not developing nuclear weapons. Here's the problem. Iran played by the rules, and they got fucked anyway.
They
got fucked anyway.
Why do you think Trump...
So let me understand one thing.
That line hits different.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good line.
Iran? Is that
no, I'm not a defender.
Iran got fucked in the ass, no lube.
The mental
I'm a
gymnastics
defender
you have
of
to
the
go
United
through
States of
to
America
defend
and our
Iran.
soldiers.
Sounds like you're defending
and our
Iran,
soldiers.
Anna.
You know what? I think Israel needs to fight its own wars. Why do they keep pulling the United States into their wars?
America is not
it's
on the
unacceptable.
ground in Israel. I'm America first. There's zero
You're not
Americans.
America first. Don't say
remember how we just we literally just watched how this is so deceptive from him to be framing it this way when he knows, but I'm not America only or whatever, because that's really his position. He actually does support all of the Israel actions, but he's pretending here like he doesn't.
But he also analytically, when he was making one of the arguments, I don't forget the exact context, but he said, the American first people, I get you. Like, he was referencing the American first coalition as being separate from him. And so I think it's extra deceptive, because he acknowledges that there's a group of people who identify as America first, and that he, when he was referencing them, didn't include himself in that group.
Say that.
You don't.
When you're egging on this war,
first.
you're not America first. We have soldiers in that region right now, tens of thousands of them who are now a target as a result of this.
So are you just like, do you hate Israel blindly that you can't address the facts?
I hate.
This is again. So you love the Ayatollah? That's that version of that argument.
But the current Israeli government, not just the current Israeli government, what the Israeli government over the last several decades has done in lying to Americans and the American government in order to get us to fight their wars for them. That's what I have a problem with.
All the wars, and I agree we shouldn't have done what we did in Afghanistan, Iraq, and all that.
Yeah,
you're blaming
in 10 years,
all
you'll say the
that.
same about Iran.
Our entire presidential, congressional, and military apparatus, all of that is based on Bibi Netanyahu's opinion?
Not
Is that
just
what
his
you're
opinion.
saying?
The Israeli government
So you're saying that
wants to be the dominant force in that region. Can we pull up the...
It's not about Bibi's opinion. It's about actions that he's already taken that put the United States in a very difficult position to not undermine a key regional ally, but also have to, like, reconcile this with not coming off like we're succumbing to a fucking rogue client state.
Newsflash, they are. They've just taken out all their enemies. So I don't understand. Like, are you defending terrorists?
I want Linda's
Are you defending terrorism?
Dude, this is so lazy from him. You defending terrorism or whatever? He's like, he is such a fucking beta. He can't even make eye contact with her. He's just looking down, like shaking his head. It's fucking pathetic.
No, I'm not defending terrorists.
I don't know what
no
you're
other
doing.
country expects the United States to fight their wars for them other than Israel. Why is that?
Well, Ukraine's doing a pretty good fucking job. How about that?
Okay, well,
So you're dead wrong.
It is so disingenuous to compare the billions of dollars that we fucking send to Israel and have sent since October 7th to how we fucking aid Ukraine with all of these conditions. The fact that it's not actually just financing it, it's like old weaponry that we're not using any longer.
In the case
and
of
there's also
Ukraine,
other countries that we get involved in.
There's also not like a fucking lobby like AIPAC trying to pressure American politicians to act in the interests of Israel, but for Ukraine. Like, where's the Ukrainian AIPAC? That's the other thing.
Well, I mean, there are interests. There are interests.
Are they as intense as AIPAC? Name one. Name one special, the Ukrainian special interest group that even comes close to AIPAC.
I don't know that by name. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but I just because I don't know them by name. But I will say, for me, the merits of the conflicts matter, and whether or not, and the difference there. And in the case of Ukraine, Russia, people will often say, well, let's negotiate. I'm in if I knew for certain that negotiation would be successful in Ukraine and Russia, and that it would lead to lasting peace, I'd be all for that. I'd be all for having negotiations and peaceful resolutions. But we have to talk about the power of the relative states in each of these conflicts to meaningfully stop war. And have it be lasting. In the context of Ukraine has very little power to impose a peace or to allow for peace in its region because Russia just is going to take. I think that likewise in the context of Israel and Gaza certainly, but also Israel and Iran, it seems like the group that is, or the country that is the limit on peace or is the stop on peace in that context is Israel, and in the context of Ukraine, Russia, I think it's Ukraine, and so I think that there's.
Wait.
Or sorry, it's Russia.
Yeah.
My bad, it's Russia. Yeah. So I just think that there are different examples, and then we should the big difference between funding Ukraine versus funding Israel and their war with Iran would be like the merits of the conflicts in either case, and also the possibility for genuine negotiations. And
but he gives himself the room to be incredibly skeptical towards U.S. support of Ukraine, and fine. But the thing is that he would never accept anyone trying to frame that as, oh, so you love the Kremlin. Right. Oh, so you love Putin. Oh, so you fucking hate Ukrainians or something like that. He would never concede that. He would never say that that's a good faith criticism of, or like that's a good faith assumption of where his position on that is coming from. But when it comes to Israel, he's saying you're an anti-Semite, you hate Israel, you love terrorism, and you think Iran is like up to is just like so good.
I don't see American troops on the ground in Israel, in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, in any of these. Okay. So what you're doing is yapping and lying. Here's my problem with you. You can be loud, or you can be wrong.
You don't have any.
Wow. Sexist.
That's when you get in trouble.
Can we talk about sexism right now?
I've been trying.
Go off, King.
So he calls her sweetheart. Sexist trope. And then he says that she's loud, basically calling her shrill. And I think that's uncalled for. I think that's sexist.
No way. A dude who was on a red pill entertainment network did a sexism? Astute observation from our good friend Pisco here, chat. We love it. This is why I do it. Now say bitch. Say Adam's a fucking stupid bitch.
Adam's a big B.
It's not even directed towards a woman and you can't say it.
Adam's a bit of a bitch. All right, he's a bit of a bitch.
See, was that so hard? You didn't even have to do the black accent this time.
No.
Trying to speak this
By the way,
entire
why did you post that?
Because it's funny. This bitch is so dumb. Why'd you do that? You couldn't bring yourself to say it without doing it that way.
It's not what you're saying. You're misinterpreting it and you're lying.
So what am I getting wrong? What am I lying about?
I don't have to get into why you're getting it wrong to know that you're getting it wrong. Actually,
Is this how you like defend your clients in court? I can see why they fired. I bet you didn't even quit. I bet they fired your ass if this is the fucking defense that you're putting up.
Listen to me.
Your Honor, I really don't have to defend that. You should just. You're wrong.
I think
Your Honor.
basically that there's this attribution of a black accent to anytime you do a little sassy voice. That's not a black voice. All right.
So you were just putting stank on it, but it wasn't AAVE.
Obviously. It absolutely was not.
What's your ethnicity again?
And so what if it was?
Peruvian American Vernacular English.
So what if it was?
Well, you were defensive about it. So was it?
I don't hear you calling out all the Asian people using the N-word.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying there seems to be an understanding. That,
I'm just making a non sequitur. I'm just pivoting to this completely irrelevant standard that I'm bringing up to get a gotcha on you.
It's not. Well, it is a gotcha, and I got you.
You giggle when you're caught. You really. I cannot believe that as a. Yes, you do.
Giggle.
Yeah. You do.
You know what you do? You have a double standard. And so, for example, you told Lycan that you would break up with him if he deployed in Ukraine. And that wasn't a very good thing to do. And yet when I do a little giggle, all of a sudden, I'm like some evil guy. So how is that fair?
I really am convinced you're in recovery from a stroke. I am thoroughly convinced of it at this point. You do not have to keep like hammering it in. You clearly didn't understand the thing about Ukraine. And you're leaving out that I gave an example of where I had a priority and then it changed because I met him. And he had a priority and then it changed because I met me. There you go. We both stopped each other from going to foreign countries.
When did you, like, when you and Lycan met, when was the moment where you're like, I'm going to stay in America for you? Like, when did that moment crystallize in your head?
It was 30 days after we met. I, like, practically ran off with him.
What did he say to you?
What, we have to relitigate my personal like history with my boyfriend on stream.
Yeah, if you want to go after me for my allegedly black accent.
Do not pull this with me. It's not alleged. You know what you did. You immediately got defensive. You're not rewriting history. And that's what you're trying to distract from. Everybody's seeing it. Everybody in my chat, you're seeing this, right?
15%.
You're seeing this. He already said, I didn't do it, but even if I did, it was fine. But now we're back to allegedly, even though I thought it was fine to do a black send. So why won't you just own up to it, Pisco? Because it's completely fine.
It's called arguments in alternative. You say I'm bad at lawyering. Arguments in the alternative.
You say I'm bad at lawyering, but I can bring up this irrelevant concept from law school, man.
It distracted you. It's not a law school concept. It's, you know what? Something is wrong. We started off on the wrong foot today. And I just want to start fresh with you. So all the bullshit that you've said today, all it's all wiped away.
Thank you.
We're good now. And so right now, I've completely forgiven you. So we're good.
Is this what they call pissing? Did you just piss on me?
Don't say it
or
like that.
Or did you just is it like, did you just relieve yourself? Like, how does it go in your community? I'm new to these parts.
The P analogies are not authorized. No one's allowed to use them in the chat. They're highly discouraged. And anyone who...
Which is it? Are they highly discouraged or are they bannable?
They're highly discouraged.
Okay, so they're not bannable. Pisco's our chat, go for it.
I haven't come to a determination, but...
If I pull up your chat right now, you're going to tell me it's not full of he's pissing?
Have you ever read Calvin and Hobbes?
Yes, the cartoon?
The cartoon.
Am I thinking of a different thing? Is it Calvin and Hobbes? What is this?
The comic strip.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Cartoon is different. A cartoon is a moving image. A cartoon is a show. That's not a cartoon.
Find another hair to split.
Okay, that's a comic strip. Anyway, there's unauthorized images of Calvin peeing on stuff. So search Calvin peeing.
While I'm live on Twitch?
Nothing bad will happen.
What's going to come up?
Nothing's going to come up. That's
this.
Calvin peeing. Yes. So this is unauthorized. This was never drawn. This is vulgar. So when people say, let him piss, he's pissing, piss king, urine corporation, none of these things are authorized. They're defamations, they're copyright abuse, and it's not okay. And so when you say, is this what it means to pee on me? You're playing into an unauthorized set of memes.
Damn, this sounds like your problem.
But I do forgive you. Can we press play? I want to see this debate.
Again, did I just get pissed on? Chat, is that what just happened?
Oh my God. You never let anything go.
20 minutes in, I haven't said a single word.
Go ahead, Libby. Go crazy. Go nuts.
I don't want to be like...
Just go.
Well, anyway, so
go.
I just want to say, just because you're yelling doesn't mean that you're correct, but that's not my main point. My main point is this. I'm not even pro the Netanyahu regime, but let's get our facts correct. Iran is completely desecrating all agreements that it's previously made. In fact,
yes.
Can I finish?
They're not.
Just 2 weeks ago, they refused to let nuclear inspectors into their infrastructure, into their facilities. That is a clear violation of previous agreements. To say that that's not
clear violation of previous agreements, as in agreements that they're not currently entered into right now, that we could have had them if we hadn't torn up the JCPOA. Can you believe they won't abide by the terms of the agreement that Trump ripped up?
The agreement that we ripped up?
not happening is completely dishonest and disingenuous. And I'm not even pro Netanyahu. I just want to lay out the facts here. This is what's happening. They are violating agreements.
I'm not pro Netanyahu. I'm just going to defend all of his actions and get behind him with these military decisions and advocate that the United States should also stand with Israel. But I'm not pro Netanyahu, you guys.
Well, let me ask you something. If you play by the rules for years, you literally play by the rules, you're part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, you're allowing IAEA inspectors to come into your country, and you still see that Israel is successful in goading the United States to fight this war, they're still lying about what Iran is up to. Wouldn't you just say, you know what, F it. Why am I even part of this? Why are we allowing the international community to come in and check
So you're saying
what's
Iran
happening?
is playing by the rules?
Yeah, Iran
Is that what you're saying?
absolutely playing by
Well,
the rules.
then now I know who you are. You believe Iran. Respect.
I don't believe Iran.
my God.
Again, so bad faith, so disingenuous. Anna's about to lose her fucking job. The end of this episode will be her last appearance on her take. He is so fucking mad. And
because Anna can't actually handle this agreement, unfortunately.
And he can't. He's a little bitch. When I challenged him,
he can't either. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he can't. Like when I challenged him on, he was saying that like getting a college education is worthless and doesn't actually increase your lifetime earnings. And I was saying, no, that's completely wrong, and you should not be saying that. Like it's true. And he was like, oh, what college did you go to? And then I told him, and he was like, oh, so you went to like a shitty little college and like started like disrespecting my education. Because I disagreed with him that Bitcoin and crypto was going to be more valuable than a fucking high school diploma and a college degree.
National inspectors, and I believe the United States, as they, by the way, if you don't want Iran to develop nuclear weapons, best way to do that is to remain in the Iran nuclear deal. But Netanyahu hated the Iran nuclear deal.
Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal.
Trump pulled out of it, but why?
So what are we relitigating?
No, they did. That's not true, Jillian.
He literally just said Trump pulled out of it. Why are we relitigating?
Yeah, well, you want to relitigate that they violated treaties that we broke up. So it necessitates us talking about which treaties that Iran is or is not in compliance with.
You just moved the goalpost.
Yeah,
first you said,
I literally don't understand
guys,
your argument.
Let's
I don't
lay this
understand
out
anything you're
clearly
saying.
here. Anna first said Iran is playing
Anna
by all the
can't
rules.
handle it.
Yes, they were playing by all the rules.
I
Yes.
just told you that they refused to let nuclear inspectors into their facilities just 2 weeks ago. So now you moved the goalpost and you're saying, oh, but it's not their fault because
Oh my
they didn't.
God,
They
the
played by the
agreement
rules. Now
was
they can't-
fucking ripped up.
And not played by the rules because Israel isn't. Do you understand what I mean?
No.
Like you're changing.
Okay, let me calmly try to explain it so you guys understand what I'm saying. For years, Iran played by the rules because they don't want war, okay? They allowed the international community to come in. They did abide by the Iran nuclear deal. Even after Trump pulled out, for a few years after that, they were not enriching uranium because they wanted to re-enter the deal. By the way, Biden comes into power. Biden promised on the campaign trail that he was going to re-enter the Iran nuclear deal. He didn't do that. So Democrats are a
pause real
problem in
quick.
this.
Pisco should probably read the Non-Proliferation Treaty before commenting. I'm sorry. I commented on the JCPOA, and which part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty are you alleging that Iran violated? Actually,
The only thing, if I had to
We're gonna wait
guess,
for Annabelle's reaction though. Good.
well, I was going to say the only thing that I could, if I had to guess, that Chatter might be referring to is Iran might not have allowed certain weapons inspectors that were basically knocking on their door that were unrelated to the JCPOA, like a UN thing or something like that. Maybe that's the only thing I could imagine, and that No, but I know Lindy made a stupid point because she was like, they're not agreeing to like the terms of a previous agreement because like, why would they or whatever? But a criticism that I guess you could make of Iran is that they should be, regardless of any agreement that they currently are or aren't in, they should be cooperating with UN agencies attempting to do inspections.
And also, I don't.
But she didn't make that. Lindy didn't make that argument though. But you could make that argument.
Is Israel a party to the non-proliferation treaty either?
No,
hang on.
I don't think so.
Israel's not a party to the treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, and also like, I don't know, like, if we're talking about which deals Iran or which agreements Iran is or is not compliance with, I'm just saying, let's be specific. Israel isn't what Iran is.
We want to watch while you wait.
Chatter said. Yeah. Oh, just give me 1 second. And the NPT is supposed to be enforced through inspection by the IAEA. Okay, so which part is Iran not in compliance with in the year interim period the years in which Israel's Anna is referencing? When are they not in compliance with the NPT? What are you alleging is a non-compliance? This is for Annadelle. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, we can continue.
Scenario as well. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
See how I allow you to talk?
So I need to ask you something, Adam.
Go ahead.
Do you think Tulsi Gabbard was lying to the American people when she said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon? Was she lying?
I don't know what information she's looking at, but I'm pretty sure Iran is working on a nuclear weapon. Question for you.
Sure, based on what?
Question for you.
Based on what?
Can we pause real quick? The IAEA released a report a week ago saying Iran is not in compliance with. So what Anna said is for years, Iran was in compliance. That's what she said. It's for years Iran was in compliance. So my understanding is this report that just was released recently is like a new development. It's something that is new, right? That isn't the finding for the since the Iran nuclear deal was signed. That my understanding was that they were in compliance, and that this development is a new development. Is that wrong or is that right? Again, you're linking what I'm saying is a new development. This statement of non-compliance or in breach of non-proliferation. So that what I'm asking you is, for what Anna is saying is the pattern that she's driving is for years, Iran was playing by the rules. We can press play.
They have enough enriched uranium.
She says that they have accelerated.
And if they're not working on nuclear weapons, why do they have detonators?
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen?
Scientists there?
How do you feel about the Islamic regime of Iran?
How do you feel about a country that's doing a genocide right now having a nuclear weapon? Do you have any problems with that?
But let's say
okay, sure.
We're talking about Iran, right?
Okay. Well, we're talking about Israel and Iran.
Okay. There's no way to have this conversation without Israel. We're just talking about Iran in the context of talking about the strikes that Israel launched against them. There's no divorcing it.
Israel is a military superpower because of the United States. They have nuclear weapons. They're carrying out the mass slaughter of innocent people in Gaza and the West Bank, which had nothing to do with October 7th. It's not. It's all related. We're pretending as if Israel is the devil here, and they're not.
I've learned my lesson. Don't try to convince someone who's completely off left field.
Someone who's actually educated on the matter, yeah.
So here's my question for you.
How
do you feel about the Islamic regime in Iran? Are they good people?
No, they're terrible people.
Okay, so
what
do
are
you
the
want to
Saudis. So are a bunch of other countries.
I was going to say, it doesn't follow from that premise that you take like offensive military actions against them. Russia has nukes. Should we start nuking Russia? Like, these people don't even support Ukraine.
We have relations violations of the proliferation agreement
as bad as the Ayatollah. Why are people in Iran cheering for Israel? Why is
that's not true?
He just okay, I can't even.
Yeah, no, 80% of Armenians actually detest
Iranians are rooting for Israel. If there's one country that Israel has the highest
authority. Like, I hate that he conflates any criticism that Iranians have internally of their leadership with, they must love Israel or they must love these actions.
Very different things.
In Iran.
Iranians
why is Reza Pahlavi getting on TV, doing an interview, pull it up, saying, please, Iranians, now's the time to revolt against the regime?
That's installed by Israel.
So I don't understand what you're doing, respectfully.
Yeah.
You're defending Iran?
I'm defending the United States.
What a horrible position to be in.
Yeah, I'm defending the United States.
The country that yells death to America.
Right. I don't want our soldiers fighting this war. I don't want our soldiers fighting this war. I don't want American taxpayers.
You're using a straw man argument because our soldiers...
It's so funny watching. We just watched that, the behind the scenes, the development of all these talking points. and you're watching them completely fall flat when he actually tries to advance it against somebody who is diametrically opposed to what he says and doesn't agree with any of his priors. And he really thinks that he's like spitting here.
Are not fighting this war.
It's like they could be any minute, and that's
no, they're not.
What
No, they're not.
makes
They're not in Iran.
What makes you say that? Because this whole thing is already so suspicious.
So the argument is we don't want them could be, but they're not now.
Okay,
so let's live in reality.
Well, Trump initially denied involvement, correct? And then he later went on and said he actually had full knowledge of everything going down the entire time.
Of course he did.
Okay.
With that said, though, can I tell you one thing? Okay, so Iran, while it hasn't officially pulled out of the non-proliferation agreement, they violated both the spirit and the technical limits of the JCPOA.
But they're not in the JCPOA anymore. That doesn't exist.
But this is
Trump
right. You
said
pulled out of that deal because they violated it.
Oh my God.
But Anna, listen.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, but you don't. My understanding is, again, limited understanding of the intricacies of the JCPOA is that it was renewed every 90 days. So if they were in violation of it, that didn't necessarily mean that the entire deal had to be tanked.
Can you pause real quick? There's an update from Trump. This is a tweet. Publicity-seeking President Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said that I left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong. He has no idea why I am now on my way to Washington, but it certainly has nothing to do with a ceasefire. Much bigger than that. Whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned.
He said, big things coming. Watch this space. Watch this space.
Uh-oh. I mean, that's not good. It doesn't sound good.
What do you mean? I love when my president openly beefs with other world leaders on fucking Truth Social.
No, that part is no, but the fact that he's like, it's going to be bigger than a ceasefire.
Yeah, that part.
That feels like it's.
I mean, we knew that, but like
bomb Iran.
But you knew that. That's nothing new.
I know, but
you said at the beginning of this stream that it was like more than 50%.
75, yeah.
Or it's fucking 75%. I don't think that like this is. Shouldn't you be like celebrating because you got something right?
Why would I celebrate? I think
because you're right. It's a Pisco W. You've the correct prediction.
I don't know if it'll happen though. We'll see.
The JCPOA.
Anna, you don't need to be emotional. Just talk. Don't cry. Just talk.
Fuck you. No. I'm going to call this sexism. So
do it.
So he was just very emotional. Like, oh, so you love Iran. Oh, so you love Iran. He's so fucking emotional, so fucking triggered this entire time, interrupting people as well. I know Anna's interrupting, but for him to be like, you're emotional, you're emotional, you're emotional. Classic manipulator, classic man language. You know what? Fuck him.
Whoa. So the line for you, he went too far is the
You're too emotional woman.
Is the misogyny.
I don't like that. Yeah.
Way is the Iran nuclear deal.
know.
You said they pulled out of that in 2018.
Here's why.
You said they still complied after they were still part of the non-proliferation treaty, which is separate.
Hold on, let a guy speak for a second. All you guys are doing is debating minor little details.
Not minor though, Adam. It's
minor details.
You're anti-Iran. It sounds like you're very much
tomato.
Pro-Israel.
Now he's like trying to do it to other people that have barely made these arguments, and this
is so neocon. This is so neocon of him to do it. It's like you're either with us
or you're against us.
So
you don't support the fucking troops.
Yeah.
Anti-Israel, pro-Iran, pro-America. It's very hard to be.
The other thing is that this used to work. Just this sort of like default to black and white position. If you're not with us, you're against us. Dude, again, like in a post-Iraq war and a post-Afghanistan war, and a time where, again, even Pew Research is polling like Americans 53% negative view of Israel. You're not going to be able to make these sorts of arguments and have them just like speak for themselves.
Wait, George, because you're very confused.
I know, you guys
on one hand, you're pro-America, but then you're pro-Iran.
I know.
Hold on.
You don't believe in Israel, but you believe in Iran.
Hang
It
on
makes
a
no
second.
sense to me.
It seems to me that you're concerned we are killing innocent people and we're getting American in another forever war.
Not only that.
Okay, but it's my understanding, and again, that Iran is not trustworthy. And I've heard this from numerous people, a generous benefactor.
So Iran is
Israel and America, very trustworthy, who keep their word. Actually,
I was about to say Iran, who backed out of the nuclear agreement. Oh wait.
But I'm not gonna lie. This is Edward in the chat. Anna was unhinged and over emotional here. You guys should watch a few minutes of Cenk on Piers today. He was over emotional too.
I was watching that right before you called.
Trump card, by the way. Oh, were you?
You cannot trust the government. So when I'm looking at examples of the ways they violated agreements, okay, they promised they would not enrich uranium beyond 3.67%, but they began enriching up to 20%.
When they were in the JCPOA.
But why did Trump pull out?
He pulled out because Bibi doesn't want the JCPOA. Bibi wanted to go to war with Iran. He's wanted regime change in Iran for
So you're saying that Bibi Netanyahu controls Trump?
Trump's the most honest
You're
person
saying
in the
that
world.
Bibi Netanyahu...
Oh, so now we're pushing back on the narrative that Bibi Netanyahu controls people. When your boy PBD was saying, what did he say? What was it that he said to like co-sign all of that? Put some respect on that, or whatever the fuck. Respect on that opinion.
100%.
Controls Trump. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I think the Israeli government controls our government.
All right,
Yes.
well, that's your
I do believe
opinion,
that. No, it's
and
not
you're
an opinion.
wrong, but that's
it's based on
entirely
evidence.
that's a little
It's based on
JQ-y.
fact.
So you're saying that
It's
Trump...
based on money and politics. It's based on the fact that Netanyahu go to the U.S. to...
Okay, after she clarified, you still gonna say that?
After she clarified?
Well, yeah, because she backed it up. She makes this inflammatory statement, but she's saying...
She's saying Zog.
Yeah, she's doing the Zog memes.
Invade Iraq and then didn't even send IDF soldiers. He had 4,000 of our soldiers die in Iraq based on a false premise of weapons of mass destruction.
You care about American soldiers.
I do care about American soldiers, and I care about American taxpayers who spend trillions of dollars on this trash when we're...
I mean, he doesn't. He's the one advocating for like aggressive military action that might result in like American operations that end in
Might
troop
result, and you're acting like it will be.
Wait, what?
Never mind. Press play.
Make your joke again? Make your little joke again? Make me laugh.
No, I don't want to make you laugh anymore. You ruined it.
I'm too bad you made me laugh.
We're dealing with $37 trillion in debt.
So now you're a fiscal conservative.
Yeah, I am a fiscal conservative when it comes to spending our resources on wars that we shouldn't be fighting on behalf of a foreign country.
Let me understand this. You're saying that Trump is so weak and such a pussy that he just listens to whatever Bibi does? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think he's weak or a pussy. I think he's transactional.
But again, this whole he keeps making it seem like just words have been exchanged, just like spicy hot takes have been made or inflammatory statements, and not like actions that now implicate the U.S. and put us in a position where we have to be with them or against them.
And frankly, I think that Anna should just say, yeah, he's weak. He is very weak. He doesn't hold any of the cards.
And frankly, did you just say "and frankly" in a conversation about Israel and Iran? Are you dog whistling?
And frankly.
And frankly.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I did. Oh fuck!
Wow, this is a big. Is this a Freudian slip? A big self-report? You just said. She said Israel controls our government because of AIPAC and moneyed interests, and you're like, you fucking anti-Semite. And then 2 seconds later, you're dog whistling. And frankly, you think just because you disavowed the Zog memes that I'm not going to call out? I'm not going to call out these Jewish microaggressions, these anti-Semitic microaggressions. No,
you're trying far too hard. And I think that, and frankly, I do think that. Wow, it does sound like Anne Frank. I think that she should like lean into the he's weak as fuck. I think he is weak because I don't know that like what is Trump getting out of this, right? He's getting stuff out of the Gulf state situation, maybe the money but he's already received the money for the campaign, and so really, what is he getting?
A jet, maybe? Is there another jet coming down the tube?
But that's from the Qatar. That's from the Qatar.
I just said, is there another jet coming down the tube? I'm kidding.
Oh.
I think he's transactional. Wait, and I think that he...
Thank you.
Buys this ridiculous narrative that Iran was behind the 2 assassination attempts when there isn't even a shred of evidence other than Netanyahu declaring it.
So, wait, hold on, guys.
There's evidence.
Talk about that as well. I feel like that's really, really important.
Wait, what? Evidence of what?
There is evidence that Iran was targeting Trump.
Because they keep talking about how another attempt is going to come from Iran against Trump, and for me,
there is, like we talked about it. It's just like not serious to me, and it doesn't follow that like we have to do these preemptive strikes.
One thing that I'm personally concerned about is a false flag.
Yeah.
Yes, and that could literally be
according to our friend Anna, Iran is a peaceful regime, and you have to believe whatever they say.
Oh my God, straw man.
Summarizing what you're saying, you're defending Iran.
No, I
would much rather defend Israel than defend Iran.
By the way, he's not just defending Iran.
He thinks he's killing it. He's got this like this smug bastard is like, ooh, I've got her now.
See, a lot of people on the right, conservatives, who also completely agree with Anna. They don't want to see American lives taken. They don't want to spend trillions of dollars on another war.
Nobody does.
Okay, those people on the right don't agree with Adam on this, though. They are saying that we should know. They're saying the Tucker Carlson thing. Let them fight their own thing.
your point. Let's say, okay, so China and Russia are now saying that they will back Iran.
China.
What are we to do then if we get in that position, Adam, where they're saying, okay, now
China.
American men on the front line, are you pro-America or are you pro-Israel?
I'm pro-America, but
Russia's
to
not
answer your
gonna- Russia's
question,
not gonna do that.
Russia, this is all, you're talking about false flags. You're just
Sister is
throwing
a
out false
heathen
flags
place.
I'm just
like you're a
saying,
fucking paid
because,
referee.
no, it's very easy
Here's the
for
deal.
you
All
right
let me
now.
tell you.
That's a hypothetical. It's not a false flag.
Hey, that
Let me
you
talk
would-
though. You asked me a
Go
question.
ahead,
I'll
Adam,
talk.
talk.
There's 3 camps here, and I wonder which one you're in. There's the pro-America, pro-democracy, pro-Israel, pro-NATO. Hey, I'm with you.
Wait, some of my chat said no, but Netanyahu explicitly said Iran was behind the 2 actual efforts on Trump. Did Netanyahu at any point suggest
behind
even the skinny little white boy?
Yeah.
If he said that, then okay, she was like right to push back on it.
And there's MAGA in there. There's level-headed Democrats, moderates. They're all there. The second camp, which I have friends with
agreed.
as well, they are isolationist. America first. Don't get involved in any foreign entanglements, foreign wars. I understand that narrative if you want to live as an ostrich in America.
You know, in response, somebody in my chat just said this, but like in response to, are you with Israel or Iran? She should have said, are you with America or Israel? If we're gonna do these, it's like stupid dichotomies of like it's either or, and see if he picks Israel over America.
Which is a false premise.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
What I'm wondering is chanting death to America, death to England, death to Israel. So I know which camp I'm in.
Why did we bring up the death to England?
The first camp. Which camp are you in? The isolationist camp?
Everyone loves
or the
the
hate America,
British.
hate Israel
Yeah.
camp? Which camp are you in?
I'm in the camp
Can
of
you pause
don't
it quick?
allow the Israeli government.
Don't you love that like the British have become like this quaint people, this quaint country where before they were like the global empire, now everyone kind of like, I don't know, maybe not everybody. Maybe I'm just talking about myself here, but I kind of view, oh, it's England. It's like cute. It's funny. It's like, it's playful. But for years they were the
Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're having fond memories of that time.
Yeah. Back in the day.
Government to lie to the American people and goad us into another war on their behalf. I'm in that camp.
So
You guys,
basically saying
stroke
Trump,
has
listen to yourself,
occurred.
not anybody
You're in
else.
stroke recovery.
I don't. How about
What's so
how about
confusing?
learn from recent
fuck up.
history in which
You know whose instincts I trust more than you know instincts I
this was the
trust?
same
I trust Trump's
type of
instincts at this point.
conversation that
More
happened
than
in the
a
lead up
talking
to the
progressive head on the
2003
internet.
invasion of Iraq. This is the exact
He's like, at this point, I trust Trump. Like he hasn't been like a Trump simp for like the last 5 years.
At this point,
The left has gone too far. He has to support Trump.
Inspectors in. Iran was not. Saddam was not offered a deal. Iran was. Saddam's group was not ideologically captured, and their mission was not death to America. And we all know that it wasn't just Netanyahu. It was all the neocons like Cheney and his whole company.
Yeah, those people are
Let's
involved
not just lay this
right
at the
now.
feet of Israel.
She could not name a single other person in the Bush administration outside of Cheney.
It's all.
It is at the feet of Israel, though, Jillian.
Well,
it is at the feet of Israel.
Your blind
Why would we?
hatred to Israel doesn't let you at least acknowledge the truth that she just told you, and you just shut down Jillian when she tried to feed you the truth.
Adam, you have
Because
no
Dick Cheney and the
argument. You have no
establishment-
argument,
Just
Adam.
because you say I
You
have
have- your
no
only argument is
doesn't mean
you hate
have
Israel.
one.
You hate Israel.
Well,
That's
you
not an
do. Do you
argument.
not?
I don't give a damn about Israel.
True.
I give a damn about my own country. I
And
don't
which
give a
is
damn about
Armenia? What's your
Iran.
country?
I don't care about
What's your
Israel.
country?
I don't care about the United States of
Okay.
fucking America.
Really?
That's my country.
Okay.
And I'm sick of fighting.
That's right, baby. That's right.
When 9/11 happened, you're saying that they fought that on behalf of Israel?
Yes, I am saying that.
Okay, so you're
It was
blindly
based on a-
retarded.
No, I'm not
So
blindly retarded.
congratulations.
Okay, now she just made a silly point. Like Israel cheered on the Iraq war or whatever, but this whole we fought them on behalf of Israel is silly. It's like way too reductive.
oh yeah, the Afghanistan stuff is
Like she just agreed to that premise, and I wouldn't have agreed to that.
But that's why I disagree with the Zog memes because it's not so simple that it's just Zog or it's just Israel embeds itself in every aspect of the government. Like even now, I believe the reports, like the overwhelming reports are that the administration was seeking some kind of diplomatic solution. Now, not at all the parts of the administration, I'm sure, and I'm sure there are parts of the administration who don't think that way, but that there was at least some impetus in the administration to seek out negotiations. So if it were just Zog, if it were just Israel does everything, well, then why even have these internal debates? Why even have this little song and dance? So I don't think it's that. Okay. And the same thing with like Obama, right? Like if it's just Zog, then explain the Obama deal with Iran. So I don't think
that's what I was going to say. There have been multiple times where we have the American government and the Democratic Party specifically has shown that they are open and willing to defying the lobby when they don't feel that it aligns with American geopolitical interests. So it is too simple. Like her point of like, yes, it's all Israel pulling the strings or whatever is undermined by points that she was making earlier in this, but nobody on this show will point that out to her.
Smart enough to call her on it.
Yeah.
And Afghanistan's one of those where like there absolutely was a non-Israel based reason to attack Afghanistan and also to think that Osama was in Afghanistan, because he was, and they almost got him in Afghanistan. So yeah, it's like just not the case that Israel is the reason behind the war in Afghanistan.
If she wanted to say that, like, oh, well, this destabilization occurs almost like exclusively under Trump or something like that, but she didn't make that argument. Like, she could have said, like, oh, fucking do the Zog memes up for just the Republican Party, but she won't do that.
Validate Iran's existence is really impressive to me.
I think it's just you're being reductive, though. Like, they have put out 8 articles, at least, that I've seen since 1995, saying within 5 years they're going to have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to pretend like political propaganda exists, conditioning exists.
Great point by Amy, but you got to go deeper, sweetheart. Why have they not done further? Because Israel somehow keeps killing the nuclear scientists. If you want a profession to not go into in Iran, it's nuclear science. Because the closer and closer you get to a fucking degree, you're going to be eliminated. So use that for your talking point. Because why do they keep...
He thinks this is such a good point when it's incredibly despotic. The idea that
Israel's attacking these scientists.
Again, he clearly he starts from the conclusion and he works backwards. So every single thing that they do must be rational. Otherwise, how else could you explain them murking Iranians that dared to learn a subject that Israel doesn't want them to know?
Why does it take longer and longer and longer? Because they keep getting eliminated. That's why.
Wait, guys,
who did Israel go after first?
Go ahead.
Nuclear
He
science.
like constantly reverses cause and effect, and no one ever catches him on it.
In generals, they're all dead. Start over. There you go.
You bring up a really good point.
Thank you.
I just want to say, if Trump and Republicans didn't believe that Iran was a threat, why did they take away Mike Pompeo's Secret Service protection as an insult? Do you understand? They did that to
What does that do with
basically
jack shit?
Knife the guy in the front. That's point number 2. Point number 1. Point number 2. Anna, I tried to say this earlier, but I wasn't able to. You said that Netanyahu controls Trump. Netanyahu couldn't even get Trump to visit him on his first foreign tour.
She's such a dunce, but at least she turned the temperature down because Jillian wasn't moderating for shit.
He went to Saudi Arabia first. He couldn't. It was a huge insult to Israel because Bibi was fully expecting
The
that.
Israeli government has a massive amount of influence on our government. I didn't say Bibi controls
But
Trump.
you did say that.
Okay,
though.
Maybe it's the other way around, that America has a massive control of influence on Israel.
I think
To
that
say that a little tiny country is dominating America would be lying to yourself or just completely uninformed.
We
You're saying that Israel
destabilized-
controls
It's the
America. How
size
about
of the
America
country.
controls
It's
Israel?
the physical geography of the country.
This was literally an argument that was coming up on this Piers Morgan panel earlier when he was talking to
Is such a small country?
an Israeli ambassador, saying that like Iran is huge and Israel is small, the size of Israel, small being. And I was like,
because they're physically small.
I was like, you really have nothing if you can. If the only way that you can play up the threat of Iran and the intimidation of Iran is to appeal to its geographical size. That's it.
we paying for Israel's bombs?
Just like
the country that had an
Can you
economic
pause?
surplus in
It reminds you that. Have you seen Aladdin?
Yeah, I have seen Aladdin.
Where it's like infinite power, itty bitty tiny living space. Yeah, you can have a lot of power in a small little thing.
2001 was Israel. I'm sorry, 2021.
What do you mean? Why is Israel buying bombs from America?
No, they're not buying bombs with their money. We're paying for their bombs.
No,
okay, and they had an economic surplus in 2020.
This tiny country controls us or whatever. Like, just he would just never put up with this argument if it came from like somebody who was more pro Ukraine from him.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
In the middle of the pandemic, they had an economic surplus.
Than
we
him.
haven't had an economic surplus since 2001. Why are we paying for their bombs?
And maybe because it's useful for us to have an ally in the Middle East. Like
they're not an ally.
They're literally. Hold on a second.
According to the U.S. government, they're definitely an ally.
They use it as a tool to fight their wars. That's what they are.
Your blind hatred of Israel doesn't allow you to be
I would almost
reasonable.
argue the opposite to a certain extent, that they almost often do our dirty work in some cases.
Like what?
Like taking out the nuclear scientists in Iran.
There's no question that we wanted this.
Taking out the nuclear scientists in Iran
The thing we're trying to justify. But so the thing we're trying to justify is so the whole point of the conversation is say, is it justified to do this? And like, what things has Israel done for us? Well, they've taken out the sites that we're here to argue about.
I'm not saying it's full-blown war, but our soldiers
already at war.
They're in a peace treaty as well, though. Like, how are we ever going to have diplomatic relations with? Like, do you think they're ever going to trust the American government, Trump, anyone ever again when they're in the middle of these negotiations?
There's no diplomatic relations with a psychopathic regime in Iran.
Hold on. I don't even know.
Hold on. What? I'm sorry.
They were in the middle of their peace talks.
Who was?
The treaty.
Iran and Trump.
Who was?
No, they were not. Yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
Yes,
Sunday.
The
saying we're never going to do a deal with America.
That's not true.
Death
Coming on Sunday.
Amy, do yourself a favor.
Now you're just full of shit.
Succumb to her bullshit argument.
This is all over the
Trump gave them
marketplace.
60 days. Okay.
Exactly.
Not only did they not negotiate,
Again, they actually take Trump at his word on this, and not like it's just a really, a terrible little kid level lie of, oh, actually, I was gonna fucking break up with them. Take that, like,
bah, ha, ha.
Exactly.
So much so that I could not believe.
And what day did they attack
this
on?
Is bizarre.
They were meant to meet on
61.
Sunday. They were meant to meet on Sunday.
we have 60 days of a peace treaty.
He just said, okay, ready? He just said, still want to do a deal.
Yep.
Okay, where is it? Where is that
Give them the chance to get to the talks to be able to discuss the deal. Instead of first allowing this attack to happen, denying it at first,
You
and then
guys,
coming back and saying, we actually were complicit.
The truth is
I'm not
definitely
even
somewhere in the middle
pro-Iran.
here.
I'm not pro-Iran. I'm not
Let me show you the
pro-Israel.
truth.
I'm just talking about what people are saying in the marketplace. You guys are acting like that is wild and saying these
I don't know how Amy is like making it about herself right now. But,
Yeah, she totally
like,
is.
I cannot believe that
She started off.
none of them have pointed out when, like, one, they're not making Adam actually make the affirmative case for why we should be following Israel into this. He's just saying Israel good and I trust them more than Iran, but like actually force him to be like, that's a false dichotomy. Why do you think that this is actually in their geopolitical interest to be doing this? And she could point out the fact that they're an ally to the US and that they have to fund proxies to give Israel a headache should show you that they understand they don't have the military capacity to be able to fuck with Israel, because if you do that, you're effectively declaring war on the United States and the EU, and they are trying to avoid that clearly.
By the way,
plenty of people who agree with
and
her
there are
on the
plenty
right.
that also don't.
I know.
But there are military historians
Hold on.
that are not ideologically captured that fundamentally disagree and do see them as an existential threat. And while they are MAGA, their concern is if you kick this can in order to, yes, focus on America, what do you get in a very short period of time? And the reality is Iran is telling you who they are. In the words of Maya Angelou, believe them. I don't want any of the stuff you're talking about. And if you are right, God help me, that will be awful. But
I am right,
what
and it will
if-
be awful.
I don't know that you are. Everybody said this about Soleimani, and they were wrong.
Okay, so
Well,
let me,
Anna,
hold on.
as much as I think you're great, you're not even willing to be reasonable.
Because there's
hear me
like a
out,
body
hear
of
me out.
evidence
Oh my
that you guys won't even let me
God.
present. Like,
No,
you guys
I'm
won't even let me make my argument.
Okay, so I'm going to talk,
You go,
and then you can come back with your thoughts.
Okay,
Here we go.
and then let's go to Anna.
The problem that you have is the same problem that I had about 4 years ago when I joined the PBD podcast. I was so blind with hatred to Trump, I wasn't willing to be reasonable and hear the argument out. But here's what happened. I said, you know what? Instead of yelling every time somebody tries to talk, let me use these 2 ears and learn something. And now I said, you know what? Maybe they did lie about Russia. Oh, maybe they did. Oh, you know what? Maybe the media did play us. And I had to learn. I had to rewire my brain to understand that maybe everything I understood was not accurate. So now I'm one of the loudest, proudest MAGA people.
He's literally describing radicalization in an echo chamber and is like, you should take notes, sweaty. You could learn a thing or two from me. See, some of us have actually done the work of locking ourselves in an ideological echo chamber and getting paid for it. What have you done lately?
He's literally in a closed system of thought with a bunch of like glazers on, Trump glazers on his show every single day, and he acts as though that like he is an open mind person.
Yeah, he's the one being exposed to diverse viewpoints.
Right. After he's like freaking the fuck out because Anna's, taking a different view.
The other thing is that I guess he's also like shading her directly. Like, hey, if you're going to be on the Valuetainment Network on her take, I'm expecting you to over time moderate your position to basically agree with the rest of the panel. You need to quit being like me, because he sees her as like, oh, the same way that I was the anti-Trump guy on PBD and now he's fully MAGA. He wants her to complete the metamorphosis of, you came on, you were the crazy SJW progressive, and you need to see the light. How come it's not happening faster, sweetheart?
That makes him a fake fan. Like, we are the true fans of her take, and you can't just impose that uniformity of views on her take. They're too much. They're independent thinkers, and you want to come in here and make them all think one way when they're going to disagree with each other and they're going to have their own views. And so I think it's disrespectful to the women on her take.
I love how you always think about the women on her take first.
Yeah.
You're such a great male feminist role model.
I am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because I realized I was lied to.
Good
So
for
my
you,
hope
Adam.
for you is that when you say things like, I'm 100% right, and I know everything, that is a very weak
based.
position to be in.
That was
Because you're not
based.
willing to even recognize the fact that maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Have you ever been wrong before? The answer is yes.
Of course I've been
Bingo.
wrong. Yes, of course I've been wrong. However, Lindy, let me make my argument, please. Let me just make my argument without
Shut
people
it, Lindy.
jumping down my throat.
Go ahead.
Because I want to
Lindy,
provide
shut the fuck up.
dating back to the 1990s, Netanyahu was saying that Iran was days away from having a nuclear weapon. That was false. They don't have a nuclear weapon now. So this has been a multi-decade effort. Now,
do you acknowledge that they've been eliminating the scientists?
Because they killed the scientists.
It all hinges on this. I don't understand. Again, Anna should also pose the question, if this was such an imminent threat to Israel, then why didn't we strike them? You know, or like why didn't we do this already? Because all of it's only become like, again, this has been repeated and repeated and repeated for decades that like, oh, they're 2 seconds away from a nuke. It was literally a question at the vice presidential debate between Vance and Walz. That was the first question. Do you support a preemptive strike against Iran because of this? And neither of them did, right?
Or
if JD Vance said yes, he didn't really support it because when he got in office, he didn't push for it.
Yeah. And JD Vance has been identified as one of the people who are skeptical of further entanglement.
So he was either lying then or he's lying now. But the point is that they did not see the reason to do it. And Biden obviously didn't support it. He was open about that.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I think that people can credit Biden for in terms of his policy vis-a-vis Israel is he desperately wanted to contain it within Palestine and Israel. He did not want to include other players, other countries and things. Ultimately, I think Israel has been successful in the fall of the Assad regime.
They launched Operation Prosperity Guardian.
Come again? I don't know.
That's the Houthis, the attack, the operation against the Houthis.
The Biden? But Biden did?
Yes.
No, but what I mean to say is Israel's encroachment into other countries.
I know, but you were saying that he wanted to contain that, and I'm saying that we oversaw that operation, and that was going outside of it.
But what I mean to say is to have other people attack Israel, to have there was that détente with the shooting down the Iranian missiles, where it seemed to be the case that there were limited strikes from Iran and trying to manage the response, where Biden literally, I think, was going to the Iranians saying, hey, don't make your response be so drastic so as it'll get Bibi to send even more shit. All I'm trying to say is Biden had a policy with an eye towards Iran, with an eye towards Lebanon, with an eye towards Hezbollah, specifically to try to limit that was one of the main regional goals. And now I think it's completely, cat's out of the bag. And
you know what his version of this was that got derailed?
What?
It was a beeper attack. Because just the day before, or that week, we were actually sending diplomats to Lebanon to make sure it didn't escalate.
Oh, that's right.
Hours before, we're informed by the Israeli defense minister that they're going to be doing an intelligence operation. We didn't actually get the specifics of it. Then the beeper attack occurs, and then that blew the lid off of de-escalation in that region.
The constant undercutting of the literal Gaza ceasefire deals, where Biden was like every week trying to be like, hey, we're getting closer to a ceasefire deal. We're getting
but that was rhetoric.
Deal.
That was far more rhetoric than it was action. This whole I'm working day and night. I'm working day and night.
Actually wanted a ceasefire?
Not a permanent one. I think that he started to make the rhetorical shift because he could see increasing dissatisfaction among the Democratic base. He was still trying to become president at this point. But meanwhile, when you actually looked at the actions and stuff like that, he did not. When he was saying, I want a ceasefire, he was not talking about a full ceasefire or a permanent ceasefire like what the base was advocating for.
I mean,
he was talking about a temporary one. And
well, no, by the end of it, he negotiated a permanent ceasefire. Or at least a deal, a staggered deal that would lead to a permanent ceasefire. And that's the one that they agreed to right at the end of his presidency, which Israel kind of preemptively repudiated, even while signing it, right?
Yes.
And then immediately was in violation of it under Trump. But that appeared to be what the Biden administration wanted. They wanted a ceasefire. I don't understand why, but that would have been a huge feather in their cap to get it done. But you seem to think that they didn't want a ceasefire. That I think is lefty crazyism. That by the end of the administration, they didn't want an actual ceasefire? What's the evidence of that?
I'm saying that there was a huge chasm between the rhetorical shift that he made and Kamala Harris started making versus the continued transfer of arms, weapons, and they were not, I feel like, exerting the amount of leverage that the United States has over Israel to really attempt to rein them in.
That's correct. I agree that they didn't use nearly the leverage they should have used. And I think that would include things like stopping arms
that to
transfers
me undermine, maybe not to you, but you can tell me, that does undermine this whole, I'm working tirelessly for like day and night for a ceasefire. If again, you're already talking about the limitations of the ceasefire agreement that he got Israel to agree to.
Just because you're in favor of a ceasefire doesn't mean you're in favor of a ceasefire using whatever means available to your disposal, right? Like that doesn't.
But it wasn't even. We weren't even coming close to using whatever means at our disposal or whatever. It's so clear to me that Biden was incredibly reticent to even exert that much pressure at all. We dropped red lines.
I agree.
Rafah was a red line. Then all of a sudden there are no red lines.
I agree, but that doesn't mean there wasn't a ceasefire.
I never said that there wasn't a ceasefire.
That he didn't want a ceasefire.
I think that
you seem to doubt it. You seem to doubt that they actually wanted a ceasefire.
Because I think that they were saying the literal word ceasefire, yes, but when you actually looked at the conditions of the agreements that they were working towards, there was a mismatch between, again, what they were promising to the base versus what they were actually doing, and it was not looking like they were interested in a total cessation of hostilities at that point.
Wow. Okay.
But this is a agree to disagree type thing.
Bombs worth of enriched uranium, and they just developed detonators.
Okay. They have, according to the IAEA, okay, and by the way, the head of the IAEA, he's got some issues.
I just want to say, I got a chatter saying, lefty crazyism, LMAO, and then they put the laugh crying emoji. They put, he's going down the Cenk path, Cenk Pisco. What do you have to say to my chatter?
I think that that's, first of all, Cenk is way more pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel, I think, than I am, right? Like he's taken the line much further than I have. And
In
so
what way?
if you're comparing me favorably to, well, for example, he let me think materially. His rhetoric, for sure, you'd agree, right? He calls Israel like a rogue terrorist state. I don't think I've said that.
Would you say rogue or just not terrorist?
I would say rogue.
So, but you think it's a genocide,
I do,
but not terrorist.
I think they're different.
How?
I don't know. Let me think about it. Hang on. That's just the first thing I thought of is just the nature of his. I also haven't been pushed as much, I think, because I think you're right that there was this reticence, especially among like Biden supporting, Kamala supporting Democrats or left wing people, to even talk about foreign policy because of the mess it was.
Well,
But
not me, but
anyway, no one could accuse. This is kind of maybe I over exaggerated, but like Cenk is. No one could say Cenk is like less pro-Israel, whatever. Like he's definitely more.
well, I'm just saying. I think it's funny that you tried to say that the difference, the way that you tried to go about articulating the difference between yourself and Cenk was to point to an issue. It sounds like you have far more agreement than disagreement.
Well, no. I think rhetorically there's some difference. I think also in terms of the initial response, Cenk said something like, "I thought that it was justified for Israel to wage war on Hamas for sure, but I don't think that Cenk would ever grant that. That's a substantive difference." Let me think of other things.
Actually, I swear I've seen a Cenk debate early on Piers Morgan where he was like, if you want to go after the Hamas heads, fine, but like leave civilians out of it. Why aren't they going into like Qatar or Jordan or like where the heads are and like take the
special force? No, he's like special forces guy where special forces equals Batman with.
But even if you have a disagreement about the way that they should go about conducting that, isn't he not saying principally that he is open to there being Israeli military action against Hamas? He's just saying not like this, and he's providing what are simplistic and vulgar terms for what that could look like by just doing the special ops meme. Fine, I agree with you. But he's not principally opposed to it. Otherwise, I don't even think he would have said that, because there are hardliners that are just like, no, they don't have a right to go after any Hamas leadership. They should end the occupation, the blockade. They can't retaliate whatsoever.
Right.
But I don't think that was ever Cenk's position. I'm pretty sure Cenk was like, no, they could go after Hamas, but this isn't how you do it.
So maybe I'm overstating. It's possible I'm overstating the difference of opinion. All I'm saying is, if you're comparing me to Cenk on this issue is at least, but I would say probably more pro-Palestinian and more anti-Israel than I am. At least in terms of optically, he's perceived that way for sure.
He's perceived that way, but just because you haven't talked about it doesn't mean that you guys don't agree on it more. Then that's just a matter of like fate, no?
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Which is why that same chatter says, you haven't been pushed on politics because it's different from law. Stop conflating. So just chew
Hang
on that.
So first of all, I talk a lot. Fuck this chatter. I talk about politics all the time. You know, completely absent and divorced from my takes on law. So that's just wrong. Fucking loser.
Okay, but hold on.
You're not a loser to me, bad enchilada. You're a good chatter so far. You got under Pisco's skin. I respect that.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I understand where you're at. It's
Listen,
hard to make your argument when you don't have
congratulations,
a
Adam. We're going to send American soldiers to investigate.
That's not true.
We are. Netanyahu is pushing for right now.
But does it mean that you think regime change war is going to be an easy war to fight?
Let's play in realpolitik.
Oh my God! Now we're again going outside the reality by entertaining the notion that yes, depending on how much this escalates, it might end up leading to American troops being committed to this region, like boots on the ground, not just personnel.
Play in reality. If, woulda, coulda, shoulda. How about what's happening now?
Okay, let's go to Wesley Clark.
No.
Let's go to Wesley Clark. Let's go to Wesley Clark.
Let her finish.
I don't know that she has a point.
Okay,
her point is I'm pro-Iran and I'm anti-Israel. I'm with you.
Hold on. Let her make her point.
Back in 2007, General Wesley Clark was told something that he found deeply, deeply problematic. This is in 2007. Let's watch the video. Let's put the volume up. Take a look.
And he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon, and one of the generals called me in. He said, sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second. I said, well, you're too busy. He said, no. He says, we've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq. This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, we're going to war with Iraq. Why?
Why?
He said, I don't know. He said, I guess they don't know what else to do. So I said, well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to al-Qaeda? He said, no. He says, there's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq. He said, I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments. And he said, I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail.
Exactly. But notice
so I came back to see him a few weeks later.
The neocons in the Republican Party are still in charge. They're still in charge. They still have quite a bit of sway, clearly, because unfortunately, going along with what Israel just did in striking Iran is going to lead to a full-blown war. Netanyahu isn't even hiding the ball. He's being very clear that he wants regime change in Iran. Iran is not Iraq, by the way. You're right about that, Jillian. Iran is not Iraq. Iran is far more superior in their military capacity and capability. It is a country of 90 million people, okay? The fact that he's trying...
free.
Okay, first of all, they do. They want... Hold on.
Regime.
Iran
beat women to death in the
Wait, hold on. I know. That's
it's okay. It's okay.
Guys, that video is hold on. I've been trying to.
Go.
Okay, so that video was from 2007.
God.
Can we please all remember who the president of the United States is?
George Bush.
Well, right now, I mean, it's Donald Trump who ran on the platform of, come on, America first.
Right, he did.
Who ran
but
on
is he going to follow through on that?
Not intervening. I'm actually in. You talk about ostriches. I'm one of your ostriches. I don't want to get involved in other people's shit. I want to.
Ostriches?
Ostrich? Wait, so you making fun of Lindy?
No, that's not an accent. That's a mispronunciation entirely.
No, you're saying that because she pronounced her S with an R. And that's what you literally accused me of.
No, she switched it around. She's saying ostrich instead of ostrich. But that's not a thing that happens with it, like with
Didn't
Chinese.
You say that of me that I replaced the R.
It's the L in the R. It's the L in the R. It's not the.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Nice counter.
Common Pisco L.
Problems we have here and just get it sorted out. I don't want to go overseas. So in that regard, I'm with you. I just think that you're fighting a strong
I don't want to go overseas.
I don't think we're in danger of going. I don't think we're in danger of sending our boys overseas. I just don't see that happening because this guy.
Our boys.
MAGA's going to be okay.
There's a genuine concern that she has without question.
Our boys.
Did you vote for Trump?
No, I did not.
You didn't vote for Trump?
No, I didn't vote.
Hold on, let me ask this question. Who did you vote for?
I didn't vote for.
I didn't vote for president.
So you didn't vote for Trump.
Listen,
so you're not
Adam,
America first.
Adam, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my God, dude.
This guy's so corny. He's so corny.
Right now,
You're not America.
You can be America first and not vote for Trump. Okay, America first means
if you were America first, you would have voted for
You're
Trump.
a populist, and you are a populist.
I am a populist, yes.
You're a progressive.
America first.
And respectfully, you're a progressive.
America first.
You're a Bernie Sanders
Who gives a
progressive.
fuck what I am, Adam? What I give a fuck about is what is right and what the indicates.
I think people should understand who you are.
Are you Israel first? Because
No, I'm
it sure
America
seems
first.
like it. No, you're not.
I'm
You're not.
America
You're
first.
not. You're not.
Because I voted for Trump, America first.
Because you constantly provide cover for
I
the
am
country
Jewish.
that we spend $3 billion on every year.
Are you
in addition to every time they get into a war, we're the ones who
sass?
shell out the money, shell out the money, shell out the money.
Are you
While
Armenian?
our
Are you
Americans
Armenian?
are homeless.
This is the Anna.
And I'm sick of this.
Are you Armenian?
Dude, Why are you asking me questions about myself? This isn't about me.
You just
this
said
is
something
about a political issue.
You just said something about myself, so I'm asking
After
you a
you
question.
asked me about myself.
Okay, he's trying to make her go there by baiting her, but she did not go there whatsoever. She did not say, are you Israel first? Because I know that you're Jewish or anything like that. She just said
it was a counter to him being like, if that's the logic we're going to go into, or would you consider yourself this? But it wasn't like a real point. It was like, this is your logic. This is why you're being unreasonable. So I totally agree that she didn't go there. He went there.
We're not even asking personal attacks. Let's grow up. Are you Armenian?
Yeah, like he thinks that she's doing like the dual loyalty trope or whatever. But he said he's getting mad that she's accusing him of that. But he clearly thinks that, and we know this because of the PBD podcast we just watched, that I'm America first, but I'm not America only. And he's trying to twist it into following Israel into this war, or like into these military actions, is America first because it's in our interest. But he can't really articulate why, except going back to like, oh, well, Iran having a nuke is not good, but that contravenes the fact that like Trump was engaging in diplomatic talks. Like it just falls apart in so many different ways.
It's actually crazy. Like, so we've spent this time so far on like this debate. Adam's entire contribution so far has been, you love Iran, you hate America,
you hate Israel,
on the side of the terrorists, you hate Israel.
Now he's doing the, are you an anti-Semite?
Armenian? Are you an anti-Semite? Did you vote for Trump?
If you didn't, you're not America first. America. Yeah.
Like that has literally been all of his contributions in this conversation.
It's literally if you're not, you don't like Antifa? Oh, so you like fascism?
I'm Armenian.
So do you care about Armenia?
I do care about Armenia.
So do you want the best for Armenians?
I do want the best for Armenians.
Okay, that's
but
great.
if Armenia
so I feel
was
the same
trying
way
to
about
drag,
Israel.
She's about to bitch slap him on the fact that
the same about Israel.
What?
No, did you hear what he just said there?
No, what did he say?
Do you want the best for Armenians?
I do want the best for Armenians.
Okay, that's
but
great.
if Armenia
so I feel
was
the same
trying
way
to
about
drag,
Israel.
if Armenia was trying to drag,
I feel the same way about Israel.
If Armenia was trying to
So
drag
what's
the
the
United
difference?
States into an offensive war on its behalf, I would have problems with
that. Well, that's kind of like your opinion, man. Wait, that's not the actual
That's not an
facts.
argument.
Now he's not engaging. He's not engaging because she blew him out so easily with that, which is that I love Armenia, but that does not mean that I will uncritically back every single move that they do, or if they tried to drag the United States into it.
You just attacked me for being Jewish and defending Israel.
I didn't attack.
Oh my God!
Whoa! Playing victim.
I was about to say he is nothing else if he's going to the "you're an anti-Semite" card.
For being Jewish, don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth.
Listen,
don't do this whole like, oh, you hate Jews bullshit.
Yappity woman.
As they're trying to talk, you just keep.
Oh my God!
Trust me, I don't discuss men.
I'm sure your husband's
We
very
agree on
feminine.
personal attacks. Okay.
Wait, Anna.
I completely lost track.
It's cool.
Guys, listen,
Hey, that's a personal attack.
Holy
if you had an
fuck!
argument, you wouldn't.
You're Armenia first, are you not?
Okay, hold on. Does anybody have a legitimate?
Are you like literally retarded?
No,
Guys,
pretty smart.
guys,
Seems like you're pretty retarded.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna call Vinny here and start slapping people around. And
My
phone is
girl.
not upside down on purpose. I cannot rotate the pin, so I'm not anti-American. With that said, okay, a genuine question for you. Okay, is it possible? And I'm obviously there's no way to know if I'm right or I'm wrong here. But is it possible that some of the stuff you're talking about was actually the United States agenda, and we utilized
Have you
Israel
ever
to do our dirty
considered-
work?
What dirty work did they do for us?
What? What do you think she's about to say?
Have you ever considered that you're just completely wrong? Like, what is this contribution, Jillian? You're like, have you ever thought maybe it's not the way you said? Like, it's not helpful. You're not actually. I don't know. What do you think? She's just like not offering contributions. She's like asking questions that are like, aren't you just completely wrong? Aren't you like just it's so for me, it's not guiding the conversation anymore. It's just letting Anna explain once more why she's correct.
Because Jillian is a fucking dumbass centrist, and her idea of what counts as like somebody being rational and reasonable is putting equal weight into both sides of the argument, no matter how little evidence one side has over the other. But you have to hear them out at least. Even though, again, like Adam's asking questions and he's like interrupting her constantly while she's like trying to argue because he's not actually interested in hearing what she has to say.
Yeah, true.
And honestly, I can't say the same for Anna because Anna can be aggressive, but she did not start off that way. And like, this episode has been hot. It has been spicy, and you can't say that like she's just been like this the entire time, because all the previous episodes she has been so restrained, and I've called her out for being like actually over like way too restrained. Now she's Anna Unchained.
But by the way, there's a comment that says, I think Anna's making complete dog shit arguments. Some of them we've all, like both, I think
there's
Anna and I
there's
have
weaknesses, and this isn't the way that I would go about arguing it. But right now, when your opponent's Adam Sosnick, she's easily doing far better.
She's absolutely winning, yeah.
You're talking about, right? For
Is
example,
it possible? Answer the question.
Because he has nothing other than like asking
nothing,
just literally rhetorical question, like rhetorical traps, like why are they bombing nuclear scientists? Explain that. Got him. Like if you're America first, why didn't you vote for Trump? I got him again. Like. Oh, so you don't support Israeli actions against Iran? Oh, so you love the Ayatollah? Like he is not bringing anything to this. Anna has made missteps, but she has not made it. The only thing we probably disagree on this is the if you want to go fight that war, you go off to it. That's probably the weakest thing that she's made, but it's still stronger than any of his stupid his stupid retorts.
It's little like,
Israel
oh,
didn't
you're
send
Armenian.
IDF soldiers
yeah
to fight in Iraq. We sent our soldiers to fight
She
in
tried
Iraq.
to ask you a question and you
I'm
started
talking about,
answering. Answer the
but,
question.
but they backed us up with their intelligence. They
Right.
gave
Their intelligence was that
She asked you
Saddam
a
Hussein had
question.
weapons of mass
Is that
destruction.
possible?
What I'm saying.
Jillian, please ask that
Who
question.
so condescending.
She just wants them to like hold hands and sing Kumbaya at this point, and Anna's not going to do it. But neither is Adam, and she's only calling out Anna. It's annoying that she's saying that she's the one being unreasonable here when Adam is the one that's not listening.
Women are truly each other's greatest op.
Like, we know that it was Condoleezza Rice, it was Dick Cheney. Oh my God, I forgot the guy's name. The friggin'
Colin Powell.
Thank you,
Colin
Powell.
Powell.
The other guy that was with
Rumsfeld.
Rumsfeld.
The devil.
Yeah.
Okay, my point is that was not just Netanyahu. And the thing is, what I get slightly concerned about is that we're like,
Okay, so this is Anna's fault for getting the point to this conversation because she was highly reductive and way too like doing the Zog
true.
things. So they're fighting her on a point that she made sloppily, but I don't think she would really make if she had the space to flesh it out better. I don't think she would have just thrown out the Zog thing.
this little country,
Yeah.
they're evil.
Good point.
And it's that rhetoric scares me a lot. I do see all your concerns.
I'm scared.
You're very legitimate to be concerned about it.
I'm so
But
scared.
That's really what this comes down to is I'm
So
scared.
condescending too. Yeah.
I'm scared because you can point out there's really not the evidence to support the, like, if this is the reason that it's about the nuclear proliferation and how close they are to a nuke, there's not the evidence to it. They back up and talk about the proxies, or it really just comes down to I'm scared. I'm scared, so do it.
Right now, if I could just step back, right, and say, as I've been watching Trump this first term, I've been completely confounded. And I just don't understand his one thing, like the one bad guy, the one like country that he was willing to conduct attacks on was Iran. He's like, I came out of that 2018 deal. They were dishonest. It was a terrible deal. They were allowed to enrich uranium, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever, believe true or not. He didn't do that to anyone else. Then it was, he took out ISIS. He went after Soleimani. He bankrupted the country. He's been genuinely concerned, and he didn't get us into any new wars. He wanted out of Afghanistan. He wasn't engaging in regime changes. So all of a sudden it's like, I'm going to do a deal with Iran. I'm not going to put sanctions on Putin because he's going to cooperate in a deal with Iran, which does that mean Putin's going to look the other way if I don't put sanctions on him for Ukraine?
Cooperate with
What are you
Ukraine,
talking
mean?
about?
I'm saying Trump said after that whole Operation Spiderweb thing fell apart, he still didn't put sanctions on Putin. But he turned around and he's like, well, I talked to Putin for an hour and 15 minutes. There's not going to be any peace over there. But we talked about a deal with Iran. He's going to be helpful. Obviously, they clearly discussed that this was going to happen. My point is, the administration knew. The administration wanted to do this. I don't think Netanyahu is pulling Trump's strings. I think Trump has had a bone to pick with Iran since his first term. And I worry that if we're like, Israel's doing this, that there's a Venn diagram there that makes me very nervous with regard to...
Jill, do you understand why I say Israel is doing this? It's because of the long history of Israel trying to goad us into war with Iran. That's why I'm saying it. Again, it's Netanyahu's own words dating back to the 1990s. You say that Israel helps us with intelligence. Okay, well, I wonder where we got our intelligence that Iraq had nuclear weapons.
No, that was
or weapons of mass destruction.
There was no intelligence. It was a lie. We knew it was a lie.
But where did that lie come from?
It came from Cheney.
It wasn't just Cheney. Cheney in the very, very, very beginning.
All those
in the very
knew they didn't have
Hold on.
WMDs.
Let me just finish my point.
Okay.
Cheney in the very, there's a really great book about this. Okay, if you guys want to read, and it's full of evidence. So it's called The Israel Lobby. Okay, in the very, very, very beginning of this whole debate about whether or not the United States should do a preemptive war in Iraq, Cheney wasn't convinced, believe it or not. But he was eventually convinced with the intel, allegedly, that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
I read another book called Provoked, written by Scott Horton, and his argument is that Cheney wasn't convinced until Halliburton was bankrupt.
There's
then
an
he had to
oil
go
component.
get into the whole mix. So there's differing perspectives on this. I would simply ask you, Iran, you don't see them as a threat.
Were there multiple? Didn't Colin Powell also say later that he actually had reservations about the statement that he made at the UN? with respect to like WMDs or whatever. I'm not. I'm not sure about
Well, he
like.
died, but
Yeah, on Halloween, I think, a couple of years
Wait,
ago.
really?
Yeah, he became a ghost.
I never heard that used to refer to a person.
They didn't come to the table. They had an opportunity to.
But they, Jill,
Okay.
they did. They did come
We've
to the
had 60
table.
days.
The gaslighting on this issue is unbearable, and it's very reminiscent of the gaslighting that
I got a
took place.
chatter saying, I believe that book has been questioned. BTW, the Horton book is total bullshit. What's their follow-up? I wouldn't be surprised.
Scott Horton is a certified dork, they say.
I think Iran.
How about you?
What about me?
Does it take
Certified
one?
dork?
Yeah, does it take one to know one?
Game recognized game.
Yeah.
I think Iran poses a national security threat to Israel.
Don't agree with you.
They do, though.
That is true, right?
No,
They-
to Israel.
Just don't agree.
I don't agree with that.
I just don't agree.
The Saudis can't stand him. The Qataris can't
I mean,
stand him.
look, listen.
They-
Do you
now,
understand-
Syria
do you
understand what
reached
she
out to
just said? She's
Israel.
bringing a very good
Syria
point to the
reached out
table.
Israel and said, we want to expand. What if, in my dream world, and I am not saying you are wrong, there's a very good chance that you're right. I'm simply trying to open up the possibility.
It is just amazing how she just constantly both sidesing everything.
Engaged
Every
in
single
change
thing.
to date, okay? That now his goal is to win a peace prize. He's trying to expand the Abraham Accords. Syria reached out to Israel.
His goal is to win a peace prize?
I've heard people say that.
What is she talking about?
I don't know if that's true. So, that his goal is to win a Nobel Peace Prize.
Whose?
And people are talking like Trump's.
Oh. I mean, Kissinger got one, right? So it wouldn't be out of luck.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, no? Henry
Teddy Roosevelt got one.
get a Nobel Peace Prize.
For Vietnam. Wow.
Yeah, he was.
That's so
Yeah,
fucked.
Henry Kissinger was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in '73 jointly with Le Duc Tao, I guess, for their work in negotiating the Paris
he
Peace
was.
Accords.
That's
and
crazy.
said, we want in. Does it free up that region to stabilize things with these?
Have you seen The Settlers? That Louis Theroux documentary?
Yeah, crazy. That.
Do you know the woman
actually insane.
who's featured in it has been nominated? Yeah, nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Wait, for real?
Or like there were, I don't think that they've actually announced the formal nominees yet, but there were professors at Tel Aviv University that put her name in the pool for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Is it a meme? Is it like
No, it's not.
when
They genuinely think that the settling and like occupying the territory and being a fucking war criminal is like a virtuous thing.
that woman is a terrorist?
Yes.
That woman should go to jail for a very long time for prison. Like what she's doing is completely indefensible.
So now America puts terrorists in jail? That's how we act towards terrorists?
They should.
I'm sorry, bad actors and evil regime, arguably defanged.
Afghanistan is currently governed by the Taliban.
You're not wrong.
Okay. In
A moderated
Syria, we
version
have
of
a
the
former
Taliban.
ISIS and Al Qaeda agent now leading that country. And then in Libya,
Remember when he invited them to Camp David?
Oh, Trump, yeah.
you want to talk about destabilizing the Middle East? No country has destabilized the Middle East on Israel's behalf than the United States of America by overthrowing Gaddafi in Libya. By the way, that happened under Obama. This is not a Republican or Democrat thing. Both parties are complicit or actively involved in the regime change wars that have cost American lives, cost American resources. And I just ask that we maybe think this through a little more before we start beating the war drums.
But what? Hold on. I just want to say again that I'm an isolationist. I think that if you cannot, for most Americans, they can't even pick Iran on a map.
I would actually say that the Democrats are more vulnerable to succumbing to Israeli interests on this because the Democrats face opposition and pressure from AIPAC, J Street, like the pro-Israel lobby, and then from Republicans. But Trump cannot really be pressured by Republicans. He kind of controls Republicans, and the AIPAC is already mostly on his side. So it's really, really difficult to pressure him any further than they like because they pretty much just assume agreement. So like these examples of him, like I don't want to say going rogue, but breaking from orthodoxy and like pretty much going over Israel to negotiate with the Houthis and also like negotiating directly with Hamas or whatever are things that I think were like unorthodox, but they also have no way to like rein him in because they agree so much with him on the agenda that they can't like what? Oh, we're going to back the Democrats more over than you or like it's not going to happen, you know?
The flip side of that, though, is that I don't think Trump has much leverage over Israel. And I don't think that because I think that he will face concerted pressure from certain lobbyists and certain people, including some of the most important influencers.
But if he doesn't want a third term, do you think he wants that third term? Because he's on the second term, so what are they going to do? Oh, we're not going to fucking back you?
I honestly don't know. I'm 50-50 on that, and I honestly don't know.
Because when I see him doing these weird pivots, like with the overtures to the farmers to like quell them, to me, I'm like, see, but you already got their votes, and this is your second term, so unless you're running again, so.
So do you think he wants another term?
Well, I think he does, because when I see him making moves like that, I'm like, you have no reason to be satisfying people whose votes you've already extracted, because unless you really were intending to run for a third term.
Well, a regular president might if they care about their party, but I don't think Trump has any kind
Trump only cares about himself.
The Republican Party. Right, yeah.
We should not get involved. Like, this is not our business. That is my point of view. I want to wash my hands of the situation. I don't want to get involved. That said, Anna, respectfully, you failed to mention that the people who, like, for example, the Taliban, it's a moderated version of the Taliban, who has made concessions. Also, the guy from Al-Qaeda,
okay, that's
I understand they're bad, but it's a less bad version. We have to acknowledge that, though, because the guy who is now running Syria, he has made attempts and has very vocally said that I am not who I used to be. Right. I'm reformed. I just want to say that. This is not like your pure version of Al-Qaeda. It's not the Taliban of your grandfather. So
the United States should not be in the business of carrying out regime change wars anywhere.
Is this
period?
That, though?
Suddenly, Lindy can have like a critical analysis of these like militant factions in the Middle East, but I'm pretty sure just a few episodes ago when it came to Hamas, it was like flattened into like there was no discussion of like the historical record or ways that they have tried to like moderate or make concessions to Israel. There was none of that. It was completely just no, they need to be removed.
I agree with that, but Trump is not going to, because he ran on America first.
We're making right on the regime change thing. I couldn't agree with you more. Okay. I'm just saying, is this that? Because they are.
You find that happens a lot, by the way, that like there's this flattening of any nuance for a lot of things, like you're seeing right now, honestly, for the Iran stuff. You're either with Iran or you're not. And Lindy right there showing that she's like, willing to say, okay, even some terrorists, even some ISIS fighters, ISIS leaders could have moderated. Do you find that there's often selective nuance? Another example of this is like the economic conditions, where people will say, before, why haven't prices come down under Biden? Why hasn't prices come down under Biden? And people will have this nuanced perspective of, well, it's not Biden's fault. It's not Biden's fault. And the Republicans will just be like, well, the prices rose under his watch, and then therefore they're his fault. And then all of a sudden, when Trump comes in office, they have this very nuanced take on this and the other economic indicators, all that kind of shit. I find that I see that a lot in people who will rediscover nuance or rediscover like shades of gray when it's
suddenly there's a lot of, you recognize that the United States government has all of these different veto points and checks and balances that are going to influence the impact of policy. But then when it's the opposition party, it's collapsed into, well, you should just look up and see who's in charge and blame them. It's Trump. Trump's to blame. And then the pendulum will swing back when it comes to Trump trying to take credit for accomplishments that like in post 2016 or whatever, he's trying to take accomplishments from Obama, even though it's like, yeah, but you inherited that stuff. You can't really claim the benefits
100%.
of it.
That you were going to play, right? That was where he was trying to appeal to people.
And that was something that happened. Like Biden inherited like a really shitty COVID economy or whatever, and there was this expectation for it to be fixed too quickly, like ignoring it's like, yeah, we're in a global economy and the recovery in the United States is like looking better than it was in comparable Western nations at that point.
Emotions, because he knows that people are against child brides. They're against all of these things. So, of course, that's going to be the main rhetoric used when putting out this video.
I just don't think that's our business.
I think there's a great example in the chat. Pause. I didn't actually see this panel, but someone, Daniel K, says, Lactoid and Gibbs and Fabian Liberty were doing the nuance game tonight on Prime's panel about the right-wing assassin guy, where they're like, oh, he's not a right-winger, because there are, people who are pro-abortion who hate Democrats who are still themselves Democrats. You know what I'm talking about?
Right. Yeah. Okay, sure, dude.
They are the freaking top funders of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Shia militia. I mean, the list.
The one that I see YouTubers make a lot is people will get mad at like, look at their chat. Their chat was saying this. Their chat was saying that. Yeah. But then anytime the accusation comes their way, I have a lot of people in my chat. I'm not endorsing everything that I'm saying, but like it's going fast and I wasn't watching my mods. Like all of a sudden it's more complicated, right?
Yeah.
Goes on and
then
on.
Let's let Israel deal with it.
Thank you, Linda. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, then we're in agreement about this.
Let Israel handle it. I don't think the United States taxpayers should fund that war. And I don't think, look, if they need defensive support, okay, fine. but no boots on the
We
ground.
already provided that with
and
our
absolutely
donors.
no more
We need to do
American
fair.
taxpayer money. Israel
I
should
agree
pay
with
for its
you.
own bombs.
I agree with you. Why didn't you say it at the beginning?
So you have a problem? Do you have a problem with the fact that currently the United States funds Israel's wars? We provide them over $3 billion a year in military aid. Do you want that to come to an end?
So, no, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because what you're doing is a disservice to all the other countries that the United States gives money to.
No, I disagree.
We give money to Palestine. We give money to Egypt. We give money to every
That's
single country
fucking
in the
rich,
world.
Adam.
Currently,
That's fucking rich because seeing as your fucking daddy canceled so much foreign aid that you're now saying, well, it's a disservice to the aid. It's a disservice. You don't give a shit about the other
I was going to say they gutted
unilaterally
USAID.
canceled. And to say nothing of Ukraine aid, which you've already hyper skeptical about. And so all of a sudden you rediscover the merits of U.S. foreign aid and U.S. foreign policy when it comes to aid, when you can leverage it to give a distinction on why you're still in favor of lethal aid for Israel, not just defensive aid.
Also, the idea that, like, oh, he gives aid to Palestine. It's like, dude, your boy in the first administration completely gutted UNRWA. He completely defunded it.
Yep.
Carrying out ethnic cleansing and
established a
genocide of
rule.
Palestinians. So
Right,
I mean,
a genocide.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is a genocide.
And there's no other
Yeah.
genocides going on in the world. It's just
we don't
Israel.
fund those.
This is always the argument that they pull or whatever. Like, why aren't you talking about this? And it's like, there's one, we don't fund those. And two, there's far less contention over who's the good guy, bad guy, quote unquote, in those disagreements. That's why it doesn't get brought up. It's like, dude, most Americans probably are thinking China's bad, the Uyghurs are oppressed. There's not the controversy like where you have people being, a lot of people in the United States, like fucking half of them being like, no, you don't get it. China's really good. And what, it's the most moral
There's kind of a
state.
bipartisan consensus that China bad, you know?
Yeah.
It's the bipartisan consensus that China is a threat. And, you know, the administrations kind of agree that they should take a hawkish stance to China. And some people might even say that that's not the right position. I'm kind of two minds. I think that we should either be hawkish towards China with the support of our allies, or we should try to come into a deal with China of some kind, like learn to live with them. But in any event, the recent pattern has been that the Americans are, political parties are both hawkish on China.
We fund this genocide.
Pretty sure we fund a lot of
Biden especially. In Tapper's new book, he talked about how like there were moments where he was like upending like decades of U.S. Like policy with respect to Taiwan with just like certain statements and certain people that he was like bringing closer to the administration.
This genocide. Instead of just blaming everything on Israel, though, can we
No,
also?
that's
Hold on,
no,
wait, can I just
really don't
hold
like
on? Can I?
Because
Let me finish
all
that
those
point.
things you mentioned, we were behind.
Really don't like that.
Jill, you bring up a really good point. Let me expand on that. Instead of just throwing everything and scapegoating Israel for all the problems under the sun, why not look at our own military-industrial complex and ask why are we, not just Israel though, in Ukraine, billions of dollars gushing all around the world. Right. And instead of blaming, the Israelis for this, why not ask the defense contractors who are constantly bombing our senators and congressmen
That's a problem too,
funding, right?
That's a problem too.
Just not all Bibi. Okay?
It's not all Bibi.
He's a problem, but he's not the only problem. We also have to look here at home.
But it is a happy marriage when you have the government of Israel pushing us to fight a war, and when you have defense contractors who see a profitable opportunity to exploit that situation on their behalf. And this is the same thing that keeps playing out over and over again. Again, I'm just asking, look at the evidence, look at what Netanyahu has been saying for decades, look at the lies that were told about other Middle Eastern wars that we got dragged into. I want to prevent that. I want American soldiers to fight wars to defend the United States when it's necessary. I have not seen enough evidence, or any evidence really, to indicate that Iran is a national security threat to the United States.
America. What do you think they mean? Because I'm taking them at face value.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
I mean,
Jillian.
The death to America.
How many times has she brought this up?
But what about death to America, though? What about the nuclear scientists, though?
What does it mean? What do they mean by death to America?
Look,
again, it's like lost on these people that they are the ones sitting here justifying like offensive military actions towards the country, but it's all in this. But like they are scared of their own fucking shadows because they're bringing up hypotheticals and then using those hypotheticals to justify the action they already supported. That's why I'm saying it just comes down to I'm scared. I'm scared, so we should support this.
Oh, the commentator says, thank you for the late night streams, third shift hospital here. We support our doctors out there. Thank you, or nurses or healthcare workers. Appreciate you.
And in honor of the supporting our doctors, Pisco is going to sing a wonderful rendition of his second favorite Twice song. Take it away.
Okay. Let me think. What's my second favorite song?
Sing The Feels.
Boy, you know I got the feels. You didn't think I knew. You didn't think I knew it. You didn't think I fucking knew it. Look at you, doubting, always doubting. We're gonna go see a Twice concert. Do you want to?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Where's it gonna be? What state?
I don't know. I don't know when the tour.
Are they coming to Florida?
Yet. They might. What? You wouldn't come to New York?
No, I'm just wondering. Because usually these K-pop groups, they'll go to like 5 places in the whole United States. And I know that because I was in college and I had finals and I had to miss Blackpink even though they went to Fort Worth because it was too far.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And it was like
Shout out EMTs too.
It was so weird that they went to like New York City, fucking like LA, Miami Beach, but then they're like one of them I was like Fort Worth, not even Dallas, or it's usually Houston if anyone does like a date in like Texas, but
to America, what do you think they want?
Yeah, we'll do
Twice. They favor the United States, okay?
Favor?
But the idea
They're
that, oh, they're
calling death
chanting.
for America.
Right, I mean, people chant all sorts of things, but we're going to go to war?
What I'm saying is that Trump is not going to, I just don't think
we need to see.
Minimizing the whole death to America?
I am minimizing it.
You're minimizing death to
I am
America?
minimizing it because I need to see actual evidence that they're carrying out acts. I just said attack against the United States. There's no
okay, this same logic of like, this is how, in their minds, the whole they hate us for our freedoms type logic, that's how they justify, or like, not justify, sorry, like that's how Iran or all these countries, if you had to explain like what's their motivations for hating us or whatever, they would never listen to the fact that like or be willing to hear out that Americans saying like we hate Iran, we support strikes against Iran is inflammatory to that country to the point that they should actually be taking actions against us.
Also, by the way, though I don't agree with this, the burning of the Quran, the drawing of the prophet, those are they see that as, again, I don't agree with the reaction to it. I think it's
so you support Charlie Hebdo?
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, 100%. So but all I'm saying is
that's highly inflammatory.
Things that are highly inflammatory and offensive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, so you support Salman Rushdie having his eye stabbed? Cool.
Yeah. That was crazy, hey.
That was Iran who put that fucking. That's the previous supreme leader who put that fatwa on him, right? Or like, isn't that what it is?
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right.
The prophecy was fulfilled all these years later. Also, didn't it turn out that we were doing that? There were U.S. military personnel that had been desecrating Qurans once deployed.
I don't really care. Oh, like other people's Qurans? That's kind of.
What do you mean you don't care? You just said. No. The U.S. military personnel doing that in those countries during.
Yeah, probably provocative.
That's all you'd say. That's all you'd call it.
Probably bad to do that on when you're engaged on like a deployment, specifically to make tensions better, and to make like people like us. Burning Qurans is bad, probably.
Probably. That's the most I can get you to say. Probably. What is this weasel shit? This half-ass shit.
How is it weasel? How is it weasel?
Because you can't just.
What if you needed it for warmth? Do
you think that's what they were doing it for?
I doubt it. That's why I said probably.
Just say it was bad.
It was bad in that context, probably.
You are so cucked.
You're cucked. Okay. You know how you're cucked?
How?
You won't say what you feel. What you feel is you support Iran, and you want Iran to be good because you think. Did you vote for Trump, by the way?
No, I'm America last because I love China and Russia, baby.
You were gonna go to South Korea.
I was gonna go to South Korea.
So you're not loyal. So you hate America. So you love Iran. You love
I was not going to renounce my American citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't have the gotcha you thought you did.
Do you like? There's a thing that you have like where you need to claim victory over something.
I do. Yes.
You find it very.
I learned from the best.
To, like, take it out.
Yes or no? Yes or no's in chat. I learned from you.
I learned from watching you.
I've seen far too many debates where people, they don't lose, but they miss so many opportunities because they just follow people down rabbit holes. You gotta hold people. You gotta extract those fucking concessions.
I agree. Wait, Aaron, who did you vote
You would say,
for?
hold.
You voted for Kamala.
In Florida, where I was hoping that I could
probably
fucking turn the state blue. Why?
Someone asked in chat.
Why did people think that I didn't vote for Kamala Harris? I was outspokenly in support of her, despite all my criticism.
They put you in a box. They put you in a box.
Kamala was obviously preferable to Trump. I would have voted for practically anyone against Trump.
Hold on, some countries falling, trying to call for America's death.
I even said to Hutch, I would be willing to vote for Mitt Romney over Trump, even though it pained me to say it, because I was like, I'd be so depressed, I'd stay home, and he was like, nope, you got to choose. I was like, fine, I'd vote for Romney.
Minimize that.
Nice.
Actually take
So if I was willing to say I'd vote for fucking Romney, please believe that I did actually go vote for fucking Kamala Harris. I held my nose and went to go do it, okay?
And that's why Trump is behind. Maybe not on this, because you know what America First stands for? 3 things.
Really means
they're anti-globalist, okay, anti-Marxist, anti-CCP, and ready for it?
She's so
anti-Islamic terrorism.
condescending.
Yeah.
So I know on behalf of Iran.
See, on PVD, they didn't add anti-CCP, or he only talked about globalist, jihadists, and Marxists. Now we're talking about the CCP.
Well, you're defending Anna for Trump.
Even though, again, if you're talking about Marxists and you think that China's communist, that kind of should be incorporated in the Marxist thing, but whatever.
For some reason, you're kind of advocating for Islamic terrorism. I actually believe Iran.
No.
I actually
Do not wrong me.
What
Don't
the
ever say
fuck?
that. No, but I'm not going to let you lie.
Remember when Anna did that in this conversation? It was crazy, man. She advocated for Islamic terrorism.
So Adam goes, you advocated in favor of Islamic terrorism, which is a complete lie, complete distortion. Anna's like, no, I fucking didn't. And he's like, don't interrupt me.
That's how you do it.
So good.
You put her in her place.
The argument I'm making.
You just said
I never said that.
You just said you're okay with death to America.
I don't think
you
people
just said you're okay
things.
with
I
death to
don't think
America.
chants justify hot wars.
What do you think? They're chants, and then they're just like they're doing pom poms and they're rooting for a football game.
How far down the road do you want to let them get?
They're trying to.
These 3 sentences from just calling her Hamas.
Yeah, true.
I'm surprised he hasn't done it already.
Destabilize the West.
Wait, guys, we destabilize the entirety of the Middle East. I don't blame anyone for being angry with the United States over that.
But it is
Iran is the sole
we had the Abraham Accords.
Destabilizing the Middle East.
No.
Saudi knows it.
No.
By the way, here's a little fun fact for you.
You have to ask yourself what role they are
If all the
playing.
countries in the Middle East were actually against what Israel is doing, you would hear statement after statement after statement condemning Israel. I don't hear shit from the Emiratis. I don't hear shit from the Saudis. I don't hear shit from the Qataris, the Egyptians, the Jordanians, the Syrians.
Saudis did release a statement
cheering on Israel. So here's my question for you.
Yeah, but what did that statement say?
It was like, we condemn the attack.
It was like Israel has conducted an attack against a sovereign nation. Like, it's not good.
Yeah, but that's it. He's right about that. That's just because.
I mean, but Saudi Arabia doesn't even recognize Israel, so we know where they stand on this.
Yeah, true.
It's a really good point.
All of Israel's enemies are cheering for Israel against Iran.
They're definitely on board.
And the people of Iran are cheering for Israel.
The Saudis
so you have a losing side. You're taking the
why do you
20%
think-
of an 80-20 issue. Best of luck.
You literally just made my argument.
No,
Why
I
do you
didn't.
think Israel pushed for regime change in these countries? They wanted to get rid of leaders that
In
weren't
what
friendly.
countries?
These very
In
same,
Saudi?
hold on, no, not
In
Saudi
Qatar?
Arabia, Syria,
Very same.
Libya, Afghanistan.
Those
They
are
tried to do
friendly.
it.
You know who pushed for regime
We couldn't
change in
find a way-
Syria? The Syrian people that overtook Bashar al-Assad.
Right.
Your
That
arguments
was a
are
proxy
weak
war
and
that
invalid.
had the United
Anna, do
States
better.
involved, Israel involved, Russia involved.
Do better,
That was
Anna.
a major proxy war.
If Russia gave
Do
2
better.
cents to Syria and had the wherewithal to do it, it would
But I
defend
agree with Adam
Syria
here
and so
that
would Iraq.
but it's the same point that we've already made, which is she's simplifying. Like, Syria can't be defined as just an Israel situation. That emerged out of the Arab Spring, that there was long-standing tensions of this Alawite minority in charge of the government in a region which they're influenced by Turkey, influenced by Russia, and the emergence of ISIS, and so it's a far too complicated conflict to just be like Israel started it.
But because they're being flanked by Ukraine and Iran is being defunded by Israel, nobody can come to Syria's defense.
Israel should
now,
fight
the
its own
people of
wars.
Syria are
We
going to have to
should fund
decide
it. We should
who they
send
want to
any
lead
of our
them.
soldiers.
And you know what's funny? Because I don't. If it's the book that she said, the Israel Lobby. If I've read excerpts from this book, I believe, but the authors are fairly outspoken that it's not only it's not Zog or whatever. It's talking specifically about an American interest group, because AIPAC is still an American interest group, even if
It's
it does
American,
promote
yeah, it is.
that or whatever. So he's like, there's a lot of emphasis on that in that book, if it's the one that I'm thinking of. So
when we do inevitably,
just say
I want to come
you're
back on the
Iran
show.
first. That's
No,
fine.
I'm not going to say it because I
Remember when he was trying to act like this is good for Iranians or whatever, but now he's totally demonizing the idea of making any sort of like gestures or signaling that like you're in any way concerned about Iran or anything like that.
Wait, should we just stop and remember who the president is? Everyone is underestimating the strength of Donald Trump.
Before we move on.
There's no...
Yes, it must be said. Everybody is underestimating the strength of Donald J. Trump, our glorious dear leader.
way he's going to let himself be pushed around by anybody, including
the
Netanyahu.
final thing I'll say about this, and then we can move on, is
she's talking about a president who's probably literally one of the most easiest to manipulate
Easy to push
presidents.
around.
Yes.
Just like praise him once.
Even though, like, again, I was saying he's highly volatile, but he is also amenable to like stupid, like just like personal enrichment.
Currently have a United States Congress that's
because
nickel and
like,
diming
the right plane and back up. I want to hear her whole thing.
Giving us 5 minutes before we move on.
There's no way he's going to let himself be pushed around by anybody, including
the final thing I'll say about this, and then we can move on, is we currently have a United States Congress that's nickel and diming the fuck out of Americans by focusing on cuts to Medicaid, SNAP benefits. In the meantime, we are sending billions, tens of billions of dollars to Israel so they can fight their wars.
But you got to remember, that money isn't just going to Israel. It's going
let me say one thing.
No,
I agree
it's
with you,
going to defense contractors, Mindy.
So we
I don't give a fuck about defense contractors making more money. I think that's the problem.
So let me say one thing. Let me say one
your own
thing.
argument.
She's saying exactly that it's not just.
It's priming our economic.
If you ever done a budget before,
no.
That money.
Do not make the mistake of thinking defense contractors fattening their pockets even more is somehow beneficial to the American
Anna, you
people.
just heard me make that. I'm just saying it's not that you're saying the money is going all the way
Oh
overseas.
my
I'm saying it's also coming back
God.
here.
I'm trying to get you to see
I know.
the role that we're playing.
Do you
You keep
understand what I'm
saying
saying?
I know, but
wars.
do you understand that it is a redistribution of wealth?
I'm isolationist. I don't want this
I know,
happening,
Lindy.
okay?
I'm not going to direct this to you. I'm just going to direct it to the audience.
Wait, did she just say she's not, or she is an
Distribution of
isolationist?
wealth.
I'm
Hold on.
She is. She is. She
I know.
is. She is an
Then
isolation.
if she would have been, but then is she supporting Israel? Then you're not
She's
really an
being very weird
isolationist
about
to me.
It's a great point.
The isolationist position, if again Tucker Carlson is willing to go out on a limb and be like, nope, they got to do it themselves. It's obviously acceptable within the the MAGA Overton window that you can take that position and not be completely cast out of like MAGA world.
Yeah.
So if she says that she is, but I think she's just paying lip service to it if she's not willing to come out
there
and
absolutely
side with
is
Anna.
that wing. Even among like certain politicians, there are some like Thomas
No, the
Massey's an
Bannon,
example.
Kirk. Oh wait, like that.
Bannonites, yeah, 100%.
Lindy, I'm not going to direct this to you. I'm just going to direct it to the audience or in general, okay?
Yeah, fuck Thomas Massey though. You know what he voted for? Even though he says no to everything?
What did he vote for?
Funding for research into Havana syndrome and treatment for Havana syndrome, even though it didn't fucking exist.
Oh my god.
Even he was like, no, they need this.
You need this.
He hooked them up with like a, I don't know, like a Montessori school. I don't even know what they did with that money.
This is a redistribution of wealth from working class Americans to defense contractors.
I don't want it happening because of Netanyahu.
Right.
Well, I mean,
I think he's a factor. I don't think he's only factor.
Jillian
likes
is
to push
pissing
false
me off
narratives
so
about,
much.
this country's
So he
a big
controls
threat.
our
American
entire
soldiers,
government.
go fight this war. Go fight this war. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money.
You have to
That's Netanyahu.
you have to give our people a little bit more credit than trying to be.
I do give our people credit, including the actual genuine America First crowd that does not want this war. They don't want this war. The left doesn't want this war. Actually, this is the one issue where it seems like there's some unity with contingents on both sides.
The gays for Gaza and the isolationists have teamed up to be basically anti-America.
That is absolutely the truth. The far left sees Jews as having all the white privilege and being the ultimate imperialists. And then the MAGA far right sees the Jews as being responsible for all of this. And it equals a real bad situation for the Jews. I'm being friggin' honest.
If you're
doing the same thing that they've done for years, they blame the Jews for everything. That's fine. That's cool. That's your argument.
If you're concerned about anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is
That's your argument. That's your argument.
Hold on. It is
Thanks, Jillian. Great summary of the argument.
Significantly in the United States. You want to know why?
Yeah, tell me why.
When you see the slaughter of all those innocent kids in Gaza, and our government provides cover for it, and in fact funds it, that leads to a lot of rage among hardworking Americans who see their quality of life.
That's not a good way to look at it, because then you're just kind of justifying people in America, like scapegoating it. The better argument to make is that, like, when you have Bibi going on Fox News just in the last like 48 hours saying, we are the state of the Jewish people, we speak for all Jews, or whatever, we're the Jewish state, that, you know, if you beg people to make that conflation, you overtly say it, then you're going to have that blow back, not this whole, oh yeah, Americans scapegoated, because then you are actually getting into anti-Semitic territory very, very fast. Because that would be like saying, like, you know why Americans have such a bad view of Muslims? Maybe ISIS should stop beheading people, you know?
Yeah.
Go down the drain and we're funding a genocide.
Kids being killed.
Can we bottom?
And I would love to see Hamas leave.
Right, it's not about Hamas. Let's
Can we talk about if
something.
Hamas would, in all fairness, listen, I agree with you. I agree with you. The other side, though, because there are two sides.
I hate her.
Why didn't Hamas
I hate this. I hate this.
Oh my God. We're 20 months into this and we're asking, how come Hamas still has hostages or whatever? And again, like, I could take that from like some layman, but she's not.
Wait. You think Hamas should unconditionally release the hostages, right?
Yes, but that one that also goes for Israel, that also has people in detention that they never actually gave them even their shitty military trial that always resulted in conviction.
Breakers of their own, no due process people of their own.
So one, it goes on that, but two, this sort of like, it's not justification, but I feel like people bring that up and they have this kind of faux wide-eyed naivete of like, but why do they have hostages? And it's like, you know why. It's not justification, but it's asymmetrical warfare. It's a non-state actor. This is like, they break the law this way or whatever. It's not, it's easy to understand. But Jillian is coming at it like a layman almost. You know, but I know that she knows enough.
Yeah.
What do you think I was saying? Did you think I was saying that Hamas should be using humans as bargaining chips?
No,
Did you actually think I was arguing that?
I was just playing
Oh,
around.
so you were just playing around getting me to do the virtue signal of like, yeah, they need to release them unconditionally.
You made me do the virtue signal. Sometimes you'll make me do a virtue signal.
What did I make you do? What did I make you virtue signal?
Yeah. So I said that Israel was slaughtering people in Gaza, and you're like, slaughter? Why don't you use the proper word? Genocide.
No, I didn't. I said, do you think it's a genocide? I said, would you call it a genocide?
That's a virtue signal, isn't it?
No.
Oh, it's not.
A virtue signal would be something that it's already understood that we think this thing or whatever. Like, do you condemn the riots or the political violence at the protests or whatever? That's like no. Okay, see, you asked Kid Not Kin to do that, even though you knew that Kid Not Kin did not support that, but you asked him anyway. I genuinely, when I asked you that question, I didn't know if you'd ever called it a genocide.
Oh, okay. All right, press play.
So when's the last time I asked you to do the virtue signal? I've never asked you to do a virtue signal. I've needled you. It's not a virtue signal.
Yeah, okay. You pushed me for acknowledgments of stuff. I think it's. If
you didn't call it a genocide, I wasn't gonna push you on it. I was just curious. I was just curious.
Opinion. All right, and I was just curious whether you defend it.
Whether I defend hostages using human beings as bargaining chips.
Yeah. Do you think that you should release them unconditionally? Some people don't think so.
No, I don't. I think people swing too far into like, if Israel wants them back, they should just fucking.
Wondering your opinion. I genuinely wanted to know what you wanted to say.
You already conceded that it was a virtue signal. You already conceded. You can't go back. You already conceded it's a virtue signal, because then you said, okay, well, I am doing that, but you've done it to me.
I have. It's called arguments in the alternative.
What?
Press play. Press play.
Then there'd be no excuse.
Yeah, I agree. Hamas should have given the hostages back 100%. But let's also acknowledge, when there is a siege on Gaza, when there are Israeli and American, by the way, hostages being held captive by Hamas, they're not just starving those poor Palestinians.
I have someone in my chat, and it's not a virtue signal, because I've said it to somebody else named Bluestone in my chat. They put, wait, you really think Hamas should give up their only pressure valve? Yes, I do. Because it's not right to keep human beings as bargaining chips. No, I've said it before, and I wouldn't say I pissed off people in my chat, but I clearly had people who disagreed.
Indian civilians. They're also starving their own hostages. Let's also not forget about the fact that the IDF shot and killed 3 Israeli hostages themselves. They didn't ask any questions, immediately started firing, killed 3 people. We need to actually have an honest conversation. Well, I mean, they didn't ask any questions. They were literally shirtless, waving white flags, saying, we need help, we need help. They got shot and killed immediately. The IDF is super belligerent in how they're carrying out this war. They're killing a lot of innocent people. In the case that I'm outlining, I'm talking about 3 Israeli hostages. If you're not willing to be critical of Israel, I question how honest you're being about this whole situation.
I'm critical of Israel just like I'm critical of America.
Can we be...
Lindy,
hold on.
If America makes mistakes, I'll call them out. But I'm very pro-America. But we do make mistakes. If Israel makes mistakes, I'll call them out. But I'm very pro-Israel. I don't understand what you're doing when you're trying to be pro-Hamas and pro-Iran. Hold on.
When you strong-arm me, it makes this entire...
Pro-Hamas, pro-Iran. He did it. We got to pro-Hamas.
exchange fall apart. So I'm trying to have an honest exchange
So
with
am
you.
I.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. Please don't put words in my mouth.
You can talk when I'm done talking, and that's how this will work. No?
But if you strawman me, and argue that I'm making arguments that I didn't make, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you if you lie about what I'm saying.
So you're a grown up when you argue. Got it.
I am a grown up, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Wow.
He loves doing this passive aggressive bitchy shit. Like,
He's
have
such
you
a
ever
little
seen
bitch.
the is it Kathy Newman and Jordan Peterson? And the whole
No, I've
time
never
she's
seen
just
that one.
going, so you're saying this, and she's like trying to reframe the argument really, really uncharitably, and the entire time he's just dodging left and right, all of her bad faith reframings of everything like that. She's like, oh, so you're saying we should organize our society among lobsters, like how lobsters do? And he's like, no, I never said that. And then just calmly answers or whatever. And he really thinks that like that strategy is gonna make him look good doing this. So you're saying you love Hamas?
Piece of shit. No,
He always
and
does.
honestly, he's sexist as fuck. He's basically saying this entire time when Anna is making cogent points, he's just dialing it down to you hate America, you hate Israel, you love the terrorists, you love Iran. He has been so incredibly disrespectful interpersonally and to someone who I think is like pseudo an employee or at least like a
He carries
colleague,
this
right?
show. Without the show, they don't have a show.
It's not a show without Anna, and it pains me to say this because I've had plenty of beef with Anna. She's tweeted at me, I've tweeted at her, but like, yeah, she carries the show. She's the spice,
And she's the counterweight.
Yeah, exactly, the counterweight, and you're being incredibly disrespectful.
Like the worst episode that we watched so far was easily the one that was between
When she wasn't there.
Yeah, Jillian, Amy, and Lindy, and no Anna. And it said the guy who's like communism has been established by the California Coastal Guard or whatever.
And they were all looking at their phones the whole time.
You seem very.
But I would also be willing to say the reverse. Like if there was a lefty podcast or whatever, and then they had like Rob Noor as the token, it's like, yeah, Rob Noor would he would be the heat in that one. It just would be that way.
I was thinking about doing something with Rob Noor a while back, but I'm like, the thing is,
Your own frenemies podcast.
yeah.
That'll end well.
They were friends, right? Yeah.
But they actually ended the podcast because they couldn't keep it up.
And I threw you a tissue just in case. I also have a tampon.
Adam,
in case you need a tampon.
Adam, she's gonna beat the shit out of you.
that's fine.
Did you hear that?
What did she say? What did he say?
He said he just threw tissues at her and he said, in case you need a tampon or something. I swear to God.
Wait, no, he said that. Go back.
I am a grown up, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you seem very emotional, and I threw you a tissue just in case. I also have a tampon. In case you need a tampon.
Wow, I also have a tampon.
Dude, fuck this guy. Fuck this
Dude,
guy.
what a piece of shit.
Fuck this
When
dude.
he's being the most emotional one, he's like, you hate us, you hate Israel. You hate... That's so fucked up.
He is so fragile.
Why would you work for such a scum? Yeah, I mean, this is fucked.
Just in case you start
Listen,
crying.
I'm not deterred by your.
This is the first and last time they invite other crew members onto her take.
Shit.
Your like
that's
ridiculous
fair.
juvenile attacks. Let's have an
but the
argument about the
reality is
actual
she's-
Because again, this is definitely an Adam thing. Because again, 7 episodes, there's not been this sort of friction between Anna and the conservative guest.
No, not really. No. Even then, like when Lindy said like, I'm an isolationist. Anna immediately took a step back and was like, I'm not directing it to you, right? So I'm actually very impressed with how mature Anna's being here.
Dude, she should have walked off the show. That's rude as fuck.
Yeah.
Israel is fighting terrorists.
Thank you for the bits. I think I got bits. I heard. Thank you for the 80 bits.
Lebanon. Why aren't they doing it in Syria? Why aren't they doing it
Why
everywhere
was he
else?
just
Why is it
carrying
only in
around
Gaza?
the tampon?
By the way, why is
Because
that?
they want none of this happening? I don't know.
Okay.
And let's say that were the case, which it's not.
It is.
Why couldn't they do that?
Oh, actually, do you think he carried around the tampon just because he expected that moment? Why did he have that?
That's what Joanna said. That's what Joanna said.
Oh.
Because that's what everyone has done in that region for decade and after century.
Wait, why couldn't they do what?
The Islamization of the entire Middle East.
Islamization.
Piece of that. Okay.
These have been
Iran has
Muslim
done that.
majority. First of all, these have been Muslim majority countries forever.
And why is every Muslim country fighting with each other? Syrians fight with Syrians. 500,000 people.
This is the black on black crime argument, but for foreign policy.
No, but like he's on speed or something because his brain is doing this like associational thing that Patrick Bet-David does, where he just thinks about things and like that they don't necessarily link or relate. And they just so now he's like, why are the Islamic countries constantly at war? Why
Islamization.
He's basically saying Islam is bad, Islam bad, Islam bad.
died in Syria. 1 million people have died in Sudan. In Sudan. 500,000 people have died in Yemen. I don't hear Bo Peep about any of that. But when Israel gets attacked on October 7th, that's all you want to talk about. I'd give you a little bit more credit if you were talking about the Christians that are being killed in Syria. I'd give you a little bit more credit if you were talking about the millions of Muslims that have died around the Middle East. But you guys don't say shit unless Israel's involved. That's the problem I have.
Because we fund Israel's wars of aggression.
So just because we fund it, we're not allowed to talk about anything else? So we can't talk about the genocide in every other country?
Policy in different
I cannot. He did this to me.
Anna talks about foreign policy so much.
She does. That's the thing. It's one, it's a straw man and a lie to be like, oh, how come we never talk about this conflict? She does, for one. Two, there's already less tension. The other thing that's annoying is that the topic is literally Iran strikes back at Israel. You know that. And yet he comes on to be like, to do nothing but derail the entire time. And instead of just actually engaging. Because I think it's possible to make a point, like, again, during like a what is a woman debate.
What about yeah.
I would also say, like, we talk about this too much or whatever, but I would engage first before concluding with that by saying that, like, to be clear, I also just think that this is something that ends up being discussed too much.
He's basically saying, he's accusing her. The argument is relevant in the you're an anti-Israel bigot or you're against Israel because you hate Jews, and that's why you're calling us out, as opposed to the actual substance of what's going on. But the problem is, it doesn't work on Anna, who does talk about these other regions of the war, these other conflicts. Even, I might add, to the chagrin or to like not a ton of views sometimes on those videos. Like they will go out of their way to do what are like the quote unquote more boring foreign policy issues or the less spicy ones. And I see them do it a lot. And so I actually think this very much does not work on Anna. To the extent that it works on other people, I guess so. But it's also kind of like a lateral step to the question of like this recent event and whether we think this recent war is justified. Okay, so to speak out against this war, Adam is going to say, oh, you have to have talked about all these other issues, all these other genocides elsewhere.
Well, he's fine. He's completely fine with Israel being discussed and singled out. He just doesn't like it when it's being singled out to be criticized instead of singled out to be praised or supported. Because he clearly has a standard about supporting Israel that he doesn't have for other similar conflicts with similar dynamics.
The only thing I've ever heard you talk about is Israel.
And also, literally, Ukraine, when it comes to foreign aid, he made himself like look like a joke by saying, "Oh yeah, we can't fuck with foreign aid," while at the same time criticizing Ukraine foreign aid, and when Trump is in the middle of like canceling all foreign aid. So yeah, no, I totally agree that the double standard exists, and actually, Adam has been the one who's like been.
He has the double standard. He's only cool with it. It's also why it like bothers me that he's trying to disingenuously front the whole, you're like implying that she's an anti-Semite, like you just think I like Israel because I'm Jewish, even though he's literally said at different points in front of me and on other conversations, yeah, I support Israel because I'm Jewish and I made a Aliyah or whatever, and I'm like, I feel close to the project. Like he's literally said all of these things.
He's admitted it, yeah.
And his only thing is like, yeah, but she didn't know that though. But that would be like, again, like some like clearly flamboyant gay person who is already out of the closet trying to be like, do you even know that I'm gay? To somebody who's, you know, like actually trying to pretend like they're offended by that assumption.
Right. It's not an actual offense.
Yeah.
Trump derangement syndrome, you have Israel derangement syndrome. And it's seeping out left and right. I hope and pray that you stop being so ignorant to the fact that Israel is defending America and American values against terrorists around the Middle East.
How? Let's say that Iran was a threat.
Also, it's so soy to say, or like it's so pathetic to say Israel derangement syndrome instead of just saying like you're anti-Semitic. This is the updated version of that because they know that they can't just get away with calling everybody a fucking anti-Semite. So now they have to do woke right, Israel derangement syndrome or whatever instead of being like you're an anti-Semite.
A lot of people think they are.
They are. That's not even hypothetical.
People think so. And I know there's a lot of credible and intelligent people who don't, right? And unfortunately, time's going to tell how this is going to happen. But then the argument on the other side is that Israel is doing the dirty work and getting demonized for it. That is the argument on the other side.
Also, Adam, can I also say a couple of conversations ago, Adam, you brought up something very interesing that we haven't even addressed. It's Islamic terrorism. And then Islamification of Europe and also America. If you're going to talk about, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Wait, hold on. Definitely not getting to know Kings today.
Wait, stop. And I really appreciate everything you brought up. And, you know, the Israeli regime does deserve to be criticized on occasion. But we also have
to actually do get off this subject.
Look at this extreme threat of Islamic terrorism that is here at home. I mean, do I even need to mention 9/11? We just had a shooting a couple weeks ago against the Jewish community.
Won't someone bring up 9/11?
The threat of this is literally about as sane as somebody on Fox News being like Sharia law is being established in certain parts of America, or like honor killings in America, like trying to talk about stuff like this.
But don't you feel crazy, Aaron? Because like they're like, oh no, it's not the neocon era. It's not the neocon era. It's not the neocon era. But
9/11 though.
Using 9/11 though. 9/11 though. Well, what? Like
yeah, the threat of 9/11 too.
Shit. Nuclear weapons, right? Weapons of mass destruction. 9/11, weapons of mass destruction. It's the same exact shit.
Right? Our regime change wars have spurred
Israel is defending us actually from the 9/11 too.
Islamist groups like ISIS to pop up.
You
Okay,
don't
what
know
about
that
9/11?
this is that yet.
Okay.
You don't know
All right,
that.
so
What about
9/11? Let's end it here.
I can't believe
She literally said, "What about 9/11 though?"
Let's end it here. Let's end it here. Let me just say one more thing. Let me say one more thing.
Because we play that. Go ahead.
When we inevitably get dragged into this war, when we inevitably end up spending tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, if not $1 trillion, depending on how long that war with Iran lasts, will you guys come back on the show and at least admit I was right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Conversely,
Hold on a second.
if
what's the
it
question?
ends
Say it again.
within 6 months, and Iran is defanged, and the Abraham.
Hey, thank you for the raid, Riverboat Jack. We're watching. Piso and I are watching her take.
I don't know if there will be a regime change. I have no idea. I haven't heard talk of that yet. Obviously, I know that we wouldn't be hearing that because nobody's
Abraham Peace
Stop
Accords.
making all these concessions.
for that. In fact, Trump denied involvement because it's so friggin' unpopular. I get it. But if in 6 months.
Oh, so Trump lied.
So Trump lied. Like
She
you
just said he
24
denied
hours.
involvement because
Yeah.
it's unpopular. So Trump lied.
This is resolved. It's like Soleimani.
And not even for security reasons because it's unpopular. That's it. Trump lied because it's unpopular. So I get it.
Came, it went. Iran is defanged, and the Abraham Accords are expanded.
Wait, killing Soleimani defanged Iran. Then why did we just strike them?
Really.
Why are we
Why
supporting
doing all
Israel
this shit?
striking
Why are
them?
we here? Wait, and she's like, so will you admit if everything turns out rosy that you were wrong? Like, yeah. Like she was like, why even ask this question? Jillian is like,
Will you admit that if everything I predict comes exactly true, that you were wrong? Like, yes.
Yeah.
There's only one paradigm here. You literally have no other option but to admit it. Yes.
Will you admit that?
Yeah, of course.
All
Yeah,
right,
of course.
then.
What I'm
Let's
saying is
see.
that Trump is not going to allow himself
Let's
to be
see.
dragged in. I just don't think
I
it's
hope not.
You have way too much. Look, I don't have that much faith in any politician.
I'm not saying
but
you know
look at
that
his
I'm not
first
MAGA.
term, though. Yeah, what I'm
Trump is highly volatile on this, but there's no reason to think, given his extensive record of uncritically backing Israel during his first term, that he is going to radically depart from that in any way. There's literally no reason to
Agreed.
think that.
There's a comment in my chat from the Jerkovich. What does Lindy Lee think about the incidents of Islamic terrorism in Xinjiang? The ones that
Put the
according to
Uyghur
CCP,
Muslims inside,
led to the crackdown in the region. Yeah, right. Which of course I condemn the Uyghur mistreatment.
So it's not. Are you doing a genocide denial? Because it was a genocide.
Well, I've heard cultural genocide.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Genocide. Because that's the first stage of a genocide.
Well, is the first stage of a genocide?
Yes. Are they gonna be? There's just such a thing as a cultural genocide.
Yeah, maybe it's a cultural genocide. I just don't know what is a cultural genocide by definition of genocide. You know, there's types of coup d'états that aren't like actual coup d'états. Like it'll say, for example, there's a self coup, which is a kind. It feels like a coup, but it's not a real kind of coup d'état. And
Oh,
so
like Big Chop.
I imagine that.
Or sorry, that was insurrection,
Yeah.
right? The
Yeah.
chop is an insurrection, like January 6th is an
Yeah.
insurrection.
You act like that's a crazy take.
I think it's crazy for you to volunteer that you feel that way on Chop out of nowhere to virtue signal to a room.
Because of optics. No.
Yes,
instead of
I
just
think
trying to,
that's
like,
crazy.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If you're asked, did you think that this was a insert? You're gonna wake up the city. You're gonna wake up.
I know. Oh my God, it's 3 a.m. and I'm sick of the dog. Let's finish the segment. Let's finish the Israel-Palestine segment. Sorry,
Okay.
Israel. I'm even forgetting that we're about to expand the war in a major, and we already have.
Yeah.
It's actually insane to me that we're going to do this again. Please, can we just not do this?
No. Mm-mm. Do you feel like if Kamala Harris had won, that she would be
Would not
drawing?
have happened.
Shoot.
Nope, would not have happened.
Oh, okay. So I don't think I agree with you. I don't think he would have done it. But let's say he does it. What do you think she does from there? What do you think she would have done from there?
Oh, if Bibi does it?
Mm. Even though I agree with you that I don't think that it would have happened under.
I do think that Kamala Harris would have condemned it.
And just let them handle it on their own. Like basically the initial Marco Rubio statement, but actually follow through on it.
Yeah, and I don't think Kamala Harris would have attacked Iran.
No. I don't think I think Bibi only does this. I don't want to say that like him doing this is acting on a certainty, but it's all but that because Trump has been so fervently pro-Israel and like the number one ally for him. Someone said she would have went along, but I'm skeptical that Bibi would have felt empowered to do this in the first place because he wanted Trump for these reasons.
Saying is he ran on America first. He ran on isolation.
But guys, I just want you to remember one thing because you brought up Yemen. I'm so happy you brought up Yemen, Adam. Thank you for doing that, okay? Because the United States assisted Saudi Arabia in fighting the Houthi rebels in Yemen, who are, of course, backed by Iran.
Yeah.
Now, did we beat the Houthis in Yemen?
It's still going.
It's still going.
Yes, why does no one... Finally, somebody is bringing this up. They're over here LARPing and talking about fucking regime change when they can't even defeat the proxies. They're not even close to extinguishing the proxies.
So I bring that up because if anyone is under the assumption that a regime change war in Iran is going to be a cakewalk, they have another thing coming.
Okay, but Trump
who said
bankrupted them,
Who said
and it made a
cakewalk?
huge difference.
It's
going to
be a massive endeavor.
He choked them out financially.
Which means that the U.S. is going to get dragged into that war, Adam. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, so what you're arguing is a hypothetical.
I was about to say, what he just admitted totally undermined his point that it's not going to lead to troops on the ground. It's not a big deal when he's literally saying like, yeah, it's going to escalate things.
Also, Adam just said that what she's arguing is from a hypothetical. She's literally not arguing from a hypothetical. Anna is taking a case study. She's taking the Houthis in Yemen and saying it's not going to play out the way you think, and it's going to require, if you really want to get rid of the regime in Iran, American involvement. It's not arguing from a hypothetical. It's just saying what would be necessary given these other case studies. So I don't even think it's a hypothetical.
On that, nobody wants to.
Somebody says it doesn't matter if Harris would have done better, worse, or the same. We just have to deal with Trump and what is now. Democrats can speak out more forcefully about Israel if they would do something different, but most of them are not. Do you think the fact that like Democrats are not speaking out will actually just signal that maybe they wouldn't have done anything different?
I think that there are some Democrats who wouldn't have done anything different, or who would have not. This is what I think. A unique Democrat, such as AOC, such as Ro Khanna, such as Bernie, I think these people would not have gone along with it. I think we agree with that, right?
Julian Castro called them out. So there's even some more Democrats that are not typically affiliated with the progressive wing that were willing to say that like it's not it's a condemnation of Israel's behavior because they felt it derailed they could see that it obviously derailed the diplomatic talks that we were currently engaging in.
Here's what I think. I don't. Biden is very pro-Israel. Okay, Biden was and is very pro-Israel.
Committed Zionist.
Yeah, I don't think that Biden would have even considered attacking Iran.
No, he explicitly argued against it. He said, "Don't do it."
Yeah.
So
I think that if that's,
I don't think that Trump told them to do it. They just did it, and then from there, it's like, well, what do you do now because they've dragged you into this? Because I don't think this was sanctioned by the United States, and I don't like these Reuters reports and stuff like that. I think it's post hoc rationalization.
No, but I think the reporting is showing what you're saying. I think that there's reporting showing that they were going to go to these peace agreements, and then Netanyahu kind of preempted it. But I think that, like you said, right, Netanyahu can't count on Biden's support on that. I think that Biden would be less likely to take that positively, and I don't think that Biden would now. I think any U.S. president would probably do defensive maneuvers, right? Like defensive in response to Iran. So we just have to talk about like, well, what part of the response are we talking about here? What part of the American response do you think that Biden would have or would not have done? That's the question. Would Biden have endorsed the action after the fact and ratified it? No. Would Biden have set the 60-day schedule, whatever, in the first place? No. So what are we talking about in terms of how would the response be the same? If we're assuming that Trump didn't orchestrate this. Does my question make sense?
Yes, but I guess we'll see if that chatter replies.
Yeah.
Israel, United States get involved in more wars. I'm with you on that.
Agree.
But you're arguing a hypothetical as if it's fact.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that I had with you. It's like, we can't have this, we can't want this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but it's not happening right now.
And it
So
did not-
let's
it
argue
did
what's
not happen
happening.
the first time.
So let's not happen the first
Literally
time.
happening, right?
But
Like, she's-
What I also think our willingness to be involved in offensive actions in these regions corresponds to how much of a threat we actually perceive them to be, which is why you can see that reflected in our policy and posture towards Ukraine and Russia. The fact that like we were not interested in having Ukraine actually join NATO, and that we were being there were so many restrictions surrounding the aid that we were transferring to them, as opposed to Israel, where it was a lot. There were no restrictions. They didn't have red lines or whatever. And so if the United States felt that they could support Israel in this military venture that they started without having to commit U.S. troops to the region, which I think that they would probably feel emboldened to do, because I don't really believe that the United States truly thinks Iran is this existential threat, neither to Israel nor American interests in that region, that they would be willing to take fairly aggressive military action. Because does Iran even have like strong air support? Like truly? Like that's and actually like could confront like American weapons and whatnot.
I think Israel has like air superiority right now. Like they're pretty much they pretty much have air superiority in Iran right now. That's my understanding of what's going on right now. But I don't have a military background, so I can't speak to it. I want to say though, I sort of ratify what you just said, that like no one considers Iran an existential threat to America. I think they are a national security threat, but I do think that the country that people point to constantly as the big threat to America is China. And that's been like universal. But
we're obviously like scared of like Russia, because again, they're highly strategic around that. Even though it's clear from this conflict that in a lot of ways they're far weaker than I think people realized.
Lindy's bringing up probably the most important point, because we're so fixated on Israel. Lindy's talking about the Islamization of European Christian cities.
Yeah, do you know why that's happening? Because
Lindy is constantly being talked over and like not praised or whatever, because she gives the most brain dead takes. But finally, of course, the dumbest guest that they've had on so far, fucking Adam Sosnick, sees something in her when.
But not only that destabilize these Muslim majority
I think
countries.
it's intentional. Like a Syrian civil war.
Yes.
Like a Yemeni civil war.
Intentional foreign invasion.
war.
I don't think it's just a humanitarian crisis. I think
more
there's an
than that.
intentional
It's a fundamental
campaign
ideology.
to
Oh my
destroy
God.
Western. They say that it's a campaign to destroy Western civilization.
When Western civilization destabilizes your home, your
You're
country,
being an
that leads to a
apologist
lot of
for
rage, and I
Islamic
can understand
terrorism.
why. If some other country invaded us, destabilized the United States of America, believe me, I'd be out on the streets chanting death to whatever country as well.
They're not just doing that. They're coming over to our countries, invading us, killing our people.
Who's invading us?
Because more politicians are creating the incentives to bring them in. Like, this is a system problem as well. It's systemic.
Oh my God.
Honestly,
Amy, what are you
guys,
saying?
I saw a post that says, I am smart enough to know I'm too retarded to comment on this. I'll agree with that. What I can say is I feel like nearly all of you have been incredibly reductive of Anna's points. She's not just this insane progressive person who's spewing this leftist rhetoric. This is real issues that people
Respect.
have on their minds.
Wait, I'm saying that we
Respect for calling them out for the fact that she could have easily sided with Jillian and Lindy that have been like, you're not hearing Adam out enough, when she's like, no, you guys are not listening to a word that Anna's saying.
Amy Dangerfield's one girl's girl moment.
A rare W.
Not get involved.
Rare Amy W.
There could not be repercussions in place where we could go to a war, and you guys
Are you gonna make the "aw" from Lindy a soundbite? You need to make it like a drop.
Aww.
Oh, it's just based off a hypothetical. This
Hold
could
on,
happen.
that's not true.
So you're
It
defending her
happened.
hypothetical.
I fully
Like, I'm
validated
trying to live in
that.
reality, guys.
100%. I also present
Defending her hypothetical.
And the reality is
so fragile.
my deepest
So
concern on
fragile.
a personal level. And I have no
Defending means like willing to hear it out.
connection to this and no dog in this fight. Is to see it all being focused on Israel when there are many different factors at play here that you mentioned, and you mentioned, and you mentioned. And that is the one thing.
Jillian, this is like Babby's first fucking venture into foreign policy, because like someone in my chat said that she clearly views this as like a religious war when it's really not that.
I'm going to tell your concerns are very real, and I agree with you. I hope to God you're wrong. And I also think Adam makes some great points, and we just don't know yet if this is
Adam literally this entire time has been like, oh wait, can we pause it? So I just want to be clear about what Adam's points have been this entire time. Adam's points have been, Anna loves terrorists. Anna loves Iran. Anna hates Israel. Anna hates America.
Anti-Semite.
Anna didn't vote for Trump. Anna hates the Jews. Like that has been all, and like Anna, here's a tampon. That has been all of Adam's points. And this bitch is acting as though there's some parody.
You did it. You dropped it.
Crazy.
So that's what it takes.
Insane. Like how he literally is sitting there like a potted plant, just repeating these disgusting, like personal attacks at Anna, who's standing ground. And yes, he says a few dumb things every now and then. But like to have this woman, to have Jillian say like, I agree with some of your points. I agree with some of Adam's points. Which one? The one about the tampon? The one about her being emotional? The one about her being
You're not America first because you didn't vote for Trump.
So stupid.
Both sides, though.
Pollyanna version that I laid out earlier.
Can we at least address that? You guys are forming your opinion based on a hypothetical that Iran is a national security risk and threat to the United States.
He said she was Iran first.
No, I'm saying that it's not our business and Trump won't get dragged in.
Just like ISIS wasn't a threat to the United States.
Based on your
Oh my God. That's such a stupid point to bring up. We helped create that problem. Does he not realize that? Does he really not realize that because of the destabilization, that's the only reason why ISIS was able to fill that power vacuum to the extent that it did? This strawman argument I hear even from like Sam Harris trying to make it seem like, oh, you America bad lefties, now you want to say America invented fundamentalist Islam, and it's like, that's not the argument. The argument is that they were only empowered because of the power vacuum.
No, faith in Trump.
No, I don't have an extreme faith in him. I'm not MAGA. You know that. I'm not one of those like, MAGA heads.
I'm not MAGA. You know that. When earlier she was like, we have to talk about how Donald Trump he knows what to do or whatever.
We should trust in Trump, guys.
I'm just saying this guy ran. When someone talks, let's believe them. He's saying he doesn't want America in forever wars. That's what he ran on. It's one of the bedrocks.
I'm not MAGA, but believe Trump.
Immigration, mass deportations. He ran on getting us out of foreign entanglement.
So let's see if that happens.
Let's see if that happens. He has tried so hard.
You're right. Donald Trump would never have lied to get people's votes. No politician would do that.
God.
I want to say, you can say a lot of things about Donald Trump, but there's one thing you cannot say, and that's his effort and willingness to deliver on his campaign promises.
He has a small
Look at the lengths he is going to prosecute those mass deportations. He is fighting hard to carry through his campaign promises.
He literally said just this week that, we can't do the mass deportations for anything that touches farming or hospitality. And his deportation numbers, in terms of the numbers, like they're not astronomical. It doesn't look like he's doing that.
He was then shot 57 times.
Hours, right? Our math is terrible. Let's see what he does, and let's see if he keeps his promise to keep us out of forever wars. Because Anna, I agree with you. We have nothing. I want nothing to do with it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, has Trump not retracted his promise? You brought up immigration. I mean, we're not going off to people who are in the hospitality industry anymore.
Okay, so let's shift gears. You guys have all made the segue.
Amy knows what's up.
We've got to give Trump a little credit.
Okay.
Let's give him time. It's 48 hours.
Give Trump a little bit of credit because what he's doing is threading the needle. My homegirl.
It's good to know that Amy has at least read a headline.
True.
Because if she knows that.
Twitter.
Bacha said this. Threading the needle.
Or she's a big.
There's no way she read the Times article on this because that's how I read it.
Oh, okay.
Or she's a big what? What were you going to say?
I was going to say she's a big groiper because these are groiper talking points. I keep up to date with the groipers to make sure I know what they're doing.
Yeah, what's the latest update? What do we need to know? Did you see Nick Fuentes absolutely tear the Tim Pool over Israel? I almost covered it on the other day on stream, but I was scared. I don't even know if you could react to that on Twitch without getting banned, so I didn't do it.
Oh, like even react to...
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe you can do it if it's like embedded in another video. Like Kyle Kalinske will sometimes do it on YouTube. And maybe if you cover the Kyle video on it. Because I think there have been some videos or some clips. I think you could do it. I think you could.
Massive right that basically
because everything they hate, their like little bitch fit still applicable because Tim Pool went out of his way to be like, I'm calling you out, Fuentes. And then I don't even know why he did that.
Good for them.
And the progressive left.
Because he responded and he was like, why don't you go have another meeting with Bibi? Because I didn't even realize that Tim Pool had like met with Netanyahu.
He had to sit down. He literally had to sit down, yeah.
Did you, like his son watches Tim Pool?
BB's son.
Yeah, I think so.
That doesn't surprise me.
It says
He was also borderline like sharing like alt-right memes a few years ago.
on Israel anymore. And also Israel saying, hey, we want your back. What Trump is doing, and this is sort of counterpoint to what you're saying, is I don't listen to any of you mother suckers. I'm going to do me. And I believe at this point, I believe Trump is going to do Trump. And Trump is basically saying the following.
He is the king of just completely empty platitudes, man. Trump is going to do Trump.
I don't want Iran with nuclear missiles. I don't want anything with that. I don't trust them at all. We give them 60 days. On day 61, I coordinated with Bibi Netanyahu to handle this, despite what the narrative was from Marco Rubio, like, yeah, they acted unilaterally. Trump knew. Bet on that.
100%.
Number two, the Israeli lobby that are basically saying, attack Iran, attack Iran, attack Iran. Trump's obviously not listening to them because he's not captured by...
It ain't the fucking lobby, dude. It's the fact that Bibi already took action and now we have to do something. Otherwise, like, what? We're left with, what if, like... Because he keeps again. I don't know if he does this on purpose. I don't know if he just genuinely thinks that like it's anywhere in the same ballpark because he'll talk about it like it's just rhetoric or it's just the lobby and it's like actions have occurred. There has to be a U.S. response.
There is actually things that are happening. It's not just a theory anymore. And America is. I mean, I think Trump is convening the national security leaders like now, like super late at night or something, and he's like, He's like, watch out, stay tuned. So yeah, no, I totally agree.
Are you basing that off of that tweet at Macron or what?
I think there was other reporting that he's convening national security people to.
Yeah, well, where'd you read that?
I read that somewhere. I don't remember where. Doesn't mean I didn't read it. Doesn't mean I don't recall it.
Okay.
Because he'd have American boots on the ground. So
it feels like bullying to keep pushing you on this when you're like clearly about to nod off, you fucking grandpa. You're so sleepy.
Listen, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I feel very sick.
Why? What's wrong with you?
I'm under the weather.
Why didn't you just say that from the beginning?
No, but because I like doing this thing with, it's not a show. I like doing these collabs with you. I think they're fun.
What is wrong with you? Just call it a show already.
I'm not calling it a show yet.
I noticed you were defensive about that last time.
I don't want to define the relationship.
To DTR?
Yeah. No, but let's finish the segment. Let's finish the Israel-Palestine segment.
Yeah. It's not Israel-Palestine. It's Israel-Iran.
Oh my God, Israel-Iran.
Counterintuitive to saying that he owns Trump because Trump hasn't done anything. And the progressive left is basically saying free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Trump don't give a shit about Palestine.
No, I know that. Believe me, I know that.
He's not
wrong. The international community doesn't care about Palestinians
Trump
at all.
understands that the real threat is free Iran. And what his massive point is to do is what he wants to do is free the people of Iran. I agree with you on one
thing. I love how Adam just completely dropped the pretext that like, oh, the ethnic cleansing is actually the humanitarian thing to do for Palestinians. He's like, no, he doesn't give a shit. He wants to turn it into beachside property for Jared.
We should have taken all our efforts for the past 2 decades, not on Afghanistan, not on Iraq, not on any of this nonsense, and gone to the head of the octopus, so they say, which is Iran. And when Iran falls, and it will, you're going to come down here and thank the free people of Iran, because you're going to see people in Iran saying, thank God I'm free, thank you, Trump, thank you, Israel.
Again, a narrative that he probably propagated about Palestinians being liberated from Hamas by Israel that he immediately dropped in service of making that same point about a different group of subjugated people that he wants to attack.
That's what's going to happen.
So public opinion polls in Iran do indicate that Iranians absolutely want regime change.
80%.
However, hold on. However, it also indicates they are not in favor of Israel coming in and doing regime change. They do not want that.
Well,
it
then
should
it's
happen
too bad,
organically.
because that's the only person that's going to happen.
No,
organically is not an option.
Too bad. Oh my God. Organically is not an option.
Organically,
he admits it's about regime change there.
Yeah.
He admits it's about regime change
There was a revolution in
there.
Armenia. Hold on. There was a revolution in Armenia recently. No one heard about it. You want to know why? Because it was a non-violent revolution. They threw out the old regime. And there's a new regime in Armenia right now. So that happened organically. The Armenians...
Dude, his sure is so, like, she doesn't know what she's talking about or she's just bringing this up as a gotcha is just so fucking...
People rose up, mass protests, demands for regime change, and they got it. Having a third party, a foreign country come in and carry out regime change is not the way to go, especially when that foreign country wants to install a puppet regime that's going to do their bidding. They don't want that.
Like, he hates Joe Biden. She should have said, like, do you think it would have been appropriate for another country, even an allied country, to come in and overthrow Biden and install whatever leader they want?
Trump. Or anyone, yeah.
No, not Trump. Just whoever they choose, because if it's Iranians arenn't going to get to choose the next regime. It's going to be chosen by Israel. So, in the same circumstance or whatever, if you like, Anna would never argue. See, MAGA hates Biden, or like Americans hate Trump. That's why we should have another country come in and install their own fucking dictator.
Although they're traitors enough, and they seem to be okay with Russia interfering. But I understand your point. I understand your point.
Logically, I get what you're saying. But in reality, they're not doing any of it. Hold on. Let's stop litigating what happened within the last century. It's all very real and very true. Right now, as mentioned, everybody has presented facts that everybody should be thinking about and considering. And it's going to come out in the wash, period.
Befuddled.
And unfortunately, we cannot see the forest through the trees right now. And we've all been through a lot. We're beleaguered from these foreign wars. We have no choice. But by all means, please speak your truth, educate yourself.
Do your own research.
Okay, no kings. All right. Speaking of Trump.
All right. I'm gonna raid into Straight Raid and Aaron. Guys, you guys should follow Aaron.
Straight Raid and Aaron.
Straight Raid and Aaron. Straight Raid / Aaron. Her channel is Straight Raid regular on YouTube and Straight Raid _.
It's not Twitch. Straight Raid regular. It's just Straight Raid no _ and Straight Raid _ on Twitch. There you go.
Yeah, I'm going to raid in and redirect to you, but I really do appreciate these. I feel like I have a lot of fun doing it. So yeah. And
wow, it's almost like we should make it a regular show.
No, no one's saying that. Big shout out to Anna Kasparian. I thought that she did, even though she had a couple dumb points here and there, I thought that she held her ground against a very sexist guest.
All he did was throw a tampon at her.
He literally had a prop, a sexist prop, and I think that Amy Dangerfield had a moment of brilliance in defending Anna, and so this was a very interesting episode, and it goes to show that the show is only really interesting when Anna's on it. So kudos to her.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna raid in. Thank you so much,
Bye.
and thank you, Aaron. Bye. Wait.
And I'm gonna finish this episode and then head off. So people want to come watch me react to the rest of it.
I'm raiding into you. Yep. All right. Bye.
Bye. Feel better. All right. Well, actually, thank you for subscribing, Isaiah. While I have you guys, if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and subscribe to me and get access to emotes. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe as well. If you want to support the stream, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description. I'm at StraightRaid or StraightRaid _ on absolutely everything. The very least, you should give me a follow on Twitch because you can know when I go live, and I go live practically every single day. And I will be live even after I end this pretty soon because I have a conversation scheduled with History Speaks, and we're going to talk Israel-Palestine because I've already put them off for a few days. So what are you calling your new show? No, he won't define the relationship, okay? So I'm not going to be throwing out names myself when I can't even get him to commit. These men.
Poor guy. All right. Well, maybe not. On June 14th, 2025, a nationwide protest dubbed No Kings, a Day of Defiance, erupted across all 50 states. Over 2,000 events in total. Organizers claimed it was a stand against the authoritarian overreach of President Trump. Timed deliberately.
President Trump.
Birthday, the ICE raids, and the highly publicized military parade. Now, while many of these gatherings were peaceful, we all know that you had a few cities break out into violence. Portland turned chaotic. Los Angeles, of course, we know that's a shit.
I love how she's... Oh, wait, she's talking about No Kings. Never mind. I thought they were talking... I was like, they literally did an emergency episode to say that to characterize as all of the LA protests as exclusively riots, but if she means No Kings, I was like largely nonviolent. Thank you for subscribing, Cosmic Carp.
Joe, Minnesota, the very sad assassination of the two politicians. I think there were two others.
And their spouses.
Right, but they didn't die, the other two, did they?
No, they didn't.
Right,
They did.
okay.
Both of their spouses died.
What?
Yeah, the two people who were shot died.
Oh, no, so there were two others that were injured. And he did have the suspect had a No Kings flyer in his car, which is what connects them to this, quote, movement. There were also issues in Salt Lake. There was a shooter that opened fire on the crowd. Just to make sure everyone gets this, it had nothing to do with ICE, police, military. It was a random psychopath.
I'm not even fond of you, but no one is on at this time. Talk my ear off, Queen. Okay, I know you think you're being cute, but that's incredibly annoying. If you keep making comments like that, I'll straight up just ban you. You can go watch someone else.
In the group. Okay. So now we told you last week that this was very organized and very well funded by very nefarious sources. And I think it's crucial that we look at what's really going on here because it is tearing apart the fabric of our society. Kwame did a great piece on this. Let's take a look.
These protests are fed by dark sources with a desire for our destruction. One of the main players in organizing and funding the Los Angeles protests is a group called CHIRLA, C-H-I-R-L-A, acronym, Coalition for Humane Immigration
Also, if you're watching on YouTube, like my stream. I can't remember if I said that. You should like the stream.
Rights. They have received millions in government grants and state grants, but now reports are showing that there may be a foreign link, specifically from China, funding and organizing these protests. The pro-Chinese far-left Party for Socialism and Liberation. They're known as the PSL. They are working with CHIRLA, helping fund the protests in Los Angeles and maybe elsewhere. Remember, all the parties in China are controlled by the CCP. So this is China. And the party is pushing to destroy capitalism and the West. This is its agenda. This is what China wants. They even have a term for the effort. It's called the smokeless war, where they have this theory of how they'll destroy the West without actually taking to the battlefield. That's what they did during the anti-Israel campus protests. The PSL worked hand in glove with anti-Zionist student groups and helped organize and
Like, it could not get, you could not have a more like low resolution understanding of this, but it's literally just a different version of they hate our freedoms, but for fucking China, they hate this country or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that, China doesn't pose geopolitical threats to U.S. hegemony or whatever. Obviously it does, but to simplify it as like, they literally say that they hate us is like so reductive, so stupid. And the question should not be, does X country hate America? It should be, do they actually have the ability to do anything with that feeling?
fund the Columbia campus encampments. Now it gets scarier. Where does the PSL get its money?
The
Enter
scary
Shanghai-based
PSL.
socialist billionaire Neville Singham. 2017, he sold his tech company for about $1 billion. Reports show the same year he started funding far-left groups like the PSL to the tune of millions. Singham is not America's friend. He has deep business ties to the CCP, but also has strong ideological ties to communism, period. People who worked for him says he's an
I have
admirer
strong
of
ideological ties to
Che
communism.
Guevara, Hugo Chavez, not friends of American culture.
Just saying.
According to the New York Times, Singham has funded and developed a deep global empire of pro-China nonprofits in the media and grassroots political space, steering millions into these groups over the years, including the PSL. And guess who was associated with the PSL and other Singham-funded groups? Elias Rodriguez. Ring a bell? This scumbag, the 30-year-old Chicago man who murdered 2 Israeli staffers in cold blood last month to make a political point.
Okay, so
the fact that that was a fucking TikTok, I thought it was at least a clip from Twitter, from @AutismCapital or whatever. No, of course, fucking TikTok. Thank you for subscribing, Glorious Chaos.
Bottom line is that real grass movements don't launch with merch stores and cohesive branding and synchronized media rollouts, okay? Yet No Kings had all of that on day one. The coordinated aesthetic, this is not an accident, guys. This is psychological priming. And when people see a fully packaged movement, it's giving the illusion of mass consensus. I mean, I've seen it. Everyone's like, millions of us showed up. Millions showed up.
It's so funny how they're talking about the strength of informational warfare without their actually, like how that can actually be far more influential and weaponized and more dangerous than overt military offensive actions and operations. In the after they just got through arguing that you have no choice but to institute offensive military actions to deal with a country you don't like. Like, might want to take some notes from China that, you don't always need literal brute force to be able to shift public opinion wherever you want.
Even the slogans and the hashtags, they're not spontaneous. So the messaging is A/B tested by professional firms like Berlin Rosen, M&R, and Purpose. All these guys are embedded in the funding network of these dark money organizations. These firms test everything, from the phrasing they use to the color of their friggin' No Kings flyer. It is bunker shorts. This is not a crowd, it is a machine, and they don't stop there. I want you to take a look. They literally pay people to go out and riot. Now, can you show me that paid rioters clip at 1 minute 40 seconds? And then I'm passing it to Amy because she's done some serious research on this.
Amy don't tell people like, no, Soros. I do not see how Amy doesn't end up bringing Soros up in this conversation. So just wait.
Right now, I'm representing myself. And
thank you for the $5, Silly Serious. Thank you for the content, B. Love you.
I'm representing the folks at Rise and Resist who have been trained
Rise
to
and
be
Resist.
marshals
How much do they pay you to wear this vest?
Absolutely nothing.
Really?
So I did some digging, and the woman trying to stop my interview is named Karen Shaw. She is a professional protester. I found her at almost 100 different protests. Let's look at her portfolio, shall we? Here's her outside Trump Tower saying TikTok time's up. Here's her saying ban guns, not drag. Amazing. This is her telling us that lies have consequences. She is also very passionate about abortion. Even in the video right now, she's just wearing a hat that says abortion on it. This is deranged behavior, by
It's
the way. I
worse.
studied
Watch this.
psychology
Crazy.
in college, and I'm confident that I can diagnose this person as insane. Sometimes she gets less creative, though, and just holds a sign that says enough. Now, here I found her working with a different professional protester that was
Super low
exposed. This is
effort.
Stuart Waldman.
Why is it so inconceivable that a woman who is clearly a huge fucking lib would go to multiple different protests in her area?
And he was there when they
She's also old enough to be retired.
raised the Palestinian flag over City Hall in Rhode Island.
Everyone knows you.
Everyone knows me?
You are. They know what you do.
I know what you do as well, Stuart Waldman. You are on the board of riseandresist.org, the company that is paying people like Karen for a second job as a professional protester. And the donation link to give...
Or they're like that. This is also another way to say that, like, yes, there are people that volunteer or work with organizations that are basically nonprofits. That's not like he tries to frame it like people are getting paid to protest or whatever. It's like, dude, if you get paid to work for like any special interest group or nonprofit or whatever, that's like you could frame it that exact same way anytime they do grassroots activism.
You money is just Act Blue, which is the fundraising platform for the Democrat Party. That's who you are, Stuart Waldman.
Okay, kill it.
Now,
Democrat Party.
I mean, so we actually saw a very similar thing during the LA riots as well, where there were actually Craigslist ads that were put out that have since been removed. Nat, I did send that to you on Slack. I'm not sure if you want to pull it up. But they were really getting people fired up for the continuation that was the No Kings protest. And it's so ironic to me because only in a free country do you have the ability to go and scream about kings apparently ruling. You try going to a country with a king and just see how far that takes you. So it's so ridiculous.
Did you see what happened in Canada? They have a king, so they changed it to no tyrant.
Oh, yeah, that is so
God,
crazy.
it's
Oh my gosh.
hilarious.
But yeah, there's a number of really kind of just super, super bad groups funding this. We're going to start with the one that is kind of from the inception,
funny,
which is
if that's true.
5150. And this is actually a movement that was started on Reddit shortly after Trump's re-election. And basically their main goals are they want to remove Trump, they want to reinstate DEI across basically every single aspect of government. They want to attack Elon Musk, and they want to
Is it
mobilize
UK?
anti-ICE protests across all 50 states. That's kind of what their name implies, 5051, sorry. Then, of course, you have Sherla. Chris Cuomo did a fantastic job at explaining the way this organization has taken money from the government, from taxpayers, and
Chris Cuomo did not do a fantastic job, and there is a reason why that one particular segment is being passed around right-wing media. I'm pretty sure Ben Shapiro also reacted to it, and PBD as well.
has used it to absolutely sow discord all throughout the community. One thing that he missed there that I find particularly interesting is that this organization actually donated nearly $500,000 to Gavin Newsom when they were questioning his governorship.
Okay, I'm gonna pull my as a Canadian card. We've got the king as far as we're still in the monarchy, but it's effectively ceremonial. Yeah, it's a figurehead.
And they were trying to take it away from him. They invested nearly $500,000, and then after he won and was able to maintain that governorship, he then returned the favor and provided them all of this funding. Now, this group is responsible for putting out something called a migrant alert, which is basically triangulating the position of ICE officers to give people forewarning, also to be able to tell them to go in and to, sow chaos wherever they need to go and do that. And so Shirla is also responsible for that. And then, of course, you do have the PSL as well. Now, the way that you can look at it is there's a marriage between these two things. One of them is all of the infrastructure, right? So like the Shirla alerts, for example. But when it comes to PSL, that's when you're talking about your manpower, the bodies. They're trying to recruit people, recruit bodies to bring them to places to, like you said, create this consensus that this is the populist.
I've talked about this so many times at this point. It just feels like I'm just fucking repeating myself and banging my head into a wall. But they always want to emphasize that these protests are simultaneously fake and bad. That they're fake, they're astroturfed. No one really thinks this. There isn't actually organic opposition to Trump or his agenda, even though he cannot even get, what was the crowd sizes for the Trump's fucking birthday bash parade? The big boy parade. It was terrible. They said there were going to be 200,000 people there and they could not get 200,000 people out. Meanwhile, No Kings and all these other protests in LA are huge and they're completely organic. But of course, they want to condemn them, but they also want to say that, like, don't worry, it's just Soros. These people are not actually interested in, like, protesting it. They don't really have opposition to any of this stuff. They're just paid to believe that. They're grifters.
Opinion. So that's how
the downplaying and demonizing at the same time.
Two of these groups are, coincided and they're working together. And both of them, of course, receive.
Thank you for subscribing, new user.
A lot of money. They receive money for everything from Soros-adjacent funds. And of course, it can be difficult to track these things because they create shell companies and create like a layer of separation between them and the company that they're actually investing into, so that way their name can stay out of it. But we did definitely see some Soros influence here. They bankrolled all of the legal teams, his open society foundations, bail funds, and activist training groups that work alongside them. So the way to see this is that Shurla and PSL, they're two heads of one beast, and then Soros, the CCP, and other dark money funding are the ones who are funneling all the resources in to get them to carry out their dark, sick agenda. But my only question is why? Like, what are they looking to achieve with this? And for me, I do have a couple of theories. Float them really quick. Let me know what you guys think. The first one, Palantir, again, not to be a super conspiracy.
Dude, they're like completely bored by this subject. Why didn't they just stay on the fucking blood sports?
Conspiracy theorists. But we are seeing a bunch of right-wing populist influencers saying, send in Palantir right now to deal with all of the protests, to deal with the illegals.
Bring up Laura Loomer. Talked about this.
Public sentiment. If things get bad enough, it's like problem, reaction, solution. That's the philosophy.
Not a bad point, actually. I hadn't thought about it in that framing. But
yeah, 100%. You're seeing so many people who are usually anti-surveillance. Yes, Laura Loomer, let's call her out specifically, who is calling for Palantir to...
Did I fucking call it or what? It's the same thing every single time with these people.
To be implemented. The other thing I thought, because a lot of these donors are private, hey,
thank you for subscribing, Alex Harden.
Could it be somebody in the hospitality industry, in these industries where they're being impacted by illegals being stripped so much money that affects their bottom line? And now we have just seen Trump come out and say he is only targeting criminals, not people working in those industries. So my brain straight away goes,
oh my God. What was that from Anna?
Targeting criminals.
I love how, okay, like, so now they're just admitting that, like, yeah, before he wasn't just targeting criminals. He was also, you also are now tacitly, if not explicitly acknowledging that he was targeting people that had visas to be here, that had residencies. Now you're saying, now it's just, just the criminals.
Not people working in those industries. So my brain straight away goes, were some of them funding it? Is that the intent?
Okay, just a little more info, though, real quick. Newsom, it's actually worse than that. Newsom started giving Turla money in 2018.
Yes, okay. Can I please jump in on that?
Go.
Okay, just two things.
We hate him. We know everything.
Okay, I'll just address Turla first, and then I want to address some of the other funders behind No Kings. And by the way, I just want to acknowledge, there are plenty of people who took part in those demonstrations peacefully, and they did it because they genuinely believe in what they're protesting, okay? I don't want to smear them as, like, paid agents, because a lot of people were not. However, you know, Turla, the issue that I can at least understand and agree with when it comes to the right is that they received about $33 billion in public money, meaning taxpayer money. Did I say billion? Sorry,
million.
33 million, apologies.
Yes.
And that money was specifically allocated to the organization to provide legal help and services to people who are undocumented. Now, look, I am in favor of helping people defend themselves legally, but I do agree that it's unfair for taxpayers to fund that effort, because not all taxpayers agree with that mission. And so taking public
I have not looked into this. I do not give a shit about it. These people whine on and on and on about these interest groups to try to suggest that it makes up a significant amount of the base that's out there protesting. I have no clue. I guess I'll look into it later at some point if there was actually some public taxpayer funded money that was allocated to this group that they were able to put towards people that ended up like protesting or demonstrating. But I gotta say, I don't really give a shit.
Money and funneling it to activist groups or organizations like that, I think is unfair, because I would be furious if, let's say, my taxpayer money is going to...
I agree, but they're like openly trying to break up families and fucking deport them without due process to fucking places like CCOT and, you know, gulags in El Salvador. So I can't do this whole like... I can't even do the virtue signal of like, well, I wouldn't like it if MAGA was doing it or whatever. It's like, it's so not on my mind right now.
Some, I don't know, far-right activist group that's calling for some other policy that I don't favor. I think that's unfair.
Right.
Now, just real quick, Christy Walton. Do you guys know who that is?
Oh, yeah.
She's an heiress of the Walmart fortune. She was a long-time Republican donor until Trump came along. Now, what did she fund prior to Trump? Union-busting efforts. Any politician who was against labor, she funneled money to them. Now, Christy Walton makes a lot of money based on the fact that she owns, I believe, about 2% of Walmart, something around there. Walmart is profitable.
Adam been real quiet. He shut the fuck up, man. He has not even contributed to this. He's like on his phone. That probably just goes to show how like in his head, he's probably fucking fuming sitting there if he's not saying a word or participating. Just so, what a fucking bitch, man. So fragile. Anna should fucking grab that tampon and throw it back in his face.
Because they import most of the products that they sell. When you have someone like Donald Trump call for tariffs, that's going to cut into Walmart's profitability. She also, I mean, she just...
You're spot on. And he called out Walmart, remember, for passing the price on to the consumer.
Yes, that's exactly right. So, look, I'm not saying that all of those demonstrators are fake and they were all AstroTurf. No, no, no. What I am saying, though, is that some of the financial backers here do not give a damn about the American people. They're trying to protect their own profitability, including the ability to keep undocumented immigrants undocumented so they can pay them less than minimum wage and exploit that labor. That is a huge problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Can we also talk about another ironic thing? Just one more quick point I want to make. Some of their main funding came from the DHS.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't that so ironic?
And
that where
know
they
who
got their
else?
main funding, they are now literally rebelling against that.
Can I ask Anna one question, though, real quick? And I promise you're next. I swear to God, I'm sorry. This is my... But just because we're
Adam looks like he got grounded.
Legal?
Yes.
Oh, but how is it legal?
Okay.
Newsom gives them millions of dollars in California tax money and then takes a donation from
That's
them.
why
How is that legal?
We need better laws. First of all, we need to get rid of dark money so we're able to track things.
There is a
number
group
one.
involved in this, by
Yeah.
the way, the Arabella Advisors. So having said that, okay, all right, the No Kings website is registered to a digital development firm previously contracted by Arabella Advisors non-profit partners. These are the same scumbags that started that fake letter about RFK that I ended up having debunked at 17,000 doctors. It's a fake letter. Anybody can sign it. It's total baloney. There's nobody behind it. And AstroTurf did everywhere to create the same consensus that doctors across the country, but
I'm not sure what they're referring to. There's already been too much shit with RFK. I know that they covered that he had this report that was generated by ChatGPT and that it had like ghost citations. It didn't actually have like real citations, but now we're talking about something that I'm not even sure. I heard about this 17,000 signatures.
Thousands were concerned. None of it was real.
Yeah, the AstroTurf issue is a problem. Literally, guys, if you want. Don't do it right now because you should watch the show. We're live. But when you have a chance, there's literally a website. It's a business. It's called Crowds on Demand, where you can literally hire paid protesters. So, like, the Craigslist thing that you brought up is true, but you don't even have to look at Craigslist. There's literally businesses. You can go to their websites, and they offer bodies. There you go. Crowds on Demand is your home for impactful advocacy campaigns, demonstrations, PR stunts, crowds for hire, and corporate events.
How easy to create public
And you know
sentiment
what?
when
Wait,
you
this
have
is
that.
not my original point.
Okay, it's true that service exists, but do they actually have evidence that they were paid by a special interest group that then populated their protests and AstroTurfed it with them?
To respond to you, Democrats didn't even come up with this idea themselves.
Yeah, this is crisis actors conspiracies, pretty much.
That's what the Koch brothers did with the Tea Party.
They created the original template, and Dems are like, oh, this works so well for them. And so Americans for Prosperity, they've been doing this for decades.
Both parties do it. It needs to be rooted out.
Exactly.
We should have organic demonstrations and movements. We should not be funneling taxpayer money to activist groups. I'm sorry, it's unfair to the taxpayer.
I agree, but until Citizens United goes away, which is
unfair to the taxpayer.
What was your original point?
Thank you. I have an original point to make. And I know you love for me to contain my points, but this is actually deeply relevant.
Okay.
And
how far off beast are you
no,
going?
it's just the census thing. I do want to.
Oh, no, but I have you're doing that.
Right.
Dude, Lindy, okay, I cannot believe I have to defend Lindy, but she's barely spoken in this episode, and fucking Jillian is like, keep it, shut it, Lindy.
Ties in right
All right, do it.
Right,
Go.
thank you,
I was going to set you up for that whole thing, but if it's
thank
now,
you, my
take
dear.
it.
Thank you. So we talked about a lot of.
Look at this little fucking this beta male bitch, man, just sitting there like crumbled up in the corner, completely debased, versus the Chad, the Giga Stacy, Anna over here, sitting up straight.
Funders. One person that we failed to mention is the Biden administration. Biden funded Sherla.
She's
and then
holding
we ask
frame.
ourselves, why are Democrats so eager to fund these LA riots, to fund these No Kings protests? I still, having been on inside and having known these people, I suspect. Actually, I know that they are trying to do everything they can to pave the way for the 2030 census, to make sure that states like California and New York.
This is literally the great replacement theory / they're trying to bring in migrant caravans so that they can have more voters for the converted voters and groom them for the Democrat Party.
Can continue to juice up the numbers to ensure that they have as much electoral power as possible. Because after all, guys, the 435 House of Representatives, it is a zero-sum game. The number's not going to increase. It's the same pie. We just divvy it up a different way. So right now, states are basically in a battle to see who can get the most representation. And if it's based on breaking the law, I consider it deeply illegitimate. If you base your representation on illegal aliens, I don't think that's legitimate.
So can I comment on that? Because this has actually been challenged in the courts. In fact, the Trump administration, under his first term, challenged the census in counting undocumented immigrants in their official census count. But they lost in court. And the reason why they lost in court is because the 14th Amendment specifically indicates that every human body on U.S. soil needs to be counted by the census.
Right, I understand that. I think the originalists, I don't think the founding farmers ever envisioned that people
The founding farmers? I don't know if she means the framers or the founding fathers, but that's the thing. the census is not actually imbuing anybody with the ability to vote. It has the only thing that it exists to do is to take accounting of every single person that's within the interior of the United States, so that they can know how the federal budget needs to be allocated to different states. That's it.
Be using illegal aliens to juice up the numbers. And if Trump, in response to that, I know what you're talking about. In response to that case, he issued something called the 2020 order, which prevented illegal aliens from being counted, but Biden overturned that. So the executive order actually did stand.
Hang on, one thing I need you to explain to people who can get confused about this, because I saw a lot of questions after you brought this up the first time. Well, there are illegals in red states, so this refutes your argument. Can you explain how redistricting and gerrymandering?
Exactly. Okay, there weren't just like illegals in red states though. There was literally a policy where any single fucking Cuban that swam across and planted their wet foot on Florida territory or within the United States was automatically granted U.S. citizenship. Like Obama was the one that undid that, and it was Republicans that opposed it because Cubans are an important base to them in Florida. Because they vote Republican.
Flip a red state blue.
Exactly. So right now, the illegals are actually being shipped into blue areas of these red states. So it actually doesn't impact the representation all that much because they were blue anyway. So, so gerrymandering is the practice of drawing districts to favor one party or another. And actually, Republicans are great at this. I have to give them, they are fantastic at this. So this is primarily a blue state issue because when illegals go to, and I'm sorry if that offends that term, they are illegals. So when illegals are
so offended right now.
Adam, we got to go to Adam next.
When illegals are shipped to blue states, they go to when illegals are shipped to red states. They're
he can't even look up. He's so disheartened. He's so sad and ashamed.
So the status quo remains. Right. And so I actually sent a clip. Nat, I don't know if you got it. I have a clip of someone, a senior Democratic lawmaker, admitting to using illegal aliens to skew the censor numbers. It's the text I sent this morning to both you and
censor numbers.
Do you have that? She says it looked like she was like. I'm not sure if she was under oath, but she was certainly a witness testifying to this.
Adam, while we wait for that, go ahead and weigh in here.
So what's the question? Because we've come a long way since what this thing is. No King's protest?
My theory is that they are using illegal aliens.
Why did he even... He is such a fucking killjoy. Why even go on this show? I don't understand it if you're just going to be in this mood after there's disagreement, which he knew there was going to be disagreement.
To juice up the censorship numbers, which is why they are fighting so hard for these riots, these No Kings, the LA riots, which, I mean, the underlying galvanizing force is that they want to make illegal aliens not illegal.
Yeah, I think, look, for me, it's actually pretty simple.
Oh, no. They want to make illegal aliens not illegal, a.k.a. a path to provide undocumented people a path to citizenship, because these people are coming whether you wanted to or not. It's just a matter of, are you going to set up a system to process them and help them become citizens? Or are you going to try to deport them or marginalize them endlessly and create ethnic enclaves in your country and a bunch of racial and ethnic tension?
Simple. There's one flag that I think should be flying all across America, and that's the flag that I have right here. Okay? What happens is this coalition of all these other...
He's like really having to lean into this whole America First shit, given how much Israel simping he's been doing.
Flags, which is BLM, the feminists, the abortion, the anti-ICE, the gay flags, the Gays for Gaza flags, the Free Palestine, globalized Antifada, defund the police. They're all their flags put together, and they put their priorities above that of the United States. So for me...
Oh, that is rich coming from this fucking bastard. Are you serious? The first over half of this was dedicated to you simping for Israel and having to demonize Anna and call her an anti-Semite, a Hamas supporter, a fucking Iran first, because you won't just stand by the fact that, yes, you will follow Israel into every single fucking conflict that it starts, no matter what.
It's pretty simple. Fly all your gay, queer, weird flags. You can do that in America. You can't do that anywhere else that you're protesting against. Only in America can you fly those flags. Good luck flying that in all these other countries. America is still the greatest place in the world. We have the greatest flag in the world. We have the greatest national anthem in the world. And only in America can you...
So funny to say that, like, America's the greatest country. We have an awesome flag and an awesome anthem. Okay.
And burn the flag so you hate America.
Not talking about, like, we have, the best constitution or our First Amendment protections or, like, guarantee us freedom. We love our fucking guns. No, we have an awesome flag design and catchy theme, like, national anthem. So weird.
Go back home on your iPhone and tweet about it.
Okay.
So this is the problem that I have with all these weirdos.
If you hate us, go home. Why are you even here?
Here's the last point. Here's the last point, Anna.
What's the issue?
Here's the last point.
Here's what
a lot of these people are not playing the game. The people playing the game are in Congress. They're the president. They're in power.
All these people are booing from the sideline, losers that have no power whatsoever.
But the point is, it's funded. It's not just organic. It's not these people just doing it. It's funded. A lot of it is CCP, and I'm personally of the belief that we're already in a Cold War with China, man. You don't need to shoot a single bomb to be able to cause chaos and destruction in a place. China's doing it in many ways.
True, which is why you don't need to support Israeli actions taken in Iran, because you don't actually need to do overt military offensive actions to use soft power and influence around the world. We actually don't have to do that.
Yeah, but give credit to where credit's due. It's not just China. Yes, it's China.
They're doing it with bioweapons.
Yes,
They're
it's
doing it
Iran.
with many
Yes, it's Russia. They're trying to globalize the intifada, globalize China. They're trying to basically make it normal in America.
They're trying to globalize the intifada and then globalize China.
To root for jihadists, terrorists.
He's like, his heart's not in it. This is so sad. He can't even get the talking points straight, the platitudes.
China, gay, LGBT. The gays for Gaza. I mean, God forsake.
Are you China, gay, LGBT, gays for Gaza? We're still on that. None of this makes any sense. Oh, you like socialism? How about being gay in Gaza? Got him.
And it's just Marxism masquerading as globalism, masquerading as jihadism.
To bring it back to the beginning.
Yes, please. I just love when they use every single anti-Semitic trope, but against Palestinians and Muslims.
To Cuomo's clip.
Because the globalists, the Marxists, and the jihadists. He just says the jihadists instead of the Jews. It's the only difference. He just doesn't realize it.
Points out that these same groups are behind all of these different exceptionally divisive movements.
From one to the other.
So as we look at each other and we're tearing each other to shreds as though it's red and blue, or white and black, or gay and straight, or Israel and Palestine, this is all being orchestrated. And we are engaging in a civil war.
Yeah, look, it doesn't surprise me.
That is what you need to take away.
Yeah, look, it doesn't surprise me at all that foreign interests are going to exploit whatever unrest.
Oh, you don't like genocide? Well, Muslims. You ever thought about that?
Exists here in the U.S. That is not surprising to me at all. But I do want to just quickly go back to the issue that Lindy brought up, and I want to stay on that topic because we're kind of all over the place. So, Lindy, you mentioned the gerrymandering. That is a huge problem. So I agree with you on that. But I want to understand the connection to undocumented immigrants, because I could see that as being a problem if the representation of undocumented immigrants in our census is somehow rigging elections, but it's not.
But it is, though.
How?
If it gives an extra electoral college point, then how is that not rigged?
No, I'm talking about the 435, the way that
Both
they're divvied
of those
up.
are-
Right,
that's
that's
the
primarily the
theory.
issue. I looked at the numbers today, and I'm happy to dig in my phone, but California would have lost seats in the 2020 census were it not for illegal aliens.
Understood.
Even if it were 1 to 2 seats, I think that's 1 to 2 seats too many.
So it's electoral, it's controlling Congress. Yeah.
Oh my God. I love how she thinks that the balance is actually tipped in favor of the Democrats when it's the fucking swing states and the Rust Belt that have an outsized and disproportionate amount of power and representation. And that's the thing that enables Republicans to even enforce their minoritarian rule in this country, is because of archaic systems like the fucking Electoral College. But we're going to be worried about California is picking up 1 or 2 extra fucking districts because of illegals. Give me a fucking break.
Controlling votes.
Exactly.
Yeah, in the electoral
There
college.
was an analysis in 2020 that backs up what you're saying.
Right.
But you're not saying that undocumented immigrants are voting in elections.
No, I'm not saying that
that's
at all.
not the case.
There's something I also haven't said. It's the federal funding and allocation of resources.
That's true.
And the more populous a state is, the more money they get.
Right.
So there's so much behind this. This is why there are deeply deep-pocketed, deep vested interests trying to fund these riots to make it seem like popular consensus is behind them. When
You're
it's
saying
not.
what I always say, follow the money.
Exactly.
They talk about our governmental system like they're figuring out for the first time and they've never said it out loud before.
There we go.
There's no evidence.
Follow the money.
Why are they pushing?
I want to keep going. Do I have to break? I know we're live.
What
But
does
can
it
I
say
finish the
about
show?
Let's go.
Team, do I have time?
Teach this woman about the 3/5 compromise, I beg. Originalist. I know, I'm like, you're simping for judges that literally think you probably had a fucking constitutional right to drown your child if you thought she was a fucking witch.
I got a 5-minute warning, but we
You're
got
the freaking boss. Continue the show. Let's go, Jillian.
All right, so here's the bigger question. Well, you
Uh.
buried the lead. I had set this up to flow.
It's so clear he wants to be done with this.
The next segment was why have the Democrats engaged in an about face, right? How come they went from the party of deporting millions to all of a sudden it's a crime against humanity? Okay, hold on.
Wow, it's almost like Democrats are also massive hypocrites on this issue, but that has never been popular. The thing that ended up happening from the left is that they started calling Obama the deporter-in-chief and calling out Dems for having tough rhetoric when it came to criticizing Republicans, but when they actually got in power, not prioritizing immigration reform.
So now I got I know. Can you pull up my Anna Paulina Luna clip, please, Nat?
At least the people leading the party, not everyone.
Memo that was released that stated that the government of China considered you a prime target for influence operations. I'm letting you know that now because I do believe that you should be made aware of, if you are not already, that you are working with and going to be speaking at an organization and rally that not is just funded by Christy Walton, the heiress of Walmart, but also has ties to the Chinese Progressive Association, largely funding it, that actually brags on their website.
Not is
that they are
just funded.
pro-Maoist. Also, too, funded by the National Endowment for Democracy. I know there's a lot of people on this committee that don't like billionaires interfering in politics, but say nothing when George Soros gets over $260 million from USAID through the last administration that's then funneled into some of these nonprofits.
That's a fair argument.
Wait for it.
So I guess my question for you guys is, now that I've made you aware that these riots are not about illegals and they're not about immigrants, if they did, they would have been protesting under Barack Obama, who's also dubbed the deporter-in-chief. And frankly, I think many of you would say that Barack Obama was a good president. Are you going to say that Barack Obama wasn't a good president? Yes or no, Governor Waltz? Do you think he was a good president?
Okay.
I love that she did this.
Okay.
She went
Kill
out
it
to
right there. They
everyone.
all say
It was
yes.
great.
Okay.
She asked the question, what? Do you think Barack Obama was a good president? And what did
Now,
Tampon Tim have to say?
yeah, they all said.
Let's get that tampon back.
That tampon Tim was such a fucking L. Oh my god.
Well, we're talking about
that
Tim.
was their answer to Democrats calling Republicans weird.
But hold on. Now throw up the Obama clip for me, just in case anybody questions whether or not this is true. Let's take a look at what comes out of his own mouth.
Yeah.
Just went up.
Louder, please, Nat.
The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every
You gotta go to the
single
beginning,
Republican
kid.
president.
Yep, there you go.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century.
Okay. Hang on. Hold on. I know what you're going to say. So you're going to turn around and you're going to say due process.
No, I'm not going to say that.
because I was going to blow holes in that bullshit right now.
Okay, so let me make the argument that I want to make.
Do
okay,
it.
so the reason why there wasn't this big uproar when Obama, and by the way, till this day, Obama deported far more people than any other administration. That is true.
Okay, I have heard the deporter-in-chief thing repeated so many times, but there was, I can't remember who it was, somebody who actually pointed out that the way that they aggregated and understood that stat and like how it had changed actually did not, if you applied it, the standard that was applied to Obama to determine that he had deported more people than even like previous Republican presidents, it changed to include more people. And so it like Obama still wouldn't be like have the most deportations if you were being consistent across the board or something like that. Like I hear this talking point a lot, but it's more complicated than this. Like he deported a lot of people, but I don't know that it was the most like people have started to think.
Including compared to Trump.
Clinton 12, but you could say 11 million were returns.
Well, okay, that's right. Okay, so here's the difference.
Okay,
Hold
go ahead.
Hold on, but Jill, you have to understand that the way that you present yourself and what you're going to do is either going to rile people up or not rile people up.
Okay, fair.
So the reason why Obama was able to deport so many people is he deported them right away as soon as they crossed or tried to come.
True, and
but it is.
It isn't though. I've got like exact numbers. First of all, Clinton. Okay, I'll let you make the case, but it is not freaking true.
But that's why his deportation numbers are so high.
That is not true. He deported 3 million and he returned.
Oh wait, Anna might actually be debunking the thing that it was people. It's also including people that were like turned away at the border, not people that were actually physically removed from the country.
2 million. 3 million he deported.
No, I know.
2 million he
Yeah, this also
returned.
like ignores DACA. Like he was a huge advocate for DACA.
Back here?
No.
I'll explain it.
It's the different mechanisms, the different levers he pulled to do it.
Okay, so my point is, with Trump, going into the country and trying to find undocumented immigrants to deport is a lot harder, a lot more costly. Okay. And it's the way that Trump does it, right? So when he demonizes immigrants,
this fucking program is going to cost literally over $1 trillion, according to the Cato Institute. If the big, beautiful bill passes with the money that they want to allocate to increasing border security to carry out this mass deportation program, that's how much it's going to end up costing.
Going to rile up the left immediately. Obama didn't do that. The other thing is, when you start seeing ICE agents, hold on. I think that the idea of, in broad daylight, going to Home Depot parking lots to deport day laborers, that's a big public spectacle on purpose. That is going to lead to anger and unrest.
That's what happened, though.
But that is what happened.
That isn't what happened.
On the live episode that they did without her, they like debunked this claim or whatever, but it's not true. We were seeing ICE presence at Home Depot, and the reason why there was this confusion, they made it seem like, oh, people just got tricked by TikTok. No, Stephen Miller literally name dropped Home Depot as an area that's going to be like targeted for let me see, I don't want to Stephen Miller Home Depot ICE comments. I don't want to this is what it was. how Home Depot got caught in Trump's immigration crackdown. This was June 12th. Trump's aggressive immigration crackdown is targeting illegal migrants, not only at airports and border crossings, but also in Home Depot parking lots nationwide, putting the retail giant whose founders have supported Trump in a difficult position. The big box retailer, founded in 1978 and now boasting over 2,300 stores, has long been more than just a place to buy lumber and paint. It's also been an informal hiring hub for day laborers, many of them undocumented. The parking lots of Home Depot stores across the country have functioned for decades as sites where homeowners and contractors can connect with available laborers for their immediate needs, no resume required. That unofficial relationship has now collided with federal immigration policy. Senior White House advisor Stephen Miller, the architect of President Trump's immigration strategy, has explicitly ordered ICE to target informal labor gathering points such as Home Depot and 7-Eleven. Why aren't you at Home Depot? Miller reportedly asked ICE leadership in a Washington meeting last month, frustrated that arrests weren't meeting daily targets. So, what was that again, Jillian? What does she have wrong?
ICE agents, hold on. I think that the idea of, in broad daylight, going to Home Depot parking lots to deport day laborers, that's a big public spectacle on purpose. That is going to lead to anger and unrest.
That's what happened, though.
But that is what happened.
That isn't what happened.
In Westlake.
Hold on.
In Westlake, that's exactly what they did.
Hold on. The Home Depot, though, they were serving.
No. That's not true.
Guys, I'm fixing my house this weekend. There better be some illegals at Home Depot.
The BBC.
I need my windows done. Hurricane season in Florida.
Hold on. Let me go through how Obama did this.
Isn't Adam just a joy?
And then
He's
decide.
so funny.
Okay, so the first one was he used a tool called expedited removal. So this is a fast-track deportation at the border within 100 miles of it. For those that were here for 14 days, although
they actually buy their own bullshit. They actually thought that one Facebook post that they had in this episode. Hold on, we're not gonna watch it, but like
I want to put this one.
This one. Yeah, Trump deploys National Guard to LA riots. They actually thought that they like debunked it in this, but it's not true.
Couldn't prove, by the way, that they were here for longer. So, of course, they all got sent out. If they were within 100 miles, they had no court hearing. The immigration officer...
There's only one U.S. president I would defend, FDR. I mean, I'd probably defend, like, aspects of Obama and Biden. I hated Clinton. Probably also Jimmy Carter.
Acts as judge and jury. This is from legislation passed by Bill Clinton, okay? Then there was reinstatement of removal definition. This is another way he did it. If someone re-enters the U.S. illegally after previously being deported, their old removal order is reinstated. There is no hearing unless they re-enter and claim asylum. Number 3, stipulated removal orders. This is where immigrants signed an agreement to be deported without a hearing while being detained. And this was controversial because they didn't even know what they were signing. No outrage. Voluntary return. So return in lieu of a removal definition, which apparently had penalties. They agreed to leave voluntarily. There was no judge involved. There were no lawyers involved. There was no due process hearing. Administrative removal. For non-citizens convicted of aggravated felonies, removal by ICE, no judge, no jury. No, I didn't traffic them. I didn't beat my wife. Operation Streamline, a program that criminally prosecuted border crossers en masse before removing them as a deterrent not to come in. Dozens of defendants tried.
Is there argument semantics BS that they didn't raid Home Depot because it was a parking lot or just near a Home Depot? It was literally that. That was literally the debunking in that in this live episode. Yes.
And sentenced in one hearing. Now, to combat the argument about ICE raids.
I know, but you're not getting the argument I'm making.
Okay, but I'm about to address it.
Okay.
We had security raids. This is when California cooperated with ICE. They would detain people, and there were no raids for that reason. Now California refuses to cooperate, forcing ICE into the streets.
There was no Obama direction.
Okay, but why did they stop cooperating? Because they started to increase deportations instead of giving people their day in immigration court and actually helping them get on a pathway to citizenship. All of these actions just increase and encourage illicit and illegal behavior because now you have people that were previously being willing to check in with ICE and with law enforcement that are going to avoid it entirely because they know it could mean deportation is around the corner if just for whatever reason.
Syndrome.
So let me just make the argument. Okay,
do it.
So the reason why there's an uprising in places like Los Angeles, which of course has had a massive immigrant and yes, undocumented immigrant community for a long time, is because everything you just listed under Obama was happening on the DL, right? There was no media coverage of it. There was no spectacle around it.
Shout out to R. Kelly, keeping it on the down low.
There was no spectacle around it. Whereas the Wall Street Journal, which is not a lefty publication, the Wall Street Journal, notoriously conservative, they put out a report, I believe a week ago, where they talked about how Stephen Miller was furious that Trump's numbers are nowhere close to Obama's.
Yes, Anna. God. I like the bar is in hell, but just keeping these comments like their show just grounded in like a tiny bit of reality is just so fucking satisfying.
So he basically ordered ICE to go for the low-hanging fruit.
Yes.
And while you're going to argue that they did not raid, Home Depot parking lots, there's video of it.
They arrested people there, but they were in the midst of serving criminal warrants. This is what has come from Tom Homan.
Yeah, but Tom Homan admitted that they were not only going after criminals. He admitted that if they saw anybody that they suspected to be an illegal, they were picking them up too.
Himself. He did a full interview with Dr. Phil about it, and there was collateral damage. But if you don't have sanctions...
But that was policy. He said that was an intended aspect of what they were trying to do. That was not collateral damage. That implies that it was unintentional. They were trying to do that. They were targeting people that did not have criminal records.
Cities, you will not have collateral damage.
I agree with you on that. I wish
illegals that are not
He did an interview with Dr. Phil.
And by the way, sanctuary city laws differ from city to city. So I'm specifically going to talk about California and Los Angeles.
Right.
So in the case of Los Angeles, let's say you have an undocumented immigrant who has been convicted of a crime and they're serving time in prison for it. ICE basically reaches out to California and says, look, once they're done with their sentence, please just keep them detained because we want to deport them. They're here illegally and they've committed additional crimes that they've served time for, they've been convicted of. Their due process has already happened, okay? So at that point, California should say, okay, we're going to cooperate in this very narrow area. I don't think that makes you a bad person or a right-winger to, cooperate with ICE in those circumstances.
It's the law.
Right.
It is the freaking federal law. If you don't like it, by all means,
and in
march
fact,
to the Capitol,
and in
demand
fact,
reform.
they're unwilling.
I absolutely love how, again, the party of but states' rights though, immediately as soon as it serves their interests, federal supremacy.
Willingness to cooperate has led to this situation in which I'm going to just say it. I don't want day laborers and people who are not causing any problems in this country to be the target of the Trump administration.
You're totally right. But that's immigration reform, and we'll get to that. Right now, though.
Yeah. I thought she was about to make an argument for a compassionate deportation because those workers are exploited. But instead of saying that they should be deported, you're supposed to help them have worker protections and a path to citizenship.
And what is actually behind it? Because once again, if I have to get into one more fight with a friggin' Californian about how Trump is a Nazi when their heroes manipulated the law in such a nefarious way, and there was zero outrage, and then they go, due process, you buffoon. Do your homework before you fucking tweet it one more time.
Do your research.
Jillian, let's go. That's what we needed from Jillian Michael. We're waiting on this all day, Jillian.
There's something else that we haven't yet discussed.
Piece of shit.
You don't know what you're talking about.
There's another reason why it's so much. I agree with everything you just said. I'm actually
okay.
I've been fighting all weekend.
Somebody give me a joint for Jillian.
But by the way, the one area please. The one reason why, another reason why it's so difficult for Trump to deport or relatively harder, it's because of how vocal he's been, and it's had a deterrent effect on a lot of the migration patterns that otherwise would have come. Because during Obama and Biden, there was none of that rhetoric, that inflammatory rhetoric. Kamala Harris got slammed when she said remember, she said stay home, we don't stay home. And she got so much pushback, and so that was the end of all sort of incendiary rhetoric. And instead, with Trump, we see that every single day.
So one other thing I'll say is, the one area in which Trump was still enjoying quite a bit of favorability was the area of immigration. However, a recent poll that came out, it just came out last week,
just Fox
shows
is
that
the
he
five.
is now underwater on immigration, specifically.
I'm ashamed I hadn't compared it to that earlier. The obvious comparison is just The View.
Because of the people that are being targeted by ICE as we speak, which is why Trump kind of did a little bit of a backpedal and just recently put out a statement, both on social media and through, I think it was a press conference or a speech, where he said, a lot of our farmers are concerned because really good people are being targeted.
That's why I think it's big ag. Yeah, that's what I think. I think big ag was
I don't think Donald Trump is concerned. Anna, you bring up a really good point, but I don't think he gives a shit what independents and Democrats think. And I think he's underwater.
He cares about independents, not Democrats.
He's underwater because of slippage in the Democrats and independents, not with the MAGA base. I'm actually extreme on immigration. I don't want any illegal aliens here. I don't want any of that. What I mean is
naturalized citizen, BTW, born in China, BTW, and only I cannot. Amy as well. Amy's Australian.
It's what I mean is his behavior, his antics or whatever, it's not going to affect. MAGA loves it. They're eating it up right now.
Adam, what do you think?
So if there was one job that Trump is doing, he's being a janitor and he's cleaning up everybody's mess. Whether it's tariffs with China, whether it's illegal immigration with Mexico, whether it's the Islamic Revolution of Iran, he's coming in and saying mop, mop, mop all day long.
I love how they literally in this episode, just minutes earlier, showed clips of Obama being tough on immigration and being like, every Republican and Democrat would do this to, justify his policy choices to the American public. And then Adam is going to say that Trump is having to clean up Obama's mess. And previous presidents mess with respect to immigration, even though neither Biden nor Obama were these huge, I don't know, like pro-immigrant presidents.
While I sing this song, he's cleaning up the mess that past presidents and former administrations have done. He's basically saying, get all this nonsense out of here. Do you remember in 2016, Trump would always talk about the polls? I'm winning in the polls, you're losing, you're a loser. Trump
He was spaced out during that video. He clearly just like wants us to end.
Talk about the polls.
If the attention can't be on him, he doesn't want to participate.
At all anymore. He don't give a shit what approval ratings are. He doesn't care what his net approval is. Trump don't give a shit. Trump is saying, I basically...
Oh my God. Trump is like the shallowest, most queenie little fucking bitch. He obviously does care about approval.
3 years left to clean up this entire mess that Obama, that Bush, that past presidents have done, and he doesn't care what you think. He doesn't care what you say. He's going to do what he's got to do because he has a mandate.
By cleaning up, what he's saying is that Trump appointing Elon Musk to head Doge, a fucking government agency that was created with no congressional oversight to gut the fucking administrative state, and all these unconstitutional actions and federal overreach is Trump's actually cleaning up Biden's mess. So he's just restoring law and order. That's all it is.
Clean up America and focus on America first. That's what he's doing with his little mop in hand.
Can we?
Which is why, going back to my earlier point, we are not going to be dragged into a forever war. He's going to do what he wants, you know?
Oh, wait, don't circle. Don't
I'm
go
just
back.
saying,
Don't go back.
Trump is one of
I'm not trying to shut you
Trump
down.
is his own person.
Lindy, focus on the future, not the past.
Well, I mean,
okay, Anna, you too.
We're supposed to learn from the past,
so
but okay.
Final topic I want to address, because I would imagine that nobody at this table is unfeeling. And the reality is that we're all either migrants or descendants of migrants at this table, correct?
Migrants?
Immigrants.
My family walked here from Russia, 1850s, in
immigrants.
Belarus.
I stand corrected. And you just saw Trump walk that back on the farmers. And the one thing that I've seen a lot out of
and hotel workers
Newsom and Bass, right, is the economy. The economy.
I mean, he's made a rhetorical pivot, but that hasn't actually materialized in a policy change just yet, because all of the mass deportation programs are still on. It's just signaling that he might be willing to change course.
Can you throw up that Bass clip for me, Nat? And of course, this economy that they're so busy protecting is all based on the backs of exploiting illegal migrants.
Oh my God. Do not fucking tell me that the mass deportation program is actually the kind thing to do. This is, again, this is the Adam Sosnick argument of like, we're liberating Iranians and they actually love Israel because they hate their fucking regime.
Sorry.
They got here somehow.
Yeah, exactly, right. Okay, hold on, Nat's pulling it up. But the point I want to make here is the vast difference between coming in legally versus coming in illegally. And I'm going to show you how much illegal immigration hurts people who come in an undocumented capacity and American citizens. We don't even need it. The bottom line is she's like, the economy, this is breaking the back of our economy. Okay, so would anybody like to run with this? Because I have a whole list.
Well, yeah, Andy and I are walking, we are living examples
do the dark part first, if you can. Show me all the bad things. I can do it as well of illegal immigration.
Let's use a stat that's already been spouted. The 1.4 million illegal aliens that are currently on our Medicaid program. Why are we paying for them? Why? Tell me. We're already bankrupt. Why are we paying for people that aren't even our people?
That hurts citizens. Okay.
That hurts us.
Because America loves wasting money.
The drain on the system.
We owe $37 trillion.
It seems like there's so many.
I know that he's not going to say that when the most like waste or like the potential where you could actually try to cut down on the federal budget or anything like that is obviously going to be the fucking defense budget, which you would never support touching or cutting when he's that aggressive and hawkish with respect to Israel and the Middle East.
Give it to people one by one.
Can we talk about the rape victims, the assault victims?
That's what I was going to say. It feels like there's no interest in assimilation anymore. Before, when you wanted to be an immigrant in this country, you came here, you spent your money.
Immigrants probably integrate and assimilate into this country far better than they do in any other Western country.
You wanted to slip under the radar to just fit in.
Explain how you bitches were able to do it, but why Mexicans can't for some reason. But a Chinese woman and an Australian is able to do it.
Here for a better life. Exactly. To assimilate anymore.
Okay, but this would be if you were controlling immigration legally, then you would have security checks. They have quotas for that exact reason, to make sure that we have a diverse population and you don't get people who believe in Sharia law by the millions. There are a few other things, guys. It prevents the cartels from running our border as a billion-dollar business to traffic humans and fentanyl. In fact, we lost 300,000 kids during the Biden administration. They were trafficked and lost somewhere in the country. We don't know where they are. This would not happen. Well, thankfully, the border is now closed. And then subsequently, if we had reform, which we'll talk about, it blows the quotas we talked about. You can't control who's here. It overruns the infrastructure. It prevents security screenings and health screenings. It creates shadow economies. This whole economy they're talking about, it's all off the books.
Can we also
where's the tax money that you need so badly, Gav? If you want to keep going, I got more.
I mean, there's something that maybe this is an extreme point, and the Bulwark, that rag, wrote an article the first time I brought it up on her take. When countries like Poland and China and Japan want to keep a homogenous society and to maintain their equilibrium, we don't bat an eyelash. We're like, okay,
just now we're just doing white nationalist talking points.
But when America tries to do the same thing, even a little bit.
That is not what I'm arguing for.
I'm just saying. No, wait, let me finish my point.
Okay, even maybe Jillian even knows that.
Yeah. Let me finish my point, though. I just don't want the Islamification of America.
Oh my God.
But Lindy, I'm anti that. And the argument.
Okay, then I don't want the scientification of America. Go back to China, Lindy. You think that sort of logic is just going to stop at your ethnicity? It's not.
You think you're okay with that happening to our country?
The zombification? No. Having a melting pot? Yes.
But that's not what I'm saying, though. I'm against.
Don't talk to me about homogeny, though.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
saying
the
that
identity
even
of the United
even
States,
if we do
hold
it a
on.
little bit, like even, I just don't want our campuses to be like, look at the way they are, like death, like exactly, death to America. These pro-Hamas movements. This is what's happening. This is not my imagination.
Legal immigration, because people can then be vetted if they are in fact.
Well, that's what I'm.
And the students you're talking about are in the country legally.
Right, but
they have
and then
visas and green
in
cards.
our first episode, we talked
you
about
just
how
don't
that
like their
guy-
speech and you want to.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. The guy, the Muhammad, whatever his name is,
Mahmoud
I'm
Khalil.
sorry.
Yep.
Muhammad.
My argument earlier, we already hashed this out, that I believe he was dishonest on his visa application. He said he was going to come here to study. He didn't say he was going to come here to incite violence.
There's no evidence of him inciting violence at all.
This is a whole separate. This is a First Amendment conversation. He did have a visa.
Look, let me go back to immigration, okay?
Let's stay
at
with
the
me.
heart of this problem is the fact that you have Congress that's useless. Okay, they get nice salaries, great health insurance, and they don't do jack shit for us. They don't pass legislation that reforms the problems that we have in this country. And as a result, what we end up relying on is the president passing down executive orders, and it's going to differ every 4 years or every 8 years, depending on who's in charge. This is not a system that works. I think it victimizes everyone, including the people who are undocumented. I don't want businesses to exploit their labor. There needs to be a pathway to citizenship. Otherwise, you're going to have a situation where a Democratic president comes in and, to do favors for their constituents, they're going to be a little looser at the border.
My argument
and
is
then
not
a Republican comes in and does the opposite. That is not a sustainable system.
I hear you, but I'm just saying that we shouldn't provide a pathway to citizenship for everybody. I just don't believe that.
Except for me. Way to pull the ladder up from behind you, bitch.
In China, girl. And you had a pathway to citizenship.
Oh, hell yeah. Anna making my point. Yes.
Citizenship for everybody. I just don't believe
No,
that.
you were born in China, girl. And you had a pathway to citizenship. Others deserve
my
it too.
family and I came here with.
I need that as a fucking sound drop. You were born in China, girl. Anna don't miss sometimes, especially in these corners. Gee, I can't help but fucking agree with her.
Useful skills. I'm just saying.
One more time.
We shouldn't provide a pathway to citizenship for everybody. I just don't believe that.
No, you were born in China, girl. And you had a pathway to citizenship. Others deserve
my
it too.
family and I came here with useful skills. My dad was a doctor. You know what I mean? These are useful skills that America needs.
What did you bring? You were just brought along because of your dad. You didn't actually earn it, right? You just got to skip the line because your dad had money. That's it. Your only argument is that he was smarter and he had money.
Migrants literally outperform migrants. I did it again.
Mexicans don't have useful skills, though, right? Like, you literally had Adam being like, don't get rid of all of the laborers because I need to do work on my house.
Legal
There's a
immigrants
difference. Right, that's
outperform Americans?
That's what I want. I don't want illegal. I don't want migrants. I don't want low-skilled labor. I want high-skilled labor. People who can actually contribute to the success of America.
That's not what the research shows historically. It shows that
what do you
people
mean?
who come here legally.
I was a useful Nepo baby, exactly.
I'm saying
put a floor under the American wage instead of undermining
I think that's
it.
a bogey argument that Americans don't want those jobs. Let's see what happens.
If you pay everybody a fair wage.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's hire Americans.
But I'm hearing
all about Americans.
homogeneity, and I'm hearing.
Can we leave that behind? I think what I'm saying, I think you're getting a little. I think that was maybe I shouldn't have thrown out the red herring. My main argument is America, from my point of view, and you can disagree, this is just my point of view, America's full. Okay? If you want to come here, you got to bring in useful skills that can prime our economic engine, contribute to our knowledge base, do something good for America. I don't want people leeching off of our system. We cannot afford to pay for our health care anymore. We just don't. We can't afford it.
If they come in legally,
that's what I'm saying. We should have a process for high skilled labor. That's what I'm saying.
Look, you have to send more judges to the border to more quickly adjudicate cases. You have to
Yes,
reform
yes.
and clean up the asylum system. It's
Yes.
totally
But
corrupt.
we should not
Economic
offer-
immigrants are not refugees. They're very different things. Like
I think some of them are, though. I think some of them are. I think you should be able to prove your usefulness to America. That's just my point of view. And also,
Okay, then why can't they have a path? How are they supposed to do that if you don't give them a path to citizenship? How are they supposed to prove their usefulness if you're saying that they should be not considered, not given due process, and just fucking deported? And these are people that have already proved their usefulness because immigrants are obviously a net positive to the American economy. They prop up the American economy. They work every single low-skill job that Americans don't want to do for shit wages and no benefits.
People come in, and there's also, we haven't even touched on overstaying visas. People have abused our system in so many ways.
How do you facilitate determining or deciphering whether someone who's trying to come into the country legally is...
I just need her to say, you were born in China, girl. One more time. It's so good.
Based on their
Let me
skill.
give you
Are you
an
going to give them IQ tests? Are you going to do like an
Let me give you an
obstacle
exact
course?
example.
Yeah.
My dad, I'm from England, not from China, actually. I spent most of my time from 1 to 4.
She moved from China at 3, and then they went to England, and then they went to the United States.
In England, and my dad had to apply.
I've read this bitch's Wikipedia page one too many times.
And say, we're going to go to Brigham and Women's Hospital at Harvard Medical School. That's where I'm going to, practice. And my mom did similar. She got an education degree. Like, these are useful skills. And since then, my parents, they're amazing. They've created hundreds of jobs. Hundreds of American jobs around the Mid-Atlantic area. Okay, we made America stronger. We love this country to pieces. These are the people that we need to bring in. We don't need to bring in people who chant death to America. Hold
on. No one, that is a red herring. No one's arguing that. But here's my argument.
People are arguing that.
What about immigrants who are trying to come into the country legally and they're trying to flee a dictatorship or hold on, and they didn't even have an opportunity to get an education. They didn't have an opportunity to thrive.
I don't think we should be the
to reject them, I think, is un-American.
Who's double immigrant then? I actually wouldn't even be, she's never talked about this, but I wouldn't be surprised if part of the reason why they left Britain is because of a difficulty assimilating. Britain is far more hostile to immigrants than the United States is. As far as like how accepting the culture is, xenophobia is far more common in the EU.
I don't think we're the Salvation Army of the world.
I think that's the group that is the least likely to assimilate.
That's not true.
That
is not true. I worked for the United Nations Refugee Agency, and that is not the case. When they are allowed to go into a country legally and work, they thrive. Yep. I could give you numerous case studies of it.
Anecdote Andrea over here.
Foreign illegals coming
because
through.
the way
the incentives are set up so they don't even need to work. They get a card.
Amy, they can't start businesses. They can't get a fair wage. Their labor is exploited, and then it breeds resentment, and it undercuts the American worker. And as much as people but the best part is it's the most racist narrative. Gavin Newsom, all these, who's going to do your dishes? Who's going to pick your fields? As Batya Ungar Sargon just said, only 28% of the people that are working in the fields are, quote, immigrants. So Americans will take those.
I know, but it's a critical 28%.
Jobs if you pay
like if we didn't have that 28%, it would collapse. That's the whole point.
Everybody a fair wage. It goes
like, yes, I agree. People like, fuck it. There's that Sharon Osbourne moment that was like on The View, funnily enough, where she was like, if Donald Trump deports all these Mexicans, who's going to clean your toilet? Right. Like that's a very, very crass and like crude way to put it. But there is a kernel of truth to it, which is that you are deporting the labor base that props up the American economy.
Hey, let's hire Americans. Why do we need to rely on illegal?
Okay, how about this? Let me give you an example, because here's a solution that I came up with. We cannot recruit people for the military. We are incapable of friggin' doing it. Another reason, by the way, that Trump threw that army birthday, whatever, because we spend billions of dollars trying to recruit. Like, is it honorable? Yes. Is it something aspirational? I hope so. Okay.
Oh my God. The idea that parade was actually to increase recruitment. The only thing that's going to increase recruitment is one, changing Zoomers' perspectives slowly, or like at the Gen Alpha's perspectives on the American military, which there's no trend there's no sign that that's going to happen anytime soon, especially if we're going to get dragged into these regional conflicts, for one. And then for two, they need to keep lowering the standards, because the reason why you're seeing the drop off in the race is because just like young American men are becoming like too overweight.
Moving on. 77% of Americans are too unhealthy to join the military. What if you said, hey, young men and women, you want to come over here? You want to fight for this country? You want to be a part of the military? We're going to vet you. They've got a very capable system of checks and balances in place to vet people. We're just not doing it because Biden had open borders for so long and we've closed paths.
I cannot believe these people are like in favor of the mass deportations, and simultaneously in favor of encouraging foreigners and immigrants to be able to be recruited and joined into the U.S. military, which is bizarre.
The citizenship. Come on in.
Here's what I mean. They provide a useful contribution. That's actually
but that's the argument, though, is that they can contribute to society. They just don't have to be exceptionally educated.
Well, that's a useful skill, though. I said useful skill. That's a useful skill. Let's do that. I'm actually behind that.
What you're bringing is a good proposition of basically saying, hey, you come to this country, you need to start loving America and do something to help America. I would argue, thank you, Lindy. I would argue that we also need to advance that narrative to actual Americans. Because in my experience, the people that come here,
I was about to say, are we really going to start demanding more patriotism from immigrants than we are from native citizens? How does that work? That seems like the opposite priorities.
Immigrants actually tend to love America
yeah, they do.
More than the wussy-ass progressive left that actually hate America.
Stop shitting on America.
What I'll say, I was always fearful of the far right the neo-Nazis, the KKK, the white nationalists. You know, they're burning.
I mean, he's not wrong that, like, yeah, immigrants that feel that they are prosperous here, are able to work successfully in the United States, form a community, etc. Yeah, they probably are more like patriotic than like college students and whatnot.
Cross, at the very least, they love America so much they don't want anybody with a little bit of a tan to be here. But the people on the left hate America so much. They're the ones burning the flags. They're the ones that are calling for every.
He's like so close to arguing against what is it? Like not arguing against birthright citizenship, but almost having like a very, very lax immigrant. Like how can, like, maybe he doesn't support the mass deportations. I don't know.
Other country to rise up against and start America over and burn down the American flag and basically
or it's like he's like recognizing how completely arbitrary it is to designate somebody as like an American citizen when there are literally immigrants that are not currently American citizens but are far bigger and better patriots than native born Americans are, just depending on like life circumstances. And how does that not demonstrate the futility of it? How it's silly and arbitrary.
Legitimize the West. So most immigrants, you know, they come here in the whole question of assimilation. I don't know. I know a lot of Cubans that come and live in Miami and speak no English 40 years later. Are like, Papa, you speak no English?
What does Love America mean, LMFAO? It means that they like, I think to them it means they are more enthusiastic about America than they are about their native country.
They're not assimilating, but they love America. If you talk to them about Fidel Castro, they want to get on top.
That's true. They're from the countries of communism.
They
That's
love,
the difference.
exactly.
They're
They
from the
love
countries-
America. A lot of these people that flee here love America. My big issue are two things. People that are from America, that have been indoctrinated to hate America, send them a one-way ticket to anywhere they want in the world. Let's bring them to Iran. The next thing is people that we basically come in here that legitimately...
So deport real Americans, quote unquote, real Americans, as though like ones that are naturally born here, and import immigrants? How did we get to this position?
Hate America. I call them socialist jihadists. They're willing to fight for any cause other than America. I know you get triggered when I say jihadists.
No,
I'm not talking about any
because
particular people.
You think that
I'm
this
talking about
country is
people-
like ruled by Islam, which is like
That's not what I
hilarious
said.
and ridiculous.
That's what
But
I
hold on,
said.
let me ask
But
you something.
but
There was a
there is
mass
you get triggered when
uprising.
that
There was a
word
mass
comes up. I know.
uprising during COVID, during the shutdowns. Okay, there were a lot of conservatives out on the streets protesting. That was their right to do that.
Yeah.
It was their right to protest against the government and what the government was doing. I would never in a million years accuse them of hating America. It is their right to have a problem with the government. The reason why we have a First Amendment is so the American people can rise up and protest against government overreach over government that has gotten too big. So can you just please not smear people who protest government?
Like this really is a great counter to that, though, that his conception of what he understands to be pro-America or whatever is this very like jingoist notion of what constitutes being like a fan of America, and is not actually adhering to any of the principles that the country was founded on, at least if like in accordance with the Constitution. And now you can obviously make the case that like it is counterintuitive, but flag burning is an expression of free speech, which is guaranteed by the United States Constitution. So you can obviously argue that, yeah, someone doing that is still like demonstrating a pro-American value.
Policies as people who hate America.
Or at the very least encourages people to kind of reach within themselves to allow that behavior because other countries wouldn't tolerate it.
Absolutely right, but you're only half right. Because the difference is those people are flying American flags, not burning American flags. There's a big difference in saying, I love America so much, I'm going to come out here and protest, versus I hate America so much, I'm burning a flag. Do you understand that distinction?
I think what looks really, really bad if you're part of any movement or any organization or any group of protesters who burns the American flag, even though it's constitutionally protected to do so. I don't think that those people are trying to say, I hate America. They're trying to protest against what the American government is currently doing.
Yeah, they're protesting tyranny. These people only have one ideology, punish people I don't like by any means possible. Yep, and that feeling is informed entirely by anecdotes. That's the other thing.
Same people who want us to
how they determine who they like.
And just own our history and then shit on the founding farmer. I'm sorry, so there's a
founding farmers.
Founding farmers. How did they barely catch this? She already said this once.
They're the same people. They're the same people who trashed Thomas Jefferson for owning slaves. They're the same people who say that George Washington wasn't a hero. So I'm done with that.
They're the same people that hated
But a lot of those
Abraham
people,
Lincoln.
hold on. A lot of those people are American citizens. So what are you asking to
I'm
do
not
here?
saying. I'm just saying that there are people.
Yeah,
You're
that's a big
disputing
problem.
the claim that they don't hate America. I'm saying they actually some some of them deeply do, and they're ashamed of our history. And I'm done apologizing for the United States of America. I love this freaking country, okay?
If Biden were in charge, you would say something different, right?
No,
It
I
all
love this
depends
country.
on
No,
who
you
you
don't. No, that's actually not true. I've been saying this entire. I love this country.
I think the argument that's made when, look, it's funny because if there's a Democrat in charge and there's like a mass protest or a mass, conservative movement against that government, there's never any smears about, oh, these people are anti-America.
Wait, I said that about the George Floyd
Well,
people
guys,
too.
last thoughts, because we all have flights to catch.
I just have one question.
The George Floyd people were on the left and they were,
hold on.
I cannot believe they fly in for this show. It's insane.
Are you saying, I want to understand one thing. Who do you think loves America more? People on the right or people on the left?
The right.
What's your metric? What are you basing that on?
When you see a flag in front of someone's house,
okay,
do you equate them with the Republican?
Again, he has a completely superficial and vulgar understanding of what it means to love America. That wielding the flag, no matter how much what the things you advocate for are in contradiction or opposition to the founding principles of the country, he would still call that pro-America, patriot, whatever, because they're superficially or aesthetically willing to do these displays of patriotism. But if you actually interrogate their beliefs, they're not really liberal values in the sense that, like, yeah, that's what America was founded on, as opposed to what Anna's arguing, which is that maybe focus less on the aesthetics and look at their actions and the things that they're advocating and try to understand why. And you will see that that is part of a healthy democracy. And if America is a democracy, their voice would be included in it.
The only way you can show your love for America?
That's a pretty good understanding. If someone has an American flag, which way they lean?
I think if the demonstrators are demonstrating against policies,
blind patriotism equals love.
It's easy to smear them as anti-American.
I think that's unfair.
I'm using their words.
Hold on, which
when
party?
I see a gay, trans, pro-Palestine flag and I see American flags on one side, do I want the American flag or the Gays for Gaza crew? I'm going to go with the pro-America crew.
There's like 10, this whole this obsession with the gays for Gaza thing. It's just such a fucking self-report.
Argument there.
Adam,
okay,
to your
guys,
point,
you have 2 minutes.
Hold on. You said follow the money. Let's follow the money. Let's ask ourselves, which party wants to keep the money here and focus on the American people, and which party is using USAID to funnel billions of dollars around the world?
USAID is gone, girl. And you were born in China, like Anna said.
Okay.
USAID that has been around for
Yeah, and I don't know if that
decades.
is exclusively to the Democratic Party. For sure,
They
I agree with
started
that. And you know what? Absolutely,
That is
I'm
actually
starting
primarily
to
Democratic.
increasingly realize that not for all liberals.
Absolutely.
I feel like for a lot of liberals, honestly, it's like Marxism and socialism is this mask that they're using to disguise. Oh, sorry, the opposite. Liberalism is the mask that they're using to disguise Marxism.
Hug the flag while taking away due process, such patriots.
And socialism,
I'm starting to
especially
realize
when you
that.
start to look into all of the dark funding and
You're right.
the money that's actually going to carry out those policies. So, I mean,
it's not liberalism, it's progressivism.
Progressivism.
Liberalism is actually totally fine. Most countries have progressivism
as
is
well.
what's basically been
finish that,
hijacked
Adam.
by the Marxist philosophy.
Okay, last thoughts. And where do we
Hijacked by
find
the
you?
Marxist
Anna.
philosophy.
I think it's hilarious that anyone thinks that this country is being overrun by Marxists. I know Marxism. There's literally 5 people who are genuine Marxists in this country. I think that there is a problem with foreign influence in our demonstrations and our movements. But if we want to get that foreign influence out, it has to come out across the board, not just when it's detrimental to your preferred political party.
I see your point. I see your point.
Yeah.
Where do we find you?
Oh, sorry about that. You can find me. I'm the host and executive producer of TYT, youtube.com/The Young Turks.
She still doesn't produce, or she still doesn't promote this show on, what is it? On, like, her own platforms or anything like that. Okay, guys, it's fucking 4:35 in the morning. God damn it. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and give me a follow so you can know when I go live. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe so you can do the same. I stream live every single day. It just depends what time. I have no clue what time, especially when I stay up this late. It is always like up in the air what time I start the next day, but there's always more content to cover. So if you enjoyed watching me, you can also consider giving me a donation. My donation link is pinned in my Twitch chat. Or if you're watching on YouTube, it is located inside my description box. You should at least give the stream a like so you can help push it out to other people. And I have also applied for, I'm waiting for YouTube to grant me the ability to have like super chats and memberships because I finally qualify for that or whatever. So that's going to be coming as soon as I get approval for it. But yeah, where am I sending you guys? Let's see. And thank you for watching Fire Channel. Let's see, who the fuck is even awake? Maybe Gus is awake. Maybe. Let's see. Is Kid awake? Kid's always up late streaming. Kid not live. Okay, let's do. Where do I send you guys? Is Gus awake? I have a Gus. He is. I'm gonna send you to Gus. All right. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.